Chapter 1. A Special Choice, the Nine-Tailed Empress. The Descent of Golden Thunder. Within the confines of the hospital room, the air was thick with the sorrowful wails of beautiful maidens. My name is Luo Fancheng, and I find myself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Nothing grave. I assure you, merely on the brink of death. Tease such a moment. One cannot fathom why some wretched soul would choose to inform all my girlfriends of my plight. Do they seek to claim my life while I languish? Truly despicable. Presently, my head rests upon the pristine, delicate thighs of a fierce-eyed, adorable girl who weeps like a flower in the rain. Beside my sickbed, a sultry and voluptuous lady clad in black stockings kneels, beseeching me not to succumb. I want to live. I am still young. I refuse to die. Within me, an intense desire to survive ignites. Suddenly, the door swings open. Fancheng, Fancheng. For more enchanting women rush in, their eyes red with tears. The room seems to brighten, yet my heart plunges into darkness. Point 2, I can manage. But 6? Perhaps it would be better to let go. Living is torment. Let me perish. Yama, take me swiftly. Do not dawdle. Just let me die. Faced with an inevitable scene of chaos, some may exist physically, yet their spirits lie in shambles. With a heavy heart, I close my eyes and kick out, descending into the abyss of darkness amidst the cries around me. Oh, this exalted and resplendent host, do you desire a wife? In the void of darkness, I, Luo Fancheng, suddenly hear a peculiar voice. Am I dead? Yet, it seems I'm not entirely gone. Could this be the legendary system? I am astounded and bewildered. Indeed, it is I. What did you just say? I inquire. Oh, great host, do you seek a wife? With but a word from your golden lips, I shall deliver her to you. What an odd system this is. Having perused my fair share of novels, I am no stranger to such systems, yet this one appears rather unorthodox. Is it permissible to deliver a wife at random? What if I were to be transported to my girlfriend's bed, only for her husband to return just then? I would meet my demise once more, and perhaps take another with me. However, the heavens have granted me a chance to live anew. I must make the most of it. To decline now, merely to feign aloofness, might truly lead to my end. Dear host, may I inquire if you desire the regal and dignified high priestess as your wife, or the captivating and alluring saint? I am momentarily speechless. Would you prefer the playful and adorable princess, or the sizzling and enchanting noblewoman? Enough of this nonsense. Why the need for substitutions? How about the icy and aloof dragon lady, or the enchanting and bewitching nine-tailed empress? I chuckle softly. Is this truly a difficult choice? Only a child would, dither an adult would wager it all. To hesitate for even a second would be a disservice to the system. I desire them all, thank you. With a grin, I declare, as your exalted and noble host, such a modest request should pose no challenge. The system falls silent, rendered utterly flabbergasted by my audacity, having never encountered such shamelessness before. May I ask, dear host, are you truly polite? I promptly apologize. Forgive me. I was too greedy. Let us settle for 3 then. The system seems offended, perceiving my request as a glitch. I implore, as a mature system, you ought to learn to navigate such glitches for your host. Do you heed the words of others? Due to the host selection time exceeding the limit, we are confirming targets randomly. Confirmed target: the enchanting and bewitching nine-tailed demon empress, Su Jiao. Additional rewards: an untainted celestial body and a dual-born martial spirit with unparalleled potential. It has been detected that a vile beast seeks to claim your captivating empress wife. She is in dire need of your rescue. Initiating the traversal. Destination: Seoul Martial Continent. This seemingly honest system is leading me into a beastly romance. Boom! Before I could finish my lament, I transformed into a bolt of golden thunder, vanishing from the dark void. Seoul Martial Continent. Roar the sky trembles with the roar of a terrifying and grotesque 3-headed dragon, unleashing a breath of destruction. Its violet-black wings unfurl like mountains, exuding an aura of bloodlust as a delicate figure is swept downwards by the dragon's breath. Su Jiao, be a good girl and become my demon consort, and I shall spare your life. Dream on. The graceful figure rises, her voice a melodious challenge. She is a stunningly tall beauty, her blue eyes like ancient glaciers, draped in a white fox fur that accentuates her voluptuous form, 9 pristine fox tails trailing behind her. Her long, flawless legs, bare and snow-white, leave no trace upon the ground, adorned only by golden bells at her ankles. The beauty's blue eyes radiate a cold, forbidding aura, yet she exudes an astonishing charm, as if to draw forth one's very soul. Arrogant fool, do not struggle, you are no match for me. The repugnant three-headed dragon drools, its saliva corroding the ground with a hissing sound. Sujur, her face like ice, bites her pale lips until blood wells forth, her gaze fixed upon a beguiling woman beside the dragon, eye in her eyes. Anger and disbelief swirl, but more so, deep sorrow. The woman steps forward, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Sujur, dear sister, do not blame me for the poison, it is for your own good. Is it not better to serve the dragon lord together? Sujur, enraged, closes her eyes, her body trembling, then opens them to ask, why have you betrayed me? Betrayed? The alluring woman smirks. The dragon lord can purify my bloodline and help me endure the beast tribulation. Serving the dragon lord grants dominion over the soul beasts. What do you offer? To linger here in Qingqiu, waiting for the thunder to strike you down? Su Jiuer is taken aback that her trusted sister would resort to such treachery, finding herself in this dire situation. Blame no one but herself for placing such trust in this person. She remains silent, offering no curses, no inquiries. Her silence is heartbreaking. The dragon morphs into a sinister man, the seductive woman willingly nestling into his embrace. My lord, my dear sister cannot hold out much longer. She has consumed all the poisoned wine. Utterly defenseless, he. Excellent, so despicable, you have performed admirably. I find it pleasing. The three-headed dragon cackles, gazing hungrily at the coldly alluring beauty, his desire palpable. He has long coveted this enchanting figure, and today he shall finally possess her. Each cell in his body trembles with excitement. Su Jiuer clenches her delicate fingers tightly, her heart swelling with indignation, despair, and unwillingness. Through gritted teeth, she declares in a cool, resolute voice, I shall not yield to you. Beast, die. Sujur, vow before the heavens. Whoever saves me and slays you wretched pair, I shall serve the woman as a maid and the man as my lord, for eternity, unyielding and unwavering to the vow. Utterly absurd, you are too naive, dear sister. The seductive woman mocks cruelly. The three-headed dragon chuckles in triumph. Go ahead, shout your oaths, it will be of no use. Today, none shall save you, it is what I decree. I will savor you slowly, allowing you to experience the utmost pleasures of this world. Su Jiuer understands that oaths are but illusions. She fears she has become foolish. Gathering the remnants of her soul power, she resolves that even in death, she will not afford her enemies the slightest advantage. Better to be shattered than to remain whole. Blood trickles from her lips, painting a scene of tragic beauty. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder rends the sky. The three gaze upward, witnessing a golden lightning bolt, magnificent and overwhelming, descending from the heavens. The dragon and the alluring woman's pupils reflect a blinding radiance. Chapter 2. The Empress takes you in. You shall call her wife. The thunder descended like a five-clawed golden dragon, exuding an overwhelming divine might that was blinding and unstoppable. Boom! Why is this happening? Meiji struggled in despair, reduced to ashes beneath the golden lightning, while the magic dragon unleashed a mournful roar before disintegrating into oblivion. Su Jiuer widened her beautiful eyes, unable to believe the scene before her. As the dazzling golden light faded, a deep pit remained on the ground. The power of the thunder left Su Jiuer trembling with fear for a shape-shifting spirit beast like her. The greatest terror was the heavenly tribulation. She cautiously approached the pit, her pupils constricting. Within the pit floated two translucent miniature bones, a purple-black skull and a white jade-colored leg bone. Two extraordinary halos hovered above them, one blood-red and the other orange. These were the special treasures formed from the deaths of the three-headed magic dragon and Meiji, capable of inciting madness and bloodshed among human warriors. Yet Su Jiuer felt no surprise at this. What truly left her covering her red lips and trembling with emotion was the sight of an infant lying at the bottom of the pit, gazing up at her with wide eyes. Su Jiuer's expression gradually turned serious after a long silence. She looked up at the sky and murmured, "Is this fate?" She cradled the baby in her arms and glanced down. A boy, huh? Very well. Suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Jiaoer's cold face as she gently tapped the infant's forehead with her jade finger, her voice filled with warmth. Little one, from now on, you shall be my husband, Su Jiaoer, fallen from the heavens to the earthly realm. Let us name you Luo Fancheng. I wonder if you will like this name. Oh dear, how foolish of me. How could an infant possibly understand my words? Su Jiaoer shook her head, her adorable beast ears twitching as her long hair danced in the air. Luo Fancheng, who had turned into an infant and was experiencing about a depression, was startled by the breathtaking beauty so near to him. In his life, he had encountered countless women, yet none had possessed such an enchanting blend of coldness and allure. His heart seemed to skip a beat. Su Jiaoer, is this truly my enchanting empress? Humans, spirit beasts. Perhaps it's not entirely impossible. Ah, how delightful it is, my host. You weren't saying this before. With a cold snort, Su Jiaoer collected the two extraordinary halos into two gems and stowed away the crystalline miniature bones. Those two wretched beasts deserve their fate, but these are exquisite treasures of the mortal realm, reserved for my husband. Rest assured, my husband, I shall raise you to adulthood. Before Luo Fancheng could fully comprehend the situation, he was enveloped tightly, forcefully treated to a wave of affection. The sight before him was fierce and alarming. A somewhat bewildered voice echoed in his ears. I wonder what kind of person my husband will grow up to be. Only an unparalleled strongman would not tarnish my name, Su Jiaoer. This was not mere arrogance. The entire Soul Martial continent had countless peak warriors pursuing her, both human and spirit beast, yet she had never found one worthy of her attention. Just as Luo Fancheng felt he might suffocate, he was finally released. Enough. Su Jiaoer sighed softly, gazing at Luo Fancheng with sincerity. The moment you appeared, all my humiliation and resentment vanished. I shall never forget the feeling of that moment. Regardless of your future stature, wealth, or status, even if you remain an ordinary man, I, Su Jiaoer, will always be your wife, steadfastly by your side. I only hope that you grow up happily and safely. That will suffice. Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng sighed inwardly. She is truly a wonderful woman. In his past life, he was a master of understanding women's psychology. Otherwise, how could so many beauties have come to him to lament? He could clearly discern that in such a brief period, Su Jiaoer had traversed a journey of hesitation and confusion, ultimately arriving at her firm conviction. Logically, she could have killed him without anyone knowing. Yet she chose not to. Such a powerful and unparalleled empress, with aspirations as high as the heavens, would naturally desire a hero of extraordinary caliber, yet she still chose him. In his heart, Luo Fancheng silently vowed, though I am a scoundrel, you shall not be wronged. I shall not fail you. Nobility and power, what do they truly matter? Soul Martial Khan and I, Luo Fancheng, have arrived. His heart surged with excitement, and to his embarrassment, he wet himself. Su Jiaoer suddenly felt a chill in her chest, her blue eyes filled with confusion. Upon seeing the wetness, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could you urinate anywhere?" Smack! Su Jiaoer, in a fit of indignation, slapped her little husband's bottom. How embarrassing! Luo Fancheng's little soul rolled on the ground in shame. Time flew by, and 16 years later, in the Songlong Empire, Dazhou Province, Yunsun, Aunt Su am back. A tall and handsome young man, dressed simply, returned to the small courtyard carrying a brown wild boar. In the yard, a curvaceous and alluring beauty was bending over a wooden table, arranging the dashisa complete meal of 4 dishes and a soup, nutritionally balanced. With a shapely figure and a slender waist, she was undeniably seductive. Upon hearing his voice, the beautiful woman revealed a bright smile on her cool face. Fancheng, go wash up quickly. Today's dish is new. Let's see if it suits your taste. Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. He suspected he was about to undergo another taste test. The Empress, who once would never cook for anyone, suddenly did so for him. Do you know how I've eaten over the past 16 years? Sitting at the dining table, gazing at the beautiful woman across from him, Luo Fancheng mused that she had concealed much of her beauty, yet she remained captivating, truly, deserving of the title of a disaster-level 9-tailed celestial fox. What are you staring at, you brat? Su Jiaoer playfully chided Aunt. You are truly beautiful. Luo Fancheng lifted his chopsticks and poked her forehead, saying seriously, "I've told you many times, call me husband when there are no outsiders. Calling you aunt sounds awkward." Luo Fancheng replied with a smile. Unafraid of her icy demeanor, he knew his celestial fox wife was cool on the outside but warm within. "Remember your identity, you are my childhood husband," Su Jiuer said sternly. "Others will want to call you that, but have no chance. Whoever dares to call me that will be in for a beating," Luo Fancheng retorted defiantly. Su Jiuer's lips curled upward. "You little tyrant, you'll have to work hard otherwise. You won't be able to protect me in the future. There are too many women who want to snatch me away. I will become a soul master, the strongest in this world," Luo Fancheng declared calmly. Yet his eyes sparkled with determination. 16 years ago, Su Jiuer believed the infant should grow up in the human world, so she brought Luo Fancheng to this village, concealing most of her beauty. Yet even so, countless young and old men in the village were infatuated with Su Jiuer. As for those who dared to confess, their legs had already been broken. What Su Jiuer did not expect was that Luo Fancheng's maturity of thought far surpassed that of normal humans. His appearance had not only remained handsome, but had grown even taller and more striking with each passing day. Such a childhood husband truly brought her joy. "Stop boasting and eat. Your wife only wishes for your safety and happiness." Su Jiuer placed a piece of meat into his bowl. While eating, Luo Fancheng pondered deeply. Over the past 16 years, he had begun to understand the soul martial continent, a world where the strong prey upon the weak and where power reigns supreme. Only those who awakened powerful martial souls could be considered to have stepped onto the path of the strong. There were various types of martial souls, such as sickles, hammers, and lizards, yet most soul masters awakened beast martial souls, weapon martial souls, or plant martial souls. Special martial souls included flames and meteorites. Before awakening their martial souls, individuals needed to undergo body tempering, which continued until the age of 16, followed by a martial soul awakening ceremony. Tomorrow, the temple will come to the village to awaken your martial souls. What do you think you will awaken? Su Jiuer added more vegetables to his plate. Luo Fancheng shook his head. "How can one guess? We will know tomorrow." The system had not appeared for 16 years. Su Jiuer had taught him the body tempering techniques, and now he had reached the peak of body tempering. Being able to single-handedly hunt giant wild boars was something even novice soul masters could not achieve. Even Su Jiuer marveled at his exceptional talent, having never heard of anyone achieving such strength before awakening their martial soul. It is not surprising for Luo Fancheng. Recall that the system had mentioned rewarding him with an untainted celestial body and the most formidable dual-born martial soul. The celestial body has been realized, and now it remains to be seen what the martial soul will be. He is filled with anticipation. Ding! The heavens proceed with fortitude. A gentleman persistently strives for self-improvement. The sudden notification startled him after 16 years of silence. The system had unexpectedly resurrected. The host has diligently cultivated day and night, attaining the pinnacle of body refinement, thereby unlocking a concealed special reward. Heaven rewards the diligent. Please claim your reward. Chapter 3. The Fortune Golden Dragon, Ant Surprise, and the Pope's Attention. What rewards await? With a mere thought from Luo Fancheng, a transparent panel appeared before him. Reward 1. Supreme Perception. Apologies, but photographic memory? Merely a foundational skill. Reward 2. Innate Fortune. Have you ever experienced plummeting into a valley only to emerge with treasures? Or casually aiding a beggar who turns out to be an extraordinary master? Reward 3. Maximum Charisma. Do you know what it means to be a walking embodiment of a screaming chicken? You remain composed, while others are forever in awe. Reward 4. Celestial Beauty. Unmatched divine countenance. Your looks are intoxicating, ensnaring the hearts of fairies and witches alike without them even realizing. With a gasp, Luo Fancheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. How ruthless! What does the system imply? Is it suggesting that he should flaunt a luxurious car and become a scoundrel? Nonsense. He is not the type to indulge recklessly merely because of a hint of luck and charm. The mischievous system shall not corrupt its virtuous master. While Luo Fancheng could see the panel, Su Jiuer seated across the table remained oblivious. Her heart raced at the fervor in the young man's gaze fixed upon her. It is said that men, upon reaching a certain age, begin to harbor such thoughts. Thoughts of women. Unconsciously, Su Jiuer pressed her delicate legs together, her posture becoming more proper as she sought to maintain her dignity. Fancheng, she began, you are still young, and your body has yet to develop fully. Some matters are still premature. Huh? Luo Fancheng, engrossed in the system, almost forgot the alluring beauty sitting opposite him. Su Jiuer raised her eyes, revealing a sternness akin to that of an elder. Do not feign ignorance with me, young man. I saw the excitement in your eyes when you spotted me, like a wolf cub catching sight of meat. Your body is still too weak. You cannot handle it. This. Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. This is a misunderstanding. He could not explain the system's matters and could only retort, I can catch wild boars with one hand now. Am I still weak? Su Jiuer's cheeks flushed. Was that a hint that he was robust enough for physical tasks? She retorted, you little rascal, can't you be straightforward? You want something, and you think I would give it to you? But not now. In due time, you shall understand that women are much more formidable than wild boars, especially since I am the empress of the Fox clan. At 30, like a wolf. At 40, like a tiger. At 50, can absorb the earth? Luo Fancheng instinctively recalled a phrase from his past life and shook his head. What kind of nonsense is this? The allure of the female demon has led him astray. No explanations would suffice. The more he tried to clarify, the more muddled it became. Quickly, he finished his meal and excused himself to his room. Su Jiuer remained at the table, momentarily stunned. Had she angered the young man by exposing his thoughts? Indeed, it was unfair to let him gaze without allowing him to touch. Perhaps she should give him a little sweetness to coax him. The enchanting beauty recalled a special item she had purchased in the city a few days prior. A delicate blush adorned her cold visage as she bit her lip. This would do. She glanced toward the direction of the room, whispering softly, you fortunate man, who would have thought you were my childhood husband? Inside the serene wooden cabin, Luo Fancheng sat at the head of his bed. He and Su Jiuer had always slept in separate rooms, as she feared he might not be able to resist. After all, that captivating beauty, with her fiery figure and the inherent charm of a celestial fox, was far beyond the reach of an ordinary man. Luo Fancheng sighed. Alas, his strength was insufficient. Even with such a lure before him, he could not indulge, lest he be overwhelmed. Fortunately, tomorrow he would awaken his martial spirit, a chance to rapidly enhance his power. System claimed the rewards. Earlier, he had refrained from claiming them, fearing too much noise. A resounding affirmation echoed in the air. As clouds drifted lazily and the sun shone brightly, an immense, ethereal golden dragon emerged from the heavens, diving toward the ground. It pierced through the roof and entered Luo Fancheng's crown. Boom! The fortune golden dragon filled his body with radiant energy, causing his bones to crack and his height to increase slightly. His mind cleared, and his already handsome features now radiated an extraordinary charm, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Wow, what one fears most often comes to pass. The dragon's roar was imperceptible to mortals, yet powerful soul masters within a 1,000-mile radius felt its presence. In a dense forest 100 miles from Yun village, a regal woman clad in palace attire was leading a young maiden in training when she suddenly sensed something. What is it, teacher Pope? The youthful maiden inquired. The noble woman furrowed her brow. I sensed a peculiar power that quickly dissipated. Shall we go investigate? The young maiden's face lit up with excitement. Her teacher, a high-ranking female pope, would surely be drawn to something intriguing. You, a saintess, only know how to seek amusement, the noble woman replied coldly. All right, the maiden pouted, retracting her delicate neck. The noble woman strode ahead, her graceful figure swaying, the golden hem of her gown revealing glimpses of her fair legs. Her dainty feet clad in long golden boots. A cold voice echoed back. Are you not coming? Help me find the fourth soul ring, and then we can see. Yay, you are the best, teacher Pope. The young maiden beamed, skipping to catch up. Supreme perception, innate fortune, maximum charisma. What a thrill! After claiming his rewards, Luo Fancheng felt invigorated, though his cultivation remained unchanged. Bang! The door swung open abruptly, and a stunning figure rushed in. Young man, are you all right? I was fine earlier. Now I might be on the verge of death. Luo Fancheng gazed at the enchanting scene before him, nearly overwhelmed. The breathtaking beauty stood clad in a delicate tank top, one leg encased in sheer stockings, while the other remained tantalizingly bare, the wrinkled fabric trailing on the floor. Her alabaster toes adorned with crimson polish peeking from beneath black heels. This enchanting creature is going to be the death of me. Since his arrival in this world, Luo Fancheng had suspected it was rife with lustful beings, given the prevalence of short skirts, sheer stockings, and high heels in a realm that otherwise felt antiquated. Seemingly oblivious to her state of undress, Su Jiuer pressed on. What was that noise in your room earlier? Are you truly unhurt? Luo Fancheng shook his head. Aunt Su, perhaps you misinterpreted. Everything seems perfectly fine in here. Su Jiuer scanned the room and found no signs of distress. Could have been a mere illusion? Her gaze fell back on Luo Fancheng, who now exuded an unusual charm that captivated her. Her breath caught as she found herself entranced. You. What is it? Luo Fancheng asked, puzzled. Why does this young man appear even more handsome? Su Jiuer's heart raced inexplicably, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She held back her words, too shy to voice her thoughts. How could her young man be so striking? In a moment of bewilderment, Su Jiuer could not discern whether she was the siren or he was. Aunt, perhaps you should put on your stockings, Luo Fancheng suggested, pointing. You rogue. Su Jiuer glanced down, her face turning crimson as she hurriedly stepped away. I must take my leave. Don't go. Luo Fancheng, flustered, dashed after her. Chapter 4. The Provocation of the Succubus. The awakening turmoil. The following morning, a series of knocks resounded. Breakfast is ready, my little husband. Su Jiuer called out. Luo Fancheng, yawning, stepped outside and was greeted by the sight of steaming white rice porridge, a plate of fried eggs, and 2 dishes of pickled vegetables arranged neatly on the dining table. A warm sense of happiness flowed through his heart. He slurped a mouthful of hot porridge. Delightful. The Empress herself prepared breakfast for him. Surely, even the Emperor of the Zonglong Empire could not dream of such a fortune. With a playful elbow propped on the table and her delicate hand resting on her chin, Su Jiuer suddenly giggled. Little man, what s with those panda eyes? Isn't this all your fault? Luo Fancheng replied with a feigned grievance, recalling how he had been met with a closed door when he had chased after her the previous night. If I had opened the door, would you not have pounced on me and devoured me whole? Su Jiuer retorted, pouting. Luo Fancheng took a bite of the fried egg, its aroma wafting enticingly, causing his taste buds to awaken. Am I that kind of person? Su Jiuer, seated at the table, extended her long, fair leg and playfully lifted her skirt. So white, so long, so slender. Would you like to touch? Luo Fancheng nodded instinctively. See, don't deny it. You are exactly that kind of person. Su Jiuer swiftly retracted her leg with a teasing hum. You are fishing for confession. Luo Fancheng protested. What confession? Luo Fancheng fell silent, focusing on his meal. Hey, little man, you're not angry, are you? Su Jiuer poked his shoulder with her finger. No response. With a playful bite of her lip, Su Jiuer slipped her delicate foot out of her slipper, her red-painted toes skillfully grasping the hem of Luo Fancheng's pants, brushing against his calf. You don't believe this will get a reaction from you? Su Jiuer thought triumphantly, only to find the little man still unmoved. I'm done eating, Luo Fancheng announced as he stood up, appearing calm, though internally his heart raced like a metal detector in overdrive. Su Jiuer's expression shifted slightly. The fragrant breeze enveloped him as she wrapped her soft body around his waist, her arms slipping under his armpits, her delicate hands embracing his chest. Her 10 slender fingers seemed to emanate a faint fragrance, especially as his back felt the sensation of a mountain rising abruptly. A whisper brushed his ear, laced with warmth. My lord, did I err? I had intended to wear the new flesh-colored stockings to encourage you last night, but I became too shy. Will you forgive me? Luo Fancheng felt a ticklish sensation in his ear, his resolve faltering as a delicate finger traced circles on his chest. With merely a decade of experience in romantic affairs, how could he possibly contend with a timeless seductress? Why the sudden desire for stockings? Luo Fancheng inquired. I spotted them while shopping for you, thinking our little lecher might appreciate them. So I bought them, Su Jiuer teased. Not just flesh-colored, but black and even pink. Luo Fancheng could no longer hold back. He turned around and embraced her slender waist, their exquisite features mere inches apart. Suanti, it has been ages since I have seen your full beauty. Let me show you. Su Jiuer smiled alluringly, and with a flash of white light, her already enchanting appearance became 100-fold more captivating. With petite white beast ears, azure eyes, draped in fox fur, and golden bells adorning her ankles, her 9 snowy tails swayed gracefully, brushing against Luo Fancheng's arm. My lord, do you find me pleasing? Wow. In an instant, Luo Fancheng's composure shattered, and he could not resist planting a kiss on her fiery red lips. Swish! He kissed nothing but air. Hearty laughter erupted as Su Jiuer reverted to her alluring mature form, her previous seductive demeanor replaced by an air of dignified grace. It seems my lord is no longer upset. Ugh, not this again. Luo Fancheng scoffed. Su Jiuer wrapped her arms around his, offering comfort. Little man, Jiuer will eventually be yours. Our fox clan possesses an abundance of yin energy, which naturally flows during special interactions, complementing the yang of those with considerable cultivation. However, for you, it may be akin to poison. I understand. Once my cultivation is complete, I will deal with you. You enchantress, Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth. I too look forward to it. I await your teasing. Su Jiuer winked, exuding provocation. Luo Fancheng felt his heart flutter once more and suddenly pinched Su Jiuer, eliciting a surprised gasp, just collecting a bit of interest. In truth, Su Jiuer's cultivation could not evade him. She was simply indulging her little man. Enough of this. It's getting late. We must head to the village square for the martial spirit awakening ceremony, Su Jiuer softly urged. My lord, perform well tonight. I will reward you with black stockings. Can I cash in early? Luo Fancheng joked. Now is the time for black stockings. But do you want others to see your wife in them? Su Yue winked. Then let us save it for tonight. Unbelievable. What is wrong with your village? Is it possible to be late for the awakening of martial spirits? Does my time mean as little to you as it does to these commoners? At the village square, the temple steward Long Tao reprimanded the village chief Lu Ren. Hundreds of villagers stood in silence, while a dozen young men and women awaiting their martial spirit awakening quaked in trepidation at the forefront. Village Chief Lu Ren, hunched over with age, was drenched in cold sweat, afraid to utter another word. In truth, there was still half an hour until the appointed time. But the esteemed figures of the temple were not to be contradicted, and he could only repeatedly apologize. I apologize, Lord Long. It was my oversight. However, the child who is absent possesses extraordinary talent. I believe the awakened martial spirit will certainly not disappoint you. While Lu Ren offered his apologies, he also spoke highly of Luo Fancheng. In fact, Luo Fancheng was well-liked in the village, often sharing his hunting spoils with impoverished families and assisting widowed women with their chores. Huh, Long Tao chuckled coldly. The extraordinary talent you speak of is nothing but a joke. What is considered talent by commoners is worthless, even laughable, in the eyes of the powerful. A boy without any sense of time surely cannot possess a great martial spirit. I see no need to concern myself. I, as the steward, have no interest, nor does the temple. Let the awakening begin. Though it was not yet time, village chief Lu Ren dare not contest, knowing he was destined to be looked down upon without the cultivation of a soul master. Roar! A phantom of a unicorn lizard dragon appeared behind Long Tao, and as his martial spirit manifested, his physique expanded, green scales sprouting across his body. Observing the fearful, envious gazes of the villagers and the youth, Long Tao smirked. His unicorn lizard dragon possessed traces of draconic blood, far surpassing ordinary beast martial spirits. He would surely rise through the ranks, and in his view, executing awakening tasks across villages was beneath him. Moreover, having already traversed 4 villages that day and awakened over 100 individuals, the best he had encountered was merely a second-grade martial spirit, a hammer. His patience had worn thin. With disdain for the impoverished mountains and rivers, he thought, what good sprouts could there possibly be? This was a sheer waste of my time, were it not for the temple's regulations. He would have long since lost interest in the measurements. In the center of the square, he arranged black obsidian into a hexagram formation, taking out a 3-meter-tall bronze stone pillar and erecting it nearby. The first girl stepped into the formation, her eyes reddening with anxiety, yet she exhibited no reaction. And upon returning home, she received a slap from her family. "You ungrateful girl. After all these years of feeding you rice and flour, you can't even awaken a useless martial spirit? You're a waste." Amidst the scolding of the fierce woman, a dark-skinned youth stepped forward, his heart racing. Encouraged by his family, within the hexagram formation, the obsidian emitted a soft, golden glow. A green shadow appeared above his head. Long Tao gritted his teeth in frustration. Useless next. Huzi felt a pang of reluctance and murmured, "My lord, is the bronze stone pillar not being tested?" "Test? Nonsense," Long Tao retorted, gesturing towards the awakening array. "The established principle has always been that the higher the quality of the martial soul, the more intense the obsidian golden light that is ignited during awakening. A golden light of 1 zhang signifies the weakest first-grade mortal martial soul, while 9 zhang represents the legendary strongest 9th-grade divine martial soul. The bronze stone pillar shines in colors ranging from 1 to 9, designed to assess the quality of the martial soul. Your awakening golden light is merely a paltry 3 inches. Is there any need for further testing?" The dark-skinned youth left in dejection, scorned by the overseer on the stage. Fearing rebuke from his family, his heart sank into self-doubt and confusion. Unexpectedly, his usually stern father placed a rough hand on his shoulder and said, "Huzi, it's not a big deal. If you cannot become a soul master, then come help me in the fields. Self-sufficiency is nothing to be ashamed of." "Father, I'm sorry. It's my inadequacy," he replied. "Do not speak of such things. I am the one who bore you. I have the final say." As more than a dozen children awakened, Long Tao's expression grew increasingly grim, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Useless. All of them are useless. The ability to attract promising talents directly impacted his professional performance. The best outcome was a saber-toothed tiger martial soul, with golden light rising to 1 zhang 9, allowing the bronze pillar to emit a dual-colored glow, barely reaching 2nd grade. That family rejoiced together, tears of joy streaming down their faces. This wretched village truly produces no remarkable martial souls, Long Tao thought, his mood plummeting. He cursed the village chief and the villagers, preparing to pack his belongings and leave. "Wait!" Luo Fancheng sprinted from afar, leaping onto the square, with Su Jiuer trailing behind. "Have you already begun testing?" "You're late, kid. It's finished." "Wait until next year," Long Tao replied. Luo Fancheng's face turned cold. The common folk trembled before soul masters, fearing them, but he felt no such trepidation. "I have yet to be tested, and you intend to leave? Surely, the people of the temple are not so disrespectful of the rules." His words left the villagers in stunned silence, and the old village chief's heart raced, wishing to rush over and cover the boy's mouth. Long Tao was also taken aback. Accustomed to bullying both within and outside the village, he had never been confronted in such a manner. "How dare you? Who gave you the audacity?" Luo Fancheng replied with unwavering resolve. "I'm not late. If you refuse to test me, the fault lies with you, and I shall lodge a complaint with the temple branch in the city." Seeing the boy's fearless demeanor and ethereal presence, Long Tao felt a twinge of apprehension. This lad did not resemble a mere rustic villager. Could he be the descendant of a reclusive master? He decided to observe what martial soul he would awaken before deciding how to handle him. "Very well, let us commence the awakening. We have been waiting for you." The villagers exchanged glances, bewildered by the change in the overseer's demeanor. When had he become so accommodating? Su Jiuer offered Luo Fancheng an encouraging glance, and under the gaze of the entire assembly, he stepped onto the hexagram formation, closing his eyes. Chapter 5. Shock and Awe. Radiance of 9 zhang. Unprecedented. A heart-stirred awe. Such talent is beyond comprehension, yet the display is undeniably grand. Long Tao shook his head repeatedly, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Fancheng within the formation, then turned to the village chief and the villagers with a sneer of contempt. "Allow me to reveal a harsh truth. Every unawakened child of the common folk harbors delusions of grandeur and hope, oblivious to the fact that their ancestry lacks strength, and their bloodlines are inadequate. No matter how hard they strive, they shall never awaken a formidable martial soul. In contrast, even the most inept scion of the imperial nobility or a major sect will awaken a martial soul of at least third rank. Were it not for the benevolence of the supreme female pope of the temple, you commoners would likely never have the opportunity to awaken a martial soul, destined to live a life of servitude. The parents and children who failed to awaken felt as though struck by a heavy blow, the weight of their despair rendering them breathless, a profound sense of humility and hopelessness welling from within. Long Tao's emotions surged inexplicably. "Do I look down upon you because you lack honesty and integrity?" He bellowed. "Wrong. It is because you are weak. Weakness warrants my scorn, and you dare not retort." Such is the brutal reality. The hearts of the commoners were deeply wounded, their fists clenched, yet they bowed their heads in shame. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed from a youth. "Oh, is that so? Pray tell, esteemed temple steward, from which prominent family do you hail?" Long Tao turned to see Luo Fancheng, his eyes now open, and the formation had remained still for so long that he had deemed the boy a failure, speaking without restraint. "It appears you are another incapable of awakening a martial soul. I had thought you a descendant of a hidden master, and was prepared to curry favor." Long Tao candidly admitted, "Yes, I am of common birth, unaware of others' suffering, and thus cannot counsel kindness. You know nothing of the hardships I have endured due to my humble origins. Were it not for a trace of noble dragon blood within my lizard dragon martial soul, I would never have risen from my station." He despised his past as a commoner, and thus loathed all commoners. "The former Long Tao is dead. Now you shall all address me as Lord Long Tao." A potent sense of superiority, mingled with madness, graced his features. "You say I cannot awaken a martial soul?" A confident smile played at the corners of Luo Fancheng's mouth. "Then you must open your eyes wide and behold." As if in response, the entire hexagram awakening formation emitted a resonant hum. The obsidian stones ignited one after another. Whoosh, 1, 2, 6 stones in total were activated, their surfaces shimmering with golden light. Long Tao's pupils constricted. He had already classified the boy as a worthless failure, and had spoken without courtesy. Yet now the awakening's commotion. The villagers surrounding them held their breath, sensing an extraordinary aura. During previous awakenings, even 2 stones glowing with golden light was remarkable. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted from the surface of the obsidian stones, soaring upwards. 1 zhan, 3 zhan, 5 zhan. In an instant, it reached 6 zhan, unimpeded, and continued to ascend. Heaven above, it has reached 7 zhan. The previously despondent villagers gasped in disbelief. "No, it is more than that," Su Joer softly affirmed. The man chosen by her 9-tailed demon emperor would not disappoint. 8 zhan. Long Tao was dumbfounded. He had exerted every ounce of effort to achieve merely 5 zhan, enough for a complete reversal of his fortunes. How is this possible? He doubted his own reality, biting down hard on his tongue to awaken himself. In that moment, the golden light surrounding Luo Fancheng surged, crashing to a height of 9 zhan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long Tao's face paled in shock, his mind echoing with thunderous disbelief. How could a mere villager reach such heights? Even among royal nobility and clan prodigies, this would be legendary. As the villagers witnessed Long Tao's loss of composure, they sensed that Luo Fancheng's martial soul was far more formidable than they had imagined. The feelings of self-doubt began to dissipate, replaced by exhilaration. The villagers raised their fists, invigorated as if injected with a potent stimulant. "Who says we commoners are destined to remain at the bottom? Our village has a genius. Good lad, Fancheng. Grandpa Lu always knew you could do it." Village chief Lu wore a smile of grandfatherly pride. Bathed in golden light, Luo Fancheng resembled a celestial being, a deity descending to earth, his profound dark eyes locking onto the astonished Long Tao. His expression bore no trace of the expected elation, but rather a solemn dignity. "Long Tao, how does my awakening compare to yours?" I. Long Tao was rendered speechless, unsure how to respond. This question left him utterly disarmed. In comparison to the other's talent, he was nothing. 9 zhan at its pinnacle. This was the legendary gift of a deity. Who would have thought it could emerge from such a wretched village, like a true dragon rising from the mire? Who could have imagined? Speak, answer me. Luo Fancheng's gaze remained steady as he spoke coolly. Long Tao's heart raced, despite the absence of any formidable soul power emanating from his opponent. He felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a subject before a sovereign. The golden light had reached its limit. Why has your martial soul yet to appear? This defied all logic. The villagers were perplexed. Even Su Jiuer was bewildered. Soul beasts do not require awakening. Yet she understood that Nine Zhan represented the pinnacle of human talent. All were curious about what martial soul Luo Fancheng possessed. Limit? Luo Fancheng shook his head, speaking lightly. Who told you this is my limit? What did you say? Long Tao's heart roiled with tumultuous waves. Merely Nine Zhan. I shall break through it. As Luo Fancheng's words fell, the golden light, which had paused at Nine Zhan, surged upwards once more. Nine Zhan 1. A unique wave emanated from within Luo Fancheng. The martial soul manifested, the soul power unleashed. It was the resonance of a martial soul, the pulse of soul power. Nine Zhan 5. A shadowy outline began to take shape behind Luo Fancheng. Nine Zhan 8. Under the astonished gazes of all, the outline expanded ever larger. It has not ceased. It cannot cease. Long Tao's eyes widened in horror, fixated on Luo Fancheng, as the villagers stared in disbelief. Even Su Jiuer gasped in astonishment. What immense potential did this young man possess? The awakening radiance continued to ascend. The earthly pinnacle, golden light, reached Nine Zhan, 9 feet, and 9 inches. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar resounded, striking terror into hearts. The shadowy outline behind Luo Fancheng expanded to several dozen meters, revealing the form of an authentic dragon. While the others were merely astonished, Long Tao's bloodline trembled. His lizard dragon martial soul shattered under the dragon's roar, trembling uncontrollably alongside him. A dragon? How can it be a dragon martial soul? Long Tao's scalp tingled as he stammered. To what heights must this martial soul ascend, that it instills such dread in my lizard dragon martial soul? Su Jiuer was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. She had suspected her man would not be weak, yet never anticipated his martial soul could exert such pressure, even on her, the Empress, a suppression of bloodlines. Heaven above, could it be that her little man's martial soul possesses a natural dominance over soul beasts? Su Jiuer covered her mouth, her long eyelashes fluttering. Huzi murmured softly, "It cannot be over yet, you ignorant mountain peasant." Long Tao, in a state of mental disarray, erupted in rage. Even if the ancestors of the empire were resurrected and the old pope of the temple rose from his coffin, it would be impossible to surpass Nine Zhan. Impossible. The radiant gold surged continuously, striving to ascend even higher. Yet it appeared that the pinnacle of Nine Zhang, Nine Qi, and Nine Cun had indeed reached the utmost limits of the earthly realm, as if an invisible barrier loomed above. Boom! The golden light did not cease, relentlessly launching its assault upwards, while Long Tao's expression transformed into one of sheer brilliance, and Su Jiuer, along with the villagers, remained fixated in apprehension. Could a miracle occur? Thunder rumbled as dark clouds converged in the sky, an overwhelming force of nature bearing down upon them. Su Jiuer felt her heart race. A heavenly tribulation? This is dire. She immediately shouted towards the front. Fancheng, halt. You are trespassing into forbidden territory, the taboo martial soul talent that heaven cannot allow. Everyone struggled to breathe, filled with dread, while Long Tao felt a chilling dread creep up his spine. What a terrifying martial soul talent, one that even the heavens envied. Unable to bear witness any longer, with a pained groan, Luo Fancheng coughed, blood staining the corners of his mouth and soaking his collar. Within him, two distinct forces were awakening, struggling to manifest in this world, yet the grand momentum of heaven and earth sought to thwart their emergence. Kid, relinquish your aspirations. The Nine Zhang talent is already invincible, and the great forces of nature are formidable. Do not contest with the heavens. Long Tao, too, grew anxious. unable to bear the thought of such a peerless genius meeting his end before his eyes. "Stop! You will perish." Luo Fancheng gazed upward, his expression stern and unyielding. Though he might indulge in frivolity with women and friends in ordinary times, when faced with monumental events, he adhered firmly to his principles. The cacophony of warnings echoed in his ears, and as terror coalesced in the reflection of his pupils, he questioned with a wicked grin, "I merely wish to awaken my own martial soul talent. Why must you impede me? As a man of Huaxia, with the lineage of the Tongzi, how could he fear the destiny of another realm?" The ancestors of Huaxia, unlike the deities of the West, had never succumbed to the so-called heavenly mandate. They battled against the heavens and the earth without yielding. "I am not a rebel against heaven, nor do I dare provoke the heavens. However, if heaven insists on obstructing my path to cultivation, defying its will, what harm is there?" In that moment, Long Tao and all the villagers felt their hair stand on end, their hearts trembling. They, who had been tamed by noble powers, had never before encountered such audacious rhetoric. Su Jiu'er covered her astonished mouth, completely taken aback by the man's astonishing proclamation. To defy heaven and disregard the divine, what audacity! Her heart fluttered involuntarily. If her previous feelings were overshadowed by gratitude, she now felt an undeniable admiration, a budding affection, a woman's special appreciation for a man. Su Jiu'er began to gather her strength, resolutely prepared to act. Her gaze unwavering, she resolved to protect and follow this small man who possessed such fortitude, even if it cost her life. Whoosh! As the dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder roared. In a village engulfed in darkness, only the dazzling golden light continued its relentless assault against the limits, while the dragon shadow behind Luo Fancheng emitted a defiant and furious roar. Crackle! Crackle! The surface of the obsidian began to exhibit web-like fissures, trembling violently. Boom! The sky turned white as multiple bolts of lightning struck down, shattering the ground around Luo Fancheng, leaving it charred and sending everyone retreating in terror, except for a graceful figure advancing defiantly. With a splutter, Luo Fancheng expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes radiating a stubborn and resolute cold light, pouring all his strength into the effort. Strange phenomena erupted behind him. As I reach the end of the waters, I will watch the clouds rise, break for me. With a thunderous crash, all the obsidian shattered into dust, while the previously insurmountable golden light surged upward in a sudden leap. Like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, the expanse of the sea and sky opened up, the golden light reaching an unprecedented 10 zhang. Luo Fancheng looked down at Long Tao, his gaze profound and tranquil, stating, "Humans are not born to passively accept their fates. Do you understand?" In that instant, the true dragon's phantom fully manifested, grand and imposing, its dragon aura surging forth as it roared to the heavens. Thud! The lizard dragon martial soul behind Long Tao knelt, and in the next moment, so too did its master. The Soul Beast clan, along with beast-type martial souls, held lineage and status in the highest regard. A mere trace of dragon blood, the lizard dragon could scarcely withstand the pressure of the true dragon martial soul. Crackle! The heavens raged, and a destructive punishment, as thick as a barrel, plummeted from the ninth sky, causing all within the village to prostrate themselves on the ground, the dazzling lightning rendering them momentarily blind. In this perilous moment, a gentle voice broke through. "Little man, do not fear. I am here." Every cell in Su Jiu'er screamed in alarm. Even she could not withstand the terrifying power contained within the heavenly tribulation. Yet, her delicate form defied her body's instincts, soaring above Luo Fancheng to shield him. She had already resolved herself to sacrifice, a debt of gratitude today repaid with a life. However, the overwhelming thunder of the heavens completely disregarded all of Su Jiu'er's efforts, as if passing through illusions, penetrating all barriers, and crashing directly into Luo Fancheng's body. Chapter 6. The mysterious existence. The continent trembled beneath an ethereal phenomenon, as vibrant hues cascaded across the skies. A thunderstorm surged within Luo Fancheng's being, overwhelming him with excruciating pain. Lightning coursed through his body, an embodiment of torment. Why can I not take his place? Su Jiu bit her pale, bloodless lips, channeling her pure soul energy into Luo Fancheng. As she sensed the destructive aura of the thunderous energies weaving through his meridians, her expression shifted dramatically. This divine retribution left no room for survival. It was evidently designed to bring about his demise. Once the heavenly punishment descended, it seemed to drain all power, perhaps deemed sufficient by the heavens or an unknown entity to render Luo Fancheng utterly incapacitated. The ominous clouds dispersed as if nothing had transpired. However, the villagers and Long Tao knelt in reverence, their blinded eyes struggling to regain sight. Simultaneously, across the soul martial continent, as Luo Fancheng's true dragon martial soul took form, breaking through the 9 jowls limit into 10, the ordinary soul masters remained oblivious, yet some enigmatic beings stirred from their slumber. In the eastern oasis forest, the largest gathering of soul beasts on the continent, all creatures endowed with dragon veins seemed to sense an unseen force. Regardless of whether they had existed for a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years, they prostrated themselves in unison, bowing towards a singular direction. This phenomenon roused the 7 great soul beast emperors from the core of the forest. Originally, there had been 8. However, 3 dragon overlords had vanished without explanation for 16 years. Eldest brother, what is happening? What is the situation with these dragon-type soul beasts? Suddenly, the ground in the Forbidden Core region quaked, awakening a terrifying presence that made even these apex beings tremble. It is the master. Even a master has been stirred. A cold, ethereal female voice resonated, imbued with an unusual emotion. Impossible. How could a purer dragon essence than that of the dragon god manifest on this continent? At all costs, we must discover the source of this aura. We obey. The 7 soul beast emperors trembled as they knelt, filled with trepidation. In the Azure Dragon Empire, the royal family possessed the continent's most elite beast martial soul, the ancient Azure Dragon. At this moment, they were convening, and every royal descendant's ancient Azure Dragon martial soul materialized spontaneously, trembling and bowing not before the exalted Azure Dragon Emperor, but towards the same distant direction outside the hall. This spectacle shocked all the courtiers. The Azure Dragon Emperor, feeling the surge of bloodline restlessness, sensed his martial soul yearning to break free. Enough, he bellowed, 9 powerful halos appearing behind him, pulsating in rhythm, shattering the dragon throne and stabilizing the court. Your Majesty, quell your fury, the courtiers implored, trembling. The Azure Dragon Emperor stepped outside the hall, gazing into the distance, murmuring, "Strange, what could it be? Why did that aura appear only to vanish so swiftly?" His eyes narrowed. Approach. The ministers quickly followed suit, kneeling. "We are here. Send out the decree. If any dragon treasures emerge within the realm, whoever discovers and presents them shall be granted 3 wishes by this emperor with the full might of the nation." On a bustling street, all passers-by averted their gaze from a corner where an old beggar lay, his limbs broken, eyes closed as if lifeless, with a tattered bowl before him. Suddenly, his eyes flickered open, gazing into the distance. Clink! 3 copper coins struck the filthy bowl, snapping the old beggar's attention back. He looked up gratefully. "Thank you, kind sir. May you be blessed with many sons." The coin thrower, clearly uninterested, hastened past, fearing entanglement, and quickened his pace upon hearing the old man's words. The beggar stared at the coins in his bowl, eyes devoid of light, muttering, "I am but a beggar, merely a beggar, destined to remain a beggar." Countless unknown entities were stirred. 100 miles away in Yun village, the high priestess leading the saintess on a hunt for soul rings sensed the unique aura as well. Within 2 days, the same direction bore the fleeting presence, indeed intriguing. The high priestess's lips curled into a smirk as she glanced at the elegant young girl absorbing soul rings before the skeletal remains of the moon shadow, celestial wolf. Once Ingwe finishes absorbing the soul rings, it shall be time to investigate. Back in Yun village, Su Jiu bit her lip, feeling helpless as she pondered whether Luo Fancheng would endure. "Aunt Su, it's enough now." A warm hand grasped her delicate wrist, causing her to tremble as she looked up to see the radiant and handsome visage of Luo Fancheng. Are you unscathed? Su Yue gasped in disbelief, astonished that Luo Fancheng had indeed survived such a terrifying celestial punishment. At least Aunt Su is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have been utterly embarrassed. Luo Fancheng chuckled lightly. Is that truly the focus of our concern? Su Jiuer managed a smile, but it quickly faded into a solemn demeanor. How reckless! 9 jowls of golden light are already impressive. Do not be greedy. Indeed, you are right. Aunt Su, Luo Fancheng dared not argue. Recalling how she had spanked him in his youth, he harbored thoughts of vengeance, dreaming of wielding a small whip against her. However, after the recent ordeal, it would be impossible to claim he felt no fear. With such unparalleled fortune and an untainted celestial body, if he could be easily struck down by divine punishment, the system might as well return him as a counterfeit product. Unbeknownst to Luo Fancheng, the heavenly punishment had inadvertently erased the dragon aura from his martial soul awakening. Otherwise, countless ancient beings would have already flocked to him, drawn by that energy. As the aura dissipated, the villagers slowly rose, their vision returning. When Long Tao beheld Luo Fancheng standing unharmed, his clothes intact, he stared in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. Are you still alive? Luo Fancheng retorted. Should I be dead? No. Long Tao suddenly surged forward, his momentum fierce. Su Jiuer stepped aside to shield Luo Fancheng. Unexpectedly, Long Tao executed an action that left everyone astonished. He leapt high under the blazing sun, executing a swift slide to kneel before Luo Fancheng, his movement fluid. Thud! He knocked his forehead against the ground, crying, I am blind. I spoke vile words before. Please forgive me. I truly deserve death. This scene left Su Jiuer utterly bewildered. I haven't even acted, and you kneel first? The villagers gaped, their expressions comical. What? Is this truly the same Long Tao who was previously so arrogant? Luo Fancheng himself was at a loss, finding the situation absurd. Is it enough to kneel early so that no one can strike you down before you do? At that moment, everyone was curious how Luo Fancheng would respond. Luo Fancheng spoke. Rise, for a small person has their own way of survival. If one is to speak of righteousness in a world ruled by the strong, they shall not last long. Yet, even as a dog, one must not forget their roots. Do not forget where you came from. What? You intend to let me off so easily? Long Tao trembled, contemplating, his eyes wide, as if to say that offending a great figure could lead to such fortune. Then, with a loud thud, he struck his head so forcefully that it bled, hastily saying, Why not sever my hand instead? If you let me go like this, I cannot leave in peace. Are you not out of your mind? Luo Fancheng scolded, suddenly realizing this was no longer Earth. It was not that the other was insane, but rather that the world before him was inherently cruel. A realm where the strong preyed on the weak. The villagers gazed on, feeling a mix of emotions, pain and desolation. It was indeed as Long Tao had said. Before the domineering temple steward, they were powerless, but in the face of the strong and the talented, they were as humble as a dog, a harsh reality. In that moment, Luo Fancheng resolved to grow stronger. Only the powerful possessed dignity. Moreover, if possible, he wished to challenge the twisted ideologies that plagued the minds of the people in this world. Possessing such extraordinary talent, one must indulge in life's pleasures and partake in meaningful endeavors to justify their journey through another realm. Long Tao eventually rose, his eyes brimming with reverence and his heart pulsating with excitement. A golden radiance stretched for miles. The martial spirit was none other than a true dragon. He had stumbled upon a prodigy of unparalleled caliber, and his fortunes were destined to soar alongside this remarkable individual. My lord, I have dispatched a message through special means. Soon, someone from the divine temple will come to escort you, Long Tao stated, his hands eagerly rubbing together as he gestured invitingly. Let us now assess the specific rank of your martial spirit, for the golden light may lack precision. Luo Fancheng approached the bronze pillar, channeling the soul power awakened within him into the structure. With a whoosh, the bronze column trembled and radiated a dazzling brilliance. Monochrome, tricolor, multicolor, and 7 colors. Waves of vibrant light emerged, and in an instant, The bronze pillar erupted with 9 streams of colorful illumination. A 9-colored martial spirit, innately ranked at the 9th tier. The most formidable of spirits. Long Tao's gaze was fixed intently, his fists clenched tightly, consumed by envy. While the crowd was astonished, they also awaited something momentous. Indeed, a mysterious and noble shade of black and gold ascended from the 9 colors, as the bronze pillar unleashed a tenfold brilliance that illuminated all directions. Legend spoke of the 9th tier as the pinnacle. What then could a 10th tier entail? Long Tao was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the terror of such a martial spirit. Su Jiu'er could hardly comprehend the fortune that had seemingly fallen from the heavens, a partner with such terrifying potential. She felt as though she was transforming from one who relied on others to someone who might soon be in a position of dependence herself. Before long, the space in the Yun village plaza shattered, revealing a portal through which 2 figures emerged. Chapter 7. Devotion, Holy Sun. The twin martial spirits. The hidden beauty the villagers stood in awe, rendered speechless, as Su Jiu'er quietly retreated into the crowd. Long Tao, filled with excitement, exclaimed to Luo Fancheng, the shattered space. This is an extraordinary divine ability. It must be a significant figure from our temple, someone of level 90 or above, who has come especially for you. An elderly man clad in gray emerged from the rift in space, accompanied by a young man in splendid attire. The youth's expression was cold, his crimson gold eyes seemingly ablaze, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon noticing the humble surroundings of Yun village, both of them frowned. Esteemed officials, I, Long Tao, the steward of the branch temple, humbly greet you, Long Tao said, kneeling in reverence. The crimson-eyed youth coolly responded, I am the Holy Sun, Huang Yin, and this is my master, the 4th elder. Long Tao's mind echoed with disbelief. The Holy Sun, Huang Yin. He was one of the most renowned prodigies in the world, the future heir to the papacy. As for the elder, what does it mean to be an elder? Only true power commands reverence, worthy of public admiration and servitude. Each elder was once a high-ranking official of the temple, existing at the pinnacle of its hierarchy. Now, having retired to the elder hall, they devoted themselves to cultivation. The strength of the Grand Elder was unfathomable, a figure who had once suppressed all, rumored to be nearing godhood. He felt utterly overwhelmed, never anticipating that a single piece of news would attract such terrifying presences. Yet, considering Luo Fancheng's talent, he felt a sense of reassurance. Huang Yin remarked, You sent word that a once-in-a-century genius has appeared here? My master and I happened to pass by and decided to take a casual look. Long Tao nodded vigorously, pointing at Luo Fancheng. This is the extraordinary talent. His martial spirit awakened with an astonishing phenomenon, unprecedented in history and likely unmatched in the future. Unprecedented? How daring of you to claim that? Huang Yin scoffed, dismissing Long Tao's words as those of a mere steward with limited perspective. Luo Fancheng observed the exchange, realizing why Long Tao struggled to gain respect. The Holy Sun was evidently arrogant. To assert that he was without precedent was akin to a slap to his face. Emotional intelligence, it seems, is a valuable asset. Noticing Huang Yin's tone had turned cold, Long Tao felt confused. Shouldn't the temple rejoice at the discovery of a prodigy? He quickly explained, Esteemed officials, this young man's martial spirit awakened with a golden radiance soaring to 10 zhang, a 10-colored 10th grade spirit, truly exceptional. Impossible. The 4th elder's half-closed eyes widened, radiating sharp brilliance. Do you dare to take responsibility for your words? Long Tao felt immense pressure and began to sweat profusely. Esteemed officials, I assure you, I wouldn't dare utter a single falsehood. The 4th elder chuckled. Huang, do you believe him? Master, I do not, Huang Yin replied, his crimson gaze fixed on Luo Fancheng. Boy, unleash your martial spirit. Luo Fancheng frowned. He was pleased that such powerful figures sought him out, but he disliked the tone of their speech. However, given their evident strength, he did not wish to create trouble for Su Jiu'er over a momentary lapse of temper. With a thought, Luo Fancheng activated his soul power, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed, a blinding light manifesting in his palm. The might of the dragon was formidable. The 4th elder and the Holy Sun's pupils constricted, their expressions darkening. Huang Yin pointed at the martial spirit, Long Tao. Is this what you refer to as extraordinary talent? Long Tao stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless. In the distance, Su Jiu'er and the villagers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were mistaken. At that moment, there was no true dragon martial spirit. In Luo Fancheng's palm rested a small black loach, barely half a foot long, emanating pure dragon might. Yet, it appeared utterly ridiculous and pathetically weak. Luo Fancheng himself felt dizzy, had it not been for the system's earlier assertion that it was the strongest divine-level martial spirit. He would be questioning his own existence. Oomph. The fourth elder growled thunderously, displeased. Long Tao, 10 zhang of golden radiance and a 10th grade martial spirit. This is what you present? My lord, I do not know. Long Tao stammered, panic-stricken, unsure how to explain. Reporting falsehoods was a capital offense. His face turned pale as he crawled to Luo Fancheng's feet, clutching his trousers, pleading, "Brother, please help me explain. How could this happen?" Luo Fancheng shook his head, retracting his leg. He was as bewildered as anyone, unable to fathom the situation. Could it be that lightning had damaged it? Yet, Long Tao's predicament was clearly unjust. Actually, I possess 2 martial spirits, Luo Fancheng said, extending his left hand to reveal a gentle azure light, fragrant blossoms filling the air as a 6-petaled azure lotus materialized. Dual martial spirits? Is this the legendary dual martial spirit? Long Tao rejoiced, feeling as if darkness had lifted from his world. Another martial spirit? The Holy Sun. Huang Yin was taken aback. The fourth elder stepped forward to confirm, exclaiming, "I never expected such a remote village could produce a bearer of dual martial spirits. Truly rare. However, isn't that strong enough?" Long Tao thought to protest, but hesitated, not daring to offend. The fourth elder seemed to read his thoughts, coldly assessing. It is universally acknowledged that the weakest category of martial spirits is plants, and this azure lotus is utterly useless, inferior, even divines. If it had healing properties, it could serve as a support soul master. Luo Fancheng remained composed, undisturbed by the scorn, but Su Jiu'er, hidden in the crowd, narrowed her beautiful eyes, clearly displeased. Long Tao also struggled to accept the disparagement of the plant spirit, anxiously suggesting, "Esteemed officials, why not verify it with the bronze pillar right here?" "No need to waste time," the fourth elder replied, shaking his head. "For dual martial spirits to be viable, both must possess comparable ranks. This loach, despite its pure dragon might, is fated to remain a martial spirit devoid of developmental potential due to its coexistence with the azure lotus. It is not worth the resources to nurture." But Long Tao attempted to speak again. "Enough," Huang Yin barked. "My master possesses unparalleled wisdom. Would he deceive you?" Boom! A blinding white light radiated outward as Huang Yin manifested a 4-winged angel enveloped in blazing flames behind him. His crimson eyes emanated infinite confidence as he declared, "Do you see? This is a true top-tier 9th grade martial spirit." With a flourish, another brilliant golden sun appeared above Huang Yin's head, and he spread his arms, proclaiming, "The great sun illuminates. Do you see? This is a genuine top-tier dual martial spirit." The villagers gazed in astonishment, and Long Tao was equally shocked. Yet, he still felt that while the Holy Sun's martial spirit was powerful, it paled in comparison to the earlier commotion caused by Luo Fancheng. Why boast to a beggar about a mountain of gold? "Huang, you are too ostentatious. Let us go," the fourth elder chastised, though his eyes betrayed satisfaction. In contrast to the Holy Sun's grandeur, Luo Fancheng, with a loach in one hand and an azure lotus in the other, appeared rather shabby. However, he remained largely unaffected, even amused. The Holy Sun? His behavior seemed rather juvenile, a reflection of a child's mindset. He held strong confidence in his path to power. The Holy Sun was not his aspiration. With a wave of the fourth elder's hand, the space shattered to reveal a black void. He tossed an object toward Luo Fancheng as he and Huang Yin stepped through, saying, "Boy, this dragon blood is for you. What you make of it is up to you. No need for gratitude." Instinctively, Luo Fancheng caught the transparent vial, filled with crimson liquid. In an instant, the fourth elder and the holy sun vanished. A figure, concealed in the shadows of Yun village, was about to step forward, but was stopped by a beautiful woman in palace attire beside her. They're leaving? Just like that? Long Tao sighed, his smile strained. When the world is wrong with your martial spirit. Luo Fancheng stored away his martial spirit, clutching the small vial, casually replying, perhaps it was struck by heavenly lightning. Long Tao shivered at the thought of that terrifying divine punishment. Could it be that this unprecedented 10th grade martial spirit had its foundation completely shattered by divine retribution? In the brief interlude of waiting, had he devolved into a mere discarded martial soul? He silently lamented the pain in his heart, observing the ever-composed visage of Luo Fancheng. Long Tao, filled with astonishment, could not restrain himself from inquiring. How could a martial soul, once destined for unparalleled greatness, be reduced to a wasted form? Revered yet dismissed by the Holy Sun? Do you not feel sorrow or anguish? The villagers shook their heads in pity, unable to bear the sight, while Su Jior bit her lip, fearing for her beloved man's emotional state, her heart heavy with concern. Luo Fancheng, however, responded with a hearty laugh, his handsome features radiating an indescribable ethereal charm. He patted Long Tao on the shoulder and strolled towards the plaza's edge, speaking with an unburdened tone. What does it matter if one is born a lowly insect? Never should one belittle oneself. Even if life is as fragile as paper, one must possess an indomitable spirit. Though weak, one can still grow resilient, never relinquishing the ambition to soar into the azure skies. His voice, though soft, reached the ears of all present, stirring their hearts as they contemplated his profound words. Su Jior gazed in a daze at Luo Fancheng, who, despite facing numerous trials, still bore a carefree smile, causing her heart to flutter anew. Long Tao trembled, the weight of those words piercing his soul, resonating deeply within him. Was it not his humble origins that had led him to underestimate himself? Did he possess that unyielding spirit and ambition? Had he truly harbored such qualities, he would have ventured further by now. The noble woman in splendid attire, covertly observing from the sidelines, felt her aloof demeanor shift upon hearing these words. Could such profound sentiments truly emanate from a youth recently beset by misfortune? This extraordinary mindset and the heart of a true warrior were astonishing. Beside the noble woman, a strikingly beautiful young girl watched the ethereal youth within the arena, her eyes shimmering with fascination. Ding, unperturbed by honor or disgrace. He smiles at the blossoms that bloom and fade in the courtyard. The host's will is resolute, intuitively grasping the heart of a warrior, unlocking a hidden special reward. How can a sparrow understand the aspirations of swan? Please claim your reward. Chapter 8. The Ancestral Dragon's Secret. Incredible Elegance. His Holiness the Empress Wei Yang. Luo Fancheng's heart stirred at the sound, prompting him to reveal his martial soul information while simultaneously claiming his rewards. The most powerful beast martial soul of all time, chaotic ancestral dragon. Legend has it that this primordial true dragon existed before the chaos unfolded. The progenitor of the dragon race and the king of all beasts. After the true spirit faded, it serendipitously transformed into the host's martial soul. By upgrading it, you will forge an invincible legend. The most powerful weapon martial soul of all time. Damaged Blue Lotus. A legendary mysterious treasure that has suffered severe damage. Attracted by great fortune, fortuitously becoming the host's martial soul. By developing it, you will unveil exceptional surprises. The host has successfully claimed the rewards. Reward 1. Ancestral Dragon Devouring Heaven Technique. True Dragon 9 transformations. Each transformation represents a new realm. After the 9th realm, chaos will re-emerge. Reward 2. A parchment. There exist 9 undiscovered mysterious treasures on the Soul Martial Continent, concealing immense opportunities related to the host's martial soul. This map points to one of them. Luo Fancheng took a deep breath, exhilarated. He had not anticipated that such an unassuming little mudfish and blue lotus root could possess such extraordinary potential. It was utterly astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, a parchment had quietly appeared within his garment, while his mind resonated with the roars of myriad dragons, pledging allegiance to a terrifying phantom. A grand and domineering supreme technique was imprinted deeply into his consciousness, akin to an innate memory. Meanwhile, only a few breaths had passed in the outside world. "Please wait." A voice called from behind Luo Fancheng. It was none other than Long Tao, who had remained dazed and rooted to the spot since Luo Fancheng's earlier words. Long Tao rushed forward to block Luo Fancheng, startling the village chief and others. They secretly wondered if this fellow was planning to take advantage of Fancheng's perceived weakness to revert to his previously arrogant demeanor and seek revenge. Those lurking in the shadows, including the elegantly dressed noblewoman and the youthful maiden, observed the scene with keen interest. Luo Fancheng inquired, "What do you mean by this?" Long Tao straightened his attire, then clasped his hands in respect, bowing deeply to Luo Fancheng, performing a gesture of a disciple. Everyone was taken aback. This scene was entirely unexpected. Long Tao, biting his lip, expressed, "I have long loathed my status as a commoner. To say I loathe, it would be more accurately described as feeling inferior, too ashamed to confront my origins. I have been harsh towards the commoners and subservient towards the strong, losing myself in a chaotic world, becoming the very person I despised in my youth, trapped without awareness. Your words have awakened me, allowing me to rediscover my true self. Why should a commoner not have dignity?" Luo Fancheng regarded the emotionally charged Long Tao thoughtfully. "Your cultivation speed must have slowed considerably compared to before." Long Tao's eyes widened. "How do you know?" "That is incredible." Luo Fancheng chuckled, shaking his head. "It's not that extraordinary, merely a guess. However, your thoughts are tangled, having lost your true self. How can you focus on your cultivation? It is bound to be slow." Luo Fancheng's tone softened as he gazed deeply at him. "It is essential to understand that seeking favor from the powerful is a means of survival, but not the path of the strong. As soul masters, we must be resolute and ambitious. Otherwise, how can we hope to break through our limitations?" His remarks once again astonished those around him. Su Jior found it incomprehensible how this young man could glean such insights. The noblewoman, observing from the shadows, was equally startled. How could this young man possess such extraordinary comprehension, articulating the true essence of a strong heart? Many soul masters who could not break through their cultivation barriers were not lacking in talent, but had issues with their mindset. This youth, so precocious, exhibited remarkable understanding, a genius of unparalleled caliber, the noblewoman silently acknowledged. "Teacher, he is truly impressive," the youthful maiden chimed in. "Indeed, this young man possesses great virtue." The noblewoman nodded in affirmation. "Even before commencing his training, he has attained such enlightenment. His future is boundless." The maiden sighed, but his martial soul. "You are a saintess. Do not possess such short-sighted views as the common folk," the noblewoman advised. "There remains an opportunity for his martial soul to be enhanced through fortune. But this level of insight and talent is exceedingly rare." The maiden clicked her tongue in admiration. Her teacher, the Empress, wielded immense power and had high standards. Yet few could capture her attention. Even the exceptionally gifted Saint Sun received only a cursory remark of disdain from her, while this handsome young man from the mountain village was held in high regard. Truly remarkable. "Having said all that, I take my leave." Luo Fancheng glanced at the still-dazed Long Tao before stepping outside. Yet, just a few paces forward, he heard Long Tao's ecstatic voice. I understand now. My long-standing mental block has finally been completely resolved." Boom! Long Tao released a triumphant roar, and his lizard dragon martial soul manifested behind him. It felt as though the shackles within him had shattered, his soul power surging. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he broke through right then and there. His innate talent was a 5-grade martial soul, yet he had been trapped at level 29 for years, oblivious to the underlying issue. His growing frustration had led him down a dark path, but now, having broken through to level 30, his mood was indescribable. Immediately after his breakthrough, Long Tao knelt before Luo Fancheng with utmost sincerity. "Thank you for your guidance. I will never forget such immense grace. There is no need for such formality. I merely spoke without much thought, Luo Fancheng replied, bemused. Who could have anticipated that this fellow would break through so absurdly? You are far too humble. Long Tao shook his head. Rise, Luo Fancheng said, his gaze peculiar, somewhat unaccustomed. I preferred your previous arrogant demeanor. Cough, cough. Long Tao's lips twitched, and after rising, he bowed towards the villagers, making them feel uneasy. I previously spoke out of turn and may have offended many. I asked the elders and fellow villagers to not take it to heart, just let it pass. The villagers were stunned, internally exclaiming disbelief. They had only known that Luo Fancheng was skilled in hunting, but his verbal prowess was equally impressive. The contrast in Long Tao was too stark. Long Tao, agitated, declared, Benefactor, even if the 4 high priests and the saint's son look down upon you, I still believe in your greatness. The temple may not welcome you, but there are other places that will. You should consider trying your luck at the Soul Master Academy in the Songlong Empire. You can face them there. Who says the temple looks down upon him? An icy, authoritative female voice rang out, akin to a phoenix's call. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, where the fabric of space tore apart, revealing 2 statuesque figures emerging from a dark portal. Regardless of gender, all present felt a tremor in their hearts, not due to strength, but because the 2 women were impossibly beautiful. The noblewoman's alluring curves were accentuated by her golden gown, cascading wine-red hair framed her face. Her alabaster neck adorned with a sapphire necklace, and her long, delicate legs encased in high-heeled boots exuded an indescribable air of nobility. Her phoenix eyes radiating the authority befitting a sovereign. The other youthful maiden sported a sleek purple ponytail, her bright eyes sparkling, lips resembling rose petals, innocent yet captivating. Clad in a short skirt that hugged her curves, revealing her fair legs and clad in black boots, she was an enchanting sight. For a moment, even Luo Fancheng found himself momentarily entranced. Since arriving at the Soul Martial Continent, apart from Su Jior, he had encountered 2 other stunning exemplars of beauty, capable of outshining all the renowned socialites of his past life. Your Holiness, Your Majesty the Empress, Long Tao, upon witnessing the ethereal beauty akin to that of a painting, was instantly terrified, his legs trembling. You naughty boy, you actually recognize my teacher? The maiden's laughter rang like a melodious song. Long Tao, drenched in cold sweat, realized that the high priestesses were seldom seen and rarely interacted, so it was entirely normal for him not to have met her. However, how could he not recognize the formidable figure before him, the decisive and authoritative Empress Wei Yong? I was fortunate enough to gaze upon the portrait of your holiness, he stammered. The Empress's phoenix eyes turned towards the transcendent Luo Fancheng. Her ruby lips parted as she coldly inquired again. Did you say that the temple looks down upon him? Chapter 9. Soft rice hard to eat. The iceberg female pope welcomes her saintess junior sister, and no, I dare not. It was the 4 offerings and the Holy Son who said so. Long Tao's face turned pale with shock, his body trembling as he lowered his head, unable to meet those narrow, phoenix-like eyes. Hey, raise your head. Don't be so cowardly. Guarantee you just saying how enlightened you felt? Long Tao was suddenly jolted by a pat on his shoulder, and the teasing voice that followed made him turn to see the sunlit, handsome face of Luo Fancheng. Stop babbling and quickly pay your respects to Her Holiness the Pope. Long Tao urged, nearly on the verge of tears. How could he not be afraid? There was a saying in the Soul Martial Continent, better to offend King Yama than to provoke the female pope. It was evident how fearsome the reputation of Di Wei Yang had become. The 4 offerings, huh? Upon hearing this, Di Wei Yang's phoenix eyes glinted coldly as she spoke softly. How can the remnants of the old era judge the prodigies of the new? Long Tao was bewildered. He had assumed that the Pope would certainly take offense at his earlier remarks about Luo Fancheng contending against the offerings and the Holy Son. Yet, it seemed she was utterly indifferent, even dismissive of the offerings, and appeared to hold high hopes for Luo Fancheng. Long Tao's heart stirred. No, the implication of her words conveyed something far beyond mere approval. Luo Fancheng, neither servile nor obsequious, met the Pope's imposing gaze, his heart secretly astonished. What a magnificent figure the female Pope was. Not only was her beauty unparalleled, but her commanding aura was palpable. Even offerings of at least level 95 fell short of her notice, relegated to the status of remnants from the old era. "Hey, aren't you afraid of my teacher?" The youthful girl with purple ponytails inquired, astonished. Luo Fancheng retorted, "Why should I be afraid?" Her delicate lips parted slightly, revealing a pair of adorable canine teeth. His response left her momentarily at a loss. Shouldn't fear be expected? Countless individuals of high status trembled under the Pope's powerful presence, much like the little steward and the surrounding villagers, resembling mice before a cat, uneasy and unable to raise their heads. At this moment, not only was the saintess curious, but even the female pope seemed slightly taken aback. Having held her esteemed position for years, coupled with her terrifying prowess, few dared to meet her gaze. And this young man was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, despite her usual indifference to appearances, the Pope felt an inexplicable sense of allure emanating from him. Luo Fancheng's lips curved into a charming smile, exuding an air of confidence. "As long as I stand upright, act justly, and remain true to my heart, even in the presence of the female Pope, what is there to fear?" The purple-haired saintess gazed at that smile, momentarily entranced, pondering how there could be such a strikingly handsome man in the world. "Aren't you afraid that the teacher might take action against you?" Luo Fancheng shrugged with a smile. "Whether I fear or not leads to the same end. Why should I be afraid? Moreover, if you too wish to harm me, there is no need for such lengthy discussions. You could simply act." Long Tao, listening nearby, felt cold sweat trickle down his palms. This was madness. Such words were tantamount to insubordination, reckless and audacious. "Big brother, no ancestor. You are truly bold. But is the Pope not equally formidable? There is no need to be so defiant. A few flattering words would suffice." The purple-haired saintess's mouth fell agape as she turned to her cold and elegant teacher, exclaiming, "Teacher, you were right. This guy is indeed special, unlike the other men in the temple." The female Pope's thin lips remained sealed, offering no response. Yet her gaze held a hint of approval. Her greatest aversion in life was servility and sycophancy. Luo Fancheng's steadfast attitude resonated deeply with her. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke, "I, the 13th female Pope of the Temple of Light, Di Wei Yang, do you wish to become my disciple?" Long Tao, who had been tense for so long, was instantly dumbstruck, as if struck by lightning. What? She wants to take him as her disciple? He couldn't believe his ears. Wasn't it said that the female Pope was aloof, disliking strangers, especially men? The surrounding villagers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had been silent, but that didn't mean they hadn't heard anything. Luo Fancheng was truly remarkable. 3 words had compelled the female Pope to accept him as her disciple. Why? Why? Luo Fancheng asked calmly. Long Tao tugged at his hair, his eyes reddening with frustration. "Brother, are you insane? The female Pope wants to take you as her disciple. There is no need for hesitation. You should be overjoyed and kneel to express your gratitude, not entertain foolish thoughts." Meanwhile, the villagers were utterly dumbfounded, recalling that Luo Fancheng had always been this bold. Most villagers remembered how he had braved the wilderness at the age of 11, returning with a slain wolf despite his injuries, unfazed by the envious looks around him. Luo Fancheng, as a transmigrator, was inherently wary of this world. He believed there were no free lunches in life. No one would be kind to another without reason. The naive were all long gone. He needed to understand why she wished to take him as a disciple, for on the surface, his martial soul appeared worthless. Only he was aware of its true potential. The purple-haired saintess, baring her small tiger teeth, hissed, "You're infuriating. Do you have any idea how many talented individuals wish to join my teacher? They are as numerous as the fish in the river." Even the previously arrogant Holy Son pleaded for 3 days before her door, yet she wouldn't even glance at him. Though Luo Fancheng was undeniably charming, and she felt an attraction toward him, she now desperately wanted to bite him to pieces. He had no clue how difficult it was to gain the Pope's favor. The female Pope's expression was as frigid as ice, devoid of emotion. "You want a reason?" "Yes." Luo Fancheng nodded, standing firm in his conviction. Suddenly, under the blazing sun, the temperature around them plummeted, causing everyone to shiver in fear. The wrath of a monarch could lead to the demise of millions. The female Pope's proud figure exuded an oppressive aura, her phoenix eyes locking onto Luo Fancheng. Devoid of any emotion, I, Diwei Yang, have never needed to explain my actions to anyone. The surrounding Long Tao and villagers felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, even though the female Pope wasn't targeting them. They felt an instinctive chill under her formidable presence. They could only anxiously look toward the silent Luo Fancheng, brother, ancestor. Speak up. You must say something. The purple-haired saintess also felt a sense of dread. Her heart sank. The Pope appeared genuinely angry. No one had ever dared to defy her. Unexpectedly, at this tense moment, Diwei Yang spoke once more. However, today, I can give you a reason. This Pope takes a liking to you. Was that reason sufficient? As her cold, authoritative voice echoed, the surroundings fell into stunned silence. Not only Long Tao and the villagers, but even the saintess gaped in disbelief. How could this be? The saintess knew her teacher well. She held strong principles, and if she said she wouldn't explain, she meant it. What had changed today? Enough. Luo Fancheng bowed deeply. Performing the apprenticeship ritual, disciple Luo Fancheng pays respects to the teacher. Diwei Yang nodded, a fleeting smile gracing her lips, momentarily illuminating her austere demeanor, causing everything around to fade into obscurity. Though talent may be lacking, it can be supplemented. If one is deficient in character, no remedy exists. Luo Fancheng, while the four offerings may have been blind, you are indeed worthy in the eyes of this Pope. As Luo Fancheng caught a fleeting glimpse, his heart skipped a beat. Alas, that smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor. After becoming a disciple, he let out a silent sigh. Was he truly unafraid of death? Surely, only a reckless fool would be oblivious to such peril. Luo Fancheng was no saint, valuing his life immensely. When faced with death, he could adopt a remarkably flexible moral compass. In truth, he contemplated every action carefully, and the evidence proved he had made the right gamble. Firstly, he indeed required a rationale from the other party to ascertain their intentions for taking on disciple. Prudence was essential for longevity. Secondly, his beloved wife, Su Jior, as the demon emperor, could certainly assist in a retreat, even if she was unable to defeat an opponent. Thirdly, in his former life, he was undeniably a master of psychological manipulation, possessing an intimate understanding of various women's temperaments. Regarding the icy queen's haughty disposition, the softer and more uncertain one's demeanor, the less she would regard them. Anyone daring to evade the queen's gaze was destined to be scorned. In her eyes, the weak were but subjects. To conquer the queen, one must be more assertive and domineering, yet not in the manner of a mere delusional hero. Elaborating on the details would be excessive. Luo Fancheng shook his head. What nonsense was he thinking? Perhaps it was a lingering habit from his previous life as a master manipulator. He had no intention of becoming a rebellious disciple. His immediate priority was to embark on the path of cultivation, to investigate the nature of the two martial souls, and to discover the treasure indicated by the sheepskin map. Su Jior had not shared much about soul masters with him before. This awakening of his martial soul marked the beginning of an entirely new realm. In this world, the weak were devoid of rights, and lacking strength made progress nearly impossible. He had heard whispers of evil soul masters committing misdeeds in the shadows, but fortunately, he had the protection of his empress wife and a female pope as his master, which provided some assurance of safety. Senior brother Fancheng, I am by Yingwe. You may call me Yingwe from now on, a girl exclaimed, her long, slender legs and black boots swaying as she approached him, her purple ponytail bouncing playfully. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Call me senior brother? Shouldn't you be addressing me as senior sister? Oh, it's all the same. Being a senior sister is such a hassle. I've always wanted a caring senior brother. Bai Yingwe replied, sticking out her tongue, and as if recalling something, her breath quickened. By the way, you should quickly dispose of that dragon's blood the four gave you. Dispose of the dragon's blood? What do you mean? Luo Fancheng asked, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 10. The Cursed Dragon's Poison and the Evolution of the Martial Spirit by Yngwe glared with her beautiful eyes and scoffed. That old dog has ill intentions. What he gave you is not a treasure. Consuming it will instead jeopardize your life. Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted as he looked down at the small vial in his hand, where crimson liquid flowed within. Is this dragon's blood? Indeed, it is dragon's blood, but it harbors deadly poison, Yngwe explained. When dragon-type soul beasts are brutally slaughtered, their resentment permeates their blood. By refining this blood infused with resentment, one can produce this vial of cursed dragon poison. If ingested, not only will your cultivation foundation be destroyed, but your spirit will also suffer from the corrosive effects of the resentment. Long Tao, listening from the side, felt a chill run through him. What a ruthless tactic. But why would the four elders want to harm him? Luo Fancheng directed a questioning gaze at Diwei Yang, who gently nodded in affirmation. With the high priestess's confirmation, Luo Fancheng had no more doubts. He clenched the small vial tightly. A surge of anger welled up inside him. With no grievances or enmity, they seek to harm me while feigning benevolence. How dare that old dog deceive me? This debt of resentment was etched firmly in Luo Fancheng's heart. He could not let it go, for the audacity of their actions was intolerable. Bang! His fingers exerted too much force, causing the vial to shatter with a resounding crack. Glass shards cut into his palm, and the crimson liquid splattered out. Yngwe gasped. Contact with the blood could lead to dire consequences. What? Is even contact dangerous? Panic spread among Long Tao and the others, and Luo Fancheng too felt alarmed. He had not expected that his strength would increase so dramatically upon awakening his martial spirit. And in a moment of carelessness, he had crushed the vial. Now, the cursed dragon poison had mingled with his blood, and there was no time to dispose of it. What a predicament! Luo Fancheng found himself in a state of disbelief, feeling his composure shatter. Was he destined to face a ludicrous end as a result of his own blunder? Just then, the high priestess and Su Jiuer, who had been hiding in the crowd, prepared to intervene. Suddenly, a surge of soul light erupted from Luo Fancheng's palm as his small mudfish martial spirit manifested instinctively. The palm-sized mudfish opened its mouth, generating a powerful suction that absorbed all the cursed dragon poison that had tainted Luo Fancheng's wound. Luo Fancheng was astonished. I barely had time to react, and yet you took the initiative to absorb it? Are you afraid I won't manage it fast enough? Sensing the mudfish's greedy and excited emotions, Luo Fancheng made a swift decision. Suck it all in. The esteemed chaos ancestral dragon martial spirit shall not be overwhelmed by mere cursed dragon poison. The onlookers gasped in shock. Long Tao, the holy maiden, and the villagers were all stunned. Wasn't it said that this thing was poisonous? Why is he so willingly consuming it? In the blink of an eye, the small mudfish not only devoured the cursed dragon poison on Luo Fancheng's palm, but also consumed every drop that had fallen to the ground. Are you all right? Long Tao asked anxiously. Although the contact time was brief, he had already been captivated by the unique charisma that radiated from Luo Fancheng. I'm fine, Luo Fancheng replied after a moment of contemplation, licking his lips. Strangely enough, not only do I feel fine, but I seem to be inexplicably exhilarated. How can this be? Yngwe gasped, her expression filled with disbelief. I once witnessed that cruel son of God experimenting with his cursed dragon poison on prisoners from the divine temple. Soul masters above level 40 would scream in agony, tearing their own flesh apart. At that moment, a miniature, blood-colored cursed dragon appeared, roaring ferociously. Provoked, the small mudfish unleashed a unique aura, causing the fierce, cursed dragon to wither and be completely devoured. In an instant, a monochromatic radiance erupted, and the mudfish's body rapidly expanded, scales sprouting on its surface. What is happening? Long Tao sensed that his 5th-grade lizard dragon martial spirit was actually intimidated by the special aura emanating from the mudfish. Could it be the legendary evolution of a martial spirit? Yngwe was once again profoundly shocked by Luo Fancheng. What kind of prodigy was he? To consume cursed dragon poison without consequence was already outrageous, and now his martial spirit was evolving? Diwei Yang's phoenix eyes displayed a peculiar expression, clearly taken aback by the bizarre turn of events. In the distance, Su Jiuer secretly let out a breath of relief, her delicate features briefly illuminated with joy. But her expression soon turned cold, eyes brimming with murderous intent as she quietly withdrew from the crowd, disappearing from sight. At this moment, the small mudfish had expanded over 3 times its size, transforming from the size of a palm to that of a small snake, its surface adorned with fine scales. And the monochromatic glow surrounding it was evidently deeper and more profound than before. Luo Fancheng smiled. His martial spirit had indeed not disappointed him. It was significantly more formidable than before, rapidly advancing from diminutive to imposing stature. Teacher, my junior brother's martial spirit can actually evolve? Bai Ingwe exclaimed in amazement. Di Wei Yang frowned. What junior brother? He is your junior disciple. Bai Ingwe pouted, shaking the high priestess's arm. Teacher, I want a senior brother, not a junior brother. Ignoring the holy maiden's playful antics, Di Wei Yang raised her gaze and stated, Fancheng, your martial spirit harbors profound dragon might, potential, and status that is undoubtedly high. If it continues to evolve, it will not fall short of the son of God's 9th grade blazing angel and sun candle martial spirits. It remains uncertain whether this martial spirit can evolve solely by consuming dragon blood, or if it can absorb other energies as well. Luo Fancheng nodded attentively, recognizing the high priestess's insight. Given the intense resentment of the cursed dragon, it was remarkable that the small mudfish had shown no signs of resistance. A martial spirit that could evolve through consumption was unprecedented in her experience. She had only encountered this once before. Even if Luo Fancheng's martial spirit appeared weak now, its potential was boundless, leaving her with a sense of anticipation regarding its ultimate limits. Di Wei Yang statep koli. You should return home today to bid farewell to your family. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you in this square to take you out for training. Understood. Luo Fancheng replied without hesitation. Di Wei Yang's expression softened with satisfaction, and before Bai Ingwe could speak, she took her away, vanishing into the void. Only then did the villagers dare to take a deep breath, buzzing with excitement and admiration as they looked at Luo Fancheng, filled with envy, yet devoid of jealousy, mostly offering silent blessings. The village chief, Lu Run, was overwhelmed with emotion as he gazed at this child who had grown up in Yin Village. His heart surged with pride, thinking that Yin Village might finally give birth to a true dragon. Long Tao relaxed his tense posture. Benefactor Fancheng, I shall never forget your kindness in awakening me. I serve at the Qingchang Bright God Temple. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to come directly to me. Indeed, the 4 elders and the Son of God are at the pinnacle of power in the Soul Martial Continent. No matter how much hatred you harbor, do not oppose them. Long Tao lamented, a sense of helplessness filling his heart. Clenching his fists, he cursed under his breath. Who wouldn't hate such people? But circumstances dictate that we must tread carefully. If the opportunity arises, it is best to act as if nothing has happened and turn enemies into friends. You are right. It is merely a grudge over poisoning and life-threatening deceit. Nothing significant, Luo Fancheng replied with a wry smile, his voice deceptively gentle. As for that dead elder, should the day come, I shall extend my gratitude to his entire family, including the earthworms and the yolks within their shells. Luo Fancheng was smiling. Yet Long Tao could not help but shiver involuntarily, a chill running down his spine as he hurriedly took his leave. Where did Aunt Su go? Luo Fancheng looked around. Puzzled, she had been there a moment ago. How could such a beautiful woman suddenly vanish? Thud, thud. A magnificent golden carriage traversed the quiet mountain path. The 4 offerings and the Holy Sun, Huyen, sat within, each resting a hand on the head of a flattering maiden, their eyes half closed in a state of indulgent reverie as they admired the scenery along the way. A graceful silhouette silently materialized in the void above, poised and alluring, casting a cold gaze upon the moving carriage below. Chapter 11. The Devoted Schemer. The enchanting empress protects her husband teacher. I fail to comprehend why you bestowed that young man with dragon blood before your departure. Inside the carriage, the holy son of the temple, Huang Yin, furrowed his brow as he inquired, his large hand rudely pressing down on the head of a fawning woman beside him. Ah, the 4th offering narrowed his eyes, a satisfied expression on his face. You know well that it is the poison of the vengeful dragon. Why do you ask? If that lad dares to consume it, he is doomed to die. He will blissfully drink the treasure I bestowed, only to meet his end in agony and despair. Huang Yin scoffed. If the teacher finds him displeasing, why not simply eliminate him? Those commoners are worthless. Why waste a vial of dragon poison on him? He is unworthy. What do you understand? The fourth offering shook his head. Yinner, few can rival your talent in this world, but your cunning is sorely lacking. So what if he is a mere commoner? If one despises him, killing him is trivial. What are the others? If we don't eliminate them, the high priestess may learn of our indiscretion in slaying a soul master with awakened twin martial souls. You know as well as I that this high priestess values the lives of commoners above all. If we kill him, the entire village could perish, inevitably drawing the temple's scrutiny. They are aware of our presence here, and that could lead to trouble. By granting him dragon blood, we display our benevolence before the commoners while quietly eliminating him. What could be more advantageous? Huang Yin questioned, perplexed. But that lad is merely an ant with an awakened, useless martial soul. He is incapable of greatness. Even if he survives, what does it matter? Why should you concern yourself? The fourth offering chuckled coldly. How do you know that today's ant may not become a formidable figure due to unforeseen circumstances? That young man possesses a certain charisma. Though his martial soul is flawed, it holds peculiarities. It would be wise to deal with such a potential threat before it matures, rather than invite future complications. Does he even deserve to be a concern? Huang Yin erupted in laughter, wiping away tears of mirth. Teacher, you overestimate these rustic villagers. Huh. I, Huang Yin, am of noble birth, endowed with unparalleled talent. I shall soon become invincible, sweeping aside all obstacles in my path. What is a mere villager, so lowly and powerless, truly worth? The fourth offering shook his head, advising, Yinner, you may scorn your enemies aloud, but in your heart, you must regard every adversary with due seriousness. That lad could, with considerable resources, be molded into a disciple of mine, potentially mounting a comeback. But you are not just my disciple, you are my son. Why should I invest resources meant for you in nurturing another? Yet, I do not wish for him to fall into another's hands, especially those aligned with the high priestess. Resolving this with a vial of dragon poison is the simplest solution. Huang Yin remained obstinate, his pride undiminished. You have grown cautious, perhaps overly so. It is a pity that the lad is likely already suffering from the dragon poison, howling in despair, or else I would surely shatter him with my own hands, proving your caution today to be unwarranted. The fourth offering sighed wearily. If you seek the position of high priest, you must possess both strength and cunning. The high priestess is a ruthless and extraordinary woman, not easily dealt with. Huang Yan's face bore a domineering and enchanting smile. The saintess will soon be mine. The high priestess? She will not escape. Only such a woman is worthy of me. With a decisive motion, Huang Yin pressed down, closing his eyes, and so did the fourth offering. Just as they were about to indulge in their reverie, a thunderous explosion erupted, startling both Huang Yin and the fourth offering. In the next moment, a violent energy engulfed the carriage, disintegrating it instantly. With splinters and gemstones shot outwards, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. As a small mushroom cloud rose from the remnants of the carriage. Boom! The fourth offering, charred and disheveled, emerged from the haze, dragging the barely conscious Huang Yin, his eyes blazing with fury as he searched for the culprit. Who dares to act so boldly? Regrettably, the opportunity to obliterate both the old dog and his wretched pup had slipped away. A chilling female voice echoed, and a fiery, alluring figure materialized in the sky. Clad in a white fox fur that accentuated her voluptuous form, her long legs were adorned with golden bells around her ankles, her bare feet glistening like jade. Behind her, 9 snowy fox tails swayed, and her bewitching beauty radiated an innate allure, yet her icy blue eyes betrayed a murderous intent. You are the Empress of Qingxiu. With no grievance against the temple, you dare provoke its offerings? You seek death. Boom! The fourth offering's anger surged, flames erupting from his back as a colossal, 12-winged, angelic phantom manifested. 9 powerful halos of various colors pulsated beneath the angel's feet, exuding a terrifying aura. What a bold claim of having no grievances. The Empress's demeanor was as cold as frost, her killing intent palpable. She had learned of the dragon blood's toxicity and could not tolerate that someone had schemed against her beloved. Thus, she had pursued the assailant from Yun village for miles. Before her adversary could strike, she could no longer contain her wrath and charged forward. Impudent. The fourth offering was interrupted at a critical moment. Furious that his disciple's son had been grievously injured, he howled in agony. Today, I shall slay you and seize your soul ring and soul bone for my son. The battle was about to erupt, the ground trembling and ominous energy swirling. The Holy Son was left in a near-death state, vitality waning. Nine-tailed Empress, wait for me. The fourth offering skull cracked, blood spilling from his mouth in a fit of rage as he cursed wildly, hastily fleeing with the charred Holy Son in tow. As the sun set in the west and the moon hung high, the night blanketed Yun village in silence. Luo Fancheng personally prepared a lavish meal, eager to celebrate the successful awakening of his martial soul with his longtime false aunt and true wife. However, from the afternoon until nightfall, he awaited her return in vain. Having reheated the dishes multiple times, sitting on the threshold, he gazed into the yard, lost in thought. Where is Aunt Sue gone? Surely she wouldn't leave without a word, abandoning her useless little husband. Luo Fancheng shook his head, convinced that Su Jiu'er would not act so, yet worrying not at him. After 16 years of companionship, he had grown accustomed to her presence by his side. In a state of agitation, he pulled out a parchment from his pocket, a map obtained that morning, one of the 9 mysterious treasures of the soul martial continent. It even holds great opportunities regarding my martial soul. Luo Fancheng smiled wryly. The map depicted the rivers and mountains with clarity, yet he recognized none of the locations. How could he possibly seek it out? An innocent man bears the weight of a precious jewel. He dare not show the map to anyone else besides Su Jiu'er. His initial meeting with the high priestess and the saintess had been pleasant, yet they were still strangers. Suddenly, a sound broke the stillness, and a graceful figure descended into the courtyard. Luo Fancheng's expression brightened as he rose, filled with joy yet unable to suppress his reproach. Where'd you been? Why did it take you so long to return? Before he could finish, a fit of coughing interrupted him. Cough, cough. In the moonlight, Su Jiu'er stumbled slightly, and he could vaguely see a deep gash across her pale arm. Little man, you were worried, weren't you? Aye. Su Jiu'er's blue eyes dimmed as she hurried to explain, but she was interrupted by another cough. Upon seeing the injury on Jiu'er's arm, Luo Fancheng's mind went blank. The agitation of waiting all day vanished in an instant, and he rushed to her side, supporting her shoulder. Luo Fancheng could hardly fathom who had harmed the Empress. Who has inflicted this injury upon you? His countenance was grim, and his voice resonated with a somber tone. Setting. In this narrative, the demon emperor corresponds to the chieftain of each soul beast clan. Su Jiu'er, possessing unparalleled beauty among the soul beast tribes, is yet too youthful to rank among the top 10 of the demon race in terms of combat prowess, though her strength is bound to grow. The offerings are akin to the mightiest warriors of the human race. In the future, there will be a human empress and a high priestess, both of whom are truly formidable. Chapter 12. A tender heart. Do not bully my man. Secrets of the soul beast. Do not worry too much, dear, I am fine. Soothed Su Jiu'er, her delicate fingers caressing Luo Fancheng's handsome face, her voice soft as a whisper. How can you say you are fine? Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth. The little rascal has grown up, showing concern for his little aunt. It seems my care over the years has not been in vain, Su Jiu'er laughed, her laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. Luo Fancheng shook his head, speaking earnestly. I understand you believe my strength is lacking. Informing me only adds to my worries. However, as long as you tell me who harmed you, even if I am not their match today, I will surely exact vengeance in the future, ensuring blood for blood. Su Jiu'er was momentarily taken aback. The usually gentle young man was being so serious for the first time. Gazing into his deep, stubborn black eyes, a warm current surged in her heart, and her delicate features blossomed into a breathtaking smile. Our little man is becoming more manly. My heart races at the thought. Yet, despite his admiration for beauty, Luo Fancheng remained solemn. Nodding, "It must be those 4 elders and that holy sun. I shall remember them. Let us not waste your time. Return to your room to recuperate." "How did you know it was them?" Su Jior asked, surprised. Luo Fancheng replied, "It is now confirmed." Su Jior widened her eyes. "Oh, look at you, little rascal, growing wings and trying to pry information from your aunt?" Luo Fancheng remained silent. His gaze darkened, fists clenched. "Hey!" Su Jior prodded his waist with her delicate finger. "You make me look foolish and without dignity." "Do not worry. It is merely a minor injury. Nothing to fret over." Luo Fancheng said, "Dear aunt, cease your playful antics. As a demon emperor, you are not one to feign cuteness," he continued. "Is it awkward?" Su Jior asked softly. "Just a tad," Luo Fancheng admitted candidly. "Oh, very well," Su Jior responded, deflating like a puncture balloon. And the air around them fell into a tranquil silence as they walked towards the room in unison. Seated on the bed, Su Jior could not help but voice her concerns. "I fear your impulsiveness. I worry that upon learning the truth, you might recklessly rush out, heedless of the dangers." Luo Fancheng replied quietly, "Being a reckless fool only brings pain to loved ones and joy to enemies. Do I appear like a foolish pawn to you? I will train diligently. I must repay this debt of blood." Su Jior, with her profound understanding, discerned Luo Fancheng's exterior calmness was merely a facade. His trembling fists revealed his concealed fury. "He truly cares for me, deeply." The 4 elders, having long surpassed a century in age, were retired elders of the divine temple. Their resources vast. It was no exaggeration to say they represented the pinnacle of human power. If the ruler of the soul beasts, the Chilean emperor, were to intervene, eliminating the 4 elders would be effortless. Yet, as a mere demon emperor of the fox lineage, Su Jior had limited resources and had spent considerably less time cultivating than he. Thus her power paled in comparison. Moreover, that holy sun possessed boundless potential, with a high likelihood of inheriting the divine temple's authority in the future. "Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of him?" Luo Fancheng looked up, meeting Su Jior's gaze with calm determination, stating, "I do not comprehend lofty principles. I adhere to one immutable truth. It is permissible to bully me, as long as it is not excessive. However, should anyone dare to bully my woman, even the heavenly king himself, I will annihilate his entire lineage. Should a year prove insufficient, I shall train for 3. If 3 proves futile, I shall train for 30. If I cannot overpower them, I shall resort to poison. If that fails, I shall scheme." Su Jior felt her heart flutter as she gazed into his eyes, filled with complex emotions. Though he lacked grandiose proclamations and desperate oaths, she sensed an unyielding resolve emanating from him, crashing over her like a tidal wave, strumming the strings of her heart. At that moment, she began to feel a woman's affection for a man, transcending mere familial bonds. "All right, do not be angry. Truly, I have not suffered," Su Jior reassured him, feeling a pang of sympathy. Fearing Luo Fancheng might not believe her, she pressed a finger to his brow, and he was suddenly engulfed in a vivid vision of a fierce battle. The 4 elders' heads cracked and bled, their left arm shattered and mangled. The holy sun in her arms lay charred, uncertain of his fate. Ultimately, amidst the furious roars of the 4 elders, Su Jior had escaped into the void. This. Luo Fancheng's eyes cleared, his heart trembling. His little wife was far more ruthless than he had presumed. He had thought her the one suffering. Noticing Luo Fancheng's astonished gaze, Su Jior proudly lifted her chin, exuding the aura of a demon emperor. "You may provoke me, but do not bully my little man. I, Su Jior, shall not tolerate such indignities." Luo Fancheng grasped her cold, delicate hand, saying, "A gentleman's revenge is not late. But do not take risks for my sake next time. It is far too dangerous." "Oh dear, you have grown bold enough to hold your aunt's hand," Su Jior teased, yet did not withdraw. "Have you ever heard the latter part of that saying? Huh? A woman seeks revenge, day and night." Su Jior narrowed her beautiful eyes. "That old dog harbors ill intentions. It's a pity he could not be eliminated." Subsequently, Su Jior recounted the conversation between the 4 elders and Huang Yin within the carriage. The hearts of men are treacherous. These powerful figures regard the common folk as mere weeds, deserving of extermination, Luo Fancheng remarked with a cold smile. Su Jiuer shook her head, relieved. That old dog possesses unfathomable strength and wields artifacts from the Temple of Light. Fortunately, I launched a surprise attack, and the other party did not anticipate my reckless technique. Moreover, that old dog was preoccupied with protecting his son, which led to his significant loss. Yet, if I had not fled, the technique's effects would have worn off, leaving me vulnerable to him with the artifact in hand. How is your injury? Luo Fancheng inquired with concern. It did not threaten my foundation, but I require time to recuperate, Su Jiuer replied. Now that you have taken the female pope as your master, you have protection. Furthermore, she and the four elders are evidently not of the same faction. So I can leave with peace of mind. What? You intend to leave? Luo Fancheng asked. Su Jiuer sighed. After all, I am a soul beast. The human world is not my true home. The wilderness of Qingqiu offers greater benefits for cultivation. All these years, I remain for you to grow healthily in human society. Now you have become self-sufficient. Moreover, I sense my impending catastrophe of 50,000 years is approaching. Such tribulations are perilous, and I must enter seclusion to cultivate. Tribulation? Luo Fancheng questioned, puzzled. Su Jiuer explained, now that you have awakened your martial soul, it is time to discuss the matters of soul masters with you. Luo Fancheng focused intently, listening earnestly. Su Jiuer continued, in the soul martial continent, humans undergo body refinement before the age of 16 to establish a foundational physique. By 16, they can awaken their martial souls. Upon the initial awakening, all soul power is at level 1, referred to as a soul scholar. You are currently a level 1 soul scholar. To cultivate soul power to level 10, one must acquire a soul ring to break through to the next tier, level 11. The soul master. What is a soul ring? Luo Fancheng inquired, puzzled. Su Jiuer responded, when a soul beast perishes, it can condense a soul ring for a short time. Special soul beasts may also produce soul bones. Soul masters can draw the soul ring into themselves to achieve a breakthrough. You will learn the significance of soul bones later. There are many intricacies involved, and I shall not elaborate further. Your teacher will surely instruct you tomorrow. As a commoner, knowing too much is illogical and may expose my existence. Though Luo Fancheng's curiosity was piqued, he could only nod as Su Jiuer continued. Level 11 designates a soul master, also known as a Tier 1 powerhouse, with Tier 1 being level 10. The progression from Tier 1 to Tier 9 is as follows: Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, and Soul Saint, known collectively as the Extraordinary. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden are both at the 4th rank Soul Master level. However, judging by her aura, the Holy Maiden has likely just attained her 4th soul ring and completed her breakthrough. The 4 offerings and the High Priestess, on the other hand, are 9th rank extraordinary beings capable of tearing through the void. Yet, there exists a significant disparity in strength among 9th rank extraordinary beings. After all, the distinction between level 91 and level 95 is not to be underestimated. What is your rank? Luo Fancheng. I, Su Jiuer replied. I am approximately equivalent to a human at level 95. Sensing Luo Fancheng's confusion, Su Jiuer elaborated. The cultivation of soul beasts is based on their age rather than rank. Luo Fancheng exclaimed in surprise. Soul beasts are generally classified into categories of 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. A 100,000-year soul beast corresponds to a human at level 91. Upon reaching this age, it faces a critical decision in its beastly life. What decision? Luo Fancheng, aware that the knowledge he was acquiring was far beyond that of ordinary mortals, was particularly intrigued. It must contemplate whether to continue cultivating as a soul beast or to seize the opportunity to transform entirely into a human and begin anew. Su Jiuer's tone grew grave. If it chooses to cultivate in its soul beast form, it must endure a tribulation every 100,000 years, facing near certain death. Surviving brings life, while failing means obliteration. And I have chosen this path. Luo Fancheng listened, captivated, wondering why the cultivation journey for the soul beast race was so arduous, requiring them to confront tribulations. By the way, Aunt, you mentioned that you will soon face a 500,000-year tribulation. You haven't already lived for 500,000 years, have you? How rude. Su Jiuer shot him a glare. I suspect you are insulting me by calling me an old hag. Unable to contain herself, Su Jiuer pinched the soft flesh at Luo Fancheng's waist. Hiss, vicious witch, are you plotting to murder your husband? Bah, Su Yue exclaimed. Let me clarify. The age of soul beasts is analogous to your human rank classification, not the length of their existence. If we were to consider mere longevity, high-ranking soul beasts would only exist for a few tens of thousands of years, having been eradicated by your human soul masters throughout the ages for their breakthroughs. I have cultivated under my mother's protection, remaining in seclusion, and I am uncertain of the exact duration of my training. It is likely that I have not even reached 1/3 of that old hag's age. Otherwise, he would surely have perished today. Regardless, I am very young. Su Yue emphasized, staring fiercely with her blue eyes. The icy demeanor of the proud woman was utterly adorable, and Luo Fancheng felt an urge to tease her, but he restrained himself. I have conveyed the essence of my journey to you. Many intricacies await your high priestess teacher to enlighten you. Why do you keep mentioning the high priestess? Luo Fancheng teased. Aunt, are you jealous of her beauty? Jealous? Whose jealousy? Su Jiuer's eyes flickered with a cold gleam, and she scoffed. Luo Fancheng felt an inexplicable chill. Come on, little man, answer me. Who is more beautiful, your aunt or the high priestess? Su Jiuer asked with a playful smile. Luo Fancheng's mind instantly conjured two faces. One, a stunning beauty exuding an alluring charm that ignited primal desires. The other, a breathtaking figure radiating an aura of majesty, instilling both awe and irresistible attraction. Wait, snap out of it. This isn't a multiple-choice question. Luo Fancheng, being a person of considerable wisdom, followed his heart without hesitation. Is there even question? Of course, Aunt is the most beautiful, no matter how stunning the high priestess and holy maiden may be. Combined, they cannot rival even a fraction of your beauty. Su Jiuer nodded in satisfaction. Luo Fancheng inwardly scoffed. Women, such creatures of contradiction. And she claims not to be jealous? A sly smile graced Su Jiuer's lips. This time, I'll let it slide. Next time, I shall ask you in front of your high priestess teacher. Luo Fancheng's heart skipped a beat. What a treacherous woman, if you wish for my demise. Just say so instead of complicating things. Giggling, Su Jiuer reveled in Luo Fancheng's discomfort, her natural beauty unmasked, radiating an irresistible allure. Luo Fancheng's throat grew dry, yearning for a taste of her charm. She was exquisite, simply breathtaking. As he leaned closer, expecting to be pushed away yet again, he was surprised to find Su Jiuer silently gazing at him with her captivating blue eyes. Cautiously, he inched closer once more, their faces nearly touching, their breaths intermingling. A delicate fragrance enveloped him, stirring his senses. Su Jiuer closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering, betraying her inner turmoil. The signal was unmistakable. This marked the first time in 16 years that Su Jiuer had allowed such intimate contact. With such an obvious invitation, how could he not respond? Yet, Luo Fancheng's past experiences steeled him to make a firm decision. Su Jiuer felt a flutter of anxiety. While she was a formidable demon queen in many aspects, matters of romance remained a blank slate for her. This was her first kiss. How could she not be nervous? What is that little man doing? The signs are clear. He can't possibly be so oblivious to my intentions. Chapter 13. Captivating the Heart of the Demon Emperor, a Map to Treasures. As anxiety welled within her, Su Jiuer pouted. What are you waiting for, you doggo man? Never before had the illustrious nine-tailed fox demon emperor felt such trepidation, almost akin to the fear she experienced 16 years ago when she was betrayed by the three-headed demon dragon. The silence was oppressive. Stealing a glance, Su Jiuer discovered that the man before her was not the eager and lustful figure she had anticipated. Instead, he gazed at her gently, his eyes clear and devoid of malice, as if he were admiring a work of art. His handsome features were adorned with a warm smile, akin to the luster of jade. This sight took her by surprise. Naturally seductive, Su Jiuer's every expression drew countless covetous gazes. Her very presence incited unrelenting desire, a fact she despised. Yet, she understood that in this world, who among men was not captivated by beauty? How many could maintain their composure when faced with such a stunning enchantress? Although she loathed sentimentality, she could not entirely evade it. Moreover, given her current posture, presenting her alluring lips as if inviting him to partake, it seemed unlikely that anyone could resist. Yet, the man before her managed to do just that. With astonishment filling her heart, Su Jiuer questioned, "What are you doing?" "My lady, you are breathtaking, flawless as white jade. To kiss you would be an act of profound sacrilege," Luo Fancheng replied earnestly. Thump thump. Su Jiuer's heart raced, her gaze faltering as she dared not meet the brilliance of his sincere, starry eyes. Yet, she recalled the whispers branding her an alluring temptress, a witch who disrupted the world. "Whoever said that, I shall slay them," Luo Fancheng declared, his striking visage reflecting a fierce resolve. "They are merely envious of your unparalleled beauty. Men's words are deceitful. You desire my body too. Do not think I am unaware," Su Jiuer retorted, her tone lacking menace, more akin to a bashful woman. Luo Fancheng raised his hands in surrender, innocently stating, "If I had ulterior motives, why then did I not kiss you when the opportunity arose?" Su Jiuer paused, contemplating. "Indeed, why did you not?" "Huh, who said I would kiss you?" She scoffed, her cheeks flushing. Luo Fancheng countered, "You had your eyes closed. I was merely tired and resting." She insisted defiantly. All right, he conceded with a grin. "If you help me examine the treasure map, I shall grant you a moment's respite." "What treasure map?" Su Jiuer inquired, her face abruptly reddening as she kicked her lovely legs, the soft sound of a bell ringing. "You impudent boy." Suddenly, Luo Fancheng found himself beneath the bed, rubbing his rear as he exclaimed, "How am I the rogue when you are the one kicking me?" Su Jiuer glared. "After all these years, you think I do not know your worth? What treasure could you possibly hide?" "I wish for you to assist me in examining this map," Luo Fancheng replied, retrieving a piece of sheepskin parchment from his breast pocket. This Su Jiuer fell silent. Though she appeared composed, Luo Fancheng noticed her dainty toes, reminiscent of white jade, curling tightly against the sheets. Clearing her throat, she commanded, "Hand it over, let me see." Understanding her attempt to divert the conversation, Luo Fancheng stifled a laugh, but chose not to expose a ruse. As Su Jiuer skimmed the sheepskin map with a casual demeanor, her posture suddenly straightened in astonishment. "How do you possess such an intricate map of the sole Martial continent? This is no ordinary creation. The vastness of the continent is fraught with peril, and no commoner could traverse even a single nation in their lifetime." The more she examined it, the more alarmed she became. She abruptly pointed at a marked location, exclaiming, "Isn't this the route to my home?" "What? To your home?" Luo Fancheng echoed, equally astonished, unable to fathom how it could lead directly to her family rather than the promised treasure. Su Jiuer stared at him, wide-eyed, as if witnessing a ghost. "You don't understand? This points to Qingqiu, the hidden sanctuary of my nine-tailed fox clan, a true paradise unknown to all but my kin. Your map's clarity is astonishing. Even the beautiful fox maidens who once betrayed me under the three-headed dragon's influence dared not disclose Qingqiu's location due to their oaths of secrecy." Luo Fancheng realized the gravity of the situation and inquired, "Where did you acquire this map? Would you believe me if I said I found it?" He shrugged. With a penetrating gaze, Su Jiuer sensed his reluctance to divulge more, but chose not to press further, instead refocusing on the map. "This route not only leads to Qingqiu, but ultimately to our forbidden grounds." Su Jiuer gasped, her heart racing. "The forbidden grounds?" To Luo Fancheng's bewildered expression, she continued, "You are one of us, so it is permissible for me to share. The forbidden grounds are said to be sealed off from a dreadful existence, forbidding any Fox clan member from entering." "Has no one ever ventured inside?" Luo Fancheng questioned. "Isu dueta shukhiahit. The nine-tailed Fox clan holds our traditions and oaths in the highest regard. Yet someone must have betrayed," he muttered. "Careful. Are you asking for a beating?" Su Jiuer threatened, raising her leg to kick, though her foot ultimately rested against Luo Fancheng's chest, unable to bring herself to strike. "This map is of great significance to you?" Luo Fancheng mused, inwardly confident that the system would not have sent him to his demise, and nodded. Indeed, it is of utmost importance. Very well. Once I return to Qingqiu, I shall find a way to investigate further. Stay safe. If it proves too perilous, do not proceed. Will you return the map to me? No need. I have memorized it, he declared. Su Jua gasped. Why would you memorize a map? Why not? Luo Fancheng replied. Isn't it simply a matter of glancing at it? Are you boasting? Su Yue inquired skeptically. He then traced lines in the air with his fingertip, revealing that his remarkable perception allowed him to effortlessly commit it to memory. This revelation left Su Jue utterly astonished, while her own spiritual strength enabled her to remember. For someone newly awakened to their martial spirit like Luo Fancheng to achieve such a feat was nothing short of extraordinary. The quality of martial spirits is only one aspect of power. Spiritual strength, physical prowess, and comprehension of various paths all play roles in one's innate talent. Typically, those with strong martial spirits excel in other areas as well. Luo Fancheng's ability to remember so easily indicated an exceptional level of spiritual strength, surpassing that of his peers. His physical talent was also evident, having easily reached the pinnacle of body refinement, a fact that had once startled Su Jue. With a martial spirit capable of evolution and these talents, this young man was destined for greatness. Su Jue, secretly astounded, remarked, while you may have memorized the map, you likely remain unaware of the significance of these locations. Indeed, he acknowledged. Then allow me to provide a brief overview for your future endeavors. Su Jue patiently explained. Pointing to the map, the Soul Martial Continent is home to 4 major soul beast gathering sites: the Eastern Oasis, the Southern Death Desert, the Western Coast, and the Northern Ice Field. The Western Coast is a paradise for sea soul beasts, deep and rarely trodden. The Eastern Oasis is the most prosperous, boasting the greatest variety of soul beasts, making it the favored hunting ground for soul masters seeking soul rings, and it is closest to us. At present, we are situated within the Songlong Empire, with the White Tiger Empire to the west, the Divine Phoenix Empire to the south, and the Xuanwu Empire to the north, each a formidable power with their own disputes, all possessing the highest caliber of beast martial spirits on the continent. 10 esteemed sects, each possessing unparalleled martial souls, are supported by various empires scattered across the realms of 4 great empires. Meanwhile, the temple and other factions reside beyond these territories, and many secrets, if recounted, would take far too long. You will come to know them in due time. Luo Fancheng's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, as if a grand and enigmatic tapestry were unfurling before him. The once unfamiliar world gradually became clearer through Su Jue's explanations, igniting a fervent desire within him to venture forth and explore beyond this place. Luo Fancheng composed himself, saying, "All right, it's getting late. I shall not disturb your aunt's rest. Have you forgotten something?" Su Jue retorted with a light huff. "Not all," Luo Fancheng replied as he hastily exited the room. Su Jue, gazing at the closed door, bit her lip in frustration. "You scoundrel! You want to even return a kiss?" She could not swallow her indignation. Her beautiful eyes darted cunningly. "I have a plan now. Let us see how long you can maintain this pretense." With that, Su Jue leapt from her bed to rummage through her belongings. Upon returning to his room, Luo Fancheng patted his chest in relief. "Phew, that was close. If she had displayed even a hint of seduction, I might have succumbed to temptation." His restraint in not taking Su Jue's first kiss was deliberate. She was likely moved by the impending separation, intending to coax a kiss from him. Yet once that kiss was exchanged, it would mark an end to the matter, and she would revert to her usual aloofness. Thus, in such moments, it was crucial to exercise restraint and devise a means to forge ahead in their relationship. Although he had not kissed her, it was evident that her feelings for him had intensified. Patience was key. One could not rush into things. This strategy was aptly named the art of seduction through retreat, a temporary forbearance that would surely yield greater rewards. A smirk played on his lips as he imagined Su Jue, likely restless with curiosity, possibly seeking him out. Regardless, he resolved to remain composed. He understood the intricacies of a woman's heart. Was there anything wrong with his approach? Certainly not. Luo Fancheng believed that all his actions were aimed at hastening the warmth of their affection, a true expression of romance. Those who deceived love and left women in tears were the true scoundrels. He removed his shoes, sitting cross-legged on the bed, clearing his mind to attempt the ancestral dragon's devouring technique for the first time. In an instant, Luo Fancheng felt a wave of disorientation. It was as if he beheld an indescribably majestic dragon soaring through the void, releasing a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens. As it opened its mouth, the sun, moon, and stars were drawn into its depths. Simultaneously, a powerful force emanated from Luo Fancheng's body, drawing the surrounding spiritual energies towards him, which swiftly entered his being. The energies flowed through his meridians along a mysterious path, ultimately converging in his dantian. Boom, boom. Unique sounds resonated within Luo Fancheng. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, astonishment etched upon his face. He had initially possessed a single vortex in his dantian, but now there were 4 additional ones. He was unsure of what this signified, though it seemed promising. His strength and spirit were evidently magnified several times compared to before his cultivation. Indeed, the ancestral dragon's devouring technique was wondrous and extraordinary. A knock echoed at the door, stirring Luo Fancheng from his thoughts. "Come in. The door is unlocked." As the meticulously adorned Su Jiu'er stepped through the threshold, Luo Fancheng's eyes widened in awe, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. She, sensing the aura of his recent breakthrough, stood agape in shock. You. The handsome young man and the striking young woman locked eyes, exclaiming in unison. Chapter 14. Astonishment breaking 5 realms in one night. A gift from a beauty Luo Fancheng swallowed hard, having anticipated Su Jiu'er's arrival. Yet he never expected it to be so overwhelming. The enchanting fairy transformed her usual cold demeanor into an embodiment of seduction. With adorable fox ears and alluring features, she showcased her voluptuous figure in a fiery red skirt that accentuated her curves, revealing her fair, smooth shoulders. As the hem of her dress swayed, glimpses of her long, graceful legs were visible, adorned in gossamer stockings, black on the left leg, white on the right. Her delicate feet were encased in strappy high heels, the slender ribbons winding up her calves, and with each step, the bells tied around her ankles jingled softly. Across from her, Su Jiu'er fixed an intense gaze on Luo Fancheng, exclaiming, "What on earth did you do in this room?" "I didn't do anything. I was just trying to cultivate." Luo Fancheng replied, passive. Shouldn't he be the one reacting so strongly? Why was she more agitated than he was? Just trying to cultivate? Su Jiu'er's voice rose with urgency. In a flash, a fragrant breeze enveloped Luo Fancheng as Su Jiu'er appeared before him, seizing his wrist. The breathtaking sight was almost dizzying, leaving him parched and bewildered. "Hey, stop messing around. Who can withstand this challenge right off the bat?" Seemingly incredulous, Su Jiu'er repeatedly probed with her spiritual energy before finally releasing him. Her striking azure eyes sent shivers down Luo Fancheng's spine. "What rare treasures have you consumed?" "None." Luo Fancheng shook his head, feeling rather odd. "I merely practiced a bit." "Is it really such a big deal? Merely practiced a bit?" Su Jiu'er's voice sharply escalated, her reaction intense. "In less than 3 incense sticks time apart. You've ascended from a level 1 soul warrior to a level 5, such a terrifying rate of advancement. And you claim it was just casual practice?" "Oh well." Luo Fancheng began to understand. "Are you referring to the spirals in my dantian? If that's the case, I suppose I do have 4 more than before." Su Jiu'er's lips parted in shock. How could he speak of such extraordinary progress with such calmness? Although advancing to a higher soul warrior rank was typically easier, this rate of progression was absurd. The young man appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Are you absolutely certain you haven't ingested any rare treasures?" Su Jiu'er couldn't help but inquire. Luo Fancheng replied, exasperated. "What S with that suspicious look? Should I demonstrate again?" "It's not suspicion." Before she could finish, she saw him sitting cross-legged, eyes closed. "Is this something that can be demonstrated?" Su Jiu'er gasped, then sighed in resignation. "This is nonsense. Breakthroughs are not so easily achieved." A strange phenomenon occurred. Spiritual energy gathered in the room, surging towards Luo Fancheng and flowing into his body, coursing through his limbs and into his dantian. A six-petaled azure lotus faintly materialized beneath him, while a spectral little loach hovered above, inhaling the spiritual energy. Su Jiuer's eyes widened. Is this what a low-level soul warrior can achieve? With a soft thud, Su Jiuer gasped as she witnessed Luo Fancheng's soul energy surge upward. In a matter of moments, he had indeed completed a breakthrough. This guy. Su Jiuer was left speechless in astonishment. Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, the mystical azure lotus and little loach spirit dissipating. He shrugged at Su Jiuer, sighing, "Aunt, now you must believe me." Su Jiuer fell silent. "By the way, what were you saying earlier? I didn't catch it while I was busy cultivating." Luo Fancheng scratched his head. "What can't be demonstrated, and what is difficult?" Su Jiuer's cheeks flushed slightly. The moment was awkward as she nervously fiddled with her red-painted nails, her toes encased in stockings scraping against her shoe sole. Luo Fancheng pointed out, "Aunt, what are you doing? Stop that, or you'll tear your stockings." Ah, was he intentionally trying to embarrass her? "You little rascal. I'll get back at you." Su Jiuer bit her lip and kicked at him. "Calm down. Dear lady from Qingqiu, please remain composed." Luo Fancheng raised his hands, catching her elegant leg effortlessly. This. Luo Fancheng felt a rush of emotions. Had his audacity grown to the point of daring to be so forward? Su Jiuer nearly executed a perfect split, but, being the agile demon emperor she was, managed to regain her stance. In the dead of night, dressed as she was, she had stormed into a man's abode, not realizing the implications. Before Luo Fancheng could finish his thought, Su Jiuer spun her long leg, breaking free from his grasp, and kicked again. "You little rascal, I'm going to finish you." Bang! Luo Fancheng was struck in the chest, stumbling back onto the bed. "Is this attempted murder against your husband?" he exclaimed, clutching his chest in agony. Don't pretend," Su Jiuer smirked. "I only used my toes, not the heel. You'll be just fine." "Heh, I knew you couldn't bear to hurt me." Luo Fancheng chuckled as he got back up. "So having an extra spiral means my soul energy increases a level? You didn't even mention that before. Then I'm a level 6 soul warrior now?" Upon mentioning this, Su Jiuer perked up, realizing the young man was quite oblivious to many things, even the concept of soul energy spirals. She regarded Luo Fancheng with curiosity, pondering just what kind of anomaly he was. Oh, indeed, an anomaly, a being fallen from the heavens. There's nothing more extraordinary than this. With that thought, Su Jiuer felt more accepting of the situation. "Truly, your rate of advancement is unlike anything I have ever witnessed," she marveled. "By the way, you're a soul beast. How many human soul warriors have you encountered?" Luo Fancheng queried. Su Jiuer shot him a glare. "Who do you think I am? Just because I haven't personally witnessed, it doesn't mean I'm ignorant of the tales of prodigies and their cultivation speeds. I suspect you're mocking me. And I have evidence," Luo Fancheng muttered under his breath, envisioning a future where he would reclaim his dignity and sing songs of triumph. Suddenly, Su Jiuer burst into laughter, her beauty radiant, embodying the essence of a captivating enchantress. Luo Fancheng's throat stirred. "What are you laughing about all of a sudden?" With a playful smile, Su Jiuer replied, "I was imagining the expressions on that female Pope and Sanus's faces when they see you've broken through to level 6 overnight. Who knows if it will even be level 6. The night is still young," Luo Fancheng shrugged. Su Jiuer's laughter ceased abruptly, and silence enveloped the air. Gazing at the ethereal, handsome man before her, whose talents were beginning to unveil themselves, Su Jiuer couldn't help but reflect. When she had taken him in, her only hope was that he wouldn't grow up too ugly or too weak. Little did she know he would continue to surprise her, and, at times, his actions would make her heart race. Could it truly be fate's benevolence, a destined bond? Su Jiuer's heart began to undergo subtle shifts. "Aunt, were you thinking of me, coming here so late?" "Bah, shameless. Don't think too highly of yourself. Who would miss you?" Su Jiuer retorted lightly. All right. Luo Fancheng, undeterred, thought to himself that this woman, with her prideful demeanor, had been like this for quite some time. "Here, take this." Su Jiuer, feeling overwhelmed by Luo Fancheng's seemingly all-seeing gaze, her cheeks flushed, fished something out from her bosom, and tossed it at him. Chapter 15. The Token of Affection. The boldness, farewell to the high priestess Luo Fancheng instinctively caught a small, exquisite white fox jade pendant, which was crystal clear, delicately textured, and still warm to the touch. It seemed to carry a unique fragrance. A token of affection, perhaps? Luo Fancheng chuckled. Dream on. Su Jiwer, her delicate face stern, displayed an air of aloofness, pouting slightly. Don't overthink it. You, a mere 6th-level soul master, are no match for me, the illustrious nine-tailed fox empress. There are countless suitors vying for my attention. Right. Luo Fancheng nodded, a single gesture breaking through the defenses of the proud empress. He lifted the pendant to his nose and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "It smells delightful." I'll strangle you, you rogue." Su Jiwer bit her lip, lunging at him. After a brief tussle, she realized something was amiss. Why was he becoming increasingly exhilarated? Looking down, she found herself straddling his lap in a rather intimate manner. This didn't seem like her being aggressive. Rather, it felt like playful banter. She hesitated to tighten her grip around his neck, fearing it would only grant him unwarranted advantages. Rogue. Su Jiwer swiftly stood up and pinched his waist with a fierce expression. Luo Fancheng winced. You pinched me, and yet you call me a rogue? You are utterly unreasonable. I'm the reason. Su Jiwer raised her delicate chin, exuding a charming arrogance. Very well, you are right, Luo Fancheng replied earnestly. Husband and wife are like birds of feather, soon to part ways. As a man, I shall be magnanimous tonight and yield to you. Mentioning their impending separation darkened Su Jiwer's expression, her voice lowering involuntarily, yet she stubbornly retorted, So what if we part? I have long been eager to return to my homeland in Qingqiu. Luo Fancheng gazed intently at her, stating resolutely, I cannot speak for you, but I cannot bear to part with you. Su Jiwer trembled slightly, having expected him to retort fiercely, claiming he had long grown weary of her. His words stirred memories she had long kept hidden, recalling their countless shared moments over the years. Initially, she had intended to give him her first kiss to ease her heart, but he had unexpectedly retreated to his room, leaving her disoriented. Thus, she had dressed up and chased after him, believing he would maintain his facade, only to find their conversation veering off course due to her stubbornness. Luo Fancheng grasped her delicate hands, and this time, the typically assertive Su Jiwer offered no resistance, allowing him to hold her. I know you need to recuperate and face the tribulation ahead, so I shall not detain you or make things difficult. I too must embark on my own journey to become a true powerhouse, capable of protecting those I hold dear. It is unsettling to always be shielded by my woman. Su Jiwer immediately lifted her gaze, stating, Do not place such pressure on yourself. I do not mind your weaknesses. Luo Fancheng smiled, his dark eyes shimmering with fervent light as he looked out the window. You are mistaken. You are not a burden, but rather my motivation. A man is born amidst the heavens and the earth. He ought to be extraordinary in life and noble in death. To live a life devoid of achievement, even for 1,000 years, is a dull existence. He has matured. The once boyish figure has truly grown. Su Jiwer's heart whispered, feeling an alluring aura emanating from Luo Fancheng at that moment. A beauty need not be paired with a hero, but must be with a man of substance. How proud and lofty was the empress of a generation, surrounded by countless prodigies, who could ever hold her gaze. Yet now, her eyes grew increasingly entranced. Fancheng's starlight poured into the wooden cabin, casting reflections upon the bluestone floor. The enchanting maiden murmured softly, leaning closer, her rose-petal lips inching toward the man. Luo Fancheng lowered his head, his movements tender. In the darkness, their first kiss was shared, while emotions flourished in the shadows. Stay tonight, will you? Though framed as a question, Luo Fancheng's grip on her hand was firm, imbued with an undeniable dominance. Su Jiwer's body initially stiffened, ready to retort, but ultimately softened. All right, I won't leave. Luo Fancheng's gaze ignited with fervor. Su Jiwer pressed her delicate hand against her crimson skirt, biting her lips slightly, whispering, You can touch my legs, but nothing else, or you'll be in trouble. I am fine. I can endure, Luo Fancheng replied. That is definitely not acceptable. Su Jiwer, his icy blue eyes, usually fierce, now held a hint of pleading, Wait until you reach level 70 become a 7th-tier soul saint, then it might be permissible. Luo Fancheng murmured, level 70? How long will that take? You've already stolen my first kiss. What else isn't yours? With your talent, reaching level 70 will be swift, probably 15 to 20 years. Su Jiuer reassured him. What? That is considered fast? Luo Fancheng felt as though a bucket of icy water had been dumped over him, jolting him awake. It will take that long? Su Jiuer rolled her eyes. This is already remarkably rapid. The breakthrough in soul power becomes increasingly challenging. A 7th-tier soul saint is already an accomplished warrior. I can't be a eunuch for 20 years. Luo Fancheng lamented, clutching his head in agony. Isu jue habite lip resolutely. That is not an option, but you may find another woman. What? Luo Fancheng stared in disbelief at the enchanting beauty before him. Is that really permissible? Suzhou huffed. Why are you so surprised? In the Soul Martial continent, having multiple wives is quite normal. The Soul Beast clan does not adhere to monogamy either. Powerful males may even possess rights to breed with an entire tribe. Don't fear seeking another. Fear not having the capability to attract anyone. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Fancheng coughed repeatedly, feeling his worldview shaken, though upon reflection, he realized this was not Earth. Even if it were Earth, best not to mention it. To grow stronger, he must become stronger. His martial soul must evolve, and his prowess must enhance. 20 years felt too long. He must seize every moment. Clenching his fists, Luo Fancheng once again grasped the harsh realities of this world, where the strong devour the weak. Get lost. This is not something to take lightly. Su Jiuer playfully kicked out, blushing in embarrassment. Luo Fancheng, quick as lightning, caught her foot effortlessly with both hands. Left with black silk, right with white silk, he nearly bled from his nose. Su Jiuer had expected him to continue his antics, but to her surprise, Luo Fancheng sat upright, beginning to cultivate once more. Astonished, she thought, is he truly so diligent? Touching her exquisite features, she began to doubt her allure. Could it be that she lacked charm? Little did she know, Luo Fancheng could hardly bear the torment of desiring, yet being unable to indulge. So he resolved to focus on his training instead. Boom! Boom! A sleepless night, filled with the sounds of breakthroughs, echoed around them. Su Jiuer's jaw dropped wider then. Choosing to ignore it, she sat cross-legged, recovering from her injuries. The next morning before dawn, Luo Fancheng rose, his bones cracking audibly. Get ready, it's time for breakfast. Fancheng. Su Jiuer, her slender waist adorned with an apron, donned in a chef's attire, had prepared a table filled with exquisite dishes, white porridge, and soft, fluffy buns. So early? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. He had woken much earlier than usual. After all, it was the first day meeting his teacher. He wanted to show courtesy by arriving early, not wanting to keep anyone waiting. To his surprise, Su Jiuer had also risen early and prepared breakfast. At the dining table, Luo Fancheng felt somewhat uneasy as her beautiful eyes were fixed intently upon him. What are you staring at? Indeed, Su Jiuer rested her chin in her hands, marveling. When you meet the high priestess later, you might just startle her. Click. I have begun to anticipate their expressions. You are overthinking. It is unlikely. Those prodigious talents have surely encountered much in the temple. Luo Fancheng remained unfazed, calmly taking a bite of the steamed bun. Su Jiuer shook her head. It seems this young man is still unaware of just how extraordinary his cultivation speed is compared to others. She was genuinely taken aback last night. By the way, Aunt, what is this for? You forgot to tell me yesterday. After finishing his meal, Luo Fancheng took out the white fox jade pendant from his bosom and inquired. Chapter 16. The Unyielding Fairy, The Villager's Farewell, The Awakening of the Martial Soul. Try dropping a drop of your blood, and you shall see, Su Jiuer remarked. Very well. Luo Fancheng extended his finger. Su Jiuer glared. What are you doing? Just drop it. Help me bite it, he insisted. Go away. Su Jiuer pouted, disdain evident in her voice. That is filthy, I refuse. Luo Fancheng provoked. Truth be told, I also find your saliva distasteful. But who could resist the sharpness of a fox's teeth? I simply cannot bring myself to bite. Whom were you mocking? Su Jiuer, infuriated, seized his finger and, part her lips, bit down. A rush of moisture enveloped him. Hiss, it's breaking, it's breaking. Luo Fancheng grimaced in pain, She was not holding back this time. He thought to himself, no way she's getting an advantage. With a haughty smirk, Su Jiuer wiped the blood from her lips, which appeared even more enchanting and alluring with the crimson stain. Luo Fancheng allowed a droplet of blood to fall onto the white fox jade pendant. The blood seeped into it, vanishing almost instantly, while the pendant radiated a soft glow. He felt a peculiar connection forming between himself and the jade. Channeling his soul power into it, he felt a rush. Within the pendant, he sensed a unique space, at least the size of a storeroom. Inside lay a solitary bronze chest, the contents unknown. With a thought, he commanded it. Bang! The bronze chest crashed to the ground. This, Luo Fancheng was astonished. Isn't this the legendary storage space? Su Jiuer chuckled. Not bad, you grasped it rather quickly. This is a treasure of my Qingqiu Fox clan, containing a space for storage. Even a soul saint of the 7th rank would vie for it. It's an ancient relic, scarce in modern times. So be cautious when using it. Indeed, it is a remarkable item. Luo Fancheng nodded appreciatively. He adored the pendant, but returned it, saying, a gentleman does not covet what others cherish. You likely possess only this one. I cannot accept it. Su Jiuer was taken aback. The average person would immediately claim such a treasure. She smiled, her spirits lifted, and replied, you are my beloved. I am more than willing to gift you something. I know you are currently impoverished, so just repay me with a fine treasure once you achieve greatness. Moreover, Su Jiuer gestured toward the bronze chest on the ground. Without a storage space, you cannot take this with you. What is this? Luo Fancheng inquired curiously. Su Jiuer explained. It contains 2 soul rings and soul bones sealed by special means, but their levels are too high for you to absorb now. Wait until you possess the strength to break the seal on this chest. Luo Fancheng immediately recalled the 3-headed demon dragon and the celestial fox beauty he had slain when descending as golden lightning. These items must be their legacy. Allow me to adorn you, Su Jiuer said, taking several strands of her silken hair, twisting them together, and threading them through the pendant's opening, personally hanging it around Luo Fancheng's neck. Aunt, he softly called out. Having spent 16 years in this unfamiliar world, Su Jiuer had been his constant companion. Now, as they faced separation, he felt a deep reluctance. I've told you countless times, call me aunt outside, but wife at home. Su Jiuer corrected him fiercely, before biting her lip and falling silent. Just as Luo Fancheng was about to respond, she abruptly stood, her expression cold. It's time for you to leave. With a firm push, she sent him toward the exit, the bronze chest tossed out after him. Bang! The door shut. Outside, Luo Fancheng stood in silence, his gaze distant. After a long moment, he bent down to retrieve the bronze chest, carefully placing the jade pendant in his embrace. He turned and departed, stepping resolutely into the harsh world teeming with formidable beings, as if harboring a determination to ascend to greatness. He spoke not a word, yet it seemed he had conveyed everything. Inside, Su Jiuer covered her face with delicate hands, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. As she watched the silhouette of the man fade at the path's end, she opened the door and whispered softly, you must strive hard, little man. Had it not been for the need to recuperate and prepare for the impending heavenly tribulation, Su Jiuer would have been loath to part ways. She was only 50% certain of overcoming the catastrophic beast tribulation that recurred every 500,000 years, which made her heart ache all the more. This was something she dared not share with Luo Fancheng. Even if she did, it would only burden him with worry without offering any assistance. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east. A beam of morning light fell upon the ethereal young man as he walked toward the village square. Buzz, the soul light surged, and his 6-petaled blue lotus martial soul manifested spontaneously. Luo Fancheng paused, astonished. He beheld the blue lotus spinning gracefully, exuding a fragrant aroma, as a beam of azure light shot forth, landing on his fingertip. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the finger previously bitten was visibly healing at an astonishing rate beneath the blue light. Soon, his finger was restored to perfection, showing no trace of injury. This healing ability is truly extraordinary, Luo Fancheng marveled, simultaneously noticing a drain on his soul power. Evidently, such healing light was not inexhaustible and was tied to his own reserves. He retracted his martial soul and was about to reach the village entrance when he abruptly halted. On either side of the dirt path, the villagers of Yun village had gathered, familiar and unpretentious faces filling his sight. Even if not the entire village had turned out, at least 70 to 80% were present, clearly having awaited his arrival. Village chief, what brings you all here? Luo Fancheng spotted the elderly village chief, Lu Run, bent over in the middle of the road, his gnarled hands tightly clutching two bundles. My dear child, how you've grown. Lu Ren's weathered face broke into a warm, kind smile. Everyone knows you're leaving. We're here to send you off. Luo Fancheng surveyed the crowd and clasped his hands in gratitude. I, Fancheng, sincerely thank everyone for the years of care. Lu Ren shook his head. Good child, you owe nothing to the village. It is we who owe you. You have always gone hunting to support us. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. The village chief pressed the two bundles into Luo Fancheng's hands. The moment his right hand made contact with one of the bundles, he felt a tremor of desire emanating from within his blue lotus martial soul. Village chief, what is this? The village chief explained, the left bundle contains a little money we gathered. As our own child, you shouldn't face hardship when venturing outside. The right bundle holds a piece of black stone I found 30 years ago. Nothing can leave a mark on it. Not even a knife or an axe. I thought you might find it useful. Village chief, please, you must accept it. Otherwise, everyone will be heartbroken. We have all shared in your hunting spoils countless times. Luo Fancheng held the two bundles, deeply moved. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, raised in a welfare institution, and perhaps due to his lonely childhood, he had attracted many girls. Now, in this foreign realm, he felt the warmth of familial care from his elders. The village chief gently patted his shoulder. Work hard. The soaring eagle must fly higher and strive to never return to this barren land. Your success will make Yun village proud. Go on. We are too humble to accompany you to the square. We wouldn't want to be an eyesore to the important figures. You are no eyesore, Luo Fancheng earnestly replied, etching the simple, sun-kissed faces of the villagers into his memory. The village chief and the villagers steadfastly refused to follow him, watching as Luo Fancheng departed the village. He arrived at the square. Tear. The space ripped apart, darkness enveloping him. The imposing figure of the regal high priestess clad in golden attire stepped forth, accompanied by the radiant saintess, whose slender legs adorned with black boots and purple ponytail swayed gently. The saintess, by Ingwe, raised her hand to lightly wave, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully. Good morning, handsome junior brother. It seems you are quite popular. Look at all the villagers who have come out to see you from afar. Such charm. Even the usually stern high priestess offered a slight nod, remarking, possessing talent without arrogance, maintaining respect for the weak, and winning the hearts of the people is commendable. Luo Fancheng mused quietly to himself, bemused that the two women, despite their recent arrival, appeared as if they had witnessed the scene at the village entrance just moments ago. Let us proceed, spoke Di Wei Yang with an air of calm. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Luo Fancheng and she scrutinized him closely, she could not suppress a gasp of surprise, her earlier composure momentarily forgotten. Chapter 17. The astonished high priestess and the bashful saintess. What is it, master? Does my junior brother have a problem? By Ingwe, who understood the high priestess well, was rarely surprised by her demeanor. Di Weiyang looked at Luo Fancheng with astonishment and asked, have you made a breakthrough? Luo Fancheng nodded in acknowledgement. Your insight is indeed remarkable, master. Bai Ingwe chuckled lightly. Impressive, junior brother. You've achieved a breakthrough overnight. Not bad, Luo Fancheng replied modestly, a smile gracing his lips. The icy and commanding aura of the high priestess could be somewhat intimidating, yet Bai Ingwe's vivacious personality eased his tension considerably. Bai Ingwe glanced curiously at the high priestess. Perplexed, master, a breakthrough for my junior brother ISN. Such a significant matter to warrant your surprise. Is it? The high priestess shot her a sidelong glance, her red lips parting as her voice rang out like a phoenix's call. It is indeed not a trivial matter. He has ascended 9 levels in a single night. Oh, 9 levels. Bai Ingwe instinctively nodded, only to suddenly raise her head, her large, captivating eyes wide with disbelief. Is it possible? You mean my junior brother has advanced from a level 1 soul master to a level 10 overnight? Di Weiyang turned to Luo Fancheng and instructed, release your soul power. With a swish, Luo Fancheng unleashed his latent soul power. Though not overwhelming, it left Bai Ingwe's mouth agape, as if she could fit a banana inside it. How did it grow so rapidly? This is outrageous. Junior brother, you haven't resorted to any illicit substances, have you? Not at all. Before Luo Fancheng could respond, Di Weiyang interjected confidently. There are no traces of spirit herbs on him. Wow, my junior brother is far more formidable than I was back in my day. Bai Ingwe remarked without a trace of jealousy, her finger resting on her lips as she reminisced. After my awakening, I only managed to break through 5 realms in a single night. If the 4 elders and the Saint Son were to learn of my junior brother's extraordinary talent, they would surely regret their decisions. Luo Fancheng shook his head, thinking they would not lament not taking him as a disciple, but rather regret not having eliminated him. Bai Ingwe waved her delicate fist. Junior brother, keep it up. Strive to one day accompany your sister in beating up the Saint's Son and the elders. Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched as he realized the high priestess was quite the chatterbox, yet she was not at all unpleasant. Rather, she was an adorable talker. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, if I may be so bold, as a high priestess, is it appropriate for you to speak of beating the elders and the Saint's Son? Bai Ingwe huffed. Those 2 scoundrels, one schemes against my master, and the other wishes to marry me. None of them are virtuous. They all think I am naive. In truth, I see through them clearly. It seemed the temple was not a monolith after all, Luo Fancheng pondered. Of course, where there is power and interest, there is strife. How bothersome. Bai Ingwe pouted playfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling with youthful exuberance. But, junior brother, you dare to practice recklessly without guidance. That is truly courageous. Luo Fancheng scratched his head, smiling shyly. I simply inhaled the external spiritual energy and collected it in my dantian. I noticed, though, the energy I absorbed seems to have transformed into a cyclone. I can't believe it. Bai Ingwe exclaimed, is cultivation really that easy? Just inhale, absorb, and break through? But upon reflection, there doesn't seem to be anything fundamentally wrong with that. However, while the path is indeed simple, could it be that you are oversimplifying? Are you sure you want to fall into chaos? Fancheng, there were 2 incidents of heavenly disturbances nearby the day before yesterday, and yesterday, both of which should have been caused by you, Di Weiyang suddenly inquired, startling Luo Fancheng. After contemplating, he admitted, yes, it was because of me. The first time, a beam of golden light descended from the sky and entered my body, but I felt nothing. The second time, when I awakened my martial soul, a thunderbolt struck me. It was agonizing at the moment, yet afterward, I bore no injuries. Intriguing, Di Weiyang remarked, a smile gracing her lips. Bai Ingwe could not help but ask, Master, with the thunder entering his body, will my junior brother be all right? With a graceful sway of her skirt, Di Weiyang approached Luo Fancheng, seizing his wrist, her touch cool and smooth. After sensing him, she shook her head. There are no hidden dangers. Your junior brother's physical condition is excellent, even surpassing that of an ordinary person. Not junior brother, but my little master. Bai Ingwe corrected with a pout, then hesitantly added, but what about these 2 phenomena? I've never heard of them. Di Weiyang shook her head. I do not know either. Ah, even you, master, are unaware? Bai Ingwe exclaimed in surprise. In this vast world, there are countless wonders. Thus, one must not grow complacent. Di Weiyang cautioned before analyzing, I cannot deduce the first phenomenon. However, the second thunderbolt should be due to Fancheng's martial soul being exceedingly extraordinary, perhaps even something that should not exist in this world, thus drawing heavenly punishment. Fortunately, his martial soul's foundation remains intact, indicating there is still room for evolution. We can only wonder how far it may evolve in the future. Bai Ingwe, brimming with curiosity, wished to ask Luo Fancheng more questions when she was interrupted by the high priestess. Everyone must have their own opportunities and secrets. one should refrain from excessive inquiry. After speaking, Di Weiyang cast a deep glance at Luo Fancheng, not concerning herself with the truthfulness of his words. Luo Fancheng felt fortunate, realizing he had encountered a high priestess and saintess of undeniable character. Oh, I seem to be blessed with the fortune of a golden dragon, showered with great blessings. Then let us proceed, Di Weiyang declared. Curious, Luo Fancheng asked, Master, where are we going? Di Weiyang's serene gaze flickered with a hint of exasperation. She had not anticipated Luo Fancheng's extraordinary talents, which disrupted her original plan. She had intended to first impart foundational knowledge of cultivation before commencing practice. Now, we must first take you to acquire your very first soul ring. So soon? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Otherwise, what do you propose? Di Weiyang retorted. Luo Fancheng experienced for the first time the High Priestess's decisive and efficient manner of action. With a rip, the space tore open, revealing a dark void. Hesitating for a moment, Luo Fancheng refrained from taking the High Priestess's hand, fearing a violent reprimand, and instead reached for Bai Yingyue's hand. As the three entered together, Luo Fancheng felt a golden shield envelop them as they traversed the darkness. Bai Yingyue's cheeks flushed, and she softly complained, There's no need to hold hands. The master can take us directly. Luo Fancheng instinctively withdrew his hand, meeting the High Priestess's cool, piercing gaze, his embarrassment causing him to shuffle his feet. Then why didn't you dodge? Bai Yingyue replied, feeling wronged. I was just afraid that dodging would make you uncomfortable. It would be detrimental to our brother-sister bond. Let me say thank you. Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched, feeling even more awkward. This is the first time I've been held by a male, Bai Yingyue murmured shyly. She could not understand why, but she felt an inexplicable charm radiating from this junior brother, compelling her to draw closer without any aversion, leading her to take his hand almost unconsciously. Is it really so? You've never held hands before? Luo Fancheng was astonished. Bai Yingyue shook her head, her ponytail swaying. I have no father. I'm an orphan, taken in by the master. I see, Luo Fancheng nodded. Bai Yingyue, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Do you not feel any pangs of conscience? Look at my wretched state, and yet you offer no words of comfort? By the way, I too am an orphan. In his heart, Luo Fancheng added silently, not only in this life but also in my previous one. 2 lifetimes as an orphan. Does that not qualify as truly miserable? He pondered for a moment, wondering if this was what they referred to as parents sacrificing to the heavens, wielding boundless powers. Bai Yingyue, after a brief pause, expressed her sympathy. Then my little junior brother is far more pitiful than I. At least I have a teacher who cares for me. In the future, I shall cherish you, and if anyone bullies you, I will help you deal with them. The saint's son, Luo Fancheng replied. Well, Bai Yingyue fell silent for a few seconds before retorting. Hey, I'm your junior sister, not your senior sister. Junior sisters are meant to be cherished, not used as enforcers. All right, it seems you cannot contend with him, Luo Fancheng conceded. Bai Yingyue turned to the female pope, pointing at Luo Fancheng in a feigned frenzy. Teacher, is it too late for me to strangle him now? He.s. infuriating. The female pope replied calmly. You chose this little junior brother yourself. Even if it brings you to tears, you must learn to coexist. Bai Yingyue felt as if struck by lightning, clutching her chest in despair. Luo Fancheng was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the female pope possessed a sense of dark humor. At that moment, the space tore open once more, and Di Weiyang emerged from the darkness, accompanied by a group of handsome men and beautiful women. Chapter 18. The Soul Beast Oasis, a New Shock, a Limit-Breaking Genius? Luo Fancheng gasped in astonishment, surrounded by an expansive void, devoid of anything. Look below, junior brother. Bai Yingyue chirped. Luo Fancheng cast his gaze downward, his heart involuntarily trembling. He found himself suspended 1,000 meters in the air, his body buoyed by an unseen force, with verdant vistas stretching endlessly beneath him. An unbounded primordial forest lay at his feet. Junior brother, this is the Eastern Oasis, the largest gathering place for soul beasts in the entire soul martial continent, Bai Yingyue elucidated. It was here that I acquired my 4th soul ring just a few days ago. Now it is your turn. Luo Fancheng inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Such an expansive jungle can be termed an oasis? Its coverage likely surpasses that of an entire nation from my previous life. With a swift motion, Di Weiyang led the two downwards. Bai Ingwe continued, "Our teacher is taking us to the outskirts of the oasis for hunting. Is there a distinction between the inner and outer areas?" Luo Fancheng Koayev Intrith. Bai Ingwe patiently explained, "The outer circle is home to weaker soul beasts. The deeper you venture, the more abundant the spiritual energy becomes, and the stronger the soul beasts grow. The outer region primarily houses soul beasts aged from 100 to 1,000 years, while the inner area consists of beasts no younger than 10,000 years. The innermost region is referred to as the core zone, strictly off limits to humans." She paused, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. "For within dwell the 8 soul beast emperors, each a formidable beast exceeding 100,000 years in age." "What emperors are there?" Luo Fancheng asked, curiosity piqued. Bai Ingwe chuckled lightly. "Such powerful beings are far beyond our current reach. It is best not to dwell on them." Luo Fancheng silently pondered. Is it truly so distant? Having already embraced, the difference seems minimal. Yet his own demon emperor companion is not from this oasis, though her strength must be comparable. Di Weiyang suddenly interjected, "Currently, there are 7 soul beast emperors. The 8th demon emperor has been missing for over a decade, and his fate is suspected to be death." Bai Ingwe gasped. "I recall that the 3 demon dragons were formidable beasts of 400,000 years, who could possess the power to eliminate the demon emperor without a sound. Such prowess is simply celestial." A strange glimmer flashed in Luo Fancheng's eyes as he mused. Could it be that unfortunate creature he dispatched years ago? "Indeed, the one you refer to as celestial is none other than myself," he thought. Di Weiyang frowned, her expression grave. "The death of the demon emperor leaves behind soul bones and rings of 40,000 years, which are supreme treasures. If absorbed by a level 90 soul master, they would undoubtedly create a terrifying 9th-tier extraordinary being with boundless potential. However, if an evil soul master were to acquire these treasures, it would spell disaster for all living beings." Bai Ingwe's radiant smile vanished, replaced by seriousness. Luo Fancheng's expression shifted. Through the reactions of the Pope and the Saintess, he discerned that the soul rings and bones nestled within the pendant were far more precious than he had initially surmised. He had no doubt that if he were to extract the demon emperor's soul bone from the pendant now, it would undoubtedly startle both women. However, contemplating such actions was one thing. Actually doing it would be foolishness, surpassing even the demon emperor's own folly. Bai Ingwe noticed a change in Luo Fancheng's demeanor, but thought little of it. The demon emperor's status was so elevated that her junior brother, having just emerged from a desolate village, could hardly grasp the implications of such high-level matters. "Junior brother, you may not yet understand what soul rings and soul bones truly are. Allow me to explain." Towering ancient trees obscured the sky above as Luo Fancheng followed Di Weiyang along the periphery of the soul beast oasis, the underbrush rustling beneath his feet. Thanks to Bai Ingwe's earlier explanation, he no longer harbored only a vague understanding of soul rings and bones. After a soul master reaches every 10th level, they must absorb a soul ring to achieve a breakthrough. Upon the death of a soul beast, a soul ring is sure to manifest. 100 years yields a yellow ring, 1,000 years a purple one, 10,000 years a black one, and 100,000 years a red one. The color beyond 100,000 years is unknown due to its extreme rarity. Bai Ingwe likely deemed this level too distant for Luo Fancheng to comprehend. Yet, Luo Fancheng had already surmised it, an orange-red hue. The demon emperor's soul ring is indeed orange-red. It seems that the fox beauty must be a 10,000-year soul beast, with her soul ring being red. However, as Bai Ingwe had stated, the absorption of soul rings also depends on one's strength and constitution. Different levels of soul masters can withstand varying ages of soul rings. Only a level 90 powerhouse can endure a soul ring over 10,000 years. If a lower-level soul master recklessly attempts to absorb one, the outcome is grim, explosion and death. Luo Fancheng now understood Su Jiuer's good intentions in sealing the demon emperor's soul bone and ring. Aside from aiding soul masters in their breakthroughs, soul rings also bestow usable skills, enhancing their combat capabilities. However, these skills are not random. They are closely tied to the innate abilities of the soul beast during its life. Consequently, soul masters must be particularly cautious when selecting soul rings, striving to hunt soul beasts that align with their martial soul attributes. Moreover, the age of the soul ring must not be excessively high, as the body cannot bear it. Conversely, if it is too low, the skills gained may be too weak, wasting potential. Currently, Di Weiyang was leading him through the forest in search of a suitable soul beast to hunt. Regarding soul bones, Bai Yue's eyes sparkled. It is not an exaggeration to declare soul bones as the foremost treasure of the soul martial continent. They can be absorbed by soul masters and meld with their own bones, significantly augmenting physical strength and soul power. Furthermore, soul bones also confer a soul skill for the soul master to use. However, unlike soul rings, soul bones are randomly produced upon the death of a soul beast. The probability of 100 or 1,000-year soul beasts yielding soul bones is nearly zero, a rarity in 10,000. A 10,000-year soul beast has a marginally higher probability, though still exceedingly low. For those over 50,000 years, the odds are even slimmer. Especially, a 100,000-year soul beast is guaranteed to produce a soul bone, which is far superior to the bones of ordinary soul beasts. Luo Fancheng comprehended that the rarity of soul bones stems from the difficulty in slaying powerful soul beasts and the low drop rates of weaker ones, leaving much to chance. As for luck, Luo Fancheng's expression became somewhat awkward. Discussing this topic had stirred his interest anew. At that moment, a powerful roar jolted him from his thoughts. With a swift motion, a shadow darted from the underbrush. Ironback Kangwolf? Bai Yue's voice reached him. Luo Fancheng focused ahead, spotting a fierce wolf blocking their path. Its green eyes glowed with an eerie light, drool dripping from its sharp teeth, its body covered in spiny gray fur. Particularly striking was its back, a leaden hue radiating a solid, dark sheen. The wolf, long deprived of human flesh, detected the faint soul energy emanating from the three seemingly weak humans and immediately pursued them. Fancheng go, Di Weiyang commanded. All right, Luo Fancheng replied, his tone unhesitating, a smile gracing his face and revealing no hint of fear, much to the surprise of Di Weiyang and Bai Yue. Bai Yue couldn't help but ask, Junior brother, this Ironback Kangwolf possesses an aura of at least 200 years, equivalent to a pinnacle soul master. Aren't you frightened? Luo Fancheng set down the 2 packages given by the village chief, rolling up his sleeves as he stepped forward, grinning. The Pope has instructed me to engage. There must be reason behind it. Besides, I have hunted in the mountains since childhood. Bai Yue was momentarily taken aback, realizing her junior brother had been so wild since a young age. She urgently reminded him, do not be careless. These are not the ordinary beasts of the village, but rather soul beasts that have cultivated their soul power for 200 years. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng dashed forward. The Ironback Kangwolf, taken aback by the seemingly frail human who not only refused to flee, but dared to take the initiative, immediately responded with a roar. Bai Yue remarked, Teacher, is it too hasty to let junior brother confront a 200-year soul beast right from the start? Moreover, he is being too reckless. He will surely face hardship. Di Weiyang glanced at her with her cold phoenix eyes and replied, It is not about winning. I merely wish to test his foundation against this Kangwolf and discern the limits of his abilities. I am here. Will anything happen to him? Her words seemed to imply, Are you trying to instruct me? This made Bai Yue stick out her tongue, redirecting her attention to the battlefield. The moment she looked, she was taken aback. The Kangwolf leaped high, aiming for Luo Fancheng's throat. With sharp eyes, he executed a sliding maneuver, positioning himself beneath the Ironback Kangwolf and delivering a powerful uppercut to its soft underbelly. Bang! The Kangwolf let out a mournful cry as it crashed to the ground. Luo Fancheng pursued, pushing up on the Kangwolf's jaw with one hand while striking its neck violently with the other. Teacher, this is too exaggerated. Bai Yue gasped from a distance, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. While defeating a 200-year soul beast was effortless for her, It was nothing short of a fantasy for a novice who had just awakened his martial soul. Yet, Luo Fancheng immediately dispelled her doubts, demonstrating what true prowess looked like. His movements were indeed rough and lacked finesse, reminiscent of rural brawling, but they were swift, fierce, precise, and undeniably effective. No, it was not merely a matter of strength. Bai Yingwei realized that Luo Fancheng's insight was sharp. He deliberately avoided striking the Kangwolf's hardest areas, the head and back, opting instead for its vulnerable spots. She glanced at her teacher to find that the Pope's cold gaze had momentarily faltered with surprise. Soon, Luo Fancheng returned, dragging one of the ironback Kangwolf's legs. The once ferocious beast was now on the brink of death. "It's done, teacher. Junior's sister was right. This creature is indeed more formidable than the ordinary beasts of the village." Watching Luo Fancheng shake his head in resignation, Bai Yingwei felt an urge to strike him. "Brother, we just awakened our martial souls, and you can already take down a 200-year soul beast. How can you not be satisfied?" Unable to contain herself, Bai Yingwei exclaimed. "You call this difficult? You didn't even sustain a scratch." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "In the past, when I went hunting in the mountains, it was always a quick kill. Now it feels like a struggle." Bai Yingwei stared at him, realizing that his struggle meant he could no longer achieve instant kills. What kind of absurd logic was this? Di Weiyang spoke. "Your foundation is quite solid. You have accumulated a considerable amount of combat experience. If it weren't for your lack of combat skills, I would even suspect you had been specially trained by a powerful individual." Many overlook the importance of body refinement before awakening their martial soul, believing soul power is paramount. Yet you seem to have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. This is excellent. In time, you will understand the benefits of continuous physical training. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt of realization. The esteemed Pope's discernment was indeed sharp, and her words struck true. He suspected that she refrained from probing deeper into his secrets simply because of her broad-mindedness. Di Weiyang continued. "Yingwei did not convey enough specifics to you before. The first soul ring a soul master acquires has an absorption limit of 400 years. Exceeding this limit poses a risk of explosion. How can one determine their limit?" Luo Fancheng inquired. Di Weiyang explained, "Through combat, without relying on external aids. The strongest soul beast you can defeat will dictate the strength of the soul ring you can absorb. I intended to use this Kangwolf to gauge your foundation. If it were unstable, you would need to spend time honing it before any breakthroughs. My disciple must obtain a soul ring of 400 years for the strongest foundation." Luo Fancheng tentatively asked, "Is it possible for the first soul ring to exceed 400 years?" "Yes," the Pope nodded. "The world is not devoid of extraordinary geniuses with special opportunities, those who can surpass limits. Historically, the highest recorded age for a first soul ring is over 600 years. 200 years more is not that much," Luo Fancheng muttered instinctively. The Pope's expression remained unchanged, but Bai Yingwei's irritation bubbled over, revealing her small tiger teeth. "Do you know what you were saying? 200 years is substantial. That's an additional 50%. It was akin to running to one's limits. Even holding on for one more breath could feel like hell. The burden on the body from surpassing the soul ring limit by even a year is equally severe." Luo Fancheng suddenly grasped the key point. If the first soul ring could exceed by 50%, the subsequent rings would follow suit, leading to terrifying increases in overall strength. After all, the later soul rings often reach the 1,000 or 10,000-year mark, so gaining an additional half could result in a significant lead. "Ah, you grasped it quickly," Bai Yingwei nodded. "For instance, at level 90, possessing 9 soul rings, the earlier rings merely serve auxiliary roles. The true reliance is on the 9th soul ring. If yours is 100,000 years and theirs is 150,000, the disparity in power is terrifying." Luo Fancheng understood. So, if the earlier absorbed soul rings are of too low a year, it could affect the limits of later absorptions? Indeed, Bai Yingwei confirmed. There are 10-year soul beasts whose soul rings are white. However, if the first soul ring is white, you might as well forget about breaking through to level 20 in this lifetime. Luo Fancheng asked, "What if I spend some time at level 10, focusing on refining my body to defeat soul beasts of 700 or 800 years? Wouldn't I be able to absorb a superlimit soul ring?" This question left Bai Yingwei momentarily speechless. She had always followed her teacher's directives during her training and had never considered such inquiries. Di Weiyang interjected. A bottle filled to the brim cannot hold more water. The human body is like a bottle. Either one obtains a special opportunity to expand it or breaks through to the next realm. The capacity of the bottle does not increase merely through effort. Thus, when it is time to break through, one must do so. Those with great talent possess naturally larger bottles. A 300-year first soul ring is considered a genius among the top powers, while 400 years is the level of a saint like Yingwei. Considering your cultivation speed and the physical strength demonstrated in battle, I believe you can challenge your limits. Achieving 500 years would be remarkable. 600 years would create history, and 700 or 800 years. The Pope shook her head, her meaning quite clear. Luo Fancheng received high praise from the Pope, and Bai Yingwei also expressed her agreement. She felt that this handsome junior brother emerging from a mountain village continually surprised and impressed them. Bai Yingwei said, "Junior brother, because you're exposed to the pinnacle level of me and the teacher right from the start, you might feel that some things are insignificant. However, once you encounter other soul masters outside, you will realize just how special you truly are." In many soul master academies, a first soul ring of over 200 years is regarded as a highly sought-after genius. Even my teacher and I are astonished by your talent. Once you truly step out into the world, you will undoubtedly make a name for yourself and astonish many. Am I that extraordinary? Luo Fancheng pondered. He had not intended to show off, but had encountered too few soul masters and truly had no concept of strength and talent. Surrounded by formidable figures like the Demon Emperor and the Pope, he always felt weak. He had begun to look forward to the day he would leave the mountains. A pale yellow soul ring coalesced upon the surface of the ironback wolf's body. After an extended discussion among the two women and one man, the old wolf ultimately breathed its last. "Let us depart," spoke Di Weiyang. Luo Fancheng nodded, bending down to retrieve the package from the ground when two distinct soul powers within him suddenly stirred, conveying a surge of excitement. The little eel soul manifested itself prominently. Having previously absorbed the venom of the vengeful dragon, it had grown from the size of a palm to that of a forearm, its surface now adorned with scales. Resembling a diminutive serpent, it swiftly darted towards the lifeless ironback wolf, generating an inexplicable suction as it opened its mouth. With a whoosh, the wolf's carcass trembled, crimson vitality surging forth, merging with the yellow soul ring as they were drawn into the mouth of the little eel. Chapter 19. The soul of martial arts evolves again? Astonishing achievements. The azure lotus stir's Luo Fancheng found the scene before him eerily reminiscent of a previous encounter. Recalling the last time the little loach had manifested such behavior, the holy maiden, startled, had been on the verge of departing when Luo Fancheng's martial soul unexpectedly stirred. Observing the little loach consuming the soul ring, Bai Yingwei exclaimed anxiously, "This is not good. Junior brother, you must control your martial soul immediately. If you absorb that 200-year soul ring, your talent will be squandered." "There is no time left," sighed Di Weiyang, acknowledging the little loach's rapid consumption that had taken even her by surprise. It appeared that Luo Fancheng could only absorb the 200-year soul ring. With a swish, the little loach emanated a monochromatic glow, its brilliance deepening and intensifying as its form swiftly expanded, scales proliferating on its surface as it ascended in rank. Bai Yingwei expressed her astonishment. This is not the usual manifestation of absorbing a soul ring. Di Weiyang, with her phoenix-like gaze, scrutinized the transformation. Boom! The little loach's size doubled, now exceeding a meter in length, its appearance far more formidable than before. It had transformed from a diminutive loach into a green-scaled serpent, radiating a dual-colored aura instead of a single hue. Luo Fancheng could distinctly sense the elation emanating from the green-scaled serpent, a profound realization dawning within him. It had not only grown in length but also in strength. However, he mused, this little brother of his was rather inconsiderate, feasting without offering a morsel to his master. Bai Yingwei, still in shock, remarked, "Junior brother, your martial soul can genuinely continue to evolve, and the pace of this evolution is astonishing." "Intriguing," Di Weiyang replied, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded. Such a martial soul exists in this world. I wonder where the pinnacle of its evolution lies. What did you just say? Luo Fancheng had been entirely focused on the little loach's advancement. Oh dear. Bai Yingyue's delicate features clouded with regret. Your martial soul possesses boundless potential, and it's a pity that the first soul ring is merely 200 years. Luo Fancheng sensed and shook his head. No, I did not sense the soul ring you mentioned. How could that be? Bai Yingyue stomped her elegant leg, demonstrating as a purple cold moon rose behind her, exuding a chilling aura that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Luo Fancheng felt a chill run through him. It was evident that this martial soul was extraordinary. Bai Yingyue had clearly restrained her aura, yet still evoked a sense of coldness. With a swish, 4 radiant rings of yellow and purple emerged from the purple moon, pulsating rhythmically. Bai Yingyue explained, "Look, this is my supreme martial soul, the shadowy moon, which has already absorbed 4 soul rings." Luo Fancheng mimicked her, channeling his soul power as the green-scaled serpent swam through the void, yet no soul rings manifested. Indeed, there are none. It seems my martial soul has digested the rings as nourishment. Bai Yingyue gasped, "How could this be?" It is universally acknowledged that soul rings can only be absorbed by martial souls, not converted into personal strength. Di Weiyang interjected, "Indeed. Fancheng's martial soul has yet to absorb a soul ring. There is no trace of the ironback howling wolf's soul ring within. Has he truly converted the soul ring into nourishment?" Bai Yingyue's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Many prodigies are born to defy conventions. You are a holy maiden, so maintain your composure," Di Weiyang thought, shaking her head at Bai Yingyue's exuberance, which seemed unbefitting of a holy maiden. However, upon noticing Luo Fancheng's unwavering demeanor, Bai Yingyue felt an urge to scream in frustration. "Hey, do you even realize how monstrous your martial soul is? If word gets out, it would terrify everyone. Others, after absorbing their soul rings, can do nothing but watch them dissipate, while your martial soul wastes no resources, voraciously absorbing and visibly growing stronger. Moreover, it seems it requires energy for evolution. If your martial soul evolves to its ultimate form, could it not then return the absorbed power to you, accelerating your cultivation? Unlike other powerful beings who can only absorb spiritual energy, Luo Fancheng can absorb both spiritual energy and soul rings for training." Gasping at the thought, Bai Yingyue regarded the handsome junior brother with a look of awe. Luo Fancheng, however, was oblivious to such considerations, retracting his martial soul and retrieving 2 packages from the ground. The azure lotus martial soul continued its unusual activity, showing no interest in the ironback howling wolf, but exhibiting an insatiable hunger for the contents within the packages. Nevertheless, he decided against opening them, fearing unexpected complications he could not explain later. Upon raising his head, he noticed that both Bai Yingyue and Di Weiyang had fallen silent, their brows furrowed as they gazed intently in the same direction. Following their gaze, Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted. The once mighty ironback howling wolf now lay lifeless, as if all its essence had been drained away, resembling a desiccated corpse. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. He pondered whether the holy maiden intended to eliminate him before he could pose a threat, even without the foreseen script. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were a mere bystander contemplating his own demise. He cautiously observed the expressions of the 2 women. Bai Yingyue, with her graceful legs, skipped over, her sweet smile returning. "Junior brother, I almost forgot. Your martial soul can absorb soul rings for evolution and blood essence as well." "Indeed." Luo Fancheng nodded, a hint of tension easing within him, relieved that Bai Yingyue did not invoke the moon's wrath upon him. Yet, his keen perception caught a fleeting sense of unease in her lovely eyes. "Let us proceed." Di Weiyang's expression remained as impassive as an eternal glacier, showing no sign of emotion as she moved deeper into the forest. "Let's go, junior brother." Bai Yingyue waved her hand. Luo Fancheng was genuinely taken aback. Even after such an incident, the holy maiden did not pose a single question, bestowing her trust upon him. In the rustling foliage of the jungle, Luo Fancheng now faced a mantis nearly his height. He had never imagined a mantis could grow to such a size. Its side-like forelimbs shimmered with a diamond-like brilliance. Both beautiful and lethal. From a distance, Bai Yingwei expressed concern. Teacher, is it too much to have junior brother face off against a 400-year-old diamond mantis? You did not teach me this before, she added. Di Weiyang replied softly. An inferior teacher's reckless methods mislead their students. Conventional teaching can only cultivate mediocrity. As your mentor, I teach according to each individual's strengths. Greatness can be achieved. Your talents differ, and thus your training paths must diverge. Bai Yingwei nodded, yet her worry remained evident. She understood the reasoning, but asking someone who had awakened their martial soul for only a day to battle a 400-year-old soul beast seemed overly demanding, especially since she had yet to teach Luo Fancheng the specialized combat techniques of soul masters. She suspected her teacher had not forgotten this, but had done so intentionally for an undisclosed purpose. With a sudden movement, Luo Fancheng evaded an attack, wincing in pain. That hurt. The creature was ferocious, leaving several gashes on him, though he had narrowly avoided any critical injuries. He had no doubt that if the earlier ironback howling wolf had encountered this diamond mantis, it would have been cleaved in two. His previous attempt to control the little loach to attack had proven futile. It was evidently incapable of absorbing living beings and exhibited a critical flaw. As he became distracted by manipulating the small loach to attack, his own movements slowed significantly, nearly falling victim to a devastating sweep from the diamond mantis. Just as the diamond mantis launched another assault, Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth and met the challenge head-on, simultaneously summoning his azure lotus martial spirit, the six-petaled azure lotus world, releasing a fragrant aroma, and emitted a beam of azure light that enveloped Luo Fancheng, healing his wounds in an instant. Boom! 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 Witnessing the efficacy of the healing, Luo Fancheng adopted a reckless strategy of trading injury for injury, fiercely striking the diamond mantis, targeting its abdomen and head. In the distance, Bai Yingwei observed as the diamond mantis's energy waned, noting how Luo Fancheng's attacks grew increasingly fervent, her rosy lips parting in disbelief. Could it be he might truly defeat it? After 400 years, the diamond mantis. Yet, her junior brother had yet to master the true art of controlling his martial spirit in battle. Furthermore, the healing prowess of his azure lotus martial spirit was astonishingly powerful. Wasn't that the hallmark of a top-tier support spirit master? Crash! A resounding noise erupted as Luo Fancheng delivered a decisive blow, driving the mantis's head into the earth, shattering it, and relentlessly following up with strikes. As if fearing it might resurrect, Bai Yingwei pressed her lips tightly together, no longer daring to mention the term support. This fellow, despite his strikingly handsome appearance, fought with a ferocity akin to a humanoid beast, starkly contrasting with the frail support types that lingered safely in the rear lines. Gasping for breath, Luo Fancheng rose. His tattered clothing stained crimson with blood, yet he bore no injuries. The cost of summoning the azure lotus martial spirit had drained a significant portion of his soul power. With a flash, a bright yellow soul ring emerged from the remains of the diamond mantis. The small loach shot up, opening its mouth to absorb the yellow soul ring and the wisps of blood essence, swiftly consuming them. Luo Fancheng smirked, reliant in battle, yet swift when it comes to collecting trophies. With a thunderous roar, the loach's body expanded, evolving once more. Its length grew from 1 meter to 1.3. Now as thick as a fist, its azure scales shimmering with an ethereal glow, radiating a deepening dual-colored luminescence. Luo Fancheng observed intently. Logically, absorbing a 400-year-old soul beast should yield a greater growth than that of a 200-year-old. However, the increase was not as pronounced, suggesting that growth became increasingly difficult over time, though the speed of evolution remained impressive. Eventually, the mantis's remained shriveled, its once glimmering diamond forelimbs dulling to a stony gray. Just as the loach settled, the azure lotus martial spirit surged forth, hovering above a package, spinning in a mesmerizing manner. What was happening? Bai Yingwei was taken aback. Her junior brother's loach martial spirit was peculiar enough, but what was the nature of this azure lotus spirit? Di Weiyang's expression also revealed her astonishment. Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. These two incorrigible children, not a moment of peace from either. He knew their impatience. But could they not endure a little longer until they reached a more secluded place? Alas, Luo Fancheng could sense that the martial spirit was merely instinctively responding to benefit its host. It bore no intelligence and could not be blamed. He approached, no longer concealing his intentions, and opened the package that the azure lotus martial spirit yearned for. Chapter 20. The Source Stone? The transformation of the martial soul. The heart palpitations of the saintess as the package opened. It revealed a stone as black as ink, roughly the size of a fist. Luo Fancheng examined it closely, secretly pondering if this was the indestructible oddity the village chief had mentioned. Source Stone? Bai Yingwei exclaimed, her expression one of surprise, clearly recognizing the stone's origin. Before Luo Fancheng could inquire further, the six-petal Qinglian martial soul swiftly descended, its base attaching itself to the strange stone. With a whoosh, the Qinglian martial soul radiated a gentle light, and a refreshing fragrance filled the air, accompanied by the stone's dark hue rapidly fading. A surge of rich spiritual energy flowed into the Qinglian martial soul. The Pope, the Saintess, and Luo Fancheng all widened their eyes in astonishment. An astonishing scene unfolded. The Qinglian martial soul, which originally had only 6 petals, began to sprout new petals in the intervals between the existing ones, nourished by the spiritual energy. The 7th petal, the 8th petal. As it grew to the 9th petal, the pace of its growth noticeably slowed, for the blackness on the stone's surface had significantly lightened. Bai Yingwei exclaimed in shock, "How incredible! Is it not true that martial souls are inanimate? Yet, your Qinglian seems to be growing just like a plant." The 10th petal, a crisp crack sounded. The base of the Qinglian turned gray, eventually becoming white before splitting apart. With a flick of his hand, Luo Fancheng summoned the Qinglian martial soul, which rapidly shrank down and settled into the palm of his hand, spinning gracefully. The original 6 petals remained a sky blue, brimming with vitality, while the newly formed 4 petals displayed a faint crimson hue, exuding traces of warmth. How peculiar! What changes could this signify? Bai Yingwei inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. I shall give a try. Luo Fancheng activated the Qinglian martial soul, and the 6 blue petals emitted a healing light, while the new 4 petals remained unresponsive. How strange! I cannot control these newly sprouted petals, Luo Fancheng said hesitantly. How could that be? Bai Yingwei replied, equally perplexed. Di Weiyang, who had been observing intently, interjected, these newly formed petals clearly harbor a power distinct from the first 6. Perhaps they are not yet fully developed, which is why you cannot control them. Bai Yingwei's eyes sparkled with insight. Teacher, do you mean that the first 6 petals of my senior brother's martial soul possess healing abilities, while these 4 do not? They must fully develop before they can be utilized? Di Weiyang nodded. Perhaps, though this remains merely a conjecture. Bai Yingwei could not help but exclaim, senior brother's martial souls are truly extraordinary, defying all conventions. So unique. Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng fell into contemplation, sensing a certain incompleteness within the current Qinglian martial soul. Previously, only 6 petals allowed for the utilization of healing powers. Must he grow another 6 petals to uncover new abilities? Indeed, this seemed highly plausible. The earlier explanation from the system had indicated that the Qinglian martial soul was incomplete and required restoration. Thus, if he could find a way to grow 2 more petals, he could validate this hypothesis. The stone that incited the Qinglian's transformation was the key. Luo Fancheng cast his gaze to the ground, where the once indestructible black stone had now become mere fragments, clearly drained of its essence. He looked up and asked, Junior sister, do you recognize this stone? Bai Yingwei nodded and patiently explained, this is a source stone containing concentrated spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which can aid soul masters in their cultivation. Where can one obtain such stones in abundance? Luo Fancheng pressed, noting that while the little mudfish's absorption of blood energy and soul rings was manageable, the Qinglian martial soul evidently required a significant amount of source stones for advancement. Abundance? Bai Yingwei rolled her eyes and scoffed. Don't even mention abundance. The appearance of just one or two at major auctions would incite fierce competition. Really? Is that so? Luo Fancheng replied, astonished. Saintess Ingwe remarked with a hint of exasperation. Do you envision this stone as common, as iron ore? To this day, no one has figured out how these stones are formed or where they originate. Occasionally, fortunate soul masters may acquire one, but they would absorb it at the first opportunity, never letting it go to waste. Do you realize how much a single source stone could elevate an ordinary soul master's cultivation? Luo Fancheng shook his head. By Ingwe elaborated, at the very least, it could elevate one soul power by 25 levels, and not just any low-level soul power. Such a significant increase. Luo Fancheng was momentarily dumbfounded, followed by a pang of regret. This Qinglian martial soul was excessively extravagant, unlike the little mudfish, which was easy to nurture and not picky. Yet both were ungrateful. It absorbed so much without leaving a morsel for its father. Junior brother, is your village chief either ignorant of its value or overly generous to have bestowed such a treasure upon you? By Ingwe marveled. Luo Fancheng's body jolted, his thoughts stirred. He did not naively believe that the village chief was unaware of the stone's worth. If he truly were, why had he concealed it for 30 years and only given it to him? Perhaps the chief did not know the term source stone, but something that could withstand blade and axe without a scratch was undoubtedly rare. Ultimately, it was given to him as a parting gift. Luo Fancheng gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with resolve. This kindness would not be forgotten, nor could it be. Luo Fancheng would repay any debt incurred and would seek to learn from the village chief where the source stone had been found. Unbeknownst to him, the village chief's willingness to gift the treasure stemmed from a fondness for this charming junior. Lacking children of his own, the chief had witnessed Luo Fancheng's kindness over the years, occasionally assisting him with hunting and farming. Human hearts are tender. The old man, Lu Rinjin, had never contemplated talent or repayment, hoping only that Luo Fancheng might soar ever higher. Luo Fancheng picked up the cloth that had wrapped the stone, refusing to discard it. Bai Ingwe inquired curiously, Senior brother, why keep this tattered cloth now that the source stone is gone? Luo Fancheng shook his head, neatly folding the cloth. The source stone has value, but friendship is priceless. Bai Ingwe trembled slightly, gazing at her handsome senior brother in a daze. She realized that this man, upon closer acquaintance, was far more captivating than she had initially imagined. Handsome, gifted, and valuing friendship, such a man, if he were to venture forth, would surely captivate countless women. A sudden flutter of emotion stirred within her heart. Di Weiyang's exquisite, icy visage remained unchanged, yet a flicker of approval shone in her phoenix-like eyes. She spoke, Fancheng, before the sun sets today, defeat a 500-year-old soul beast. Luo Fancheng's body trembled. What? This pace is a bit too hasty, I assenti it. He nearly met his end against a 400-year-old diamond mantis. Now, a 500-year-old soul beast. Is this not an unreasonable request? With a chuckle, Bai Ingwe observed Luo Fancheng's hesitation and said, I thought after the teacher's words, you would rush out wielding your weapon to hunt down a 500-year-old soul beast. It seems you are not as reckless as I imagined. Luo Fancheng shot her a glance. What gave you the impression that I am reckless? I'm steadfast, not foolish. I certainly won't engage in suicidal endeavors. Di Weiyang's tone grew stern. Enough, Ingwe. Do not tease your senior brother. Instead, instruct him on the true way to control his martial soul in battle. The true way to control the martial soul in battle? Luo Fancheng exclaimed, his face revealing a strong curiosity. Chapter 21. The Unity of Human and Soul? The Diary of the Sea King. The Saintess's Thoughts Indeed. Shifting to serious matters, Bai Ingwe retracted her playful demeanor, revealing a look of earnestness. The manipulation of martial souls requires precise techniques to unleash their true power. You must have experienced this during your recent battle. Luo Fancheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, while I was utilizing the healing abilities of the Qinglian martial soul, it was manageable. However, attempting to coordinate the little eel in the midst of battle became exceedingly distracting, rendering it ineffective. Bai Ingwe explained, your Qinglian is classified as a weapon martial soul, which can be controlled with merely a thought. while the little eel is a beast martial soul. Naturally, attempting to multitask in battle prevents one from showcasing its true might. Qinglian is a weapon martial soul? Luo Fancheng inquired, astonished. Isn't it supposed to be a plant martial soul? Bai Yingwe patiently clarified, grass, wood, vines, and lotus indeed belong to the category of plant martial souls. The sun, moon, thunder, and lightning fall under celestial martial souls. The world of martial souls is vast and varied, with countless classifications that can be quite challenging to discern. However, when fundamentally distinguishing them, there are essentially two types: beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Those that can achieve unity with the soul master are beast martial souls, while those that cannot are weapon martial souls. This classification is rather straightforward, isn't it? Feeling she might have sounded too stern, Bai Yingwe shyly stuck out her little tongue. Little senior brother, please don't be frightened. I tend to become unconsciously serious when discussing important matters. Hee. It's fine, please continue, Luo Fancheng replied, shaking his head, unaffected by her demeanor. The knowledge possessed by the saintess surely stemmed from the invaluable experiences of countless formidable predecessors. Standing on the shoulders of giants is undoubtedly a swifter path to enhancing one's strength than fumbling through it alone. As the topic of unity of human and soul arose, a flicker of understanding sparked in his mind, as if he were on the brink of unlocking a new world. It was merely a step away. Bai Yingwe resumed her serious tone, explaining, in simple terms, the unity of human and soul involves drawing the soul into the body, allowing your beast martial soul to possess you, merging with your being, thereby significantly amplifying your strength. Suddenly, a purple moon rose behind Bai Yingwe, letting out a delicate moan. Martial soul, possess. The purple moon swiftly expanded to a height equal to her own, merging seamlessly with her graceful form. Boom! A radiant purple light enveloped Bai Yingwe's body, a crescent moon appearing on her brow, her eyelashes adorned with frost, and her fair skin emanating a chilling aura. Her already stunning beauty was further enhanced, exuding an enchanting and ethereal charm that was utterly irresistible. The saintess's demonstration illuminated Luo Fancheng's mind like a lightning bolt cutting through fog. Unity of human and soul was indeed the right path. He had been wrong, mistakenly blaming the little eel for its ineffectiveness. How could he expect it to function properly when he had treated it like a mere dog sent to attack? Observing the beautiful yet frosty saintess, Luo Fancheng pondered. If martial soul possession enhances the host's strength, does it mean that different types of martial souls provide varying enhancements? Bai Yingwe was taken aback, seemingly surprised by Luo Fancheng's quick grasp of the concept. Nodding affirmatively, she replied, yes. My Taiyin Yuing martial soul greatly increases my resistance to water and ice attribute attacks, while simultaneously enhancing my control over the powers of water, ice, and moonlight. You will need to experience what kind of enhancement your martial soul provides for yourself. Luo Fancheng exclaimed, so, does that mean your combat prowess is significantly amplified in the presence of ice, water, and moonlight? Indeed, she confirmed. Luo Fancheng quietly marveled at the formidable nature of her martial soul. Where could one find moonlight when night fell? Suddenly, he realized a pressing issue. The arrogant Saint Sun seemed to possess a martial soul called the Great Sun Candlelight. Wouldn't that mean unparalleled power under flames and sunlight? This was only one of his martial souls. No wonder he exuded such an air of arrogance. Luo Fancheng lamented inwardly. Such a magnificent martial soul was wasted on that individual. It would suit him far better, perfectly complementing his sister's moonlight. What was he thinking? Luo Fancheng shook his head, dismissing his stray thoughts. There was no way another's martial soul could become his. It was utterly impossible. However, he could strive to cultivate his own strength to surpass them. Clenching his fists, he felt an even greater urgency to improve. As time passed, the Empress, Di Weiyang, had vanished, her whereabouts unknown, in the lush green grass. The handsome young man and beautiful young woman sat facing each other. Bai Yingwe imparted her wisdom, teaching Luo Fancheng the method of drawing the soul into the body and achieving unity. Now that you know the details, though it's not particularly difficult, Mastering the technique will take a good half of the day. Bai Yingyue stretched leisurely, a relaxed expression on her face, her fullness nearly spilling forth. Luo Fancheng found it impossible not to notice, silently marveling at her remarkable development. This innocent girl had matured to such an extent, it was quite astonishing. Is it beautiful? A soft voice echoed in his ear. Luo Fancheng's heart skipped a beat, yet he remained composed, lifting his gaze to meet her inscrutable expression. Sister, your natural beauty and fair skin are indeed captivating. Bai Yingyue smiled playfully. Little senior brother must not lie. It seemed you were not merely gazing at my face just now. I was contemplating the details of martial soul possession. Luo Fancheng replied, maintaining eye contact with the saintess, his composure unwavering. To speak honestly, big brother, Yingyue wouldn't mind. After all, they exist for others to admire. It's just that when others gaze upon them, Yingyue feels displeased. If big brother enjoys looking, I would naturally be willing, but if you wish to touch. Bai Yingyue's expression turned suggestive, her words laced with temptation. Luo Fancheng instinctively felt compelled to concede, but upon noticing a glimmer of mischief in her beautiful eyes, he was startled. That was close. He almost fell into her trap. One of the first lessons from a certain Sea King's dating diary was that in interactions between men and women, the worst mistake is to let the rhythm fall into the other person's hands. One must provoke and control the other's emotions rather than being at their mercy. A weak nation has no diplomacy. Similarly, a weak man has no influence. Women are often drawn to those who can stir their emotions. Luo Fancheng's principle was that while sincerity can be offered in relationships with women, one must never be too honest. Yingyue, Luo Fancheng assumed a serious demeanor, causing Bai Yingyue, who believed her scheming was succeeding, to be momentarily taken aback. She had intended to use his admission as leverage, thinking, if you misbehave, I'll tell the teacher you were teasing me. Yet, her intentions were harmless. What girl doesn't enjoy playfully teasing someone she likes? Just like boys in school who would tug on the braids of girls in front or engage in playful banter. Luo Fancheng continued, if you call me big brother, and I call you little sister, our relationship remains pure. But how can you now be enticing your big brother? Who's trying to entice you? Bai Yingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Fancheng feigned innocence. Big brother is devoted to cultivation, uninterested in such trivial matters, yet you insist on drawing my attention to them. Trivial matters? Bai Yingyue felt as though struck by lightning. How could he turn the tables like this? Just moments ago, he had been staring at her intensely, and now he wore a saintly facade. Bai Yingyue's frustration boiled over. Oh, you despicable man, she exclaimed, abandoning her teasing intentions, opening her lips to retort, only to be interrupted by Luo Fancheng. Junior sister, you surely do not wish for master to become aware of such matters, do you? Let us refrain from discussing it further. Brother is a man of honor. Huh? Is this not her ultimate objective? Bai Yingyue felt a numbing sensation. She could not comprehend how her meticulously crafted plans had been so easily thwarted. I shall attempt the unification of human and soul. Luo Fancheng, radiating righteousness, rose and departed with swift strides, the dynamics of their confrontation shifting in mere moments. Bai Yingyue gazed at his graceful silhouette, her teeth clenched in frustration as she fiercely plucked a blade of grass, snapping it in two. Bah! A man of words, yet of deceit. A clumsy oaf. I might believe many things, but I refuse to accept that you are not a lecher. Just you wait. I shall expose your lascivious side. Bai Yingyue puffed her cheeks, her expression one of defiance. Let him practice. Exhaust yourself, you insufferable senior brother, without 2 hours. Do not even dream of mastering it. Bai Yingyue was not speaking without purpose. Not to mention that she herself had spent 4 hours on the endeavor. Even the extraordinary talent of Saint Zihuangyan had taken over 2 hours to fully grasp the embodiment of martial souls. Boom! A distant rumble interrupted her thoughts. And Bai Yingyue turned her gaze, her cherry lips parting in astonishment, her tongue momentarily frozen. Chapter 22 Junior Sister, is this speed normal? Luo Fancheng's aura surged dramatically from the depths of the forest, his handsome and masculine visage now imbued with an aura of sinister nobility. His charm was more striking than ever. His exposed skin was adorned with a layer of shimmering azure scales, and a powerful vitality radiated from him. His presence now more than doubled in strength. Could it be? How could it happen so swiftly? Bai Yingyue was taken aback, nearly biting her own tongue. This was clearly a sign of successful martial soul manifestation. Yet, was it not a bit too quick? She had just finished explaining the key points to him, and he had already accomplished it. Wasn't it said that it would take at least 2 hours? In that instant, Bai Yingyue felt a bit dazed. As the holy maiden of the divine hall, her esteemed position and profound knowledge should not lead her to display such instability repeatedly. Yet this fellow was an absolute prodigy, defying every norm and leaving everyone astounded each time. Boom! While Bai Yingyue was lost in thought, Luo Fancheng suddenly shot towards her like a cannonball, crashing into her and pinning her down in grass. Senior brother, what are you doing? Bai Yingyue's face flushed crimson as she bit her silver teeth and exclaimed, her soul power surging within her. Junior sister, don't misunderstand. It wasn't intentional. Luo Fancheng hurriedly explained. You've knocked me down. How could it not be intentional? Bai Yingyue glared at him, feeling a chill in her heart. Although she held a fondness for her handsome junior brother, this progression felt far too rapid. Listen to my defense. No, listen to my explanation. Luo Fancheng was equally bewildered, his words tumbling out incoherently. He merely intended to leap over and show Bai Yingyue that there was nothing wrong with his martial soul manifestation. However, as soon as he pushed off the ground, his body lunged forward uncontrollably. In his attempt to rise, he inadvertently touched Bai Yingyue's long legs clad in black leather boots. A sense of dread washed over Luo Fancheng. This was a disaster. There was no way to explain this now. Is it not enough to pin me down? You must also touch. Bai Yingyue widened her beautiful eyes. Incredulity etched on her face as she gazed at his devilishly handsome visage. It was as if she were saying, this seemingly upright senior brother, who looks so dignified, turns out to be so unyielding. Get up. The teacher might return at any moment. Bai Yingyue, seething with anger, nearly unleashed her soul power to blast Luo Fancheng away. But ultimately her heart softened, transforming her ire into a flustered pout. Here, a cold, authoritative voice drifted in from nearby, causing both Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingyue to stiffen, their expressions frozen. Thud thud. The duo turned their heads like wooden figures in the direction of the voice. There, atop the sturdy treetops, stood the Grand Priestess, Di Weiyang, arms crossed, gazing down at the two entangled figures with an unreadable expression. They had no idea how long she had been observing. Luo Fancheng felt mortified, surely. The teacher could not think of them as beasts. Bai Yingyue felt a chill run down her spine. The teacher would not assume she was inviting his advances, would she? Never mind, continue. The Grand Priestess's words pushed the awkwardness between Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingyue to its zenith. They separated like lightning. Bai Yingyue, with grass remnants clinging to her fair legs, blushed as she exclaimed, Teacher, it was senior brother. He was the one who charged at me first. Indeed, I was the one who charged first. Luo Fancheng nodded, then shook his head, but it wasn't intentional. I understand. No need for explanations. The Grand Priestess replied slowly. It's perfectly normal for one experiencing their first martial soul manifestation to lose control of their strength. Bai Yingyue's eyes widened in realization. How could she have forgotten? She almost thought her senior brother had been overtaken by his martial soul's primal instincts. Luo Fancheng felt tears welling up. Thankfully, the Grand Priestess spoke a word of justice, or his reputation would have been tarnished. Wait, he suddenly realized. The Grand Priestess was cunning and might have returned long ago, reveling in their embarrassment. Teacher, is there any issue with my soul integration? Could there be any issues? Bai Yingyue scoffed, though she understood Luo Fancheng's earlier actions. She still felt a surge of indignation from having her thigh touched. This was too much. No, she must find an opportunity to retaliate. Luo Fancheng hesitative. Junior sister mentioned that it would take at least half a day to master soul integration. Yet, I achieved it in one attempt. I worry that this rapid mastery might have some flaws. Bai Yingyue was astounded. Do you ever listen to what others say? Is it necessary to chase after someone to slap their face? Di Weiyang shook her head in agreement. There are no flaws. Your comprehension speed is exceptional. She understood talent. But not him. Bai Yinghue's expression drooped, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of grievance. Dear teacher, must you really step on me like this? Am I truly so neglected? Woe is me. Only then did Luo Fancheng take the time to carefully sense the changes after his martial soul manifestation, feeling a significant surge of power coursing through him. His strength had increased at least threefold or more. He lightly tapped the crystalline azure scales covering his skin, which felt as hard as diamonds, indicating a remarkable increase in defense. The soul power accumulated in his dantian was continuously depleting, yet the rate of consumption was not alarming, suggesting that maintaining the martial soul manifestation for several incense sticks worth of time should pose no issue. Bai Yinghue pranced over, her curiosity piqued as she examined Luo Fancheng. Ah, junior brother, I have seen other snake-type soul masters during their martial soul manifestation. They de-transform into hideous serpents, ghastly like ghosts, yet you are different. Like a ghost? Luo Fancheng rolled his eyes. No, no, no. Bai Yinghue shook her head, beaming. You're very handsome. Truly very handsome. Luo Fancheng suddenly felt a newfound admiration for Bai Yinghue, who had just been on the verge of tears, now smiling joyfully, vibrant and enchanting. Your transformation resembles that of a dragon. There is not a hint of a snake-type martial soul about you. The Grand Priestess interjected, Fancheng, your martial soul has yet to fully evolve. It remains in its nascent stage, hence the changes in form during manifestation are not substantial. As your martial soul strengthens, the degree of transformation into a dragon will increase, and so will the enhancement of your power. Understood, teacher. Luo Fancheng nodded, then curiously asked, Teacher, where did you go just now? Di Weiyang's gaze flickered. It's about to begin. Huh? Luo Fancheng was initially puzzled, but soon rustling sounds emerged from the forest, followed by three beastly figures charging forth. It was three half-human height diamond mantises, roughly the same size as the 400-year-old diamond mantis they had previously fought. Grag! Grag! The diamond mantises screeched, their small eyes glowing crimson. Luo Fancheng understood. The Grand Priestess had taken advantage of this time to summon small monsters for him to engage. Combat is the best way to test your breakthroughs. Go, Fancheng! The Grand Priestess encouraged. Swish! Luo Fancheng did not hesitate. As the three diamond mantises swung their scythes towards him, attempting to surround him, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy from mastering the soul integration. Come at me. A smile crept across his lips as he leaped into action, throwing a punch. Clang! 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 The scythe scraped against his scaled skin, igniting sparks, while he executed a swift counterattack, smashing one of the diamond mantis's heads with sheer force. What a thrill! Luo Fancheng relished the satisfaction of that punch, feeling liberated compared to the frustration he faced earlier with that mantis. Bai Yinghue, watching from beside the Grand Priestess side, Junior Brother's speed in mastering this new combat style is astonishing. The Grand Priestess shot her a glance and asked, Are you still not accustomed to it? Bai Yinghue opened her mouth. Is this something one can simply get used to? She's indeed a rare genius. Yet I have never encountered such a prodigy. I had assumed you had already grown accustomed to it. The High Priestess's words nearly broke Bai Yinghue's composure, and she sighed silently, already adapting, indeed adapting. Bang! The battle concluded. Luo Fancheng delivered a powerful blow, vanquishing three mantises, each one driven deep into the moist earth. Three radiant yellow soul rings materialized. With a sigh of relief, Luo Fancheng exclaimed in exhilaration. It had been but a short while, less than half a day, since he had to exert all his strength to defeat a diamond mantis. Now he could effortlessly dispatch three. Such rapid progress was remarkable. As the martial spirit manifestation faded, the little loach eagerly rushed towards the spoils. Whoosh! As it consumed its prize. The little loach's form expanded from an impressive 1 meter 3 to a full 1 meter 8, its girth comparable to that of a small tree. Its azure scales grew larger, resembling the intricate patterns of dragon scales, and the dual-colored luminescence intensified. Luo Fancheng watched the little loach return, its once diminutive form now grand and majestic. However, he keenly noticed that the enhancement provided by similarly ranked soul beasts was diminishing. The High Priestess spoke. Let us depart. The sun is setting. Luo Fancheng recalled the task set by his mentor, to slay a 500-year-old soul beast before dusk. Initially, he had deemed it impossible, but now, confidence surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, Di Weiyang and Bai Yingyue exchanged grave glances at the withered remains of the mantises, their expressions laden with concern. Moo! The jungle quaked as a soul beast roared. A slender figure was engaged in combat with a formidable bull. The bull exuded an aura of ferocity, its massive frame accentuated by golden horns that glimmered in the sunset, as if forged from pure gold. A 500-year-old soul beast, the golden bull, unmatched in strength. Thud, thud, thud. Enraged, the bull charged, trampling the ground beneath its hooves, its golden horns poised for attack. Huh! Luo Fancheng shouted, his blood surging as he lunged forward, grasping the bull's horns with remarkable force. The impact was staggering. Luo Fancheng's feet dug into the earth, sliding several meters before he could stabilize himself, locked in a fierce stalemate. Moo! The golden bull let out a piercing cry, seemingly mocking the audacity of a mere human daring to contest its might. This was its domain. Would the little senior brother truly overreach? Bai Yingyue, observing from tree, tensed with anticipation, ready to intervene, she had not expected Luo Fancheng to be so reckless, engaging directly without hesitation. The high priestess, with calm and intrigued eyes, watched without any intention of rescue. Swish, swish. The standoff continued. Luo Fancheng's starry eyes sparkled as he felt a vortex forming in his grasp, generating a pull. The bull's strength waned while his own surged. Realizing its predicament, the bull emitted a terrified roar, desperately thrashing its head to break free from the grip. It was too late. Lift! Luo Fancheng gripped the horns with unwavering resolve, bending his knees and hoisting the seemingly weighty bull, crashing it down with a resounding thud. The ground trembled. The last rays of sunlight painted his resolute profile as twilight descended. The 500-year-old golden bull lay defeated. Bai Yingyue shook her head, momentarily entranced by the spectacle. A saintess would seldom be swayed by mere mortals. This man was undoubtedly dangerous. As the martial spirit manifestation dissipated, the little loach darted towards the fallen bull, ready to consume. Little senior brother, what was that technique you just used? Bai Yingyue recalled witnessing the vortex emerge from Luo Fancheng's hands. During the battle, I discovered that I could utilize the little loach's devouring ability while in martial spirit manifestation. Absorbing the opponent's vitality for my own use, a mutual exchange, Luo Fancheng explained, possessing a unique constitution that allowed him to see in the dark. He noticed Bai Yingyue's reaction. Rather than delight, she seemed visibly shaken, casting cautious glances at the high priestess beside her. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Little senior brother, look at your martial spirit, Bai Yingyue exclaimed, pointing toward the bull's remains, unable to contain her astonishment. Chapter 23. Turning adversity into opportunity. Is Saintess's jealousy what seems to be the problem? Upon hearing Bai Yingyue's exclamation, Luo Fancheng felt perplexed and turned to look. His pupils dilated in shock. The small eel, once elongated at a height of 1.80 meters, now grotesquely inflated, resembling an overblown balloon on the verge of bursting. The dual-colored soul light on its surface flickered erratically. Its aura was in utter chaos. Luo Fancheng's scalp tingled in alarm. Brother, are you not aiming for evolution? Have you lost your mind and decided to explode instead? Are you intending to take me along for the ride? A grave voice from Di Weiyang echoed from behind. This is troublesome. Your martial soul has absorbed too much blood energy in soul rings, and it cannot digest anymore. Luo Fancheng glanced at the large, sun-dried wild bull lying on the ground, his lips twitching. Even if he were tempted, consuming such a hefty meal in one bite was absurd. Swallowing an elephant was akin to courting death. However, he quickly realized that the small eel lacked intelligence, and thus could not comprehend restraint. It required his conscious control as its master. He had been remiss. Teacher, what should senior brother do in this situation? Bai Yingyue anxiously asked, biting her cherry lips. Di Weiyang, unperturbed, calmly assessed the situation. External assistance is futile. He must resolve this on his own. The only method is for his physical body to alleviate the absorption pressure on the martial soul, but the corresponding crisis will also shift to him. Without the resolve to sacrifice oneself, he can only allow the martial soul to perish. Understood. After listening, Luo Fancheng nodded and charged forward in a swift stride. A decisive glint shone in his eyes as he pressed his palm against the eel's inflating body. The small eel was a vital asset in his martial soul. He could not afford to neglect it. Waves of turbulent blood, energy, and soul power rapidly flowed through his palm into his body. The eel's inflated form began to shrink. The imminent explosion averted, yet Luo Fancheng's own body swelled, his soul power in disarray. Cough. Luo Fancheng stifled a groan, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as foreign blood energy surged through his bones, excess soul power rushing through his meridians. Bai Yue's fingers intertwined in worry. Teacher, can junior brother handle this? Di Weiyang's lips moved. It is of no concern. I am here. Bai Yue felt reassured. If the teacher said there was no problem, then surely there was none. Yet, teacher, didn't you just say that external help is of no use? Di Weiyang cast her a sidelong glance, her tone icy. It seems your words are rather abundant. Bai Yue dared not retort, sulking slightly. Upon noticing Di Weiyang's admiring gaze directed at Luo Fancheng, she understood. The teacher was clearly using this opportunity to test her senior brother. Di Weiyang spoke again. In times of crisis, maintaining composure and decisiveness is crucial. Yue, you must learn from your senior brother's steadiness and resolve. He is merely conversing a bit more with his peers. Bai Yue pouted, defensively retorting like a petulant child. Just as Luo Fancheng reached his limit, on the brink of collapse, Di Weiyang prepared to intervene. Buzz, the azure lotus martial soul quietly manifested, instinctively protecting its master. A cascade of fragrant, healing light enveloped Luo Fancheng. His strained bones and meridians were rapidly restored. The destructive blood energy integrated into his very being, reinforcing his bones through repeated cycles of damage and repair. The soul power surging through his meridians experienced a similar transformation under the azure lotus's extraordinary healing abilities. The soul power not only refrained from rupturing his meridians, but instead widened them. The tide of the situation turned, transforming peril into safety. This scene brought a smile of delight to Bai Yue's face. Di Weiyang, astonished, had been prepared to assist Luo Fancheng in managing the blood energy and soul power, but was taken aback by his remarkable self-sufficiency in overcoming the crisis. Truly, he was impressive. For an ordinary person, such a massive influx of energy would likely spell disaster. It was not easily digestible. Boom! The small eel's aura surged. Its serpentine form swelling from 1 meter 80 to 2 meters. Its status once again elevated, emanating a new vibrancy within its dual-colored luminescence. Bai Yue, sensing a shift, exclaimed, Teacher, could it be that junior brother's martial soul is about to transform into a dragon? Indeed, Di Weiyang nodded. His martial soul faintly radiates an authentic draconic might. It is likely that his transformation goes beyond mere dragonhood. Perhaps. It is to become a true dragon. How could that be? Bai Yue shook her head. Among the myriad dragon martial souls in the world, the true dragon martial soul is exclusively tied to the imperial lineage of the Songlong Empire, the ancient Songlong. Junior brother lacks royal blood. Where could this true dragon martial soul originate? Di Weiyang replied, Even I do not know. His martial soul has only just begun its evolution, and the draconic might within him remains latent and not yet evident. When it eventually reveals its true form, it is likely to be earth-shattering, potentially even shaking the very foundations of the Songlong martial soul's supremacy. Bai Yue's lips parted in astonishment. She understood how sparingly her teacher spoke, and the fact that she was now sharing so much indicated that her senior brother's martial soul possessed far greater potential than she had imagined. Boom! Luo Fancheng's body erupted with blood energy, his soul power more robust and substantial than before, his eyes sparkling with vigor. Indeed, junior brother, it appears your gains are considerable. Bai Yue approached, her youthful spirit bouncing with curiosity. Hey, you've turned misfortune into fortune. So why the furrowed brow? Luo Fancheng hesitated. Strange. My soul power and blood energy have both significantly increased. Why do I sense no signs of breakthrough? Oh dear. Bai Ingwe rolled her eyes at him. Fool. Didn't I mention that without attaching a soul ring, a breakthrough is impossible? This is also why the teacher advised you to break through when the time is right. Otherwise, it would hinder your cultivation. The optimal age for soul masters to break through is between 16 and 25. Lingering too long at a certain level in pursuit of higher-level soul rings is unwise. Understood. Luo Fancheng listened attentively, his demeanor serious, inadvertently making Bai Ingwe feel shy. Junior brother, your strengthened bones and widened meridians will not only benefit your future. It seems your chances of obtaining a soul ring have also increased significantly. Di Weiyang spoke. Fancheng, tonight you should consolidate your cultivation. Tomorrow, it will be time to seek a suitable soul ring. Luo Fancheng clenched his fists, feeling the abundant power coursing through him, and confidently declared, Teacher, I believe I can surpass the 400-year limit of the first soul ring. Given my current physical condition, acquiring a soul ring over 500 years should pose no challenge. Bai Ingwe suddenly realized that her seemingly ordinary junior brother had, unbeknownst to her, already broken the limits of an average person's body. No, he had shattered the limits of a genius attaching their first soul ring. As the saintess, a sense of defeat welled up within her. How astonishing it was that such a prodigious talent had emerged from this small village. Was her status as a saintess not enough? No, it was this fellow who was simply monstrous. One martial soul devours blood, energy, and soul power to evolve. Another absorbs elemental stones to grow. None of this was normal. Even the saint's son, Huang Yin, could not instill such a sense of pressure. Di Weiyang remarked, Fancheng, you are still too conservative. Even with a 600-year record, you should attempt to surpass it. 600 years? Bai Ingwe's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. For ordinary forces, a 300-year first soul ring was considered genius, while only the top-tier forces regarded 400 years as the pinnacle of genius. 600 years for a first soul ring. Even she had never dared to dream such a thing, nor had the self-proclaimed prodigy, Saint Sun Huang Yin. In the annals of history, there has only been a singular instance of an individual endowed with extraordinary fortune. Now, is it not rather audacious for the junior disciple to nonchalantly aspire to shatter historical records? Bai Ingwe felt a sense of unreality and pinched herself. Luo Fancheng managed a wry smile and remarked, Master, I fear my martial spirit may inadvertently cause some unforeseen complications, absorbing the soul rings, leaving me devoid of enhancements. Di Weiyang's expression grew serious as she admonished, You must learn to control your martial spirit. Do not allow it to recklessly absorb blood essence and soul rings. As you have witnessed today, while rapid absorption may seem advantageous, excess can lead to significant issues. Upon reaching a certain threshold, you must pause and allow time for digestion. The growth of your martial spirit must not surpass your control, lest it spirals out of hand. Everything must remain within your grasp. The level of soul power is foundational. Luo Fancheng nodded, deeply resonating with her words, having felt the imminent explosion of his martial spirit, a sensation that filled him with trepidation. We shall rest here for the night, declared Di Weiyang. Right here? Luo Fancheng surveyed his surroundings, the forest now shrouded in darkness, rustling leaves echoing ominously and strange. Unknown cries emanating from afar. Bai Ingwe chimed in playfully, What's the matter? With a master and a junior sister, both exquisite beauties by your side. Is that not sufficient? Do you long for the hard bed of your village? Luo Fancheng laughed. The master is undoubtedly a great beauty. But as for you, junior sister, do you believe I could strike you with a single punch, and you might meet your end? Bai Ingwe brandished her delicate fist, furrowing her elegant brow. I merely find this place rather rudimentary. Luo Fancheng mused, considering that the high priestess and the saintess ought to be accustomed to a life of luxury. The saintess understood his sentiment and waved her hand dismissively. Neither master nor I are so delicate. We adapt to our surroundings. Sleeping outdoors is just as delightful. Very well. Ingwe, Di Weiyang instructed, go hunt for some game to bring back for your senior brother to savor. Buying Yue's face fell. In the past, I would go. Now that we have a senior brother, must I still toil away? Your senior brother must solidify his cultivation, Di Weiyang added. Oh, and before you hunt, ignite the campfire. Bai Yingwei felt as if struck by lightning. Her mood soured, as she vaguely sensed a loss of favor. Master, will you no longer love me? Has a new affection caused you to forget your old disciple? After indulging in her inner turmoil, she stomped her delicate, fair legs, her shapely figure swaying. Her beautiful eyes glaring daggers at Luo Fancheng. What need do I have for you as a senior brother? Abandoning you all, do not expect my return. As night fell, the campfire crackled in the forest, the sound of snapping wood filling the air, while the saintess provided an exquisite banquet service. She squatted there, her petite posterior perched, tending to the skewers of meat, brushing them with oil and sprinkling spices, the latter being treasures of storage brought by the high priestess. The aroma of the meat soon wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. The high priestess deliberately exuded an aura of formidable strength during the night, ensuring no soul beasts dared to approach. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. He had assumed the saintess to be the type untouched by the commonplace. Yet her skills were remarkably proficient, akin to a barbecue master. Capable of both savory and sweet, and skilled in cooking, she was indeed a paragon of virtue. How many such exceptional young women existed in the Soul Martial continent? If he were to compare her to some ethereal beings from his previous life, Luo Fancheng couldn't help but shake his head. As the meat continued to cook, he sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state in accordance with the high priestess's guidance, seeking to consolidate his cultivation. In the midst of his practice, he noticed a slight movement. Bai Yingwei, seemingly intent on not disturbing Luo Fancheng, quietly approached the distant high priestess to engage in hushed conversation. Luo Fancheng, possessing a physique unlike any other, inadvertently caught snippets of their whispered exchange. Chapter 24. The Evil Soul Master, the Saintess's Concerns, the Pope's Magnanimity Master. Will you kill junior brother? Bai Yingwei inquired in a hushed tone, casting a cautious glance at Luo Fancheng, who was seated by the campfire, diligently consolidating his cultivation, ensuring he would not overhear. Under the moonlit sky, Di Weiyang's lips curled into a cold, exquisite arc. Why do you ask? Why would you want to kill me? Luo Fancheng's heart trembled at Bai Yingwei's words. He had sensed the peculiar glances exchanged between the two women throughout the day. Indeed, there was something amiss, a matter of life and death. Bai Yingwei spoke cautiously. To devour the life force and blood of living beings, to nourish oneself, is a technique exclusive to evil soul masters. Master, you have always harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil. Seeing junior brother's martial soul exhibiting such cruelty, I fear you may act out of righteous indignation and eliminate him preemptively. Di Weiyang remained silent, her stunning countenance exuding a chilling authority, betraying no emotion as she countered. Yingwei, what is your perspective? Bai Yingwei faltered, lowering her gaze. The Pope was decisive in her judgments and loathed evil with fervor. She herself harbored a profound hatred for evil soul masters. Reflecting on the past, her delicate hands trembled. 15 years prior, her parents and grandparents had been brutally drained of their life essence by an evil soul master, their bodies withering away amidst their cries. Her brother had sheltered her in a cellar, only to be discovered and nearly devoured. It was the Pope who had intervened, saving them from a grim fate. Although she appeared youthful and lively, beneath that radiant exterior lay an unshakable pain and shadow that had lingered for years. Bai Yingwei inhaled deeply, raising her head once more, her eyes already reddened. Master, junior brother's martial soul, indeed, resembles the method employed by evil soul masters. Perhaps even more tyrannical. Is it possible I have become an evil soul master? Luo Fancheng internally cursed his misfortune. While he was unfamiliar with the true nature of evil soul masters, the implication was clear. They were undoubtedly malevolent beings. Hey, don't pin that label on me. It could be fatal. Bai Yingwei's words seemed to seal his doom. Di Weiyang nodded. Indeed, Fancheng's martial soul possesses a malevolence that surpasses that of evil soul masters, preying upon vitality for selfish gain. Luo Fancheng's heart raced at her affirmation. The Pope's words were akin to a death sentence, not only sealing his fate, but also driving in the final nail. He needed to remain calm. Suppressing the urge to leap up and protest, Luo Fancheng continued to listen, eager to discern the women's intentions regarding his fate. Bai Yingwe hesitated for a moment before biting her lip and stating, "Master, could you spare junior brother?" "Oh." Di Weiyang raised an eyebrow. "Are you advocating for him?" Bai Yingwe nodded, summoning her courage to declare. "Though junior brother's martial soul exhibits traits similar to those of evil soul masters, I believe he is a good person. Please listen to me. Thank you." Luo Fancheng felt deeply moved. For the first time in his life, receiving praise from a girl felt wonderfully enchanting. Di Weiyang replied coldly, "Being a good person now does not guarantee future virtue. Most evil soul masters are not born wicked. If his martial soul can absorb soul beasts, it can equally consume humans. The vitality absorbed can elevate his martial soul, allowing for rapid personal advancement. If one relishes the thrill of such power, how many would remain grounded, patiently honing their skills? Are not those evil soul masters who have strayed from the path in their relentless pursuit of power, ultimately succumbing to madness?" Luo Fancheng was rendered speechless. To be honest, setting aside his own life, he found the Pope's reasoning quite sound. Who doesn't know that smoking is harmful to one's health? Yet how many can truly summon the resolve to quit? Furthermore, in this situation, consuming humans brought greater pleasure than smoking and posed no harm to oneself. As long as one lacked moral qualms, one could soar to great heights in no time. "Master, although our time together has been brief, I trust that junior brother is different from those vile individuals. You have often praised his steadfast character and extraordinary nature. Haven't he you?" Bai Yingwe glanced at Luo Fancheng, her lips pouting in frustration. This dense junior brother, oblivious to the fact that he was being discussed as a potential target, continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Di Weiyang responded, "Yingwe, you must understand that with his talent, should he take a wrong path and become an evil soul master, it would bring calamity upon the world." Luo Fancheng felt a surge of emotion from his little junior sister, yet he dared not move, sensing that his beautiful master had made up her mind to condemn him. Step. Bai Yingwe's eyes widened as she saw Di Weiyang approach Luo Fancheng. Could it be? Is the master truly going to act? She was well aware of her teacher's ruthless nature. She never hesitated to strike when necessary. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. What a heartless fate. Just as I became a disciple. My master intends to execute me? What to do? I am anxiously awaiting a solution. Based on his understanding of the temperament of queen-like women, he thought the Pope would not be so quick to judge him. "Stop," Bai Yingwe called out, stepping in between them, her delicate face displaying determination as she asked, "Master, should we not target those evil soul masters who commit wrongdoing instead? If one has yet to commit evil, we cannot take subjective assumptions and doubts to unjustly take their life. It is better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to let a single guilty one escape. How are we different from those evil soul masters?" Di Weiyang halted, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on her, yet Bai Yingwe did not retreat a single step, resolutely expressing her stance. She had never defied her teacher, but if she believed junior brother was a good person, then he should not meet an untimely end. The air fell silent, only the crackling of the campfire breaking the stillness, as the hearts of the two siblings raced. The Pope made her move. She slowly nodded, her voice echoing with an icy, authoritative tone. "Very well. This is the demeanor befitting of a saintess. How could one behave frivolously?" Upon witnessing her teacher's approving gaze, Bai Yingwe was momentarily speechless, stammering, "Master, you do not intend to kill junior brother?" Di Weiyang's lips curled into a teasing arc, her beauty captivating as she countered, "When did I ever declare my intent to kill your junior brother?" "Ah!" Bai Yingwe's beautiful eyes widened in confusion. It indeed had never been said. It was all her conjecture. "But you have always been intolerant of evil," Bai Yingwe protested. Di Weiyang shook her head, her tone commanding. "He is my disciple, your very own junior brother. He is not merely a grain of sand. I possess the discernment to encompass all beings. Surely, I can accommodate my own disciple." Bai Yingwe was astonished. "You are not at all concerned about junior brother's martial soul?" Di Weiyang replied, "Methods do not define good or evil. their application does. A blade is not inherently guilty. It depends on who wields it. Moreover, if a teacher does not instruct, it is the teacher's fault. I have faith that I will guide him well. Bai Yue's mouth fell open, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Luo Fancheng felt as though he were on a roller coaster, marveling at the Pope's expansive vision. Such magnanimity was surely beyond the reach of countless men. The Pope continued, "Above all, I believe in my disciple. Otherwise, why would I have taken him in? Right, Fancheng?" The Pope suddenly called out his name, causing Luo Fancheng's heart to leap. Had she known he was awake all along, eavesdropping on their conversation? Damn, he had survived, but now he felt socially dead. Chapter 25. The Blood Demon Cult. The Seven Sin Knights, and the unattainable breakthrough. The teacher possessed an astute insight. Luo Fancheng awoke, realizing that there was no point in feigning ignorance upon being unmasked by the other party. It was far better to acknowledge it openly. Di Weiyang's stunningly beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity as she playfully scolded, "You've been eavesdropping for quite some time, haven't you? You certainly have a remarkable patience. Are you saying brother has been secretly listening?" Bai Yingwei exclaimed in astonishment. "Huh, your brother is quite clever," Di Weiyang responded, a smile gracing her lips unperturbed. "So, much of what you just said was intended for him?" Bai Yingwei, quick-witted, grasped the implication. "Indeed, it was meant for both him and you. As a saintess, you must not squander your days in frivolity. You ought to cultivate your own discernment and not be swayed by outsiders." My disciple is quite astute." Bai Yingwei beamed sweetly. "I would never be deceived by anyone." While speaking, Di Weiyang shifted her gaze. "Fancheng, your martial soul is magnificent and grand, devoid of malevolence. However, if care is not taken, and you recklessly absorb blood energy and soul rings, you could easily fall into the path of darkness. It is permissible to utilize it in front of me and Yingwei, but strive to keep it concealed from outsiders who may discover its ability to devour life forms for evolution. The so-called justice held by many is often rigid or merely a fade to serve personal interests." Each word was laced with icy coldness, yet Luo Fancheng, no longer a child, discerned the concern veiled beneath. He nodded, "Rest assured, teacher, I understand. While shortcuts may seem swift, their limits are low, leading to a dead end. Rigorous cultivation is arduous, yet often the most exhausting paths are those that allow one to journey further." Upon hearing this, Di Weiyang was taken aback, her expression shifting as she regarded Luo Fancheng with increasing intrigue. Such words did not seem to come from a mere 16-year-old. Each utterance provoked profound contemplation. This was wisdom not easily grasped by one so young in years. Di Weiyang mused internally that she could not regard her disciple as a mere child. He was far more mature than many elders within the temple. Bai Yingwei, oblivious to these contemplations, felt her cheeks flush as she realized her earlier defense of Luo Fancheng had likely been overheard. That insufferable brother, eavesdropping. She fumed. "Thank you for your gallant defense earlier, junior sister," Luo Fancheng said with a smile. Seeing the charming smile that graced his lips, Bai Yingwei felt her face redden even more. Clenching her small hands, she feigned seriousness. "Don't get the wrong idea. I only defended you because you're my junior brother, not because I have any particular affection for you." Understood. How could a grand saintess like you possibly have feelings for a mere wild boy like me?" Luo Fancheng teased. Just as long as you know." Bai Yingwei haughtily raised her chin. "The meat is about to burn, and this saintess has no time for you." After Bai Yingwei departed, Luo Fancheng could not resist asking, "Teacher, what exactly is an evil soul master?" Di Weiyang replied, "Evil soul masters are all individuals with extreme temperaments, reveling in slaughter, possessing a myriad of peculiar martial souls. However, they share a common trait. Their martial souls can consume life essence and devour souls to enhance their own strength. The more they kill, the more deranged they become." Luo Fancheng pondered. "So they are merely a group of powerful lunatics?" The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He reflected on the potential horror if they discovered their own martial souls had a blood-sucking capability. They would no longer see themselves as mere comrades in madness. He knew well his own martial soul was that of the Chaos Ancestor Dragon. These evil soul masters should keep their distance. They are no match for me. Otherwise, one might just end up devouring the other. Di Weiyang's expression turned solemn. Once you complete your training and step into the world, you must exercise caution. Ordinary evil soul masters are not particularly concerning, but if you encounter those from the blood demon cult, be exceedingly wary. The blood demon cult? Luo Fancheng queried, astonished. Could it be that a group of lunatics operates with organization and discipline? Di Weiyang nodded, her demeanor grave. The foremost righteous power in the soul martial continent is still a matter of contention, but the blood demon cult is undeniably the preeminent force of evil. The 3 blood demon seeds possess strengths and talents comparable to the holy sons and daughters. The 7 Sin Knights each wield peak 8th tier power, corresponding to levels 8 and 9. The legendary Round Table Elders possess strength exceeding level 90. Their identities is shrouded in mystery, each adorning a black cloak and a blood-red mask. Goodness, that's formidable. Such strength seems almost absurd, likely surpassing any righteous faction. Luo Fancheng was genuinely startled and indignantly thought, how could the righteous factions allow such lunatics to develop to this extent, unless there are traitors among them suddenly? A terrifying suspicion crossed his mind as he noticed Di Weiyang seemed to hold back some words. The Round Table Elders conceal their identities. Surely, one among them could be a leader from the righteous factions? A chill ran down his spine. The world was perilous. He needed to swiftly enhance his strength to feel secure. Fortunately, he still had powerful allies to rely upon. Time to eat, by Ingwe called out, presenting succulent roasted game wrapped in clean green leaves. She first offered it to Di Weiyang, then handed a piece to Luo Fancheng. By Ingwe blinked her beautiful eyes. Teacher, and I won't eat too much. Brother, you must finish it all. I despise wasting food. Of course, Luo Fancheng replied, taking a hearty bite. The roasted meat was crispy on the outside and tender within, the savory juices exploding on his tongue, tantalizing his taste buds. Delicious. He gave a thumbs up, and Bai Ingwe smiled shyly, sitting gracefully as she took small bites. The beautiful teacher opened her lips, her movements poised and elegant. In the depths of the night, amidst the forest, the sight of a beautiful woman grilling meat brought a sense of unexpected contentment to Luo Fancheng, stirring memories of his longtime companion, Su Jiu'er. He wondered how his little wife was recovering from her injuries and how much longer it would take her to confront the heavenly tribulation. He wished to assist her, but his current strength was insufficient. After their meal, as Luo Fancheng rose to tidy up, Bai Ingwe gently pushed it back down. Let me handle it. You should focus on solidifying your cultivation. Tomorrow, you must seek a suitable soul ring. Otherwise, you will remain stuck at the 10th level of Soul Master and unable to break through. Luo Fancheng refrained from being overly modest. He indeed felt a pressing urgency to strengthen himself. During this time, he had come to realize that in a world where strength dictated respect, one could easily be trampled upon by the powerful, and if one were not fortunate, they could even fall victim to an evil soul master. Pursuing romance? Without strength, no amount of charm would suffice. Even beauty could easily attract the attention of predatory women. The truth lies solely within the realm of power. As the night deepened, the forest grew increasingly shadowy, with only the campfire casting a faint glow. Luo Fancheng sat cross-legged in meditation. Bai Ingwe reclined on a slender rope, her alluring figure relaxed, while Di Weiyang leaned elegantly against a tree, her eyes closed. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupted, startling Di Weiyang and Bai Ingwe awake as their gazes locked onto Luo Fancheng, who had emitted a breakthrough aura. A breakthrough? Di Weiyang exclaimed in astonishment. How is that possible? Bai Ingwe cried out. Brother is a 10th level soul master. He has already perfected 10 soul power vortices within him. Without obtaining a soul ring, he cannot possibly break through. Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, alarmed. The 2 breathtaking faces were mere inches from him, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Chapter 26. The astonishing female pope, the holy maiden, and the limit-breaking genius teacher. Junior sister, why are you so close? Luo Fancheng could detect the faint fragrance emanating from the 2 women. Bai Ingwe's breath quickened. Senior brother, what did you just do? I didn't do anything. Didn't the teacher ask me to consolidate my cultivation? Luo Fancheng replied, perplexed by their unusual behavior. Did your body undergo any special changes? Bai Yingwe pressed on, convinced her teacher wouldn't make baseless claims. Luo Fancheng shook his head. There's no change in my body, but while consolidating my cultivation, I inadvertently added another soul power vortex in my dantian. What did you say? Bai Yingwe's large eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly extraordinary. That's impossible. Upon hearing her exclamation, Luo Fancheng was baffled. Junior sister, the extra vortex is just like the previous 10. There's nothing exceptional about it. Seeing Luo Fancheng's calm demeanor, Bai Yingwe was on the verge of losing her composure. This guy still hadn't realized the astonishing feat he had inadvertently accomplished. Junior sister? Don't call me junior sister. Call me useless, you prodigy. Bai Yingwe bit her lip, feeling emotionally struck. Luo Fancheng's gaze drifted toward the female pope, momentarily lost in thought. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The silvery moonlight flowed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating her exquisite features. The female pope appeared even more enchanting, her ample bosom, alluring curves, and long, graceful legs exuding an irresistible charm. Few in the world could approach such a dignified figure without trepidation. Teacher, what's wrong with junior sister? Luo Fancheng felt he needed to regain his composure. Bai Yingwe glared at him. What's wrong? How can you ask me that? It's clearly you and that prodigy who are frightening. Fancheng, are you certain there are 11 soul power vortices in your dantian? Diwei Yang seemed unable to believe it. Yes, Luo Fancheng nodded. Both the teacher and I are astonished. And you remain so nonchalant? Bai Yingwe felt it necessary to enlighten her infuriating senior brother. Senior brother, one soul power vortex represents level 1. Luo Fancheng nodded. He was aware of this. 10 soul power vortices in the dantian indicated a soul master at level 10, achieving a state of perfection. Without adding soul rings, it would be impossible to break through to level 11. I see, Luo Fancheng smiled. So, it's because I reached level 11 without needing soul rings that it startled you? You don't understand at all, Bai Yingwe retorted. If that were the case, I, the holy maiden, wouldn't be this shocked. What is it then? Luo Fancheng asked, puzzled. Bai Yingwe sighed. A soul master can only cultivate 10 soul power vortices at most. The sign of reaching level 11 is the liquefaction of one of those vortices. 2 vortices liquefying means level 12. When all 10 vortices liquefy, it's level 20. Your breakthrough is truly unheard of. As a holy maiden, I've never even heard of it. Diwei Yang's phoenix eyes sparkled with intrigue as she spoke. I never expected to take on a limit-breaking genius as my disciple. Limit-breaking genius? Both Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwe looked on with curiosity. Diwei Yang nodded. It is said that those with special opportunities can surpass human limits, achieving breakthroughs in certain fields that ordinary prodigies cannot. Ordinary people can possess only one martial soul. Having 2 martial souls can indeed be considered a limit-breaking genius. Bai Yingwe nodded, noting that among the millions in the soul martial continent, it was rare to awaken a dual martial soul. Luo Fancheng's 11 vortices naturally indicated he was a limit-breaking genius within the realm of soul masters. Moreover, starting with an additional vortex gave him an advantage in the next stage when the vortex liquefied. At this point, Diwei Yang was also moved. Recalling that her decision to accept Luo Fancheng as a disciple was primarily due to her regard for him. She believed that a slight deficiency in talent could be remedied, while poor character could not be improved regardless of resources. Was this what she considered a slight deficiency in talent? Diwei Yang, typically calm, felt ripples in her heart. It seemed she had indeed discovered a golden phoenix from the depths of a valley. Bai Yingwe clicked her tongue. Senior brother's combat prowess is already significantly stronger than other soul masters of the same level. Now that his soul power has broken limits, isn't he invincible among his peers? As she spoke, the young beauty cast a jealous glance at Luo Fancheng, playfully growling like a cute dragon. Damn it, I asked you to consolidate your cultivation, not to break through. Luo Fancheng scratched his head. I feel like I haven't reached my limit yet. I can still consolidate further. What? Bai Yingwe's cheeks puffed up in indignation. Do you hear yourself? Seriously, senior brother, you are being insufferable. Once is enough. Do you think you can keep breaking through? Dream on. Wei Yang, with her esteemed status, found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Bai Ingwe gazed at the handsome man, who had once again settled into a meditative posture, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. Teacher, senior brother is being way too calm. If it were that Huayan, he'd probably be boasting up to the heavens by now. Wei Yang praised. Ingwe, this is the steadiness a man should possess. I can see he harbors ambitions within. This is a good thing. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. A concealed dragon in the depths will surely soar to the heavens. The cool and composed voice of the elegant lady echoed gently. Bai Ingwe was taken aback by her teacher's high regard for Luo Fancheng, and she instinctively stole glances at the focused figure, her cheeks betraying a hint of blush. Senior brother is indeed far superior to that annoying holy son. Is the teacher planning to take senior brother back to the divine temple to vie for the position of holy son? No, I have my own plans. Wei Yang gazed thoughtfully in Luo Fancheng's direction, seemingly weighing something. Bai Ingwe felt perplexed, sensing there was more to her teacher's words than met the eye. By the way, teacher, doesn't senior brother's breakthrough mean that the duration of the first soul ring can be increased? Of course, Wei Yang nodded. Previously, it was possible to surpass the 400-year limit, challenging the record of 600 years. Now that he has broken limits, to what extent can he reach? Bai Ingwe hesitated to imagine further, finding it too monstrous. This guy was truly a monster in human guise. She couldn't help but sneak another glance at Luo Fancheng. Damn it, this prodigy senior brother is just too handsome. I wonder how many girls he'll captivate once he steps out into the world. Sighing, the night passed in silence, and the moon faded as the sun rose. In the morning, dew adorned the leaves, and strange birds chirped in the distance. The trio remained quiet, with the female pope radiating an aura that deterred any soul beast from approaching. Having concluded his meditation, Luo Fancheng stretched lazily, greedily inhaling the fresh morning air, which was undeniably superior to that of his past life. Time for breakfast, senior brother. Bai Ingwe was busy ladling the steaming white beast milk from the iron pot into a crystal bowl. Nearby, a square table displayed exquisitely cut pieces of date cake nestled on clean green leaves. Luo Fancheng was astonished. Junior sister was remarkably diligent, and the two beautiful women had brought an abundance of supplies, savoring the soft and sweet date cake while drinking the rich beast milk. With two stunning beauties across from him, Luo Fancheng felt life was truly serene. Junior sister, why do you keep staring at me? Is it wrong to look? Bai Ingwe pouted, placing her hand on her chest and exclaiming, "Thank goodness you really just consolidated your cultivation this time and didn't break through again. Otherwise, I might truly faint." Luo Fancheng leisurely took a sip of milk, a charming smile gracing his lips. Who informed you that I have not made a breakthrough? Chapter 27. The 700-year soul beast exceeding limits. My senior brother is extraordinary. Bai Ingwe spewed a mouthful of milky liquid. Fortunately, Luo Fancheng dodged swiftly. Otherwise, you have been drenched. Have you truly broken through again? Luo Fancheng leisurely popped the last piece of date cake into his mouth, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, there are now 12 soul power whirlpools within my dantian. With remnants of milk clinging to her crimson lips, Bai Ingwe was too astonished to care, her heart overwhelmed by disbelief. This is terrifying. For an ordinary person, breaking limits is an arduous task, yet this fellow has done it twice overnight. You can't possibly be the legendary 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, can you? She quickly shook her head. Impossible. A soul beast in its initial transformation to a human form would be detectable by our master. You truly are a person, Bai Ingwe retorted, her expression fraught with exasperation. Luo Fancheng smiled. Junior sister, if you can speak, let us converse a bit more. Bai Ingwe pouted, aware that this man was deliberately mocking her. Otherwise, why would his fist be so tightly clenched, as if ready to strike? Master, my brother surely cannot keep breaking limits indefinitely. Otherwise, what would become of the other soul masters? Bai Ingwe inquired. Before Wei Yang could respond, Luo Fancheng furrowed his brow and said, I have faintly sensed my limits. At most, I can break through one more time before I must ascend to the next realm. What? Bai Yingwei sprang to her feet, her long, snow-white legs straight, and her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Breaking limits twice isn't enough? There's a third time? What is that regretful expression on your face? Explain it to me. Could it be that you feel inadequate despite all this? Bai Yingwei was deeply perturbed. As a genius, she had never been so overshadowed. Others were always astonished by her talents. Di Weiyang elegantly picked up a napkin and wiped the remnants from her lips, saying, "All right, gather your things. We are preparing to depart." "Where to?" Luo Fancheng asked. Di Weiyang replied, "To find you a sparring partner." Roar. In the depths of the jungle, a nearly 3-meter-tall, black-furred, ferocious ape pounded its chest, revealing sharp fangs as drool dripped. Its blood-red eyes glowed with savage malice, fixated on the youth before it. "Little senior brother, this is no ordinary monkey. It is the 700-year soul beast, the mighty demon ape. If you cannot defeat it, just shout for help from junior sister. I will come to your aid," Bai Yingwei teased playfully, winking. Boom! This was Luo Fancheng's first encounter with a soul beast of such caliber, and he dared not underestimate it. He immediately manifested his martial soul. With a crackling sound, his bones resonated, his vitality surged, and his body was enveloped in azure scales, exuding a peculiar yet noble aura. He did not rush to attack, but carefully observed the mighty demon ape, searching for weaknesses. Bai Yingwei assessed, "Master, this 700-year soul beast is likely beyond the capabilities of a weak 16th or 17th level soul master. Even if little senior brother has broken through twice, defeating this mighty demon ape effortlessly is impossible. It will require a fierce battle." Di Weiyang remained aloof and silent. Roar. Unable to contain itself, the mighty demon ape howled and charged forward, trampling the ground as it swung its fists, aiming for Luo Fancheng's head, viewing the frail human with disdain. Luo Fancheng, however, was fully committed, not daring to show any carelessness. Bai Yingwei watched the battle intently, ready to assist. Bang! In the instant their fists collided, the confidence vanished from the ape's face. Its expression transformed as its massive body was sent flying. It crashed into a sturdy tree trunk, sending splinters flying, nearly toppling it. How is this possible? A direct kill? Bai Yingwei stared in shock at Luo Fancheng. To her surprise, he too looked bewildered, a perplexed expression adorning his face. "Junior sister, are you certain this creature is truly a 700-year soul beast? I barely struck and it fell?" Bai Yingwei was momentarily speechless, her mind racing. Roar. The mighty demon ape rose from the ground. Had it been an ordinary soul beast, it would have fled in terror. Yet, emboldened by its demonic blood, it became enraged and charged again, pounding its chest. "Get lost." Luo Fancheng executed a fierce attack, stepping forward and landing a punch on the ape's jaw, sending it crashing to the ground. "You fool. He'd just been so cautious." Bang! 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 Another punch struck the ape's closed eyes, and he grasped its fur, dragging it across the ground, leaving a trench as he approached the two beautiful women. "Junior sister? Did I get it wrong? This is a 700-year soul beast? It feels weaker than that golden barbarian bull." Bai Yingwei retorted, "Is it possible that it's not that it is too weak, but rather you have suddenly become too strong?" At that moment, a deep yellow soul ring emerged around the ape, far more profound than the bright yellow soul ring of the barbarian bull. Luo Fancheng immediately ceased to doubt. Reflecting on it, he recalled that the last time he absorbed the golden barbarian bull's blood and soul ring, he had gained substantial benefits. Having broken through twice since then, it was understandable that his combat strength had increased significantly. Dismissing his martial soul's manifestation, the little mudfish, now over 2 meters long and imposing, prepared to fly over to absorb the mighty demon ape. Luo Fancheng swiftly restrained it. "Still want to absorb? Can you handle it? Before breaking through to the next realm? You cannot absorb anymore. It would be catastrophic." "Very well." Observing Luo Fancheng's effortless control over his martial soul and his desire to absorb, Di Weiyang displayed a hint of satisfaction. It seemed certain that his record of breaking the first soul ring at 600 years was set in stone. Bai Yingwei silently clicked her tongue, Many soul masters did not possess a second soul ring of 600 years. Even she had merely added a 900-year one. 900 years was already the ceiling for a soul master's second soul ring. Currently, although Luo Fancheng had yet to add a soul ring, he was clearly approaching the level of other second soul rings, which was utterly absurd. What would happen when he reached level 20? How many years of soul ring would he possess? Bai Yingwei couldn't help but ponder, feeling overwhelmed. She pressed her forehead, wishing this man would emerge from seclusion soon. He would likely terrify a great many people. She could not bear the weight of this shocking revelation alone. At this moment, Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei turned to leave. But Di Weiyang halted, murmuring in surprise. "Wait, what is it, master?" Luo Fancheng asked. Di Weiyang's gaze sparkled with wonder as her graceful fingers ignited a small, ominous golden flame that made Luo Fancheng's heart race. In an instant, the flame consumed the mighty demon ape. Amidst the ashes, a radiant yellow light emerged, captivating the three onlookers. No way. How could something like this appear from a 700-year soul beast? Bai Yingwei gasped, her mouth forming an O shape as she shook her head vigorously, her purple ponytail swaying. Chapter 28. Unprecedented Fortune, Blushing Beauty. Limit of first-level soul power. Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes revealed an unusual hue. With swift steps, Bai Yingyu advanced, her black boots accentuating her alluring legs, while her hot pants hugged her curvaceous figure enticingly. She bent down to retrieve a yellow orb from the ashes, her moist cherry lips parting in astonishment. It was indeed a soul bone. How could it be? A soul beast that had lived for 700 years could not possibly yield a soul bone. Although theoretically, a 100-year-old soul beast could produce a soul bone, it remained merely a theory, something she had never even heard of before. Bai Yingyu cast a bewildered glance at the high priestess, seeking a reasonable explanation. The high priestess merely shook her head, equally taken aback. As Luo Fancheng discerned the yellow orb, he recognized it as a miniature arm bone, entirely black and translucent, emanating waves of soul power. "Junior sister, it seems luck is on our side," he remarked. Bai Yingyu shook her head. "No, it is not our luck. It is yours. Your fortune is not merely good. It is extraordinary." She clicked her tongue repeatedly, struggling to maintain her composure. The probability of a 100-year soul beast producing a soul bone is less than 1 in 10,000. What does that signify? Occasionally encountering a stroke of good luck is hardly remarkable. Luo Fancheng waved his hand, striving to remain humble. Internally, he pondered how this confirmed his previous speculation. Ever since Bai Yingyu had mentioned the exceedingly low drop rate of soul bones from soul beasts under 10,000 years, he had chuckled. As an emperor, how could he be compared to those unfortunate souls? Unless the drop rate was absolutely zero, as long as there was a chance, fortune would favor him. "Brother, why does your expression suddenly darken?" Bai Yingyu exclaimed in shock. "Others are elated to obtain a soul bone, yet you appear to be on the verge of tears." Luo Fancheng indeed felt a pang of sorrow. He suddenly realized a troubling thought. Why had there been no soul bones from the previous soul beasts they had vanquished? One possibility was that the soul beasts were of lower age, and another was that his little mudfish had devoured all the essence. Could a soul bone still manifest under such circumstances? How much of his father's resources had this prodigal child consumed? Like a gluttonous beast, Bai Yingyu scrutinized Luo Fancheng, sensing that he was not merely performing, but genuinely appeared somewhat displeased. I'm convinced. This is truly infuriating. Brother, this is a soul bone. Although it was merely the left arm bone of a 700-year-old demon ape, it would likely incite countless soul masters to vie for it, if put up for sale. Even I, as a saintess of the temple, cannot directly acquire a soul bone. I must complete tasks for the temple and make contributions to exchange for one. Luo Fancheng aspired to express more excitement, yet he found it exceptionally challenging. Setting aside the fact that the storage space within the white fox jade pendant concealed 2 exquisite soul bones, given this stroke of luck, acquiring even higher quality soul bones in the future would likely not pose a challenge. However, he must restrain the gluttonous appetite of the prodigal child. Otherwise, all precious items would be squandered. Observing the saintess's infatuation with the soul bone, Luo Fancheng waved his hand, chuckling lightly. If junior sister desires it, I shall gift it to you. Gift it to me? Bai Yingyu exclaimed incredulously. Brother, do you truly not comprehend the value of this item? Ha ha! Luo Fancheng laughed nonchalantly. Wealth is easily obtained, yet true affection is rare. Junior sister, my teacher treats me sincerely. This mere soul bone is insignificant. A bold smile graced the handsome youth's face, his charisma flourishing, causing Bai Yingyu's heart to flutter in disarray. A delightful blush crept across her fair cheeks, and even the high priestess cast a discreet glance of approval. The world's conflicts often arise from fame and fortune. How many brothers and friends have turned against each other for gain, plotting and scheming? In contemplation, Di Wei Yang's sharp and icy phoenix eyes softened slightly. Hee. Bai Yingyu beamed sweetly, advancing to decisively thrust the soul bone back into Luo Fancheng's hands. Brother, your generosity is truly moving. Yet, as a younger sister, how could she covet her brother's treasure? The things I desire, I will strive to obtain myself. With that, she playfully stuck out her soft little tongue at Di Wei Yang. Teacher, see? I called him brother correctly, right? Brother Fancheng is quite charming, she giggled. Di Wei Yang nodded. Indeed, Fancheng is somewhat more mature than you. Ah, you wound me. Bai Yingyu clutched her ample bosom, biting her lip, exuding an air of innocent allure. Luo Fancheng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further as he stowed away the soul bone. Through her earlier actions, he discerned that his little junior sister, though outwardly cheerful, harbored a stubbornness against taking advantage of others, preferring to rely on her own efforts. Di Wei Yang cautioned, Fancheng, while this soul bone is indeed a treasure, it would be a pity for someone of your talent to absorb a 700-year soul bone. What is the reasoning behind this? Luo Fancheng inquired. Di Wei Yang glanced at Bai Yingyu, who understood the implication and replied. Soul bones are categorized into head bones, trunk bones, and limb bones, totaling 6 pieces. Among them, the head bones and trunk bones are the most valuable. There are also exceptionally rare external soul bones, yet no one in contemporary times has reportedly acquired one. It is likely just hearsay and best left unmentioned. Once a soul bone is absorbed, not only does it enhance combat power, but it also cannot be replaced. Luo Fancheng grasped the concept. So, if I absorb this left arm bone of the demon ape, I will be unable to switch to a better left arm soul bone in the future? Precisely. Bai Yingyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Unless you were to sever your left arm, this soul bone becomes an inseparable part of you. However, when a normal person acquires a soul bone, the immediate instinct is to absorb it, as soul bones are exceedingly rare. Many 9th-tier powerhouses cannot even gather a complete set, often possessing only 2 or 3 pieces. Thus, do you comprehend the value of this item now? By the way, my earlier refusal was not due to its age. I simply did not wish to take advantage of my brother. If the soul bone were to be auctioned, it would easily exchange for some rare resources. I understand. Luo Fancheng nodded. Without delving into specifics, he possessed a discerning eye for people. He, Luo Fancheng, was not overly generous. Those ungrateful wolves deserved a decisive blow. If that did not suffice, he would strike again until nothing remained. How many soul bones do you currently possess, junior sister? Luo Fancheng inquired curiously. Not a single one, Bai Yingyu exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Hey, what else with that condescending gaze? Surely, the saintess cannot be without a single soul bone. Luo Fancheng was quite surprised. How is it possible that the saintess has not acquired even one? Bai Yingyu explained, the higher the quality of the soul bone, the more difficult it is to absorb. My current strength as a 41st level soul master is insufficient. Di Wei Yang interjected, Fancheng, you may sell the left arm bone of the demon ape for resources later. I happen to know the whereabouts of an exquisite dragon lineage left arm soul bone. When the time comes, I shall retrieve it and gift it to you as your apprenticeship token. Thank you, teacher. Luo Fancheng expressed his gratitude sincerely. How could anyone not adore such a beautiful and charismatic ice queen of a teacher who was also generous? Teacher, the exquisite dragon lineage soul bone you mentioned, could it possibly be the one treasured by the Grand Priest? Bai Yingyu asked in astonishment. That old fellow is notoriously stingy and has consistently conspired with the others against you. Di Wei Yang's cold gaze flickered slightly. Do not speak carelessly. Bai Yingyu immediately covered her mouth, her heart racing in shock. How highly must the teacher regard Brother Fan Chun to even contemplate retrieving it from the Grand Priest? Luo Fancheng listened intently, silently speculating. It seemed the temple was divided into two major factions, one led by the High Priestess and the other by the group of priests. The latter faction must possess formidable power. Otherwise, given the High Priestess's iron-fisted and domineering nature, she would have likely eradicated them long ago rather than let them continue to exist. Teacher, if things are beyond our control, then let them be, Luo Fancheng mused. Keenly aware of the formidable challenge the High Priestess faced in obtaining the soul bone from the grand offering, there was no need for further elaboration. Di Wei Yang coldly remarked, when I commit to something, I see it through. Luo Fancheng fell silent, contemplating the High Priestess's inherently proud disposition. As the sun rose and set, the interplay of light and shadow within the forest marked the passage of time. Boom! Luo Fancheng rose, his starry eyes gleaming brightly. Had he surpassed his limits once more? Bai Yingyu, who had been meditating beside him, was startled awake. With a sigh, Luo Fancheng admitted this time, it took longer than expected. It took me 2 whole days to generate the 13th vortex of soul power. Bai Yingyu remained silent for a moment before exclaiming, I feel an overwhelming urge to strangle you. Are you insane? 2 days is considered long? Swish! The High Priestess suddenly appeared before him. Her stunning features exuded an air of cold majesty that left no room for irreverence. Beneath her golden gown lay a figure of devilish perfection, her long, beautiful legs encased in golden knee-high boots, exuding a sultry allure. Indeed, it is time for you to acquire your first soul ring, Di Wei Yang said, her crimson lips curving into a satisfied smile. Hiss! Luo Fancheng felt as though he had been electrocuted. She was breathtaking, too exquisite. To have not recognized the High Priestess this morning was a folly, for in his past life, no beauty could compare. Those alluring women from his previous life, whether clad in black stockings or white skirts, were unworthy of even holding her shoes. He marveled internally, inhaling deeply and recalling the enchanting visage of his aunt, Su Jiao to quell the fire within. With his current lack of strength, harboring thoughts of exterminating the clan was utterly foolish. Securing the soul ring was of utmost importance. Very well, teacher. Chapter 29. The Hypocritical High Priestess. A chance encounter in the jungle. Di Wei Yang nodded, her voice a cool and regal melody that flowed smoothly. Since you're prepared, then off you go. I and Yingyu shall wait for you here. Luo Fancheng initially nodded, but soon realized, his eyes widening in surprise. You aren't coming with me? Di Wei Yang replied. You have now acquired the ability to protect yourself, and we are at the forest periphery, devoid of high-level soul beasts. If you constantly require protection and shy away from challenges, how can you possibly grow into a formidable force on your own? Luo Fancheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He understood the rationale, yet the vastness of the forest instilled fear in anyone. Bai Yingyu, with a hint of urgency, interjected, Teacher, is it not a bit reckless to send senior brother alone? He has yet to learn the secret techniques. Secret techniques? Luo Fancheng pondered, intrigued by how these differed from the soul skills associated with soul rings. Before he could inquire further, Di Wei Yang shot Bai Yingyu a cold glare. Silence. Bai Yingyu bit her lip, feeling aggrieved. Di Wei Yang then sternly advised, Fancheng, your physique is extraordinary, having broken through the limits thrice, granting you 3 additional vortexes of soul power. Such a talent is indeed impressive, even to me. It appears that the common limit of a 400-year soul ring is trivial for you. Breaking the 600-year record seems inevitable. Previously, with just 2 limit breaks, you could vanquish a 700-year soul beast. Now, with 3, defeating an 800-year soul beast should be well within your grasp. For your upcoming quest for a soul ring, I suggest you consider those ranging from 800 to 1,000 years. 800 years is the safest choice, posing no lethal risk during absorption. Most individuals acquire their second soul ring around 700 years. You are already significantly ahead, so there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Of course, if you harbor ambition, you may attempt to absorb a 900-year soul ring, but be warned, it is not without peril and could even threaten your life. Buying Yue's mouth fell agape, her heart racing at the thought of such terrifying prospects. An 800-year first soul ring, an unprecedented achievement, was about to be realized. The ramifications of such news would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the community. In truth, even the high priestess felt a tempest of emotions beneath her composed exterior while uttering these words. Her disciple was simply too prodigious. Yet, due to his limited interactions with other soul masters, he remained unaware of how extraordinary he truly was. Luo Fancheng listened intently, noting that while the high priestess appeared domineering, she respected her disciple's autonomy. She never forced him to act in a particular way, always presenting the pros and cons for him to choose. After pondering, he inquired, "Teacher, may I attempt to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring?" "Absolutely not," Di Weiyang replied firmly. "Why not?" Bai Yingwei exclaimed, her face filled with confusion. "Senior brother, is living not enough for you? Have you lost your mind? What is wrong with that?" Luo Fancheng asked, perplexed. Bai Yingwei explained, "The leap in strength from 100 to 1,000 years is monumental, akin to how we humans break through our limitations. A 1,000-year soul beast can easily overpower 5 or 6 soul beasts at 999 years. A 30-level soul master with their third soul ring still at yellow can only break through the 1,000-year barrier with exceptional prowess. Only elite soul masters can absorb purple soul rings of 1,002 or 300 years." Luo Fancheng observed Bai Yue's frustrated expression, as if to say, "Hoping to break the 1,000-year barrier with your first soul ring? Are you out of your mind? What is the age of your third soul ring, junior sister?" He curiously asked. 1,700 years, but I am a saintess, an exceptionally rare talent, so it is only natural, Bai Yingwei confidently asserted, though she felt somewhat deflated in the presence of her striking senior brother. Compared to this prodigy, she felt rather ordinary. "Unfair," Go Di Weiyang urged. "One last piece of advice. Strive to acquire a soul ring that complements your martial spirit. This will depend on your own judgment." "Understood." Luo Fancheng recognized the high priestess's intention to use this opportunity to challenge and test him, and he welcomed it with open arms. With a decisive turn, he sprang forth into the depths of the jungle. Bai Yingwei felt uneasy, but since the high priestess forbade her from following, she dared not oppose. "Teacher, senior brother's clothes have been severely damaged these past few days. I will hunt some fine beast hides to mend them." Di Weiyang's expression remained cold, offering no reply as she watched Luo Fancheng disappear completely into the forest. "Let us go," the high priestess suddenly commanded, leaving Bai Yingwei startled. "Where to? Are we waiting for senior brother?" Di Weiyang cast her a dispassionate glance, her golden boots lightly tapping as she gracefully ascended to the treetops. "Wait for me," Bai Yingwei exclaimed, hastily following behind. The rustling of verdant leaves filled the air as Luo Fancheng cautiously navigated through the dense canopy, ever vigilant for suitable prey. In an environment rife with serpents, insects, and venomous creatures, wandering carelessly would render him an easy target. "Ugh, how annoying! You too. Stop following me so closely. Get lost." A young girl's sharp voice echoed from a distance. It was melodious, yet tinged with a boldness that was unmistakable. "Someone's there?" Luo Fancheng halted, crouching within the foliage, using the leafy greenery to conceal himself while observing intently. Praying mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He remained oblivious to the two stunning silhouettes in the distance, quietly watching him. "Impressive," a keen reaction, Di Weiyang nodded in approval. Bai Yingwei muttered softly, "Teacher, did you not say we should wait here and not protect senior brother?" Di Weiyang snorted, retorting, "Surely you do not believe I would allow him to venture out alone without assistance?" Bai Yingwei was taken aback, realizing the depths of the high priestess's strategy. "Your words imply that I appear rather foolish. I have long contemplated creating an alternate identity, and now, with your senior brother's presence, it is the perfect opportunity." Bai Yingwei felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind reeling. "You can't be serious." The high priestess had a known reputation for her cold demeanor, but Bai Yingwei was well aware of her hidden, mischievous side. Just as Bai Ingwe was about to voice her grievances, Di Weiyang interrupted her sharply. Hush! Someone is approaching your senior brother's direction. The high priestess seemed to sense the impending presence before Luo Fancheng did, her crimson lips curling into a smirk, eager to observe the unfolding drama. A team of 7, led by a 5th-tier Soul King. That Soul King will undoubtedly discover your senior brother. Let's see how he handles it. Chapter 30. The Willful Princess, the Stunning Temptress. Join me. Luo Fancheng remained utterly oblivious to the presence of the female pope, who was stealthily lurking in the treetops, patiently awaiting the arrival of the individuals ahead. Soon, a small party of 7 emerged, a venerable elder accompanied by 6 young nobles, all adorned in resplendent attire indicative of their aristocratic lineage. Among the group were 2 young women. One was unnoticed, while the other was surrounded by 2 noble youths, one cradling a jade vial and the other holding square box. Princess Ying, after such a long journey, you must be parched. I have procured some exquisite wine from my father's collection. Shall we take a moment to savor it? Yang Wei, we have ventured forth to hunt soul beasts. Do you wish for the princess to indulge in wine and jeopardize our mission? Princess, I have heard of your fondness for pastries. These peach crisps were specially prepared by my family's chef before our departure. Luo Fancheng, concealed in the tree, listened intently to the obsequious words of the 2 youths, a shiver of distaste running down his spine. Were they not the quintessential sycophants? Upon closer inspection, the 2 young men were indeed striking in appearance and extravagantly dressed, clearly not of humble origin. Behind them, 3 other youths, though not approaching, cast furtive glances at the enchanting figure ahead. What manner of woman could inspire such servility? Just as Luo Fancheng pondered this, the radiant figure, surrounded by her admirers, turned, delivering a sharp rebuke. Li Hongpeng, Yang Wei, you 2 grotesques. Take your trinkets and keep your distance. Stop clinging to me like a persistent adhesive. It's utterly vexing. The 2 noble youths, thoroughly chastised, retreated in silence, their pride wounded. The remaining young men averted their gazes, startled into submission, no longer daring to steal glances at the young lady. It was evident that the 2 young men were not unattractive. In fact, they were rather handsome. Perhaps the princess was excessively discerning, too fixated on appearances. Indeed, sycophants seldom meet a favorable fate. Luo Fancheng could not suppress a smirk, yet he seized the opportunity to scrutinize the alluring figure before him, and his breath caught in his throat. Before him stood a strikingly alluring maiden, her long, jet-black hair cascading down her back. She possessed phoenix-like eyes, smoky makeup, and luscious crimson lips adorned with silver tassel earrings. Her upper attire comprised a tight black camisole accentuating her voluptuous curves, layered beneath a loose-fitting windbreaker. Below, she donned provocative shorts, her long, elegant legs encased in gossamer black stockings that hinted at her fair complexion. The stockings seamlessly transitioned into short, heeled boots. It became clear why these 2 youths were so eager to play the part of sycophants. In a different era, she would undoubtedly reign as the queen of the nightclub, capable of inciting a chorus of admiration from every male present. Was this indeed the princess? Luo Fancheng found it hard to believe. The princess he had envisioned was clad in a modest, light yellow gown, cultured and graceful, not exuding such fiery allure. It seemed that this realm of soul masters deviated significantly from his expectations. Who, in this domain, was responsible for the invention of stockings and high-heeled shoes? The fiery princess declared, Uncle Tai, should these 2 harass me further, do not hesitate to break their legs. Should any trouble arise, I shall bear the consequences. The only elder in the group, his hair white and back-hunched, appeared troubled. It was evident that the 2 noble youths held notable status. What? Does my word carry no weight? The fiery princess's phoenix eyes sparked with intensity. Of course not, the elder replied. I shall heed your commands. Luo Fancheng observed the elder closely. Though he appeared frail and aged, he sensed an underlying strength. Without the elder's protection, the 6 noble youths would likely lack the courage to traverse the soul beast oasis, suggesting their prowess was substantial. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng noticed the elder's hands, which, concealed beneath his sleeves, appeared as dark as iron, emanating an ominous aura. Were they artificial hands, or did they conceal some remarkable skill? Unwilling to attract unnecessary attention, Luo Fancheng remained still, awaiting the departure of the 7 individuals so he could pursue a suitable soul ring. As for the princess, her allure held no relevance to him. One could be lecherous only after ensuring their own satisfaction and power. His singular focus lay on obtaining a soul ring and attaining mastery. As the 7 passed beneath the tree where he concealed himself, Luo Fancheng held his breath, remaining perfectly still to avoid detection. The fiery princess and the others remained blissfully unaware, yet the elder's keen gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Who goes there? Step forth at once." The princess and her companions exhibited no hesitation, swiftly gathering together, their vigilance heightened. Clearly, they were well-trained, far from ordinary soul masters. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. How could this old man detect him when he had barely dared to breathe? Was it possible he had sent someone else? Just as he entertained a glimmer of hope, the elder abruptly looked up. In the tree, with blinding speed, the elder struck the robust trunk with a resounding crash, splintering the wood into fragments. The ancient tree quaked, leaves rustling violently, and Luo Fancheng could no longer maintain his hidden position, tumbling down from the branches. Gathering his wits, Luo Fancheng called out before hitting the ground, "Do not strike. I am merely passing through." The elder, upon hearing the youthful voice, retracted his strike, allowing Luo Fancheng to land safely. However, the 7 now encircled him, leaving him with no avenue of escape. The elder demanded, "Who are you? Why were you hiding in the tree? Had I not restrained myself, you would already be dead." The elder believed he had spared Luo Fancheng's life, unaware that the female pope had also retracted her probing hand. Bai Yingwe scoffed, "Fortunate for you that my senior brother remains unharmed. Otherwise, you would be the one facing death. I perceive your demeanor is upright, far from those petty individuals who strike without cause. This young man merely happened to pass by while hunting for soul rings. Upon hearing your voices, he hid himself without malice. I hope you will grant him safe passage." Luo Fancheng bowed respectfully, exhibiting no signs of panic. He remained composed, displaying neither inferiority nor arrogance. Having spent time in the company of formidable figures like the demon emperor and the female pope, he was far from intimidated by the elder's imposing presence. His eloquent response garnered the elder's respect, eliciting a nod of approval. The other young nobles regarded Luo Fancheng with curiosity. Upon noticing his rough, dusty attire, frayed and worn, their wariness dissipated, replaced by disdain. Yet, Luo Fancheng's ethereal beauty remained undeniable, igniting a twinge of jealousy among them. Though reluctant to admit it, they could not ignore that this rustic fellow surpassed even their noble appearances and charm. None of them noticed the haughty princess, initially casting a casual glance at Luo Fancheng, now fixated on him, unable to tear her gaze away. Clearly a rustic from the countryside, yet he possesses a fine visage. What a waste, remarked Yang Wei, the first sycophant who had offered wine. You startled us. We thought you were a dangerous assassin. Turns out, you're merely a country bumpkin who struggles to awaken a respectable martial soul. What threat could you possibly pose?" added Li Hongpeng, the second sycophant, who had presented pastries. The elder remained vigilant, not lowering his guard. "Boy, where are your family and teacher? Have you ventured forth alone?" Luo Fancheng shook his head. "I have no family. Only a distant aunt who has departed. As for my teacher," Yang Wei interjected dismissively, "Old Tai, do not inquire further. Just look at his pitiful state. What reputable teacher would take him on? Clearly, he is a solitary wanderer. The commoners are of little concern. Any one of us could easily crush him. Even if he were to use one hand, he would still be incapable of harming us." With a haughty expression, he directed his gaze at Luo Fancheng, saying, "Very well. You may leave. Fear not. Our noble kind shall not stoop to the level of a commoner like you. Indeed, there is no need to fear. While we may disdain the common folk, we shall not bully you simply because of your weakness." "Go on," said the sycophant Li Hongpeng. In the distance, Bai Yingwe, who had been observing, clenched her silver teeth in anger, her small fists tightly balled. How infuriating. I wish to strike down this bunch of trash. What do they think they are? Do they truly believe they can provoke my senior brother, who possesses such a formidable background and influence? Teacher, please allow me to confront them. Di Weiyang shook her head. Ingwe, to become a great tree, do not contend with the grass. A sovereign wields a sword, but does not slay flies. As a saintess, you must display the spirit befitting your role. If mere words from others can disturb your mind, how can you achieve great things? Look to how your senior brother conducts himself. Bai Ingwe shifted her focus back. Luo Fancheng was smiling. Having lived 2 lives, he would not throw a punch merely because someone spoke harshly, nor would he resort to sarcasm, claiming his teacher was the Pope. That would only be as childish and foolish as the others. I take my leave, he said, shaking his head and turning away, casting not a single glance at the fiery princess, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. Observing his departing figure, others murmured in admiration. It seems this fellow possesses a certain aloofness that is quite commendable, though he likely remains unaware that the bloodline of commoners is inherently inferior, with their martial souls and other talents destined to have limits, rendering them incomparable to the nobility. Truly, he is a pitiful soul, lacking talent, family, and influence. A person of the lower class destined to struggle alone, bereft even of a supportive teacher. Indeed, it is so. But cease this sympathy for commoners. Our ancestors fought for generations to establish our noble status. What gives them the right to believe they can catch up to us through mere hard work? The disparity is only natural. At that moment, a voice as melodious as a lark yet brimming with audacity rang out. Hey, you there! Stop! The crowd turned, puzzled by the princess's insistence on halting the ragged young man. Luo Fancheng, however, did not pause. Rather, he quickened his pace to distance himself from this place of strife. The spoiled princess, enraged, stomped her long, elegant legs clad in black stockings. Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear this princess speaking to you? Yang Wei stepped closer, saying, Princess Yang, that fellow clearly lacks any capability. He is destined to remain in a different world from ours. Why bother with him? Just let him go. Be quiet. You should be the one to leave. The princess shot back, rushing forward, leaving Yang Wei in a daze. Luo Fancheng was compelled to halt, glancing helplessly at the alluring figure blocking his path. Up close, she seemed even more beautiful, especially those captivating phoenix eyes, exuding intelligence. He shook his head inwardly, reflecting that her daring style was wasted. If she donned a traditional skirt and tied her hair in a high ponytail, she would undoubtedly be strikingly charming. This fleeting thought passed as he asked, May I inquire why the princess has stopped me? This princess commands you to halt. Can you not hear? She demanded, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. I have been hard of hearing since childhood, Luo Fancheng replied, his eyes wide as he fabricated a lie. Leaving the princess momentarily speechless, her reprimands caught in her throat. You cannot leave. Luo Fancheng's gaze sharpened. A few casual words were one thing, but if she intended to make things difficult for him, he would not be without ire. He suspected the female pope would not permit him to wander alone without reason. It was likely a test. If these individuals were not too arrogant, he preferred not to gamble his life on whether the pope was indeed watching him from the shadows. Princess, first and foremost, no one here calls me I have a name. Secondly, why can't I leave? Luo Fancheng asserted, his voice resolute. The young men behind him gasped, silently mourning for this ill-fated commoner, who did not know that Princess Yang was the cherished jewel of the Lord of Qianlong City. Raised in arrogance and accustomed to being untouchable, the whole city sought to curry favor with her. Who would dare to oppose? Princess Yang, taken aback, noticed his deep, piercing black eyes meeting hers without flinching. In all of Qianlong City, only her father had dared to meet her gaze so boldly. You scoundrel, are you not afraid I will have Tai Lao kill you? Luo Fancheng nodded, speaking candidly. I am afraid. But does fearing death mean I must kneel and grovel to please others? Such a response left Princess Xiang even more astonished, her cold laughter echoing. You hardly seem like one who fears death. Luo Fancheng smiled. After all, there are certain things that are more unbearable than death, such as being treated like a dog. Princess Xiang was momentarily stunned. She had heard many flattering words, but this was a refreshing sentiment. There was something particularly special about it, and the speaker was undeniably handsome. Strikingly so. Audacious. How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner? The young men, ardent suitors of Princess Xieying who held a deep-seated contempt for commoners, were incensed and rushed forward to confront Luo Fancheng. Princess Xieying turned her fierce gaze upon Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng. You too. This princess is engaged in a conversation with someone else. You have no right to interrupt. What? The two noble youths stood dumbfounded, their faces etched with confusion. Princess, we are speaking on your behalf, they stammered. Princess Xieying, now impatient, retorted, noisy. Do not bark here. Go far away. You're quite bothersome. With that, she ignored the two dumbstruck youths and turned to Luo Fancheng, uttering words that left everyone astounded. I shall not make things difficult for you. You are quite handsome. You are my type. If you are wise, join me in the future. What say you? Chapter 31. Aesthetic Obsession. Yandere? What kind of woman is this? Luo Fancheng was momentarily taken aback by the words. He had contemplated numerous reasons for why the other party would keep him around. Humiliation, bullying? Yet, he never anticipated that it was merely his physical allure that captivated her. While he had been hiding behind the tree earlier, he sensed that this willful princess was akin to a lovesick maiden, and indeed, his intuition proved correct. This fiery, dark-clad beauty was nothing short of a superficial admirer. Oh, princess, this is beneath your dignity. How could a mere rustic villager ever earn your favor? Before Luo Fancheng could voice his thoughts, the previously scorned Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng charged back in, their expressions akin to those of wronged souls. Crack! The princess wielded a whip that struck the two noble youths without mercy. Princess, you actually struck us for him? Yang Wei grimaced in pain, their eyes wide with disbelief and sorrow. Goodness! The servile behavior of the two was utterly disgraceful. Luo Fancheng could hardly bear to watch. It was beyond absurd. What on earth did they desire? Even after being ruthlessly rebuffed, they still cried out for sympathy? Where is the dignity of man? The princess, with her enchanting phoenix eyes glinting with menace, retorted, This princess conducts herself as she sees fit, without needing your opinions. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng were further humiliated by their dreamlike goddess, their faces contorted in pain as if they wore masks of suffering. They simultaneously fixed their fiery gazes upon Luo Fancheng, filled with jealousy and hatred. The other two young men also glared at him with veiled animosity, subtle yet perceptible to Luo Fancheng. Absurd. The one inflicting harm upon you is this lady. If you have grievances, direct them at her, not me. Turning her head, the princess's ire softened upon beholding Luo Fancheng's ethereal visage, her previously furrowed brows relaxing. Come with me. I shall not treat you poorly. To be kept man? Dream on. Luo Fancheng shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, princess, but I am a free spirit who cannot bow to anyone. I must decline your offer. You refuse me? I have set my sights upon you, yet you dare to reject me? The princess glared at him, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Luo Fancheng was left speechless. This woman seemed to possess layers beyond mere arrogance. Could she be a Yandere? If so, he must extricate himself swiftly, for Yanderes often oscillate between adoration and murderous rage. He gestured towards Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng behind him, saying, Princess, I am but a commoner, while these two are indeed distinguished and of noble lineage. Why must you trouble yourself with someone like me? Upon hearing the flattery, Yang Wei and his companion mistakenly believed Luo Fancheng was expressing self-doubt, puffing out their chests with pride, awaiting the princess's approval. Yet, how could their unappealing faces even compare? The princess, with a dismissive curl of her crimson lips, scrutinized the alluring man before her, unwilling to cast a second glance at the others. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng's expressions of pride evaporated as if struck by lightning, their bodies stiffening as though caught in the depths of winter, snowflakes falling around them. Observing the black-clad beauty's indifference, Luo Fancheng felt a mix of admiration and exasperation. Indeed, the ancient spoke true. Handsomeness, it seems, can be a curse. Who could fathom the torment of being pursued by a psychotic beauty? Princess, please let me go. A forced union bears no sweetness. Luo Fancheng chuckled bitterly, attempting to reason with her. Yet the princess's eyes sparkled with an unsettling excitement, making even Luo Fancheng, who prided himself on his composure, feel unnerved. In this world, power and connections reign supreme. You may have nothing, but I possess everything. If you follow me, I can bestow upon you all that I have. A true man rides high, never bowing to another. Luo Fancheng resolutely refused. No, I have a strong constitution and prefer the challenge of the hard, not the easy. I strive for what I desire without relying on others. The surrounding Yang Wei and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom Luo Fancheng's audacity in such a refusal. Did he not understand the advantages of aligning with a noble? For commoners, being associated with aristocracy could elevate one's status immensely. Yet this fellow, without a second thought, turned his back on such an opportunity? Truly, he was a country bumpkin, unaware of the allure that the princess's status held for many. To defy the princess was to invite ruin. The crowd silently condemned Luo Fancheng to death in their hearts. You. The princess clenched her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes radiating an aura of menace, her luscious lips trembling. No one has ever dared to refuse me. Never. Just because you have captured my attention does not grant you free rein. The dark-clad beauty brandished her whip, akin to a poised blade ready to descend. I offer you one last chance. Will you come with me? Yang Wei and the others clenched their fists, nearly frantic. Don't agree. Strike him. Strike him now. A spark of anger ignited within Luo Fancheng as he recalled the psychological traits of Yandera women from his past life. He shouted, "Go to hell. Is it truly entertaining to behave so obstinately? If you possess the ability in my life today, but do not expect my admiration, do you think that because you are a princess, you are entitled to everyone's adoration? I shall regard you as I choose. If I do not see you as a princess, you are nothing. Come on in me. I can hardly wait." Luo Fancheng unleashed a torrent of words that left the headstrong princess momentarily stunned. She lowered her head, her expression hidden from view, the air around her heavy with suppressed fury. Never before had she been spoken to in such a manner. Since birth, she had been treated with gentleness, and no one had ever dared to raise their voice against her. Yang Wei and his companions stood agape, chilled to the bone. Was this man mad? How dare he insult the princess? This was the end for him. Did he not fear death? Meanwhile, the ever-composed elderly man with white hair was visibly shaken, his beard quaking in disbelief as he observed Luo Fancheng. Good heavens! This young man, are today's youth truly so audacious? In truth, even Luo Fancheng felt a twinge of regret after his outburst. What a disaster! He had acted on impulse. The critical factor was that throughout both of his lives, he had always been the one in control with women, never having faced threats from them. Now, he could only hope that his understanding of Yandera tendencies was accurate or that the goddess was watching over him from the shadows. If all else failed, perhaps he could rely on his somewhat handsome face to plead for mercy. The atmosphere grew unnaturally quiet, the surrounding forest seemingly stilled, as if even the birds had ceased their song. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the brooding princess. Chapter 32. This soft rice brother will not eat it. You can't possibly like him, right? In that moment, the fiery princess was seen from head to toe, her alluring legs clad in black stockings, a pert backside accentuated by her shorts, and a voluptuous bosom, all quivering unnaturally. This spectacle horrified the onlookers. One could only wonder how enraged the princess must be. Drip! Several tears cascaded onto Princess Xiang's white boots. Everyone, including the venerable Tai Lao, gasped in disbelief. Yang Wei was utterly convinced. It was over. This kid was ice cold. The princess had been driven to tears by him. Not even the heavens could save him now. Fuming, Yang Wei charged forward. Princess, watch as I deal with this scoundrel for you. Beside him, Li Hongpeng would not allow his rival to take the initiative. You dare to bully the princess? I'm coming for you. Luo Fancheng immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready to retaliate. He sensed that the two were not nearly as imposing as when facing Bai Yingwei. He should be able to handle them. With a crack, a whip-like shadow lashed out, and Luo Fancheng instinctively prepared to block, only to realize it was not aimed at him, but rather at the rear. Yang Wei and his companion rushed to subdue Luo Fancheng, unaware that there was a traitor among them. One of them was struck, recoiling in pain, clutching his swollen arm. Yang Wei and his companion looked at the whip-wielding princess, Xieying, with bewilderment. The fiery maiden had raised her head, her eyes red-rimmed, yet fierce as a predator guarding its territory. "Do not dare lay a hand on my people," Li Hongpong exclaimed in shock. "Princess, this scoundrel clearly has no sense. Hasn't he already made you cry? Whether I cry or not is my business. What does it have to do with you?" Princess Xieying lifted her chin. An air of arrogance etched across her face. Goodness! Yang Wei and others, infatuated with their crush, felt their composure shatter. They could not fathom why their daily gestures of warmth were met with disdain, while this scoundrel could provoke the princess to tears and still be tolerated. What on earth was going wrong? Luo Fancheng felt a sense of clarity. Princess Xieying likely harbored a hint of a Yandera personality. Yet it seemed her primary inclination leaned towards being a submissive masochist. His earlier gamble had paid off. With this insight, addressing her peculiarities would be much simpler. Princess Xieying glared at the dashing man before her. Though he infuriated her to the point of wanting to strike him dead, there was an unusual sensation coursing through her body that made it impossible to truly despise him. He was undeniably more agreeable than the sycophants surrounding her. "Speak. How can you accompany me? I possess wealth and power. You, an ordinary person, lack both talent and influence. Yet if you can appease me, I may invest resources to elevate you." Yang Wei attempted to interject again, but the sting from the whip on his body silenced him. Liu Bem, fearful of further provoking the princess's unpredictable wrath, remained quiet. Luo Fancheng smirked with a cold laugh. "You are utterly ridiculous. Do you truly believe that money is omnipotent? One day, when you are devoid of wealth and power, everyone around you will abandon you. How pitiful, dear girl. Everyone fears you, yet you have not a single genuine friend." The group of noble youths fell silent, stunned. Another girl among them found her eyes sparkling, recognizing that this handsome man indeed exuded a masculine charm unlike the others. However, coming from humble background, he surely lacked talent and power. No matter how much she admired him, a union was implausible. It was wiser to choose from the affluent suitors around her. Princess Xieying's body continued to tremble, her voice quaking with indignation. "Curse you! Dare to insult me again? Ah, for a woman of your temper, I find no words to offer." Luo Fancheng shook his head, seemingly too disdainful to utter another word. Princess Xieying bit her luscious peach lips, staring intently at the man. "I am Yi Xieying." "Ah." Luo Fancheng responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. "You scoundrel." Yi Xieying, infuriated, stomped her petite white boot. "I am behaving, speaking to you civilly, yet you treat me with disdain? Apologies, but I cannot muster any affection for those who threaten me. However, sharing names is harmless." Luo Fancheng. Yi Xieying huffed. "Now that we know each other's names, we are friends. I wish for you to stay. Surely, you cannot refuse a friend's request?" Luo Fancheng widened his eyes. "Is this what your family considers friendship?" I can hardly contain my disbelief. "Indeed," Yi Xieying nodded, "my friends never refuse my requests." Luo Fancheng retorted, "Are you so naive? If there exists coercion among friends, then they're no longer friends." Yi Xieying was incensed but refrained from lashing out. "Then what do you define as friendship?" Luo Fancheng replied, "It is the ability to say no without burdening the sincerity of the relationship. That is true friendship." Yi Xieying looked bewildered. Luo Fancheng chuckled. "I do not expect you to understand. After all, you have no friends. Are you implying I am foolish?" Yi Xieying glared. "Not at all. Indeed, you are." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "I am not suggesting. I'm stating plainly." "Ah, despicable." Yi Xieying's legs tensed, raising her whip only to lower it again. Though he insulted her, she hesitated to strike back, feeling somewhat masochistic. "Be my friend," Yi Xieying insisted. "Impossible. Wouldn't it be a pity to demean yourself by being my friend?" Luo Fancheng replied, "I am on a quest to obtain a soul ring. I have no time to squander with a pampered princess like you. You are in danger alone. Join our team." "No, I feel more danger being with you." Yi Xieying seethed. "Am I going to eat you?" Luo Fancheng nodded. "It's possible." Yi Xieying raised her beautiful eyes and commanded, "Tai uncle, keep an eye on this fellow. Do not let him escape." "Understood, princess." The silver-haired elder swiftly positioned himself before Luo Fancheng. Yi Xiang fixed her gaze on Luo Fancheng, her full lips curling upward. Rest assured, once we hunt your soul ring, I shall release you. I merely worry you might perish in the jungle while hunting soul beasts. A charming and intriguing man like you would be too great a loss. Should you refuse my good intentions, I shall have Tai Lao deal with you. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched, ultimately yielding. He noticed Tai Lao's hands itching beneath his sleeves. However, accompanying such a team was undeniably safer than venturing alone. It would also provide insight into the prowess and caliber of the noble soul masters outside. Reluctantly, he accepted the prospect of being coerced into a life of comfort. Blessed with fortune and an auspicious dragon, he certainly could not meet his end at the hands of this fiery, masochistic princess. Meanwhile, Yang Wei and the others glared daggers at Luo Fancheng. Fear not, we are all here to acquire soul rings. Once the princess witnesses the disparity between the soul ring you obtain and those of others, she will realize you are nothing but trash. In the shadows, Bai Yingyue trembled with rage. Had it not been for the high priestess's restraint, she would have charged out. That little vixen dares to covet my senior brother? How dare she? Teacher, please do not hold me back. I must tear her apart. Di Weiyong shot her a sidelong glance, coldly inquiring, your reaction is rather intense. Could it be that you harbor feelings for your senior brother after only a few days of acquaintance? Bai Yingyue's body trembled, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 33. Proposing? Amusing, this is what one calls strength. It pierces the heart. She stiffly turned her delicate face. Teacher, what are you saying? I'm a saintess. Completely different from that superficial, capricious princess. Di Weiyong gazed at her with her captivating phoenix eyes, finally nodding and softly stating, very well. I shall find an opportunity to introduce a suitable match for your senior brother. You can help me select which distinguished lady from the major sex would be appropriate. What? You wish to introduce a match for my senior brother? He is still young. Isn't it a bit too early? Bai Yingyue's cherry lips parted in surprise, slightly stammering. Come, keep up. They have already left, Di Weiyong coldly replied, leading the way. Teacher, please clarify. Those noble ladies from prominent families have peculiar temperaments. You cannot throw my senior brother into a pit of fire. Bai Yingyue hurried after her, incessantly voicing her concerns, oblivious to the slight curve of Di Weiyang's lips. Roar. At the periphery of the jungle oasis, a heart-wrenching roar echoed as a massive black panther, towering at 2 meters high, fell to the ground. It was battered and bruised, with a fatal wound gaping in its chest, blood seeping out, staining the green grass and dark earth. Ha! A lone kill of a 350-year-old soul beast, the Wind Shadow Panther. Such a feat at the 10th level of Soul Masters is indeed rare. Yang Wei brandished a long spear radiating a dark golden light, standing triumphantly atop the Wind Shadow Panther. His luxurious garments were tattered, yet his demeanor exuded an air of pride, as if he were a conqueror surveying his realm. Young Master Yang is too brutal. With just his 10th level strength, he can slay a 350-year-old soul beast. He is merely 50 years away from rivaling the top talents of the great forces. The youths in the group quickly gathered around, gazing at the soul beast beneath Yang Wei with awe. Even the usually stern-iron old displayed a hint of a smile. Young Master Yang truly lives up to the Yang family's legacy. His foundation is indeed solid. Iron Old, you flatter me. Yang Wei casually waved his hand, dismissing the kill of a mere 350-year-old soul beast, claiming it paled in comparison to the 400-year level of top-tier prodigies. Despite his words, he was already reveling in the praise, lifting his chin, comfortably accepting the admiration of others. His gaze then drifted toward the fiery and willful princess. However, his heart sank when his goddess merely cast a fleeting glance at him before focusing her bright eyes on the handsome Luo Fancheng beside her. Damn it! Yang Wei gritted his teeth, his momentary joy evaporating. Why? He is merely a pretty face. Being handsome is useless if one cannot fight. Luo Fancheng, naturally aware of Yang Wei's murderous glare, remained unfazed, perplexed by the situation. Wasn't it just the slaying of a 350-year-old soul beast? Is such excitement truly warranted? Listening to the others congratulate and boast about Yang Wei, Luo Fancheng's confusion deepened. He could tell that their admiration was genuine, not mere flattery. This is absurd. I wouldn't even break a sweat against an 800-year-old soul beast. As he walked along, Luo Fancheng gained some understanding of this group. The 7 individuals hailed from the hidden dragon city under the Songlong Empire, 6 of whom were students from the Royal City Elite Soul Master Academy. While Iron Old served as their mentor, the others were no higher than level 30, needing to acquire soul rings, while only Iron Old was a 5th-tier expert, a 54th level soul king. Understanding Iron Old's level clarified why he had immediately recognized Luo Fancheng earlier. Throughout the journey, several jealous youths had subtly flaunted their noble lineage, attempting to instill a sense of inferiority in Luo Fancheng. Yet, he found it laughable. Is this all they have? Hey, Chen, you aren't intimidated by this guy's prowess, are you? Princess Xiying asked with a playful smile. Luo Fancheng, taken aback, replied me. Intimidated? Xiying continued, though I dislike him. I must admit his talent is commendable. You two aim to enhance your first soul ring. Would you dare battle against a 350-year-old soul beast? Luo Fancheng was momentarily speechless, nearly laughing out loud. Is this a joke? He had no intention of engaging with the fiery-haired princess, instead focusing on Yang Wei as he absorbed the soul ring. This was his first time witnessing someone absorb a soul ring. Seeing Luo Fancheng's silence, Xiying's eyes narrowed, ready to scold him, but she bit her lip instead. For your sake, I shall hold back. Chen, do not feel pressured. Yang Wei's level is already considered high in Hidden Dragon City. Only top-tier talents for major forces can enhance their first soul ring to 400 years. Given your commoner background, if you manage to enhance it to 200 years, that would be impressive. I assure you, no one will mock you then. If they do, I'll take care of them. Luo Fancheng thought, 200-year ring? Who are you belittling? Even 350-year beasts don't stand a chance. He mused whether this princess had ever comforted someone before. If he were truly ordinary, such consolation would only deepen his discomfort. Seeing the handsome youth beside her remain silent, Xiying assumed he felt pressure from Yang Wei's display. Just as she was about to speak again, Luo Fancheng interrupted. Princess, could we refrain from repeating words? It makes me feel uneasy, akin to gazing at the vast sea. What does that even mean? Xiying pondered, feeling nauseated. You. Xiying's teeth clenched in frustration, her attractive form subtly trembling. Are you insulting me? Luo Fancheng, keenly perceptive, noticed her slight shudder, and a flush crept across his face. Could it be she's truly a masochist? Speak properly. Would I insult you? Luo Fancheng replied, I'm just annoyed. If you don't want me around, let me leave. I'll have you killed. Xiying shouted, capturing the attention of everyone else, apart from Yang Wei, who was focused on absorbing the soul ring. Xiying raised her delicate wrist, gripping her whip tightly, her phoenix eyes glaring as if to say, submit or face my wrath. However, Luo Fancheng had quickly deciphered her tactics and was unfazed. A sycophant deserves no mercy. Only the strong prevail. Luo Fancheng's gaze sharpened, his words resolute. Come on, hit me harder. Today, you either defeat me or apologize. Chen, that's for sissies. Xiying's slight tremor transformed into a visible shake, startling the other youths into retreat, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Will you yield? Yield? Not a chance, you headstrong girl. Without Iron Old's help. Let's see if I don't make you regret it. Iron Old watched in disbelief, his beard quivering. This little troublemaker is spoiled by countless people, and you dare to insult her? Have you lost your mind? Xiying's face flushed with anger as she lashed out with her whip, the sound of impact ringing out. The ground beneath Luo Fancheng exploded, leaving deep marks. You bastard. From now on, instead of Chen, you'll be called Luo Fancheng. The scene left Iron Old and the other young men dumbfounded, their minds racing. How can he act so recklessly and survive? Does the princess truly tolerate such behavior? Li Hongpeng was baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Is being slightly handsome enough to get away with anything? Suddenly, Yang Wei, who had been silent, rose to his feet, and a dark golden spear materialized in his hand, revealing a shadowy yellow ring. Wind Shadow Kill, he exclaimed, thrusting the spear toward the corpse of the Black Panther. The newly appeared shadowy yellow soul ring flashed, and the spear tip unleashed countless invisible wind blades. Boom! In an instant, the Black Panther's remains exploded, shredded by the barrage of wind blades. Luo Fancheng's eyes brightened. So this was the soul skill attached to the soul ring. Indeed, fascinating. Yang Wei's combat prowess had evidently increased. However, despite this enhancement, Luo Fancheng sensed a certain weakness in Yang Wei, as if he could be easily dispatched with a mere slap. Congratulations, young Master Yang, for absorbing the soul ring and officially becoming an 11th level soul master. The soul skill was indeed formidable, with the wind blades being intangible and nearly impossible to defend against. Yang Wei basked in the praise from others, yet his heart sank. His beloved goddess, the fiery princess, paid him no mind, her gaze fixed instead on that detestable man. He felt a tightness in his chest. Iron Lao spoke up. Let us move quickly, before nightfall. Others must find suitable soul rings. We cannot afford to stay here overnight. The uncertainties are too perilous. Princess Xieying clung to Luo Fancheng as they walked ahead, while Yang Wei and the other youths followed closely behind, clenching their fists in frustration. Young brother Yang, do not rush. Hold on a little longer. Li Hongpeng patted his shoulder, whispering, when the princess sees that fellow's inferior soul ring, she will understand the gap between us, and she will recognize our worth. Yang Wei expressed his concerns, but what if that fellow has some hidden talent? Wouldn't we lose our chance? I believe that lad seems rather confident. Li Hongpeng chuckled softly. You are worried for nothing. I have heard of the most exceptional commoner soul masters, and their first soul ring is merely a 300-year edition. How can he compare to us? Besides, did you not notice how he reacted when you killed that 350-year soul beast? His expression was clearly one of fear. Yang Wei's lips curled into a smirk as he retorted, let us hope he does not let the princess down. He better not attach a 100-year soul ring. That would be quite embarrassing and lackluster, rendering our victory meaningless. Li Hongpeng shook his head. Do you not understand the bigger picture? Look at your pathetic demeanor. I have never considered a commoner as my equal. There is simply no comparison. Suddenly, a crisp and assertive voice rang out from the front of the group. Yang Wei, you two come here. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng exchanged astonished glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Had the princess changed her mind? Was she finally recognizing their worth? Yi Xieying halted, sharply admonishing, what are you two whispering about? Hurry up, coming. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng hurriedly rushed to Yi Xieying's side. What can we do for you, your highness? Li Hongpeng asked, casting a provocative glance at Luo Fancheng, as if to say, hey, your moment of glory is over. Luo Fancheng chose to ignore them. He found these noble scions utterly sycophantic. They had been so loud just moments ago, yet now they scurried over at her beckoning. Was the princess so remarkable? Did she possess more charms than an ordinary person? He was indifferent. However, he was genuinely curious as to why Yi Xieying had called him over. Yang Wei, where's the wine you promised to give me? Produce it now, right here. Yang Wei exclaimed, a thrill of joy coursing through him. The princess was finally willing to accept his gift. He produced a delicate emerald bottle. Liang Beng, Inauri, pulled out a jade box tied with a butterfly knot, saying, Your Highness, I also prepared the peach pastries you requested. Yi Xieying extended her hand, yes. Bring them both over. Luo Fancheng thought, goodness, these two young gentlemen possess storage treasures? Hadn't Aunt Jill mentioned that such items were rare? It seemed their status was higher than he had presumed. However, their strength, they certainly did not impress. As Yi Xieying, who had previously rejected their gifts multiple times, now accepted their offerings, the two men felt a surge of excitement, barely suppressing their laughter. Yet they found it odd. If the princess held any affection for them, she would likely only accept one person's gift. Was she truly so greedy? Just as their emotions swirled, Yi Xieying unexpectedly thrust the wine and sweet pastries toward Luo Fancheng. Here, this is a reward for you. Yang Wei, Li Hongpeng. Their joyful smiles vanished in an instant. It felt as if their hearts had stopped, their eyes wide with disbelief. No, thank you, Luo Fancheng replied, pushing the items away with disinterest. The female pope and her disciple might be watching from the shadows, Accepting gifts from another woman could lead to trouble with his disciple, who might refuse to prepare his meals. The culinary skills of Saint Wei were undoubtedly exquisite, leaving Luo Fancheng with a taste for finer things. Yang Wei and Li Hongping's expressions grew even more incredulous. What on earth? We went to great lengths to prepare gifts for the princess, only to be repeatedly turned down. Now she offers a gift to someone else, and you refuse it? Yi Xiang's phoenix eyes flashed with fury as she barked, "You insufferable brat! Do not be so ungrateful. I noticed you risking your life, hunting soul beasts alone, likely weary and parched. I thought to offer you something to eat, and you refuse? Risking my life alone? No storage treasure? Weary and parched?" Luo Fancheng's expression was peculiar. He mused that she could not possibly comprehend his joy. He glanced at the two men, who were nearly exploding with frustration, and shook his head. "This is a kind gesture from her. If you give it to me, it will only sadden them." What is this overwhelming scent of green tea? Luo Fancheng suddenly felt that his previous words had a rather odd flavor. Yi Xiang nodded. "Let them be sad. Let's move on. I no longer wish to be bothered by them. If it weren't for their fathers being old acquaintances with my father, I would have dealt with them long ago. It's best for them to no longer cling to me." The sound of their hearts shattering echoed. Luo Fancheng noticed the bloodshot eyes of the two men, their expressions contorted with rage as they clenched their fists. TSK. Is the sycophant finally rising up? Chapter 34. Soft rice and hard eating. 800 years of soul rings. Cherry Dragon Martial Soul Luo Fancheng crosses arms, adopting a posture of anticipation. Ultimately, the two individuals, having accumulated a considerable amount of pent-up anger, redirected their ire not towards the princess, but towards him, their eyes ablaze. Yang Wei bellowed, "You brat! Don't take your good fortune for granted. It is an honor bestowed upon you by the princess. Accept it promptly, or we shall not be so courteous." Li Hongping echoed his sentiments loudly. Luo Fancheng was utterly speechless. He had initially thought that these sycophants had finally awakened some semblance of courage, daring to confront the fiery and demanding princess. Yet, in the end, they only dared to whine and complain, even assisting the princess in persuading him to accept her gifts. This was akin to purchasing an extravagant bed, only to offer it to a goddess and a rival for an intimate exchange. How could he indulge their disgraceful habits? He retorted coldly, "Accept it? No way, take it away. I have no interest." Li Hongping's face contorted with rage. "How dare you speak to me like that? Where do you find the audacity? Come, let us settle this one-on-one." Yang Wei echoed his fury. Luo Fancheng merely shook his head, uninterested in their provocations. Childish. Just as Yang Wei and his companion were about to erupt, two crisp slaps resounded against their faces, akin to a bucket of icy water being dumped over them. They turned stiffly, bewildered. Had they lost their minds? Who dared to threaten the princess? Yi Xiang, holding a pink handkerchief to dry her hands, furrowed her brows in disdain. "Princess." Yang Wei covered his face, tasting bitterness. Li Hongping felt even more uncomfortable. "Princess, you must not be deceived. This brat has looks and talent. But what else does he possess?" Yi Xiang sneered, "I have strength, talent, and influence. What I value in a person is merely their appearance." Luo Fancheng stood quietly, observing the scene as Yi Xiang pointed towards him. What was wrong with being weak? Should he blame himself for not striving harder? They were stronger than him, but the bloodlines and resources they relied on were gifts from their forebears. Challenging a commoner to a duel? How shameless! Yi Xiang addressed the hunchbacked old man beside her. "If they come within 3 paces of me, you have my permission to act." With a whoosh, the old man swiftly intervened, separating the disheartened Yang Wei and Li Hongping. Yi Xiang retrieved fine wine and pastries from her storage space, dismissing the two bothersome individuals. "Hurry up and accept this." Luo Fancheng shook his head, not interested. "Keep it for yourself. Are you refusing the princess's goodwill?" Yi Xiang exclaimed in frustration. "What will it take for you to accept? My patience is limited." Luo Fancheng mused to himself about her compulsive nature. Was it really impossible to refuse her? He had gradually discerned her character, one spoiled from youth, accustomed to others' fawning attention, with a hint of a submissive disposition. The more one indulged her, the worse the situation would become. He needed to counter her tendencies, but with finesse. Can I refuse to accept? Luo Fancheng challenged. Absolutely not. Luo Fancheng replied. Accepting is not out of the question, but I have conditions. Yi Xiang glared at him. You dare make demands of me? You should be the one begging. Unfazed, Luo Fancheng met her gaze defiantly. The moment he spoke, onlookers holding their breath felt a chill run down their spines. Was this young man foolishly courting disaster, testing the very limits of his existence? You're dreaming. Yi Xiang shot back, her face flushed with anger. In this lifetime, only others beg me. I'd rather starve than not eat. She turned, clutching her jade bottle and box, striding away with a haughty demeanor. Luo Fancheng remained unperturbed, even smiling. This woman would inevitably seek him out again. Patience was key, given her fiery disposition. If she truly became enraged, she'd likely strike him with a whip. As he gazed ahead, the midday sun illuminated her alluring figure, her cascading hair reflecting warm light, her shapely hips swaying enticingly, and her long legs clad in black stockings, complemented by striking white boots. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that, setting aside her character, she was undeniably beautiful. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the forest. Yi Xiang, clad in black stockings, was engaged in battle with a massive vine-like soul beast adorned with dark star patterns. The old man stood guard, while Luo Fancheng and 5 others watched intently. Through their exchanges, they learned that this was an 800-year-old plant-type soul beast, the dark star vine, and Yi Xiang, now at level 20, aimed to choose it as her second soul ring. With a resounding dragon's roar emanating from within her, a white dragon phantom several meters long manifested. Its body bore a wooden texture rather than flesh. A ring of bright yellow soul rings pulsed around the dragon's form. Martial sous manifestation. Boom! Yi Xiang merged with a white dragon phantom, her arms and cheeks adorned with white crystalline scales, her eyes morphing into slitted pupils. The 8th-tier martial soul of Princess Xiang, the ancient cherry dragon. Yang Wei and others gazed with fiery admiration, unable to tear their eyes away from Yi Xiang's formidable display of power. The dark star vine lashed out with 9 tendrils, akin to a chaotic dance of demons, striking towards Yi Xiang. With resolute determination, she expertly evaded the onslaught, executing various acrobatic maneuvers. With a flash of her yellow soul rings, Yi Xiang unleashed a deafening roar, momentarily halting the dark star vine's movements. Bang! Seizing the opportune moment, Yi Xiang struck the vine's base, delivering a fatal blow, and a deep yellow soul ring emerged. Breathless, she exhaled elegantly, glancing at Luo Fancheng with a raised chin, her proud gaze seemingly asking, "Have you witnessed my strength?" She then produced a mat, crossed her long black-stockinged legs, and closed her eyes to absorb the soul ring. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated this headstrong and capricious princess to possess such impressive strength, clearly the result of diligent training. An 8th-tier cherry dragon martial soul, she was but a step away from the 9th-tier martial souls of the saintly junior sister and the blazing dog prince. At that moment, Yang Wei approached as the princess closed her eyes. "Taunting brat, do you see now? This is the princess's talent and strength. You, a worthless wretch, dare to aspire to her heights? The gap is insurmountable. You are destined to exist in different worlds." Luo Fancheng shot him a sidelong glance. "Which of your eyes saw me climbing the princess's branches? Can't you see she is the one clinging to me?" Yang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Luo Fancheng continued, "Could you kindly persuade her to stop bothering me and grant me my freedom?" "You." Yang Wei's anger surged. "Do you believe I won't beat you? Come on." Luo Fancheng smirked, beckoning with his finger. The old man was no match for him, and he was not afraid of this fool. Suddenly, Yang Wei relaxed his fists, chuckling. "Huh, don't think you can trick me into acting. You'll just beg the princess to trouble me again, right? I'm too clever to fall for your schemes." "Oh." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, feeling Yang Wei was overthinking. "The princess is merely indulging her whims. Once you gain your soul ring, everyone will see what you truly are, a waste. Without the princess's backing, you are nothing." Yang Wei's jealousy flared, especially after witnessing Yi Xiang's valiant battle. "Hey, princess, have you awoken?" Luo Fancheng inquired. Yang Wei leaped back with a start, hastily turning to explain, "Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I was merely jesting with this fellow." However, he soon realized that Yi Xiying had not yet opened her eyes, and it dawned on him that he had been played. How infuriating. Is this all you know how to do? Rely on your tongue? Luo Fancheng interjected. The princess is awake. Ridiculous. Do you take me for a fool? I would never fall for your tricks again. Yang Wei retorted angrily. What are you doing, Yang Wei? A sharp voice pierced the air from behind, sending a shiver down his spine. Yi Xiying rose, her white boots striking the ground, and a deep yellow soul ring appeared beneath her, shimmering brightly. Second soul skill, dragon coiling. With a swift motion, two slender dragon shadows emerged from the ground, ensnaring Yang Wei and tossing him aside, landing him in a rather undignified manner. Luo Fancheng shrugged in resigned amusement. Foolish child, I warned you, yet you chose not to listen. Alas, Yang Wei, sprawled on the ground, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Soon, the group settled in a clearing in the woods, taking a moment to rest and enjoy the packed meals and snacks they had brought. Luo Fancheng, however, had no food to partake in, but he remained unfazed. He closed his eyes to adjust his cultivation state, preparing to absorb a soul ring. This area was abundant with 800-year-old soul beasts, and he anticipated that deeper within, he would encounter one suitable for him. Hey, are you going to eat your snacks? Yi Xiying nudged Luo Fancheng, rousing him from his meditation. You disrupted my training, he replied, somewhat displeased. Humph. She rolled her eyes. If your bloodline isn't strong enough, training won't yield much benefit. But if you skip meals, you'll only go hungry. I'm not eating. Really? You want to eat? Leave me be. Are you scolding me? Yi Xiying's voice trembled with indignation. Luo Fancheng nodded. Yes, you deserve it. Instead of pursuing two lovesick fools, you constantly disturb me, which is quite bothersome. Yi Xiying's delicate frame quivered, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, instilling a sense of unease. I beg you, she implored softly. Then I shall plead with you, if that suffices. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Luo Fancheng replied. Don't push it. Yi Xiying glared. Go ahead, seek something reasonable. Luo Fancheng responded, his handsome features taking on a cold demeanor. Fine, I'll beg you. Yi Xiying shouted, startling the others. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt a pang of heartache at that moment. Ouch, this is just too painful. He clutched his chest, the meal in his mouth suddenly losing all flavor. What else do you want from me? Yi Xiying had already drawn her whip, her posture suggesting that she was ready to fight if he continued his teasing. Luo Fancheng recognized that the time was ripe. To provoke her further would be courting disaster. All right, give it here. With a pop, he uncorked a jade bottle, and a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air, filling his senses with a light and invigorating sensation. This is exquisite wine, perhaps even spirit wine. He glanced at the snack box Yi Xiying had opened, inhaling the delightful scent of the delicately crafted pastries. Leaning against a tree, he took a bite of the soft, sweet treat and sipped from the jade bottle, indulging in the moment. Yi Xiying raised her chin, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Ha! You claim to refuse, yet your body betrays you. Luo Fancheng ignored her, leaping up into a great tree, inhaling the fresh air of the forest and admiring the lush greenery. The irritated princess stomped her foot below. You scoundrel! How outrageous! I swear I shall have you minced and fed to the dogs. In the distance, Tai Lao and the others were utterly astonished by Luo Fancheng's audacity, unable to comprehend his actions. Yang Wei's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. What the hell? This guy is eating well while boasting so shamelessly? Perhaps we should adopt his way of speaking. Maybe the princess would be charmed by it? Li Hongpeng pondered, his eyes gleaming with insight. Meanwhile, Bai Yingwei, who had been covertly observing, fumed, her delicate nose wrinkling in frustration as she tugged at a cluster of leaves. It's infuriating. I should be pleased that my senior brother is thriving. Yet here I am, seething with anger. That insufferable princess wants to steal him away. Diwei Yang was equally taken aback, surprised to see Luo Fancheng thriving among the adversaries, behaving so audaciously without consequence. Bai Yingwei glared in Yang Wei's direction and scoffed. Those fools still believe my brother to be worthless, thinking themselves superior as noble science. Just wait until my brother encounters a suitable soul ring. I can only imagine their shock. Di Wei Yang, intrigued, inquired, "How many years do you think your brother will aim for in his soul ring?" By Yue contemplated, "Perhaps 900 years. My brother's nature would surely not allow for a conservative choice of 800 as a baseline." "What do you think, teacher?" Di Wei Yang replied. "Your brother may seem indifferent to many matters, but he possesses great ambition. He will likely choose a soul ring that approaches 1,000 years. Bai Yue's fingers trembled in disbelief. Surely not. Many do not even have 1,000 years for their third soul ring. This seems unrealistic. Just wait and see. Di Wei Yang asserted confidently. After a brief respite, the group continued deeper into the soul beast oasis. Throughout the journey, Yi Xiying, undeterred, persistently sought to provoke Luo Fancheng, yet he remained nonchalant, causing her to question her own allure. Many suitors from the younger generation of Qianlong City pursued her relentlessly, boasting esteemed backgrounds, beauty, and remarkable talent, especially with her newly acquired 800-year second soul ring nearing the limit of 900. Yi Shiying's pride swelled, yet this man remained unimpressed. He probably has never attached a soul ring and does not comprehend the challenges involved. He is unaware of my prowess, she thought in frustration. Approaching Luo Fancheng, she stated, "The soul beasts here are nearly 1,000 years old, far too formidable for you at present. It would suffice for your fourth soul ring. When Li Hongpeng completes his third soul ring, I will instruct the team to turn back and lead you to an area with 100-year soul beast to find something suitable." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "I believe 1,000-year soul beast will be quite appropriate." Yixing pouted, "I know you're merely boasting to amuse me. I won't hold it against you. But mark my words, if you dare to try for a 400-year soul ring, you will surely fail." Luo Fancheng, disinterested in her taunts, ignored her, his gaze scanning the surrounding foliage. He sensed that he would soon encounter his first soul ring and was eager to challenge the limit of 999 years, feeling a thrill of excitement. Observing others eagerly claiming their soul rings, he too felt a twinge of envy. Suddenly, two peculiar roars from extraordinary beasts echoed ahead, instantly alerting the entire team. Chapter 35. The goddess shocks everyone. Amidst the verdant shade of the oasis, two soul beasts were locked in a fierce battle. One was a large gray monkey, half a human's height, with a tail and claws ablaze with brilliant red flames, leaping and lunging at its opponent, a 3-meter-long python adorned with crimson scales. The scales of the python seemed to flow with molten lava, radiating intense heat as it retaliated with a whip of its tail. The blaze monkey and the fiery scaled python. What could have prompted such a conflict? Yi Xieying felt a twinge of surprise as she and her group of 8 parted the dense underbrush, stealthily observing the scene before them. Meanwhile, Luo Fancheng, intending to point out that Yi Xieying's black stockings had snagged, revealing her fair thigh skin, found his attention diverted by the fierce duel unfolding ahead. Who, after all, could resist watching a monkey with claws ablaze and a python with scales aglow? Elder Tai lowered his voice, addressing the group, judging by its size. This blaze monkey is approximately 1,100 years old, while the fiery scaled python clearly possesses a much higher cultivation level, capable of subduing the monkey. He turned to Li Hongpeng. "Li, your second soul ring is 600 years. This third soul ring from the blaze monkey should suffice." Li Hongpeng's expression soured. The fiery scaled python, in terms of both power and appearance, far surpassed the blaze monkey. The quality of the soul ring it produced would undoubtedly be superior. Elder Tai chuckled. "I am merely estimating based on your combat prowess, Li. If you're truly ambitious, feel free to attempt to hunt the fiery scaled python." Li Hongpeng gritted his teeth, wavering. He coveted the fiery scaled python, but lacked confidence in defeating it. The thought of losing face in front of the goddess was unbearable. "I'll go with the blaze monkey." The group lay in wait not far off, and Luo Fancheng naturally overheard their conversation, his expression peculiar. "Big brother, you're already at level 30, yet you hesitate to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast, preying only on the weak?" His gaze drifted through the brush, landing on the more formidable and striking fiery scaled python, causing him to ponder. His first soul ring was still unclaimed. Perhaps it could be the one? Yet, the warning from his teacher, the holy maiden, echoed in his mind. Under no circumstances should he attempt to absorb a soul ring exceeding 1,000 years, as it could be life-threatening. This thought made him hesitate. "Look over there," Young Wei suddenly exclaimed. The group followed his gaze to discover a small puddle, less than half a meter in diameter, from which a vibrant green sapling sprouted, its branches laden with several small, enticingly red fruits. Zhugua, Elder Tai's eyes gleamed. It seemed the two beasts had fought over this spiritual fruit. "We are truly fortunate. These beasts pose little threat." He turned to Li Hongpeng. "I will help you restrain the blaze monkey. The rest is up to you." With a swift leap, Elder Tai led the group from the underbrush. The two combatants, sensing human presence from afar, immediately noticed them. The fiery scaled python, with its triangular serpent eyes gleaming, abandoned the fight and swiftly retreated, while the scorched blaze monkey, filled with fury, roared defiantly at the 8 onlookers. "Foolish creature, seeking death." Li Hongpeng charged forward, a spectral image of a phoenix appearing behind him, his martial spirit manifesting. Feathers sprouted from his face, his mouth protruding like a bird's beak, and his entire form shimmered with electric flames, 2 yellow soul rings floating beneath him. The blaze monkey leapt high, its fiery claws slashing towards him. First soul skill, Thunder Flash. In an instant, Li Hongpeng accelerated, appearing behind the blaze monkey. And with an arm as swift as a wing, he struck the monkey away. A triumphant, sinister grin spread across his face. "You dare to shout back? What gives you such confidence?" Second soul skill, Heavenly Thunder Strike. As the blaze monkey lashed out in rage, Li Hongpeng's hands crackled with electricity, clashing against the beast's attack, sparks flying in all directions. "Are you stunned?" Yi Xiang waved her hand in front of Luo Fancheng's eyes. His martial spirit is the Thunderflame Phoenix, a 7th-tier martial spirit, not as potent as Yang Wei's 8th-tier Dragonscale Spear. "Are you truly intimidated?" Intimidated? Not all. Though Luo Fancheng was only at level 30. He held his ground against the 1,000-year blaze monkey, feeling no fear. His thoughts lingered on the fiery scaled python that had just fled, lamenting its cowardice. Having bolted at the first sight of humans, there was no chance to pursue it. Without a response from him, Yi Xiang's frustration mounted. In fact, she had intentionally torn her black stockings earlier. Other men had showered her with attention, yet this one remained oblivious. She questioned her own allure, resorting to subtle tactics. But the man still behaved as if blind. What future could a talentless commoner have? Wasn't it more appealing to cling to her? Suddenly, Luo Fancheng interjected, "Something's not right. The blaze monkey might be problematic." "What's the issue?" Yi Xiang, still focused on her irritation, glared at him while the onlookers, disturbed by the interruption, cast displeased glances. Luo Fancheng continued, "We are a group of 8, and Elder Tai has not concealed his 5th-tier Soul King aura. Why isn't the monkey fleeing?" Yang Wei retorted, "It simply has a bad temper. Can you stop being so dramatic? Do you think you understand soul beasts better than we do?" The other youth chimed in, their annoyance at Yi Xiang's fixation on Luo Fancheng evident. "Everyone be quiet. Only I can scold my servant." Yi Xiang's sharp command silenced them all. Yang Wei glared at Luo Fancheng, thinking, "Let us see how long you can bask in pride. Once the princess sees your true worthlessness, it will be your downfall." A talented commoner would never lack a mentor's favor. A pitiful individual hunting beasts alone in the oasis could hardly be formidable. At that moment, a piercing, mournful cry echoed. Li Hongpeng had decapitated the blaze monkey with a single strike, its blood spraying forth as its headless body fell to the ground. Soon, a circle of pale, purple soul rings materialized around it. Damn it! Although Li Hongpeng had slain the blaze monkey, his expression was grim. He had exerted all his strength, yet barely managed to defeat the monkey, confirming Elder Tai's earlier assessment. Absorbing this soul ring might prove fatal. Though he possessed 3 rings, his talent was clearly inferior to Yi Xiang's and Yang Wei's. His gaze fell upon the tattered Luo Fancheng, and a smile crept onto his face, his mood lifting considerably. While he may be outclassed by true noble heirs, he was far superior to this man. Damn it! Liu Ben Kursha Inwali. Recognizing his folly in comparing himself to this insignificant figure, no matter how diminished he felt, he must not lose sight of his ambition. His haughty demeanor did not escape Luo Fancheng's keen observation, but he dismissed it. To him, such individuals were merely sheltered fools, unworthy of concern. Instead, his curiosity was piqued by the verdant plant and red fruit in the puddle, as Elder Tai carefully plucked the fruit and placed it into a jade box. Seemingly sensing his intrigue, Yi Xiang explained, "This is Zhu Gua, a spiritual fruit that thrives in areas rich in spiritual energy. Consuming it can detoxify and enhance a soul master's power. It is a rare treasure." Luo Fancheng nodded, surprised that the princess, despite her brashness, possessed such extensive knowledge, far surpassing his own. "Do you desire some?" Yi Xiang raised her delicate chin. "Plead with me, and I may consider gifting you a few. Uncle Tai will heed my words." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "This fruit must be quite valuable, then." "Ye vink similet koidi." This crimson fruit holds immense value for ordinary soul masters, yet it is worth less than a moment of amusement for this princess. If you simply ask, I shall bestow it upon you. TSK, how I disdain the pretentious demeanor of the wealthy. Luo Fancheng chuckled. "You may keep it for yourself. I have no need for it." "No need?" Yi Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected this fellow to be unmoved by beauty, let alone indifferent to such a rare treasure. "Impossible. You must be employing a strategy of feigned disinterest," she asserted confidently. Luo Fancheng shook his head, his expression unwavering. Although the pure celestial body granted by the system had yet to reveal its formidable nature, its innate ability to access the 8 meridians and 9 orifices, coupled with its immunity to toxins, rendered it unnecessary for detoxification. Furthermore, accelerating his cultivation was not a concern. He could simply allow the little mudfish to consume and absorb it eagerly. His true worry lay in the possibility that excessive speed in cultivation might disrupt his foundational roots. Yi Xiang was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. The surrounding noble youths were fixated on the jade box containing the crimson fruit, their eyes ablaze with desire, while this fellow displayed not a flicker of emotion. Curiosity surged within her as she, unfazed by the odds, declared, "I, the princess, am a woman of my word. You need not worry about any insincerity." Then she noticed the unmistakable impatience in his striking black eyes as his cold voice pierced through the air. "Princess, take your little charade and mock others with it. To be frank, my cultivation speed does not require such a trinket." Yi Xiang was momentarily stunned, her mind reeling. For years, those around her had pretended to flatter her, indulging her due to her status, beauty, or martial spirit talent. This was the first time someone had overtly expressed such disdainful indifference towards her and the treasure alike. "Wait, your cultivation speed does not require this?" she exclaimed incredulously. "What nonsense! Even I, with my 8th grade martial spirit, would not dare to utter such words." Scenes of the previously encountered burning scale python flashed through Luo Fancheng's mind. The translucent red scales, seemingly ablaze with malevolent fire and flowing magma, captivated him. It harmonized splendidly with his little mudfish, presenting a perfect match. Distracted by the princess's incessant chatter about the soul beast he had missed, he felt a wave of irritation rise within him. Turning to fixate on her phoenix-like eyes and coldly remarked, "Is an 8th grade martial spirit truly so formidable? What tone is that? Is an 8th grade martial spirit not strong?" Yi Xiang initially glared at him before a realization dawned. Suddenly, her anger dissipated, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of pity and sympathy. "I forgot. Someone in your background likely lacks a mentor to enlighten you about the distinctions involved. When I take you outside to personally enhance your century-old soul ring, you shall grasp the difficulty." Boom! A resounding noise erupted as Li Hongpeng elegantly rose, his thunderfire Peng martial spirit swirling around him, accompanied by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Meanwhile, the surrounding grass rustled ominously. Hiss! Dozens of red-scaled pythons surged forth, led by the very burning scale python that had previously fled, now returning with vengeance. The crowd tensed, casting wary glances around. Luo Fancheng found amusement in the scene. Goodness, are they rallying for reinforcements? Or perhaps summoning serpents? However, It seemed that the strongest among them remained that earlier burning scale python, exhibiting a modicum of intelligence. Old Tai shook his head. These creatures are not formidable. You six should handle them. It is a perfect opportunity for training. Having just absorbed the soul ring, Li Hongpong was eager to prove himself, charging toward the burning scale python he had previously doubted he could confront. Stay out of this. I'll handle the strongest one. Yi Xiang, brimming with excitement, turned to Luo Fancheng, admonishing him, you cannot intervene in such a battle. Stay put. Boom! The black-haired princess summoned her cherry dragon martial spirit, charging forth while shouting, Uncle Tai, protect this fellow. If he gets hurt, you'll answer for it. Boom! 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 The six noble youths launched themselves into battle against the encroaching red pythons. Old Tai, heeding the princess's command, moved to shield Luo Fancheng, calmly observing the battlefield. Luo Fancheng noted that the opponents were predominantly at the second and first ring levels, with only Li Hongpong at the third ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Li Hongpong had reached the 31st rank of soul master, yet he was only evenly matched against the burning scale python. This showcased the formidable bloodline strength of the 1,000-year-old beast, far surpassing that of the blazing fire monkey. After assessing both sides' combat prowess and feeling no pressure, Luo Fancheng felt a surge of energy beneath his feet, itching to take action. Old Tai, sensing his intention, cautioned, you wouldn't dare to intervene, would you? Don't be reckless. Third soul skill, blazing fire claw. Li Hongpong unleashed fiery claws toward the burning scale python's vital point. Sizzle. The scale shattered and blood gushed forth. However, at a critical moment, the python evaded, causing Li Hongpong's grip to slip by half an inch. The burning scale python's triangular eyes gleamed with menace. Its scales erupted in searing flames, its tail coiling around Li Hongpong's arm, scorching his flesh. Li Hongpong screamed in agony, realizing he had fallen into the creature's trap, deliberately allowing him to ensnare it to counterattack. Desperately, he struggled to free himself, yet the serpent's head had already turned, spewing forth toxic flames that struck his chest, sending him flying. I can't hold on. Uncle Tai, save me. Don't you dare run off. I'll be right back. Old Tai shouted before rushing to assist, only to be stunned by a sudden explosion nearby, as the ground erupted with a confident voice resonating, Old Tai, allow me to handle this. As Luo Fancheng charged into the fray, Old Tai's attempt to shout a warning was abruptly silenced, his eyes wide with astonishment. What? How is it possible that this lad's burst of speed surpasses even that of the princess? Whoosh! Luo Fancheng darted onto the battlefield, positioning himself between the burning scale python and the panicked Li Hongpong, summoning forth his little mudfish martial spirit. The burning scale python lunged at him with its massive crimson maw. The onlookers, engaged in battle, turned to witness the unfolding scene. My goodness! Yang Wei exclaimed, Shoket. Is he out of his mind, rushing to his demise? Others echoed their disbelief, exclaiming in a chorus of astonishment. What is he doing? Does he wish to perish? Throwing himself into danger like a mantis trying to stop a chariot? Hiss, a reckless charge? How dare he? Even Li Hongpong was left dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. The last person he would have expected to risk his life to save him was a commoner? What kind of moral recompense was this? Luo Fancheng, oblivious to his thoughts, could only surmise that he was wholly misinterpreting the situation, as his sole aim was to claim the soul ring. Ye Ving shouted angrily, Luo Fancheng, retreat. That's a 1,000-year soul beast. Do you wish to die? Old Tai, stop him. Drowning out the surrounding cries, Luo Fancheng merged with the spirit, his body transforming. Unflinching, he raised his hand toward the gaping maw of the 1,000-year burning scale python, striking with tremendous force. Boom! The shock wave erupted. In an instant, he pierced through the massive mouth of the burning scale python, hot serpent blood raining down from the sky, sizzling as it splattered onto the grass. Yi Xiang's unfinished words caught in her throat, her face a mask of disbelief. Li Hongpong gaped, momentarily forgetting the searing pain of the venom. Yang Wei and the others stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Even Old Tai stood frozen, taken aback. Chapter 36. Unbelievable, gifted beyond compare. The leader of the Millennium Burning Scale Python crashed to the ground, and upon witnessing the demise of their leader, dozens of smaller pythons scattered in panic. The forest was awash with dappled shadows, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed in one direction, filled with disbelief. The ethereal youth stood there, his already handsome visage now adorned with azure crystalline scales, exuding an even more sinister nobility. His tattered, blood-stained garments did little to mask his extraordinary aura, while beneath him, the crimson scales of the burning scale python gradually dimmed and extinguished. Could it be that he killed the 1,000-year-old burning scale python? Young Wes leaps tremblet, stumbling over his words. With just a single punch, he could hardly comprehend it. The seemingly innocuous commoner, possessing nothing but good looks, had unleashed such terrifying power. How could this be possible? The rescued Li Hongpeng was utterly astounded. After all, he was a sole master of level 31. He had nearly perished at the hands of the uniquely bloodlined burning scale python. Yet this commoner had dispatched it in an instant. Did this not imply that the very individual he had always looked down upon possessed strength surpassing his own? Impossible, this could not be. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the reality, questioning whether he was caught in an illusion. Yet there stood Luo Fancheng, unwavering. The other noble youths could hardly contain their astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wow, how did this guy accomplish that? A single punch to obliterate the burning scale python. Is this something a young commoner could achieve?" Princess Yixiang stood poised, her legs clad in sheer black stockings, her enchanting phoenix eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Her luscious lips parted slightly, as she suddenly realized that the already striking Luo Fancheng appeared even more masculine, a hint of a sickly blush gracing his flawless face, her breath quickening. This guy, aside from his looks, he actually possesses such power? Ignoring the astonished gazes and exclamations of the crowd, Luo Fancheng remained unfazed, dismissively shrugging off their attention. Only amateurs seek to show off. True strength lies in steady development. He focused on adjusting his spirit and internal soul power, awaiting the emergence of the soul ring from the burning scale python. With over 1,000 years of cultivation, even the 30-level Li Hongpeng dared not absorb its soul ring. His previous battle after absorbing the soul ring of the blazing fire monkey had proven insufficient, highlighting the exceptional nature of the burning scale python. Fort Luo Fancheng. Absorbing this soul ring would entail significant risk, but high risk often yields high rewards. With his extraordinary blue lotus martial soul and its remarkable healing abilities, he yearned to challenge himself and discover his true limits. This soul beast was not only formidable, but also resonated with him. A slight risk was certainly worth taking. "Hey, young friend," Iron Elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, hesitated, opting for friend instead of kid. He was far more perceptive than the others, sensing something frightening. Luo Fancheng turned to him with a smile, inquiring, "What wisdom do you wish to impart, Elder?" Iron Elder shook his head. "I dare not presume to instruct. I did not anticipate that I had misjudged you. Surely, you're not merely a level 10 soul master, as previously claimed. What level of cultivation are you truly concealing? Please enlighten me." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting newfound understanding. Indeed, this individual must be feigning weakness. How could a level 10 soul master be this powerful? If he were truly a soul master, I would spend 3 days and nights indulging in the latrine. Yang Wei clenched his fists, his face flushed with humiliation. This strength clearly surpasses level 30. He was lying to us all along. Exactly. It would have been far better had he simply disclosed his true capabilities instead of deceiving us with tales of seeking the first soul ring. Is that not a joke? How could someone without a soul ring be this powerful? I refuse to believe it. It's utterly absurd. Silence. Princess Yixiang interjected sharply. Is it not normal for someone traversing the wilderness alone to conceal their strength from strangers? Speak again, and I shall show you what I can do. Amidst the clamor of voices, Luo Fancheng found it all rather bothersome. He shrugged his shoulders and raised his hands, stating, "I truly came to hunt for the first soul ring. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you." The crowd's expressions conveyed their skepticism, their dissatisfaction evident. Did he truly think they were fools? They were well aware of what a soul master could achieve. This individual had just obliterated a 1,000-year-old soul beast with a single punch. Could he possibly be a mere soul master? Indeed, this fellow is insufferable. Even now, he continues to hide his level instead of being honest. We may have looked down upon him as a commoner, but we wouldn't resort to violence against him. Yet, he still does not trust us. How petty. A golden-haired girl from the group scoffed, her lips glistening. Princess Yi Xiang cast a disdainful glance at the raucous crowd, chuckling coldly. I perceive that you are all simply envious of this person's strength, venting your jealousy. I am not envious, Yang Wei grumbled darkly. Neither am I, Li Hongpeng added, though he was grateful for the rescue. Yet, seeing Princess Yi Xiang defend Luo Fancheng filled him with unbidden frustration. The proud noble youths, confident in their own talents, were unwilling to concede, particularly in light of their belief that Luo Fancheng was concealing his true level. Suddenly, the surface of the burning scale python began to shimmer with countless violet dots, coalescing into a deep purple soul ring, far superior in quality to that of the blazing fire monkey. How disappointing. This soul ring's quality is incomparable to that of the blazing fire monkey, Li Hongpeng lamented, casting a glance at his own arms, which were scorched and blistered, and his chest, marred by fire poison. Such a premium soul ring was to be squandered. It was truly a pity. Iron Elder shook his head, observing that there were no other level 30 soul masters in the group. With a determined stride, Princess Yi Xiang approached Luo Fancheng, her shapely figure accentuated by her white boots and black stockings. What are you waiting for? Let's depart. Luo Fancheng shook his head, meeting her striking gaze. Princess, may I trust you? Have you finally come to your senses, preparing to cling to my beautiful legs? Princess Yi Vink tisit, tilting her chin with an air of arrogance. Noticing Luo Fancheng's silence as he gazed deeply into her eyes, her confidence faltered slightly. I am known for my appreciation of beauty. I assure you, I would not harm you based on your appearance. Speak your desires. Luo Fancheng nodded and pointed to the exquisite 1,000-year soul ring, respectfully stating, I wish to absorb this soul ring and request your protection, Princess. Very well. I shall grant you this request, Princess Yi Xiang replied, surprised. But are you certain you wish to absorb this soul ring? What is your level? 30 or 40? The others overheard the exchange. Yang Wei could not contain himself. Luo Fancheng, you claim not to be hiding your power. Yet a soul master cannot absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Luo Fancheng casually scratched his ear, casting a dismissive glance his way. Ignorance. Just because you have never seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. No one in this world can treat a 1,000-year soul beast as their first soul ring. Yang Wei was adamant, and the others nodded in agreement. Their education in the Soul Master Academy had instilled in them knowledge that would not allow such a blatant lie to go unchallenged. It was a blatant affront to their intelligence and understanding. Oh well, now you shall witness it for yourself, Luo Fancheng calmly declared, releasing his martial soul. His body transformed, revealing a magnificent 2-meter-long azure-scaled serpent, radiating a tricolor glow. He swiftly suppressed the small eel's instinct to consume the flesh of the burning scale python for evolution. Seating himself in meditation, he closed his eyes, preparing to draw the soul ring into his being. A gasp erupted from the group. The short-haired girl pointed at Luo Fancheng, her eyes wide with astonishment. Look, he truly possesses not a single soul ring upon his martial soul. He is a soul master. Chapter 37. The High Priestess. Respect men's choices. In this moment of crisis, everyone suddenly realized the truth. Their emotions were in turmoil, filled with disbelief. Could it be that this individual had not deceived them? Yang Wei's mouth gaped open, feeling as though he had been dealt a stinging slap to the face. Li Hongpeng's eyes widened in shock as he murmured, he is still a soul scholar? How can this be? It is impossible for a soul scholar to possess the capability to slay a millennium-old burning scale python. Yi Xiang was equally astonished. This man was neither at level 30 nor 40. He remained at level 10. Everyone held their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend how Luo Fancheng had accomplished the feat of killing the burning scale python as a soul scholar. This was entirely inconsistent with the knowledge they had acquired at the Soul Master Academy. I have figured it out. Elder Tai's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he addressed the group. It is well known that no matter how strong a soul scholar is, They can only contend with soul beasts up to 400 years old. A millennium is simply out of the question. Yi Xiang and the others nodded in agreement. Elder Tai continued. He has merely taken advantage of Li Hongpeng's efforts. Li Hongpeng had already exhausted the burning scale python, using all his means, and was left with little strength, thus allowing Luo Fancheng to defeat it in a single strike. However, even so, Luo Fancheng's strength cannot be underestimated. Li Hongpeng let out a sigh of relief. I thought his combat power could possibly rival a millennium. That would be absurd. So he merely seized an opportunity. With a reasonable explanation offered, Yang Wei's furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile emerged on his face. If we are both at the same ring level, I refuse to believe he could surpass my 350-year soul ring. Even if he is strong, it must be within limits. After all, the 400-year threshold is there. Wait, he suddenly recalled Luo Fancheng's intention to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring and turned his gaze back, just in time to see the purple Millennium Soul Ring fly towards Luo Fancheng, merging into his body. What the hell? Is he trying to throw his life away? He dares to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring as his first? Yang Wei was astonished, his scalp prickling, his finger trembling as he pointed at Luo Fancheng. This is not bravery. This is pure folly. Someone stop him. Absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring will undoubtedly lead to his demise. Liu Bim shouted sharply. Despite his jealousy and disdain for Luo Fancheng's humble background, he did not wish to see the one who had saved him come to harm. Yi Xiang, realizing the severity of the situation, raised her hand to unleash her soul power in an attempt to intervene. But Luo Fancheng was already enveloped in a surge of purple light. Her beautiful face paled instantly. It's over. There's no time left. Swish. Elder Tai rushed forward, his expression grim. There's no stopping it now. Does this young friend not have a mentor? Is this a soul ring that a mere level 10 can't absorb? What should we do, Uncle Tai? Please save him. Yi Xiang bit her cherry lips, her face etched with distress, as if she had just received a beloved toy that shattered in an instant. No, this felt even more panic-inducing than losing a toy. The merging process could not be halted. It was beyond salvation. Elder Tai shook his head repeatedly, letting out a long sigh. I can sense that he is a rare talent among commoners. What a pity. Yang Wei clenched his fists, exasperated. Is this not a sign of foolishness? What use is it for a level 10 soul scholar to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring? I hope to see you fall before me in front of the princess, not to die in such a stupid manner. The crowd silently gazed at Luo Fancheng, who sat cross-legged beside the corpse of the snake, as though observing a lifeless body. Yi Xiang could no longer contain herself, her previously willful emotions crumbling as she shouted, "Bastard, bastard! You're a big foolish donkey. Would it not be better to serve as my servant? I would not mistreat you. Why take such risks to seek death?" Elder Tai whispered, "Princess, lower your voice. It might affect him. He is already on the brink of death, and now the odds are even worse. Let him die. It is none of your concern." Yi Xiang retorted, though her tone dropped to a whisper so soft it was nearly inaudible. In the shadows of the forest, Bai Yue's eyes were red-rimmed, her delicate arms and beautiful legs thrashing about in distress. "Teacher, why are you trapping me? Hurry and save senior brother. How could he possibly digest the 1,000-year soul ring of the burning scale python? Do not intervene." Di Weiyang spoke, her golden gown flowing elegantly, her beauty exuding an icy coldness. "Are you not going to help senior brother?" Di Weiyang's voice was chilling as she continued. "Yingwei, you must understand. All the implications have been made clear to Fancheng. This is his own choice, and no one has the right to intervene. We are among his closest companions. We should respect his decisions." But, Bai Yingwei was restless, understanding the reasoning, yet unable to bear the thought of watching her senior brother perish. Di Weiyang's tone remained calm. "He is not reckless. Since it is his decision, all we can do is trust him." Swish! Di Weiyang seemed to sense something, her cold eyes locking onto a distant direction. A group of monstrous creatures was approaching. The forest echoed with a rustling of movement as the ancient trees nearby shook, startling a flock of birds into flight. This is bad. Something is coming. Elder Tai's eyes widened as he jumped up, swiftly shielding Yi Xiang, while Li Hongpeng and the others quickly huddled together. Roar! From the dense, verdant canopy, imposing dark figures emerged. There were over 20 formidable gray-furred monkeys, their sharp teeth bared, encircling the group and emitting shrill cries. Fire monkeys? How could there be so many? Yang Wei instinctively cursed. Did we disturb a damn monkey's nest? Li Hongpeng replied. Fortunately, most of them are under 1,000 years old. With Elder Tai here, we need not panic. Boom! Two massive monkey figures crashed down from above, their size exceeding that of a 1,000-year fire monkey by at least 5 times. Li Hongpeng's smile froze, his body trembling. This size. Is it an 8,000-year fire monkey? Or 2 of them? The 2 giant fire monkeys spotted the desiccated corpse of the monkey in the distance, the same one Li Hongpeng had absorbed. They pounded their chests, emitting heart-wrenching roars that echoed through the forest, their brown monkey eyes filled with tears of rage and vengeance. Roar! The giant monkeys howled in anguish. In an instant, the 20-odd fire monkeys surrounding the group ignited their claws in blazing flames, creating a terrifying spectacle. The youths began to tremble, and Yang Wei stuttered, "Princess, we should retreat. This is too frightening." It seems these 2 monkey kings are either relatives or allies of that monkey corpse, and they are here to seek revenge on us. Yi Xiang retorted sharply, "Retreat? Would this princess fear a bunch of hairy monkeys?" A voice from within the ranks spoke softly, "I fear you are protecting that boy, aren't you?" Yi Xiang shot a glare back, "Nonsense. Anyone who is scared can leave." Elder Tai fixated on the monkeys, expressing his concern, "Princess, for your own safety, we should retreat. These 2 8,000-year monkey kings possess strength on par with a 5th-level soul master. I may be held up by them, and then you will be in danger from the monkey horde." Not retreating. Yi Xiang's resolve was firm, her phoenix eyes radiating determination as she cast a fleeting glance back at Luo Fancheng. Just then, Luo Fancheng let out a muffled groan, his body surging with violent purple light, blood trickling from his nose and the corners of his mouth. His physical form appeared to be on the brink of collapse. "Princess, that guy is surely as good as dead. Protecting a corpse is meaningless." "Indeed, my lady. We cannot sacrifice ourselves in a futile struggle against this horde of frenzied monkeys for the sake of one individual. It is not that we are unwilling to offer assistance, but rather that he is beyond salvation, my lady. Remaining here serves no purpose. These monkeys are agile and cunning, and we would not be able to escape with him in tow." Even Tai Lao cannot help but advise. The 1,000-year soul ring is truly beyond the capacity of a 10th-level soul master to absorb. It is nothing short of a miracle that Luo Xiaoyu has endured this long without succumbing. We should retreat. If anything were to happen to you, I would have no way to explain myself to the lord of the city. Yi Xiang bit her silver teeth, her life in peril. 2 formidable 8,000-year monkey kings stood before them, exuding an air of lethal intent, while the surrounding monkeys watched with predatory eyes, steadily building their momentum. They encircled without attacking, seemingly intent on shattering the morale of the group. Behind her, Luo Fancheng's fate hung in the balance, his body swaying precariously, blood seeping from his skin. All her companions looked to her in urgent anticipation, awaiting her command to retreat. Yi Xiang's delicate fingers trembled, caught in a true dilemma. Chapter 38. The Dominant and Fiery Princess. The master dies, the servants the fiery princess. Yi Xiang bit her jade-like lips tightly. Afraid? While others trembled in fear, could she, Yi Xiang, be made of iron, devoid of fear? Having lived in luxury all her life, she had never encountered such a life-threatening peril. How could she not feel a pang of anxiety? Roar! Flames surged skyward. 2 colossal monkey kings howled ferociously, their eyes brimming with bloodlust and hatred, shaking the surrounding leaves with their might. The 20-odd blazing monkeys encircling them let out a terrifying roar, creating an atmosphere of dread. The youths felt the piercing pain in their eardrums, their psychological defenses crumbling gradually under the monkeys' intimidation, their faces filled with panic as they urged, "Princess, we must flee. These monkeys are clearly toying with us and will soon charge. Indeed, if we do not leave now, it will be too late. Your precious life cannot be compared to that of a dying man behind us. He is doomed and certainly cannot be saved." It is only right for us to abandon him. Hearing the urgent shouts, Yi Xiang felt her fear amplify. As if a voice echoed in her mind, staying could truly lead to death. Yes, others were right. He could not be saved, and remaining would only lead to unnecessary sacrifice. Was it worth risking everything for a mere handsome face? Absolutely not. Her furrowed brows began to relax, her slender jade fingers gradually loosening their grip as she exhaled softly and turned around. A fleeting glance at the bloodied and trembling Luo Fancheng made her shake her head. Upon seeing Yi Xiang's demeanor shift from turmoil to resolution, Tai Lao and Yang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over them, their expressions brightening. Has the princess come to her senses? Splendid. The princess is wise. Roar. The distant monkey kings, realizing the group intended to escape, lost their patience, their ferocity fully unleashed. They commanded the entire horde of blazing monkeys to attack, fiery shadows darting forth with murderous intent. Boom! The Sakura dragon martial spirit instantly manifested. Yi Xiang's face was adorned with white crystalline scales, her eyes resembling those painted with pink eyeshadow, transforming into captivating vertical pupils. 2 circles of yellow soul rings pulsated beneath her feet. The group, initially prepared to abandon Luo Fancheng and break free, suddenly noticed Yi Xiang turning in the opposite direction, confronting the incoming monkey kings and their horde. Yang Wei urgently called out, "Princess, you're going the wrong way. We need to escape through the weaker side of the monkeys." "Ah, escape?" Yi Xiang scoffed, her red lips curving into a proud smile. "Fleeing is for cowards. Those who fear death should promptly leave and not linger here as an eyesore." The others stood there, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. They had not anticipated Yi Xiang's unexpected decision. Fleeing or not was a choice even a fool would make. First soul skill, Dragon's Roar. Yi Xiang opened her crimson lips, and the sound of a white dragon's song surged from her throat, resonating towards the approaching blazing monkeys. At that moment, there was no time for the others to ponder. The monkey horde had arrived, and everyone activated their martial spirits to defend themselves. Seeing the princess unwilling to retreat, Tai Lao immediately moved to confront the 2 8,000-year-old blazing monkey kings, a black iron-armored dragon phantom appearing behind him, surrounded by 5 soul rings of yellow and purple, exuding a might surpassing that of a single monkey king. Bang! Yang Wei wielded his dragon scale spear against the enemy. Having just broken through to a level 11 soul master, he found it strenuous to contend with a 700-year-old blazing monkey, perilous at every turn. What folly, princess! Is it worth risking your precious life for someone who is surely destined to die? The others echoed their despair, yearning to escape, but without Tai Lao's protection. Escape was impossible. Yet, the princess would not leave, and neither would Tai Lao. For he was not only a mentor at the Royal City's Soul Master Academy, but also a loyal retainer to the princess. Boom! Tai Lao battled fiercely against the 2 formidable monkey kings, not losing ground, even managing to create openings to assist his comrades. He roared, "Princess, there are too many of these beasts. If we continue the fight, it will be difficult for me to protect you. You must think carefully." Dragon Coil. Yi Xiang pointed her jade hand, and several vine-like shadows of the Sakura dragon surged from the ground, ensnaring the limbs of the blazing monkeys. However, they were quickly torn free by the monkey's fiery claws, while another blazing monkey lunged towards her chest. She swiftly evaded, recalling the man's earnest and profound black eyes. As a voice echoed in her ears, "Princess, can I trust you?" "Of course." Yi Xiang responded with a proud smirk, her lithe form spinning gracefully in the air as she kicked the attacking blazing monkey away with her black stocking-clad leg. Simultaneously, her luscious lips released a commanding shout, "Tai Lao, I will protect him. I allow him to die by his own hand, but he shall not perish due to our abandonment, nor shall he fall to these beasts." Upon hearing this, Tai Lao let out a hearty laugh. "Very well, I shall engage. You must be careful." His arms, clad in long sleeves, suddenly burst forth, revealing 2 arms as dark as iron. As they clashed, the sound of metal striking metal rang out. Third soul skill, Iron Fist. His emaciated form straightened and swelled as explosive muscles surged forth, swinging his iron fists ferociously towards the two monkey kings. A true retainer will never question the decisions of their lord, even if it leads to death. Roar! Tai Lao exerted his strength. The two ferocious monkey kings, feeling the strain, howling for their kin to assist. 6 robust, blazing monkeys rushed to their aid, alleviating some of the pressure on the others. But the 6 youths still faced over a dozen blazing monkeys. They barely held their ground, relying on the formations trained at the academy. As their soul power dwindled, the group gradually became fatigued, their bodies marked with charred scratches. This is madness. This is madness. Young Wei, who prided himself on his talent, yet was the weakest in the group, felt his mindset shatter after receiving a claw strike to his arm. The princess's usual antics were one thing, but now she's acting recklessly, as if life means nothing. All for that reckless fool who foolishly added soul rings to his doomed fate. Is he even still alive? Stealing a glance back at Luo Fancheng, whose flesh seemed on the verge of tearing, his breath growing increasingly shallow, Yang Wei thought, finally, he must be dying. We can withdraw. Yi Xiang, hearing the remark, turned to see Luo Fancheng on the brink of death, and her heart tightened, her teeth gritting. You scoundrel, I've wagered my life, and you still wish to die. In her moment of distraction, a blazing monkey clawed at her back, tearing her garment and scorching her delicate skin with a claw mark. Princess, the others gasped, while Tai Lao, filled with fury, fought desperately, entangled with the monkey kings and their minions. The princess winced in pain, her brows knitted tightly. The blood seeping from the corner of her lips stained them an even more striking red, her soul power depleted, her breath weak. Suddenly, a phantom of a green lotus appeared above Luo Fancheng's head, 10 lotus petals unfurling, 6 green and 4 tinged with red. A fragrant aroma enveloped the surroundings. Whiz! The green lotus spun gracefully, radiating a pure light, one beam shooting towards Luo Fancheng, instantly healing his wounds. As the absorption of the soul ring neared its conclusion, the green lotus emitted 7 beams of vibrant green light, brimming with vitality, swiftly arcing through the air to enter the bodies of the princess and the others. Chapter 39. Twin Martial Souls. Is it truly successful? The 7 individuals were still reeling from the unfolding events when Xingguang had already merged into their bodies. What is this? Before Li Hongpeng could finish his sentence, he felt an overwhelming vitality surging within him, swiftly healing his injuries and restoring his strength. His eyes widened in disbelief as exclamations erupted from the others. How is this possible? What an extraordinary healing ability. My stamina has returned? Huh. Yang Wei gasped in astonishment, staring at his arm. My wounded arm is healed so quickly? Yi Xiang's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The unbearable scorching pain in her back vanished, replaced by a cool comfort. Having faced the Millennium Fiery Ape with her second ring physique, she was utterly exhausted, yet now she felt her strength returning rapidly. Iron Elder, fighting against many foes, trembled as the energy from Xingguang surged into him, his black gold iron hands slamming down, forcing the Ape King back. He turned a glance at Luo Fancheng's position, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he shouted, Twin martial souls? He possesses twin martial souls? While battling the fiery apes, the group couldn't help but gaze toward him, instantly seeing the resplendent azure lotus rotating above Luo Fancheng's head. Their hearts trembled violently, and Yang Wei's face was filled with astonishment. How is this possible? He has another martial soul? This, Liu Mupen Gupat, stummering, unable to articulate a complete thought. He is the one helping me? Yi Xiang was no exception, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, unable to accept that this martial soul had been unleashed by Luo Fancheng. He actually has another martial soul hidden away. Moreover, its healing power is so formidable, almost instantly alleviating her physical pain while simultaneously tending to the injuries of 7 individuals. Too powerful. The group was overwhelmed with shock, yet they had no time to express it as the horde of monkeys continued their relentless assault, offering no respite. After failing to break through, the Ape King let out a furious roar. The fiery monkeys, driven by rage, launched a frenzied attack, determined to devour the humans who had caused the demise of their prince, leaving them forever lost in the jungle. The pressure on everyone intensified. Iron Elder was tightly ensnared, unable to divide his focus, while the 6 noble youths found themselves in increasingly perilous circumstances. "Be careful, Your Highness." Yi Xiang struggled to fend off the attacks of 2 Millennium Fiery Monkeys, when one of them launched a surprise attack from the side. Li Hongpeng's eyes widened in desperation, his mind blank, as he rushed forward, red-eyed, to shield the princess from harm. The price was a limp right arm, his shoulder clawed and bleeding. "Li Hongpeng, you." Yi Xiang turned to see him bravely taking the blow for her. "Do not worry, Your Highness. It's merely a flesh wound. It's nothing." Li Hongpeng laughed heartily, defiantly raising his middle finger at the monkeys. "Damn it. Are you crazy, you bunch of lunatic monkeys?" Several Millennium Fiery Monkeys, provoked by his defiance, seemed to realize that this woman held the most significant position among the youths. If they could kill her, they could distract that old man. And so, they temporarily abandoned their attacks on the other youths to converge on her. "Damn, I'm such a fool." Li Hongpeng's expression changed dramatically, regretting his earlier bravado, no longer maintaining his previous confidence. "Don't come any closer." The fiery monkeys charged at Li Hongpeng and Yi Xiang, their claws ablaze with scorching red flames. "Your Highness," Iron Elder shouted anxiously, but how could the 2 ape kings and their kin allow him to escape? They attacked with wild ferocity. Yang Wei and the others pursued the fiery monkeys, launching their own attacks, but the monkeys ignored them, intent on capturing this human woman. "Get away." Yi Xiang bit her cherry-red lips, channeling her soul power to its utmost, desperately wielding her whip. Yet, faced with the overwhelming assault of the monkeys, despair welled within her, and she let out an angry cry. "Damn it! I've lost my mind, sacrificing my life for a worthless scoundrel. This is a complete loss. A total loss. It's over. I can't hold him off." Li Hongpeng, terrified, muttered anxiously, ultimately shrieking like a madman. If I must die, then so be it. To die alongside the goddess, this is not a loss for me. I've gained immensely." In his final moments, he unleashed a long-suppressed truth. "Your Highness, you've never looked at me kindly. If you would just smile at me a little, I would gladly become your dog." Iron Elder's face turned pale, exerting all his strength yet unable to break free, while Yang Wei and the others looked on helplessly. The fiery monkeys, on the brink of success, displayed smug, cruel smiles. In the shadows, the ever-watchful Di Wei Yang could not remain still, raising her flawless jade finger, aiming at the battlefield. However, just as she was about to strike, her gaze shifted, and her icy voice bore astonishment. "Has it succeeded?" Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, the ground shattering. A dazzling figure, resembling a meteor, dashed into the fray, exuding an overwhelming aura. Emerging from the direction Yi Xiang had steadfastly guarded. "Open up!" Accompanied by the man's commanding voice, his fists unleashed a torrent of power. Boom! One after another, the ferocious fiery monkeys targeting Yi Xiang were sent flying, crashing into the trees or tumbling on the ground. In an instant, all danger was averted. The enraged Iron Elder was momentarily stunned. The attacking Ape Kings and their kin halted in their tracks, while Yang Wei and the others stood agape. Li Hongpeng was dumbfounded. Yi Xiang's beautiful eyes froze, her fiery visage filled with disbelief. Everyone turned to gaze at the heroic figure that had come to their aid. Even the fiery monkeys sought to discern which audacious entity had disrupted their plans. They beheld a striking silhouette, standing tall and straight like a spear piercing the heavens. The young man, clad in tattered blood-soaked garments, could not conceal his extraordinary presence. His resolute features radiated an allure capable of captivating the world, his deep black eyes shimmering as if they could see through everything. What truly astonished everyone was the circle of pure purple soul rings beneath Luo Fancheng's feet. Possessing a first soul ring was not remarkable. In a realm dominated by powerful soul masters, it was but commonplace. A Millennium Soul Ring was also unremarkable, as many soul masters possessed them. Yet now, the first soul ring beneath Luo Fancheng's feet was purple, rendering it impossible for anyone to maintain their composure in its presence. No one could. Not only were the princess and the noble youths utterly astonished, but even the hidden saintess by Yingwei and the Pope Di Wei Yang felt their hearts tremble. Al millennium. Young Wei's lips Fred. Li Hongpeng's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The first soul ring, a millennium? He actually accomplished it. Iron Elders swallowed hard. This is terrifying. Good heavens, how is this possible? It's too horrifying. How did he succeed? This is inconceivable. The crowd erupted in a series of exclamations, their astonishment evident, even forgetting the imminent threat posed by the surrounding fiery monkeys. In the shadows, Bai Yingwei was utterly stunned, murmuring in a daze, "Master, you were right. Senior brother truly did it. He achieved what no one before him could accomplish, an unprecedented breakthrough." Di Wei Yang, often as cold as an unmelting iceberg, revealed a satisfied smile. Quite impressive. The fiery monkeys in the jungle snapped back to reality, realizing this was not a formidable foe after all. Although their earlier display had been extraordinary, he was merely an ordinary soul master with one soul ring. No cause for alarm. They resumed their assault, brandishing their fiery claws once more. Yi Xiang seemed to have forgotten the external world, immersed in a peculiar emotion. She swallowed hard, gazing at Luo Fancheng as if he were a monster, and said, "Have truly succeeded." A charming smile graced the corners of Luo Fancheng's lips as he chuckled softly, evading her question. "Indeed, I can trust the princess." The princess's heart was stirred, momentarily lost in thought. A sensation akin to electric shock coursed through her body. This felt as though this rogue was not presenting me with his usual coldness, but rather a smile? Bah! What is there to be joyful about over just a smile? Oomph! Suddenly, a 1,000-year-old blazing fire monkey let out a fierce roar and charged forward. Luo Fancheng, who had been conversing with the princess, furrowed his brow. How bothersome! Without a glance, he delivered a powerful punch to the side. The ferocious fire monkey's sharp, hardened claws shattered instantly, its arms exploding into a mist of blood, and its entire body was sent flying like a tattered sack. The display of skill astonished the crowd, leaving them in shock. The heartbeats of all present, which had momentarily slowed, began to race once more. Chapter 40. Armor Fusion, the formidable and dashing first soul skill, slapping faces, invincible talent with a single strike. Did he incapacitate the blaze monkey? I am astounded. Without even a glance, the blaze monkey was sent flying. Li Hongpeng and the others gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with shock, for they were acutely aware of the combat prowess of these blaze monkeys. If these creatures were indeed mere trifles, how could they, as soul masters, have been driven into such dire straits, facing life-threatening peril? Yet, with a casual punch, a 1,000-year-old blaze monkey's claws were shattered? Young Wei, who had just achieved a breakthrough, was left agape, his scalp prickling with disbelief. Could this truly be the combat strength expected of a soul ring? I too am at the 11th rank. He felt as though Luo Fancheng could extinguish him with just a fingertip, prompting an existential crisis. Yi Xiang's beautiful phoenix-like eyes sparkled with astonishment, for she recognized the blaze monkey that Luo Fancheng had just sent flying. It was the very one that had nearly brought her to her demise on multiple occasions. As a 21st rank Grand Soul Master, she had been unable to subdue this monkey. It was eliminated in an instant by Luo Fancheng. How magnificent! Yi Xiang opened her mouth to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Luo Fancheng, who seemed oblivious to her intent. "Your Highness, now is not the time for idle chatter." He turned to face the horde of blaze monkeys. With a roar, the group of blaze monkeys hesitated momentarily in fear. But upon witnessing the lifeless body of their fallen companion, surrounded by a circle of 1,000-year soul rings, and hearing the urgent roars of the two monkey kings engaged in battle with old Tai, their ferocity was reignited, and they charged forward in a frenzy. Yang Wei and the others were overtaken by a surge of dread as they witnessed the relentless, fearless assaults of the blaze monkeys. "I lack the strength," Yang Wei uttered, even after being healed once by Luo Fancheng's Qinglian martial soul. His soul power was once again depleted, and the others wore expressions of helpless resignation. Despite Luo Fancheng's overwhelming display of strength, how much could one person withstand against such a multitude of frenzied monkeys? It was impossible for him to protect everyone. Li Hongpeng's arm hung limply, bleeding, while the other trembled with fear and exhaustion. If they did not break through soon, they would truly be at their limit. Did these beasts not tire? Listening to the voices of despair around him, Luo Fancheng spoke calmly. It matters not. I shall take action. With a flash, his Qinglian martial soul spun, emitting 6 beams of light that illuminated the astonished expressions of the 6 individuals, once more restoring their energy. Luo Fancheng surged forth from their defensive formation, charging directly into the heart of the most concentrated horde of blaze monkeys. Squeak! The red-eyed blaze monkeys, seeing the human who had slain their companion daring to act so brazenly, rushed forward in a collective challenge, abandoning their previous targets. A smile crept upon Luo Fancheng's lips. His objective had been achieved, drawing the fire away to alleviate the pressure on his comrades. Though the monkeys possessed some wit, it was limited. As he braved the danger, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, eagerly awaiting release. The sheer number of monkeys before him, while numerous, were merely 1,000 years strong, making them the perfect test subjects for his newly acquired combat prowess. Swish! A dozen blaze monkeys launched their assault simultaneously, their claws poised to ensnare him from all directions, leaving no escape. The sight was enough to cause one's heart to race. Fall back. You will perish out there. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Do not underestimate them. You cannot handle so many monkeys alone. Return to formation, cried Li Hongpeng and the others in alarm, their foreheads slick with cold sweat from anxiety, fearing that Luo Fancheng's inflated power had clouded his judgment in his reckless charge. They could no longer see Luo Fancheng, as he was entirely encircled by the blaze monkeys. First soul skill, burning scale armor. Boom! Streams of purple light erupted from the gaps between the bodies of the surrounding monkeys, sending them flying back with tremendous force, revealing the figure within. Luo Fancheng had achieved unity of body and soul, his form transformed, his skin adorned with azure crystalline scales, radiating an otherworldly and regal beauty. The purple soul ring beneath him glowed, surging into his being. Boom! The azure scales encasing Luo Fancheng began to shift, transforming into scarlet crystalline scales. It was as if magma flowed within, flames igniting and surging upward, enveloping him. With a whoosh, every azure scale that the flames touched morphed into blazing scarlet scales, engulfing Luo Fancheng entirely in flames. Let's begin. Luo Fancheng leapt into action, directly engaging the blaze monkeys in fierce combat. The flames that posed a challenge to his comrades were of no concern to him. In fact, he restrained the swallowing power of his little mudfish, feeling that he could harness the flames to his advantage. Seizing the hind leg of a 900-year-old blaze monkey, he wielded it as a weapon, smashing aside 2 charging monkeys. Then darted forward, his legs striking like a steel whip against the abdomen of a 1,000-year blaze monkey, sending it crashing into a distant tree trunk. Wow! The Scarlet Scale, Armor Fusion? This soul skill is simply magnificent. Incredible. It's so flashy. This soul skill, it seems to not only enhance defense and strength, but also inflict flame damage, and it grants immunity to certain fire attacks. Truly an exceptional soul skill. Can it be any more formidable? Amidst the continuous gasps of astonishment, Luo Fancheng grew increasingly emboldened, effectively countering the blaze monkey's fiery assaults. Li Hongpeng watched with envy, and Yi Xiang was astonished to realize how perfectly the burning scale python's soul ring harmonized with Luo Fancheng's martial soul. Such an effect would have been impossible otherwise. Ha ha! This lad is truly a delightful surprise. Old Tai, engaged in a fierce battle with the 8,000-year Monkey King in the distance, laughed heartily, the shadows of worry dissipating from his heart as he unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes. Boom! 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 Multiple bursts of blood mist erupted within the forest, swiftly evaporated by the flames. After Luo Fancheng obliterated 3,000-year blaze monkeys, the frenzied horde seemed doused with cold water, finally grasping the essence of primal fear. Roar! The two monkey kings, witnessing the horde's futile assault and heavy casualties, found their strength waning and let out reluctant roars signaling retreat. Having repelled Old Tai momentarily, they fled with their remaining kin, leaving behind the bodies of their fallen comrades. "We have won. It is finally over." The young individuals, still in their youth, erupted into jubilant cheers as they watched the blaze monkeys retreat before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, haunted by the recent peril. They all understood that Old Tai bore the greatest credit for their survival. Yet had it not been for Luo Fancheng's explosive combat power, the monkeys would have decimated them first before launching a suicidal attack on Old Tai, ensuring their demise. As for blaming Luo Fancheng for their predicament, not a single person dared voice such thoughts. Though they were proud, none were fools, having been trained at a Soul Master Academy. It was evident that the blaze monkeys had come specifically for the one that Li Hongpong had ensnared. Any blame should rest with him. Moreover, even if they had abandoned Luo Fancheng to flee, escaping through the jungle would have been futile against the relentless pursuit of the monkeys. Old Tai lacked the ability to lead everyone to safety, and sooner or later they would be caught, at best. Only those who could run faster than their companions would escape death. Huffing and puffing, Luo Fancheng drew deep breaths, his chest heaving. Numerous crimson scales on his body were damaged, blood seeping through, yet his blood boiled with exhilaration, having experienced the thrill of battle. Delightful! What a rush! He shifted his stance, turning to face his companions, greeted by a myriad of complex gazes. Chapter 41. The Two-Level Reversal, a Scene of Social Death. And the curiosity of the charming princess, how is it possible? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Could it be that in such a short span of time, you no longer recognize me? The crowd stood frozen, like wooden posts, enveloped in silence. Their gazes were complex as they regarded the handsome young man, whose aura was tinged with the scent of blood. Among the myriad of glances were feelings of gratitude, astonishment, shock, jealousy, and, above all, shame. It was difficult to confront the reality that he was a top-tier genius. Upon witnessing Luo Fancheng's extraordinary combat prowess, memories of past humiliations surged back to haunt them. Yang Wei's earlier derisive words echoed in his ears. Born into poverty, a country bumpkin, lacking talent and strength, relying on women to assert dominance. How ironic it was for who truly lacked talent and strength now. Yang Wei was on the brink of madness, feeling as if every facet of Luo Fancheng's presence, from the purple soul ring beneath his feet to the bloodstains on his body and the corpses around him, was delivering a resounding slap to his face. Li Hongpong recalled his own arrogance from mere hours prior, when he had boasted in front of Luo Fancheng. "You and the princess are from different worlds, a mere waste of space. Without her backing, you are nothing." The facade of superiority crumbled, revealing the stark truth of his own shortcomings. Who truly lacks vision here? Who is the real waste? Li Hongpong felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, the urge to weep overwhelming. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary peasant, who appeared to possess nothing but good looks, could unleash such terrifying power. The charming princess Yi Xiang, her stockings nearly torn, could not forget her previous words to Luo Fancheng. No matter how hard you try, with a commoner's bloodline, you can only absorb soul rings for at most 200 years. Now, she understood the truth of his words. An 800-year soul ring was indeed not impressive. She had taken pride in her own second soul ring of 800 years, only to witness him casually affixing a 1,000-year soul ring to his first, all the while maintaining an air of humility. Time seemed to rewind, and the collective memory of their previous mockery of Luo Fancheng flooded back. They recalled their unrestrained display of superiority as nobles, their disdain for the bloodline of commoners. Yet, the young man had merely observed them with a calm demeanor, never once retorting. They had believed him timid, hesitant to challenge their aristocratic genius. Only now did they realize that the true jesters were themselves. He was not afraid. He simply stood on a loftier plane, gazing down upon them with indifference, deeming their words unworthy of response. A sudden thought struck Li Hongpong. True pride lies in indifference. Genuine destitution is when one flaunts wealth, ostentatiously discussing relatives and riches at every opportunity. His face flushed with embarrassment. The pain from his injuries paled in comparison to the shame swelling within him. Others felt equally humiliated, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Young Wei, his face twisted in agony, could not muster the courage to meet Luo Fancheng's brilliant gaze, feeling utterly exposed and hollow. Yi Xiang was no better off. Her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, her delicate toes, encased in black stockings, clenched tightly, threatening to tear through the fabric. She was too ashamed to look directly at Luo Fancheng. Yet her curiosity compelled her to steal glances. How could someone so handsome possess such formidable talent? Was it truly possible for one of common birth to exhibit such terrifying potential for growth? Initially drawn to Luo Fancheng's striking appearance, she now felt a profound curiosity and desire to explore the depths of his capabilities. Iron Uncle, whose muscular frame had once appeared imposing, now hunched over, concealing his blackened hands. Though he seemed calm, he was internally flustered, frantically recalling whether he had ever mocked this young man. At his age, being slapped in the face by a younger individual would be utterly disgraceful. After a moment of reflection, he reassured himself, I haven't said anything overly harsh, so it's all good. He instinctively patted his chest, relieved, only to suddenly catch Luo Fancheng's gaze upon him. His raised hand froze midair, unsure where to place it. Ahem. Young Luo is truly a man of hidden talents. As he spoke, Iron Uncle discreetly returned his hand behind his back, pretending nothing had transpired. Hearing this, Yi Xiang and the other youths turned their eyes toward him, expressions filled with incredulity. Iron Uncle, with a furrowed brow, exclaimed, Why are you all staring at me? Li Hongpeng, scratching his head awkwardly, replied, Iron Uncle, with Luo's striking looks, isn't that enough? Iron Uncle found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, this young man possessed an ethereal beauty, but he had previously dressed in such rags, venturing out alone. What kind of powerful faction would allow such a prodigy to wander off unaccompanied? He scolded Li Hongpeng, You are utterly shameless. Just a moment ago, you referred to him as a commoner, and now you're addressing him as Brother Luo? Li Hongpeng's face twitched, pleading, I was wrong. Please spare me some dignity. I still need to navigate this continent. Regarding his change of heart, it was evident to all that Luo Fancheng's talent was undeniable. If they didn't seize the opportunity to curry favor while he was still growing, they would find themselves at the back of the line once he truly ascended. Iron Uncle scoffed internally, recognizing Li Hongpeng's newfound sense of shame. When you were mocking me earlier, where's your dignity? In an attempt to divert attention from his own embarrassment, he turned to Yang Wei. What did you yell at the princess earlier? Yang Wei, feeling a desperate need to vent his humiliation, seized the moment to retort, If the princess is willing to smile at you, would you be content to be her dog? Li Hongpeng, with a swift kick, sent the unprepared Yang Wei sprawling, delivering a barrage of kicks. I may not dare to confront Luo Fancheng or Iron Uncle, but you're fair game. Luo Fancheng ignored the commotion, scanning the surroundings in search of a familiar figure, his heart sinking with suspicion. Could it be that I was mistaken? Has the high priestess and my junior sister truly not followed me? Are they leaving me to fend for myself? A sense of unease gripped him. As Li Hongpeng continued to kick Yang Wei, he heard footsteps, turning to see the alluring Yi Xiang approaching him. Princess? Liu Malta, brushing off the dust from his clothing, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Yi Xiang fixed her gaze on him, speaking earnestly, You saved me. I'm truly grateful. A smile spread across Li Hongpeng's face. Could this be the dawn of his fortune, having touched the heart of the princess? Yet, upon hearing the word but, his heart sank. Yi Xiang shook her head. I must confess, I feel nothing for you. In fact, I harbor no fondness at all. However, I cannot overlook your kindness. I will ensure my father guarantees your safety for life, and even assist in healing your arm. But I hope you will keep your distance from me. Princess. Li Hongpeng's smile vanished, and it felt as though his heart had shattered into pieces. Ye Vink beat Herlip, fully aware of how painful her words would be for him, but her bold nature would not allow her to shy away from honesty. You should leave now. I fear Luo Fancheng may misunderstand. No, A heart-wrenching cry echoed within Li Hongping's soul. As Luo Fancheng approached him, he glanced at Yi Xiang and exclaimed with exasperation, "Hey, don't involve me in everything. We share no relationship." Li Hongping felt as though he had been pierced anew, his heart heavy with a poignant realization that his goddess was being reduced to a mere sycophant for another. Tears, unbidden, cascaded down his cheeks. The onlookers regarded him with sympathy, their gazes drawn to his drooping arm, which bore the marks of a harrowing fate. By the time they returned to the royal city, it would likely be beyond salvation. At that moment, Luo Fancheng's hand came crashing down upon Li Hongping's already fractured arm, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 42. A shocking revelation. Bone reconstruction. And you call this an offensive soul master? A cry of agony startled everyone. No one anticipated that Luo Fancheng would suddenly strike at Li Hongping at this moment. Yang Wei had just risen from the ground, nearly collapsing again in astonishment, his face a mask of fear. Was the reckoning for previous insults to be settled so swiftly? "What are you doing? Why?" The other youths frowned, their voices stern as they sought to protect Li Hongping, united in their concern. The fear of becoming the next target of vengeance loomed large, for they were acutely aware of Luo Fancheng's formidable prowess. Despite having the support of Tai Lao, it was obvious that the princess who commanded Tai Lao's allegiance favored a different side. Silence. Ye ving iklemet sharply, fink her gaze on Luo Fancheng. She sensed that he was not as vulnerable as others believed. In a flash, the Qinglian martial soul re-emerged, radiating healing light that surged into Li Hongping's shattered shoulder. Luo Fancheng's expression was icy, his hand firmly pressing on the injury. Li Hongping's cries abruptly ceased, his pale visage transformed by confusion, astonishment, and disbelief. What was happening? The searing pain in his shoulder had dissipated, replaced by a tingling, almost soothing sensation as his arm bone began to regenerate. The onlookers gaped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were not blind. They could see Li Hongping's sunken shoulder visibly swell and fill out. Rebirth of shattered bones? How could this be possible? It was utterly inconceivable that his martial soul possessed such miraculous healing capabilities. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, including Tai Lao, who observed the healing process with rapt attention. Their lack of experience was not the issue. It was their extensive training that allowed them to understand the full extent of what healing-type martial souls could achieve. They could staunch bleeding, mend superficial wounds, but to regenerate lost bone and flesh required an exceptional healing martial soul, one so rare that it was akin to finding a phoenix among crows. Such extraordinary martial souls were coveted by major factions and treated as esteemed guests. To accomplish what Luo Fancheng had done, restoring bones with a mere flick of a wrist, would necessitate a top-tier healing martial soul coupled with formidable cultivation. Yet, Luo Fancheng was merely at the first ring. No, his Qinglian martial soul had yet to even manifest an accompanying soul ring. This indicated that the quality of his Qinglian martial soul had reached an unprecedented level, one unheard of by the masses. As the healing neared completion, and Li Hongping's arm was on the verge of restoration, the astonishment among the onlookers reached its zenith. This healing ability was truly astounding. They had witnessed prodigies before, but never one as extraordinary as this. Was he truly an auxiliary soul master, or a fierce combat soul master? This question hung in the air, and the elite youths exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the incredulity of the other. Indeed, it was a perplexing conundrum. If he was auxiliary, how could a first-ring cultivator surpass the strength of a third-ring Li Hongping, shattering a 1,000-year-old blaze monkey with a single punch? The disparity was frightening. Conversely, if he was an offensive soul master, how could he effortlessly heal 7 individuals moments ago while also reviving shattered bones? Could he both heal and fight? The crowd's composure began to unravel. Their once proud, noble lineage felt brutally crushed, their sense of superiority shattered and rendered non-existent. Who was this monster that had emerged? In their minds, commoners were synonymous with inferior bloodlines and lackluster talents. How could he stand out so magnificently? The other soul masters outside must still be unaware of such a prodigious anomaly. He would undoubtedly astonish countless souls when he made his presence known. Yang Wei gasped in disbelief, reflecting on his earlier insolence towards Luo Fancheng, filled with regret. Tai Lao remained silent, yet he wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiments expressed by the surrounding youths. His emotions were tumultuous, giving rise to a terrifying hypothesis. Would such a prodigy truly travel alone? Was there no skilled protector shadowing him? In that instant, he felt as though a multitude of eyes were scrutinizing him from the surrounding forest, sending a chill down his spine. Yi Xiang bit down on her luscious, peach-like lips. She was taken aback and pleasantly surprised, yet an indescribable anguish surged within her. This insufferable man possessed such overwhelming talent that he would surely be revered wherever he went. How could she possibly bring him home to pamper him? Damn it! She clenched her delicate fist, glaring at Luo Fancheng, muttering under her breath, "Why must you be such a prodigy? You're already so handsome. You needn't strive so hard. Wouldn't it be better to be a little less impressive and simply relax?" With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng withdrew his martial soul, releasing his grip on Li Hongpeng's shoulder. The surrounding murmurs ceased as all eyes turned towards him. Li Hongpeng cautiously tested his arm's mobility, shaking it gently, an expression of indescribable joy illuminating his face. As he swung his arm around his body, tears of happiness streamed down his cheeks, and his smile stretched from ear to ear. "Em filled. Em truly filled." Ha ha ha. No one present mocked Li Hongpeng's exuberance. In a world where strength reigned supreme, losing an arm could diminish one's combat capabilities by over half. The loss of an arm meant the permanent forfeiture of a soul bone position, and the disappearance of meridians would hinder one's soul power cultivation. Luo Fancheng's miraculous healing ability had pulled him back from the brink of becoming a waste. How could he not be elated? Luo Fancheng, however, remained indifferent, his demeanor starkly contrasting the jubilant atmosphere around him. A cold laugh escaped his lips, causing the faces of those present to stiffen. He turned to Yang Wei and the others, declaring, "A bunch of fools, lacking in common sense. Without properly realigning the fractured bones, any healing would result in deformity." The previously questioning Yang Wei and his companions flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shame. They could never have anticipated that Luo Fancheng possessed such terrifying healing capabilities, and their earlier disrespect weighed heavily on their hearts. Tai Lao's expression darkened as he reprimanded them sternly. "I've taught you better, yet you refuse to listen. Each of you acting as if you're above it all. Now you know there are greater powers at play. Apologize to young friend Fancheng at once." The group hastily turned towards Luo Fancheng, ready to speak, but were cut off by his dismissive wave. "There's no need." Luo Fancheng shook his head, uninterested in their apologies. They were merely a group of sheltered nobles, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Brother Luo, I spoke out of turn earlier. Why do you still choose to repay my rudeness with kindness and save me?" Li Hongpeng asked, his face flushed with embarrassment, recalling his past actions and contrasting them with Luo Fancheng's benevolence. Repaying kindness with kindness? Luo Fancheng pivoted, his brow raised, a smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. He raised his hand and suddenly delivered a resounding slap across Li Hongpeng's face. Li Hongpeng's reddened face contorted from the impact, his head twisting as he was sent spiraling away. Chapter 43. Repaying Kindness with Kindness, How to Embrace Virtue. A commanding declaration echoed until Li Hongpeng fell freely into the thicket, producing a dull thud. It was then that the others finally reacted, their expressions clouded with confusion. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend how Luo Fancheng, who had been so fervently rescuing others moments ago, could suddenly unleash such a fierce attack. That powerful blow was forceful enough to invoke sympathy just by witnessing it. Could it be that this fellow possessed a dual personality, or was he, like the princess, capricious and somewhat deranged? Li Hongpeng staggered up from the grass, stars dancing before his eyes, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. His face swelled visibly, becoming red and inflamed, while streams of blood flowed from his nose, painting a tragic picture. Luo, Brother Luo? He was indeed stunned by the unexpected strike, pain bringing tears to his eyes, convinced that his left cheekbone must have been fractured. Luo Fancheng displayed no hint of sympathy. His lips parted slowly as he retorted, repaying kindness with resentment. How can one repay virtue? This question left Li Hongpeng speechless, while the others fell into contemplation, their eyes reflecting a myriad of uncertainties. Luo Fancheng continued, to save you was to recognize your courage in shielding the princess from harm. The princess found herself in danger solely to protect me. To strike you was a result of your foul mouth, deserving of a blow. I, Luo Fancheng, believe in repaying debts and retaliating against grievances. Repaying kindness with resentment? Absolutely out of the question. Merely refraining from delivering another blow is already a sign of mercy. The crowd stood agape, their understanding of Luo Fancheng deepening. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes sparkled, her delicate form trembling with an unusual thrill, devoid of any repulsion, instead igniting an inexplicable heartbeat within her. But why do you only strike me and not the others? Li Hongpeng whimpered, on the verge of tears, though he recognized he deserved a beating. He couldn't fathom why he was always the one to suffer, while others remained unscathed. It seemed rather unfair. Luo Fancheng shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Wei and the others, who appeared both frightened and curious. He spoke slowly because they do not deserve it. Upon hearing this response, Li Hongpeng was momentarily dumbfounded, caught in a dilemma of whether to laugh or cry. Was this a compliment? Perhaps it could be. He glanced around uncertainly. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng smiled lightly and remarked casually, You wouldn't get angry over a mad dog barking at the village's edge, but if it were to come and bite you, that would be a different story. Is he indirectly insulting us? Yang Wei and the others widened their eyes, feeling a sense of offense. Yet they dared not retaliate. Despite his smile, a chilling sensation crept up their spines. It seemed this handsome youth was not jesting, but rather warning them that should they continue to be ungrateful, he might just take action. On the sidelines, Tai Lao observed everything with keen clarity, feeling a sense of alarm. Could such talent, presence, and character truly belong to a mere village youth? Even noble prodigies, trained by esteemed masters, would likely pale in comparison. After finishing his words, Luo Fancheng sat cross-legged, seemingly oblivious to the surroundings, and swiftly began to absorb spiritual energy to restore his soul power, solidifying his recent breakthrough to the 11th level of Soul Master. After a fierce battle with the fire monkeys, he had expended a significant portion of his soul power. Assisting others was manageable, but helping Li Hongpeng mend his broken bones nearly drained him of energy. Thankfully, the healing ability of the Blue Lotus martial soul was extraordinary, yet it still required his soul power for support. Luckily, Li Hongpeng's injury was merely a reattachment of a broken bone. Otherwise, with his current reserves, he might genuinely find himself lacking. Within his dantian, 13 soul power whirlpools existed, one of which had fully transitioned from gaseous to liquid, signifying his official entry into the 11th level. According to his teacher, the High Priestess, an ordinary person only needed 10 whirlpools to completely liquefy to ascend to the 20th level and acquire a second soul ring. However, due to his 3 breakthroughs, he possessed 13 whirlpools, making his ascent more challenging than most. Yet, the difficulty was proportional to the rewards. Without those extra 3 whirlpools, even with his unique martial soul and exceptional physique, he could only hope to absorb soul rings of 8 or 900 years at most. It was inconceivable for him to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring with his current 10-level prowess and create an unprecedented miracle. It was generally accepted on the continent that the absorption limit for a Soul Master's first soul ring was 400 years, while the second was 900 years. Luo Fancheng had already reached the level of others absorbing their 3rd soul ring, stirring within him a sense of curiosity and anticipation. If he were to liquefy all 13 soul power whirlpools, what age would his 2nd soul ring possess? And how much stronger would it be compared to other talented soul masters? Moreover, after completing this breakthrough, he should no longer need to restrain his little loach. He could begin to devour and evolve once more. As time slowly progressed, the fiery sun descended in the west, casting shadows over the verdant forest. Even if Yi Xieying chose to remain silent, Tai Lao and the others would never abandon Luo Fancheng. These nobles understood better than anyone how to seize opportunities, striving to avoid offending those with potential while climbing the ladders of power. The area had been meticulously cleared by Tai Lao and his men, preventing corpses and the scent of blood from attracting other soul beasts. The young men either stood guard or recuperated, while the stunningly beautiful Yi Xiang squatted there, resting her arms on her knees, her delicate hands cradling her chin as she gazed intently at Luo Fancheng's serene face. Her eyes sparkled with thoughts unknown. Draped in a luxurious crimson cloak adorned with golden patterns, it concealed her tattered top, enhancing her enchanting aura. Her white boots were stained with mud, and her black stockings were torn beyond recognition, barely clinging to her fair, supple legs. It was not the right moment to remove them, so Yi Xiang bore the discomfort, thankful that her shorts remained intact. As her gaze fell upon Luo Fancheng, still clad in tattered, bloodied garments, she softly scoffed, "I've never seen anyone so pitiful." Her words dripped with a pretentious disdain, yet she unfastened her expensive crimson cloak and stood to drape it over him. From a distance, Yang Wei and the others, seemingly engrossed in their training, were secretly observing this interaction, their hearts sinking. This was the goddess they had pursued for years. Yi Xiang might have been a bit eccentric and wild, but her beauty was undeniable, her talent formidable, and her lineage impeccable. Witnessing their goddess show concern for another was a heart-wrenching sight. Boom! Just as Yi Xiang placed the cloak upon Luo Fancheng, an unusual aura surged from within him, startling everyone present. As they turned their gazes toward him, Yi Xiang found herself frozen mid-motion, clutching the cloak, utterly at a loss. When Tai Lao sensed the soul power radiating from Luo Fancheng, his eyes widened in astonishment. 12th level. This lad has broken through? Break? Through? You must be jesting. How could this be possible? The crowd gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape, instinctively rejecting Tai Lao's assertion. Chapter 44. The Two-Faced Beauty. Are you just showing off? Oomph. Elder Tai cast a skeptical glance at Yang Wei and the others, his brow furrowed, clearly displeased. I'm not yet so old as to be unable to see clearly. Li Hongpeng quickly offered a smile. Elder Tai, how could we dare to doubt you? It was just this afternoon that Brother Luo broke through to the 11th level, and now, just a few hours later, he has broken through again. Indeed, Elder Tai, such a pace of cultivation is utterly unheard of and defies all logic. The young men nodded in agreement, their faces filled with incredulity. It was not that they were unwilling to believe, it was simply beyond comprehension. A soul master, upon awakening, finds it easiest to break through at the first level. But as one progresses, the required soul power for breakthroughs increases significantly, thus slowing the pace of advancement. Yang Wei's face displayed astonishment akin to seeing a ghost. He had just today achieved the 11th level himself, and he had done so before Luo Fancheng. Yet, barely having solidified his breakthrough, Luo Fancheng had already completed another? Even accounting for differences, such a vast disparity seemed improbable. Listening to the incredulous murmurs of the youths, Elder Tai himself began to doubt. Had he truly aged to the point of misjudgment? At that moment, Luo Fancheng concluded his meditation, rising from the ground, his fatigue dissipated and his eyes sparkling with vitality. He noticed everyone staring at him with wide eyes, feeling quite perplexed, and the intensity of their gazes seemed rather peculiar. Surely, they weren't all as enamored with his looks as the princess? Luo Fancheng shivered slightly. Just then, a waft of fragrance drifted past his nose. Turning around, he found the audacious princess, clad in black stockings, standing closely behind him. "Princess, what brings you here?" Yi Xiang's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her delicate hands clutching her crimson cloak. She found herself in a dilemma. She couldn't just say she wanted to drape a coat over this insufferable man because he was dressed too lightly. Such a confession would be quite humiliating. She straightened her waist, her captivating curves on display. "Do not misinterpret. I am not concerned about your coldness." Luo Fancheng, bewildered, replied, "But, Princess, I haven't even asked anything yet." Gazing into the man's bright black eyes, Yi Xiang felt increasingly flustered, her words tumbling out in a jumbled rush. I was just thinking of knocking you out and taking you back to the city as a servant, but you woke up. Consider yourself fortunate. Indeed, Luo Fancheng nodded. I know that the princess would never be so kind as to offer me a coat. You know nothing. Yi Xiaoying's embarrassment transformed into irritation, her breath quickening, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. Seeing her, Luo Fancheng couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, a stunning princess. A fiery beauty. If only her temperament were less tempestuous, she would be nothing short of perfection. Elder Tai approached with a friendly smile. Young brother Luo, have you just broken through to the 12th level? Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Goodness, how swiftly titles change. First, it was that kid, then Luo Xiaoyu. And now, it has escalated to Luo Xiao brother. You must be the legendary master of disguise. Yes, the second soul power vortex has liquefied, reaching the 12th level. Luo Fancheng confirmed, not concealing the truth. A collective gasp escaped the others present. He truly reached the 12th level. This was astonishingly swift. Unbelievable. Even cheating would not yield such speed. This leaves us feeling utterly defeated. Elder Tai's suspicion was confirmed, and he chuckled wryly. I must have been blind. I had no idea young brother Luo was such a prodigy. Ah! Luo Fancheng, hearing the exclamations, wore a peculiar expression. So you all were not cultivating, but merely staring at me. Because of this? Young friend, is it not worthy of attention to break through 2 realms in a single day? Elder Tai replied, I've always done this. There is nothing to be surprised about. Luo Fancheng retorted, exasperated. Wasn't this merely routine? You claim to be elite nobles, yet you are startled at every turn. How lacking in sophistication. What? You've always been like this? Goodness, do you even hear yourself? The others perceived Luo Fancheng's resigned expression, feeling as though they had been subjected to a scornful gaze. Sigh. Luo Fancheng recalled the sensation of his recent cultivation, letting out a long sigh that rendered the others silent. A series of question marks seemed to hover above their heads. Sighing? Brother, ancestor, what is there to sigh about? You just acquired a Millennium Soul Ring. Effortlessly shattered the historical record for the first soul ring in the Soul Martial continent, and swiftly broke through a level. What is there to lament? Honestly, are you trying to drive us to despair? Li Hongpong exclaimed, raking his disheveled hair, his eyes bloodshot. Yang Wei felt a metallic taste in his throat, nearly choking on his frustration. This was infuriating. Yi Xiaoying, with her naturally proud disposition, found herself feeling somewhat insecure due to Luo Fancheng's presence. Faced with the frenetic expressions of those around her, Luo Fancheng shook his head earnestly. A great man does not dwell on past exploits. Since the breakthrough has concluded, it is now merely a matter of history. There is no point in revisiting it. During my recent cultivation, I felt the pace of my breakthroughs had slowed considerably. How can I not sigh? This is considered slow? Li Hongping's mouth fell open, his entire being petrified. Brother, we have seen arrogance before, but never such a serious display of it. Elder Tai could not resist asking, Young brother Luo, may I inquire what your previous cultivation speed was? Luo Fancheng shook his head, unwilling to disclose. He had come to realize that the joys and sorrows of humanity are not universally understood. This group resembled students who were merely satisfied with passing grades. An 80 brought them joy, while a 90 sent them into ecstasy. They would never comprehend the anguish of a scholar who fell short of perfection. The scene resembled a gathering of underperforming students celebrating mere passing grades when a top student, clutching a paper just shy of full marks, strolled by, lamenting quietly. Yi Xiaoying, curious, noticed Luo Fancheng's silence and pouted. Why aren't you speaking? What is there to hide? We have shared hardships together. Li Hongpong patted his chest. Is brother Luo afraid of scaring us? We are all professionally trained and possess strong psychological resilience. Luo Fancheng waved his hand, lacking any interest in discussing it further. He surveyed his surroundings, seeking the direction from which dawn had arrived, preparing to find the nun and his junior sister. Elder Tai speculated, indeed, the training at the Soul Master stage is somewhat easier. Given young brother Luo's talents, breaking through 4 levels in a day is certainly achievable. Li Hongpong shook his head. I believe we can be even bolder in our assumptions. 5 or 6 levels in a day could also be possible. Are you exaggerating too much? I have never heard of breaking through 6 levels in a single day. Yang Wei repeatedly shook his head. Ye dink poted. Feeling neglected as the man did not even glance her way. Did the decayed trees and grass around them compare to her beauty? Infuriated, she stomped her delicate foot, hurling her crimson cloak at Luo Fancheng. Humph. You stingy fool. How inconsiderate. Hearing the sound of the wind, Luo Fancheng stretched out his arm to catch the cloak and turned back, helplessly saying, if you must hear it, I suppose I can share. Just a mere day at level 9. Chapter 45. A day of level 9? Joyful Saintess. Yi Xiang. Come home with me, Elder Tai resolved to maintain an air of composure this time, striving to present himself with the dignity befitting a 5th-tier powerhouse. It was unbecoming to be continually astonished by a mere junior. Such reactions were beneath his stature. Thus, upon hearing Luo Fancheng speak, he instinctively nodded and casually remarked, "Oh, so it's a level 9 in a day. Quite impressive indeed." The others shuddered in unison, their heads snapping towards Elder Tai, wide-eyed in disbelief, as if to say, "Do you realize what you just said? Would you care to repeat that?" They were incredulous at the absurdity of his words. Elder Tai initially appeared bewildered, but soon a realization dawned upon him, muttering to himself, what did he just say? A level 9 in a day? My goodness! A surge of fiery astonishment erupted within him, nearly propelling him to leap in front of Luo Fancheng, breathing heavily. Brother Luo, are you certain you're not jesting? It truly is a level 9 in a day. Luo Fancheng, with a hint of resignation, answered, well, it could be considered a day. Considered a day? Elder Tai's heart raced, unable to find peace until he thoroughly understood the situation. Otherwise, sleep would elude him. Ye ying intercepted. If it were a level 9 in 2 days, that would also be terrifying. Luo Fancheng shook his head, recalling, I trained diligently the night before. So saying it's a day isn't entirely accurate. It should be half a day. Half a day. Yi Xiang paled, while Elder Tai and the others stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, swallowing hard but unable to utter a word. In the summer night, a warm breeze swept through the jungle, sending a chill down the spines of the 7 noblemen from the royal city. An indescribable sense of horror surged within them. The more they learned about this tattered yet handsome common youth, the more they grasped the terrifying extent of his talent. Yet, he bore an air of nonchalance, devoid of arrogance. They finally understood why he sighed despite breaking 2 levels in a single day. The heights they occupied were simply incomparable. What is perspective? This, indeed, is perspective. Li Hongpeng's eyes glowed with fervor, as if he had glimpsed the very essence of his life's belief. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Brother Luo, are you certain you are human? Luo Fancheng shot him a glare. You may be shocked, but that doesn't give you the right to insult. Realizing his misstep, Li Hongpeng quickly clarified, Brother Luo, it's simply that you're too monstrous. I even suspect you might be a 10,000-year-old beast reborn in human form. Otherwise, your talents are simply unfathomable. The others nodded in agreement, increasingly convinced that Luo Fancheng resembled an unparalleled beast that had transformed into a human. Unconsciously, they took a step back. In the shadows of the jungle, Bai Yingyue erupted into laughter, her melodious giggles ringing like silver bells, her delightful figure trembling. She wiped the tears of mirth from her eyes. How amusing, teacher. Finally, I'm not the only one enduring the crushing blows from my junior. Just look at their stunned expressions. They're less composed than I am. Hee, to think they even imagine my junior as a soul beast. Absurd. Di Weiyang's stunning phoenix eyes remained sharp and cold in the darkness, yet the corners of her lips subtly curled upwards, suggesting her spirits were high. Luo Fancheng could only shake his head in exasperation. Surely not all nobles can be this foolish, mistaking me for a soul beast in the blink of an eye. I can't very well shout, I am human. That would be utterly ridiculous. An epic dilemma arose. When others doubted your humanity, how does one prove they are indeed human? Luo Fancheng's expression darkened. Could you all please act normally and not bring shame to the nobility? Li Hongpeng took another step back. Brother, it's not that we doubt you, but your talents are simply not those of an ordinary human. The others nodded in agreement. It was said that 10,000-year soul beasts, upon choosing to transform into humans, would experience rapid advancements in their abilities, becoming extraordinarily powerful. Enough of this nonsense, Elder Tai stated seriously. A 10,000-year soul beast that transforms into a human will only awaken its original martial soul. It cannot possess dual martial souls. The crowd was struck with realization. Yet the mere thought that Luo Fancheng possessed dual martial souls sent shivers down their spines. This revelation was even more terrifying than the idea of a soul beast transforming into a human. In the entire soul martial continent, the number of prodigies with dual martial souls could be counted on one hand, a rarity among the elite. Yet, here they were, face to face with one. Seeing their doubts dissipate, Luo Fancheng exhaled in relief, grateful for Elder Tai's intervention. Otherwise, he would have struggled to prove his own humanity. However, through their brief exchange, he gained further insight into the subject of 10,000-year soul beasts transforming into humans. His charming and alluring Aunt Gio was a mere illusionist, and transforming into a human was an entirely different matter. Luo Fancheng mused internally, wondering if he might ever encounter a soul beast that had indeed transformed. His curiosity piqued, yet he quickly shook his head. What was he thinking? There were so few 10,000-year soul beasts, and even fewer had transformed into humans. He had no idea how vast the soul martial continent was. The likelihood of encountering one was minuscule. At that moment, Yi Xiang approached gracefully, her stunning legs gliding as she patted his shoulder, her beautiful eyes serious as she inquired, "Are you certain you are a commoner and not toying with us?" The words had been spoken. Belief was a matter of personal choice. Luo Fancheng shrugged, his expression nonchalant. In his interactions, he found her not particularly strange. Yet, even with her mild masochistic tendencies, he knew not to show her too much kindness, for she relished in such dynamics. Yi Xiang shook her head, her silken hair swaying. "It's not that I don't believe you, but your martial soul's strength is comparable to those of the core descendants of the 4 great empires and the 10 major sections. For instance, while I possess the royal bloodline of the Songlong Empire, my lineage lacks purity, resulting in the awakening of only an 8th-grade Sakura dragon martial soul. Conversely, the purest royal bloodlines can awaken the 9th-grade supreme ancient Songlong martial soul, one of the 4 most potent beast martial souls in the soul martial continent. This was all thanks to the long-dormant system father that occasionally resurfaced. Luo Fancheng realized that the system always seemed to reappear when he accomplished something extraordinary. Was this a subtle encouragement for him to thrive independently? Thinking this, he casually remarked, "You nobles rely on bloodlines. We commoners must depend on mutations. And fortunately, mine has turned out well." Turned out while the surrounding Elder Tai and others fell silent, accustomed to enduring such blows, their mental states now at ease. A moment of silence enveloped the jungle. Luo Fancheng draped his crimson cloak over his arm, standing opposite the alluring Princess Xiang. After a prolonged pause, Luo Fancheng lifted his gaze. In a remarkable coincidence, the enchanting Princess Xiang mirrored his action, raising her head to speak earnestly. "Come home with me," Chapter 46. The oath of the beautiful and fiery Princess. Impossible. Princess. What? Return home with you? Luo Fancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Why such an exaggerated reaction? Yi Xiang retorted, but soon realized her words could be misconstrued. It sounded as if they were going home to meet the parents together. With a haughty lift of her exquisite features, she snorted, "Don't misunderstand. You claimed to be an orphan earlier. This princess is known for her benevolence, and seeing you homeless, I thought to graciously offer you shelter." Benevolent? Gracious? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "With your spoiled and willful demeanor, it's a wonder you don't bully others to death. So, your family must have taken in many 18-year-old, tall, handsome orphans, then? How dare you?" Ye Ving scolded, head voice sharp. "Open your eyes and tell me. Do I seem like such an indiscriminate person?" Then, softening her expression, she gazed intently at Luo Fancheng and declared, "If you were to come with me, you would be the first and only man I have taken in." Luo Fancheng recoiled slightly, scoffing, "So there's no talk of benevolence. What nonsense! You don't wish to shelter me. I can't bear to expose you." You are clearly just infatuated with my physique. Her secret intentions laid bare. Yi Xiang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet an inexplicable thrill surged within her. Overwhelmed, her fair skin took on a delicate blush. Clenching her silver teeth, she retorted, "You. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop being vain. I have countless admirers. I feel nothing for you." "Ha ha!" Luo Fancheng laughed freely. "That is splendid. Since the princess feels nothing for me, why not let me go?" I was just about to bid farewell. Nearby, Li Hongpeng was so envious he nearly cried. Wishing to rush over and grasp Luo Fancheng's collar, demanding, "Brother, my dear brother, isn't it a good thing to be desired? Why treat it as a burden?" He too wished to be coveted, yet when he approached, he was dismissed as worthless. Yang Wei's eyes burned with jealousy, his heart sour enough to turn into a century-old lemon. Despite his efforts to please the princess, he was rebuffed, while Luo Fancheng, who openly rejected her, found her still pursuing him. Old Tai, seasoned and wise, was bewildered. He had encountered countless young individuals, but the dashing youth before him eluded his understanding. The princess's intentions were so clear. A little push, and he would ascend to greatness. Leaning on the princess would undoubtedly lead to prosperity. What was shameful about living off a woman's success? One could stand before the world by kneeling behind a woman, with resources for cultivation, a formidable background, and a beautiful wife arranged. Even if she was a bit headstrong, her beauty and allure were undeniable. To gain the princess's favor was a coveted opportunity for many. Yet Luo Fancheng seemed entirely disinterested. Did he truly harbor no interest at all? In the midst of power struggles, Old Tai had seen many forsake their families and friends for status. Yet this strange young man left him shaking his head in disbelief. Others shared his thoughts. Could it be that there truly existed someone untouched by wealth and power? Yi Xiang questioned, "Are you resolute in leaving?" "Indeed," Luo Fancheng affirmed. "The princess previously promised to let me go after the additional spirit ring." Yi Xiang's steady gaze remained fixed on Luo Fancheng, revealing no hint of hesitation, only calmness. It appeared he was not at all enamored with her beauty, stature, or status. Yet, the more he resisted, the more her heart raced. The more she yearned to keep him close, a powerful urge for possession swelling within her. Gradually, Yi Xiang's expression darkened, her delicate fist clenched as she coldly stated, "What if I refuse to let you leave?" Luo Fancheng smiled. "Then we shall no longer be friends, but enemies." Yi Xiang extended her slender hand, a sliver of moonlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate her palm, slowly closing her fingers around it. "Luo Fancheng, do you know, throughout my life, I have never failed to obtain what I desired. My father dotes on me. Anything I wish for will inevitably appear before me. Sans signe dangereux aura, Luo Fancheng said." "So, the princess intends to have Old Tai take action and force me to stay?" "Umph." Yi Xiang suddenly laughed coldly, her beautiful eyes glinting with pride. "You are indeed impressive, but you underestimate me far too much. I won't coerce you. I shall let you go." Luo Fancheng was taken aback, as were Old Tai, Li Hongpeng, and others, well aware of Yi Xiang's stubborn nature. Seeing Luo Fancheng finally display surprise, Yi Xiang felt a surge of joy, her laughter ringing out like crystal bells. "You didn't see that coming, did you?" Luo Fancheng admitted candidly, "Indeed, I did not." Yi Xiang's gaze grew complex. "Do you know? Although I have always gotten what I wanted, I was never truly happy. My heart felt empty, maddeningly so, despite many envying my life. It wasn't until I saw you, striving alone, that I understood. What others give is merely what they have gained. What one earns through their own efforts is the only true source of joy." Luo Fancheng was momentarily speechless. "Please, my brother, my struggles stem from not having a father like yours. What you miss learning." Ye Vink inhaled deeply, finally releasing her breath slowly. Her striking eyes sparkled with determination. "This time, I have decided that what I want, no one shall interfere with. I will strive to obtain it myself. I will take you. Enjoy and savor this unique joy." "I refuse," Luo Fancheng protested. "Refusal is futile." Observing the peculiar excitement in Yi Xiang's eyes, Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. Just when he thought the princess had regained her composure, her familiar mischief returned with a vengeance. If it were any other woman, He would assume she would pursue him normally, but with the masochistic Yi Xiang. Well, that was a different story, and he could only wonder what chaos she might unleash. Surely, she wouldn't drug him, would she? Luo Fancheng, you just said we were friends, right? Yi Xiang's eyes gleamed with mischief. Huh? Did I say that? Luo Fancheng scratched his head. You better not play dumb with me. Ye yink good at it. Or I shall summon Old Tai to knock you unconscious and take you away. Fine, fine, we are friends. Is that satisfactory? Luo Fancheng sighed in resignation. Yet, he recalled her words when he absorbed the spirit ring. He fully acknowledged her true nature. Yi Xiang's sparkling eyes twinkled. As friends, it is only proper that I gift you something. Suddenly, she produced a parcel from her storage space and shoved it into Luo Fancheng's empty left hand. What is this? Luo Fancheng questioned, puzzled, while Old Tai turned pale, exclaiming in horror, Little ancestor, no. Chapter 47. The Gift of Treasures, a Lady's Request. Cornering before the high priestess before Luo Fancheng could unravel the contents of the package, Tai Lao rushed over, intent on reclaiming it. With a swift movement, Yi Xiang positioned herself in front of Luo Fancheng, preventing Tai Lao from advancing. He halted abruptly, anxiety etched on his face as he exclaimed, Your Highness, we cannot accept such gifts. At that moment, Li Hongpeng and the others discerned the package's contents, their bodies trembling as they protested in unison. This is unacceptable. Your Highness, you must not proceed with this. How audacious. Ye ling furuit herbreis, hervoishar. Am I not the princess here, or are you? The assertiveness in her tone sent a shiver through the crowd, reminding them of the fear they had experienced since encountering Luo Fancheng. Of course, it is you, Your Highness. Tai Lao bowed his head, while the others fell silent, standing obediently. Luo Fancheng, having formed a suspicion, opened the package to reveal a collection of vibrant red fruits, exuding a refreshing aroma that invigorated him, as if enhancing the flow of his soul energy. There were 9 fruits in total, exactly as many as had been harvested, which explained the nervous excitement of Tai Lao and the others. Yi Xiang stood protectively before Luo Fancheng, her fierce gaze sweeping over the group. She pointed at the package, demanding, Do you intend to teach this princess how to conduct herself? I would dare to offer not only these fruits, but even my father's royal city. Offer the royal city? Tai Lao and the others trembled, their scalps prickling. They would not have believed such words from anyone else, but not from Yi Xiang. If she dared to offer it, her father, the lord of Qianlong City, a notorious doting father, might indeed comply. Known for his ruthless decisiveness in battle, he was utterly indulgent toward his daughter, granting her every wish. While the others held their breath, a male voice broke the tension. Your Highness, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Luo Fancheng secured the package, returning it, although he was unaware of the fruit's value. The reactions of Tai Lao and the others hinted at its significance. Yi Xiang turned, the fierceness in her expression dissipating, her lips curling into a proud smile. It is priceless to me. If you accept it, I shall be delighted. Unless, of course, you look down upon me and do not consider me a friend. Luo Fancheng, without hesitation, replied, Very well, I shall accept, but I cannot consume all of them. Some must remain for you. Excellent. In the dim light of night, Yi Xiang beamed, her smile radiant like a blossoming rose, enchanting and teasing then. You may keep a few, and I shall crush a few. Tai Lao and the others exchanged pained glances, realizing the princess's mischievous spirit had resurfaced. Luo Fancheng shook his head, accepting the situation with resignation. That's the spirit. Yi Xiang pouted playfully. How can you refuse such a heartfelt gesture? Luo Fancheng felt a chill run down his spine. He considered making a swift exit. If the high priestess and his junior sister had not followed him, they were likely still waiting for his return. Brother Fancheng, Yi Xiang called softly, as friends. It is only right for me to offer you a small gift. So, Luo Fancheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Speak to me normally. Who's the elder here, anyway? Of course, dear brother. Yi Xiang leaned closer, lowering her voice to a sultry whisper, if I find myself in need. Would you not assist me? Luo Fancheng felt the urge to confront her, questioning her audacity. Yet, burdened by the fruits in his cloak, he could not act. He caught a glimpse of her alluring figure, and all he could manage was, naturally, I would help. You protected me today, after all. Yi Xieying's eyes sparkled with mischief as she withdrew, her demeanor lighthearted. Then, Brother Fancheng, you must come to Qianlong City in 3 months. I have an important matter that requires your assistance. Luo Fancheng quickly grasped her intentions. She had maneuvered him into this situation. You aren't merely trying to lure me over for a visit, are you? Yi Xieying shook her head vigorously. No, truly. There is a significant matter at hand. Very well. Luo Fancheng nodded. As long as this matter does not involve me aiding you in childbirth, I will help as much as I can. Yi Xieying's eyes widened in shock. Her face flushed with embarrassment. What are you saying? Of course, a forced relationship yields no sweetness, Luo Fancheng shrugged. But it quenches thirst. Yi Xieying stomped her foot in frustration. All right, then please tell me what this matter is. I cannot fathom what task would require my assistance. Luo Fancheng was self-aware. Although he possessed a slight edge in looks, luck, and talent, his current strength was insufficient. Yi Xieying shook her head. Every year in November, my father presides over the Soul Master Combat Tournament between Qianlong City and 2 neighboring royal cities. The participants are all young soul masters under the age of 19, and the outcomes determine the allocation of mining resources and other benefits. You have exceptional talent, and I wish to invite you to assist in the competition against our foes. The rewards are significant. Luo Fancheng paused, sensing something amiss. Why not simply seize the resources from the stronger royal cities instead of complicating matters with a tournament? Yi Xieying explained. Firstly, the Songlong Emperor forbids the 9 royal cities from warring against each other. Moreover, battles among the powerful are difficult to control and can lead to casualties that no faction can afford. Selecting young soul masters for combat minimizes risk and ensures fairness, making it acceptable to all, while also serving as a means of training. Training? Luo Fancheng inquired, perplexed. Yi Xieying elaborated. Why is the age limit set at 19? Because the following year, a Continental Youth Soul Master Tournament will take place, where all 4 empires and various sects will participate, limiting the age to 20. This is the most prestigious event across the continent. Even placing in the top 100 is an unimaginable honor, earning one acclaim throughout the Soul Martial continent. Yi Xieying's eyes sparkled with longing, and Li Hongpong and the others displayed fervor at her words, clearly excited. Luo Fancheng felt awkward, scratching his head. I've never heard of such a tournament in my village. Yi Xieying replied. That is precisely why the imperial nobility and the sects look down upon the common folk. Their information is too outdated and isolated, as if living in 2 different worlds. Luo Fancheng nodded, recognizing the significant information barrier. The nobility controlled the flow of information and resources, making it difficult for commoners to rise against them. Let us not dwell on this. The Continental Tournament is still far off. Suddenly, Yi Xieying leaned in close to Luo Fancheng, whispering so only they could hear. The reasons I mentioned earlier are merely the surface for the tournament. There is a significant secret hidden behind it. What secret? Luo Fancheng asked, intrigued. I cannot tell you now. Just wait until you come in 3 months, and I shall reveal it. It will surely benefit you. Yi Xieying produced a bronze token and slipped it into the package containing the fruits. Here, this is the command token of this princess. Upon arriving in Qianlong City, simply reporting my name will suffice, regardless of the location. Luo Fancheng found himself at a loss for words, wondering if she was genuinely afraid he might not go. She trailed off, and he quickly quelled that thought. Luo Fancheng unfurled the crimson cloak, draping it around Yi Xieying's delicate form, and then, with his bundle in hand, he turned to leave without hesitation. Yi Xieying bit her lip, her gaze lingering on the figure in bloodied attire, fading into the shadowy forest, unable to contain herself any longer. Hey, stop. Luo Fancheng turned back. Yi Xieying said, rather than wandering alone in despair, why not return home with me? I can arrange for a distinguished teacher to instruct you. Luo Fancheng chuckled. Silly girl, who told you I lack a mentor? You have a mentor? Yi Xieying was taken aback, then gritted her teeth. That must be a rather incompetent teacher to allow you to venture out on your own. Isn't that leading you astray? A jolt of surprise coursed through Luo Fancheng. Oh dear, my little ancestor, One ought not to speak so recklessly. Thankfully, the high priestess is not present. Otherwise, you would be in grave trouble. The more Yi Xiang spoke, the more agitated she became, her heart aching at the sight of Luo Fancheng's blood-stained garments. Come with me. I'll find you a renowned teacher. If it comes to it, my father can personally instruct you. With your talent, you deserve better than a mediocre mentor. At that moment, Tai Lao also stepped forward, expressing concern. Luo, what the princess says holds merit. A responsible teacher would never permit a student to face danger alone. It is too reckless. Does he not fear for your safety? Join us. With your potential, you shall be cherished and nurtured. As Luo Fancheng listened, his heart raced increasingly, an unsettling chill running down his spine, as if unseen eyes were upon him. Enough, both of you. To be honest, my teacher is quite formidable. She is likely lurking in the shadows. You ought to be cautious with your words. Formidable? Yi Xiang challenged, raising her chin defiantly. Just how formidable can she be? Level 70? 80? However, she hesitated to inquire further. Tai Lao, are there any hidden individuals nearby? Tai Lao assured her, Princess, I have deliberately dispersed all soul beasts in this vicinity. If there were anyone here, even an 80-level powerhouse, I would certainly have noticed. In the depths of the jungle, the purple-haired maiden with beautiful legs clad in black boots stood alongside the regal and stunning gold-robe high priestess. Teacher, someone is attempting to undermine you. Rather brazenly as well. How amusing. Bai Ingwa laughed, clutching her chest, her mirth causing her form to tremble. But her laughter faded abruptly as she noticed the high priestess's expression darken. Tentatively, she asked, Teacher, you aren't actually angry, are you? Diwei Yangu remained silent, her exquisite demeanor devoid of emotion. The surrounding air grew increasingly frigid. Oh no, this is bad. Someone is in serious trouble. Bai Ingwa shuddered, forcing her smile to remain intact to avoid unwarranted repercussions. She cast a sympathetic glance toward the princess and Tai Lao in the distance, who were still fervently trying to win over Luo Fancheng, audaciously daring to undermine the authority of the high priestess. How admirable! You are truly incredibly brave. Chapter 48. Madness and Death? The Pope takes action in the moonlit jungle. The county princess and Iron Elder were still trying to persuade one another with reason and courtesy. The more Luo Fancheng listened, the more alarmed he became, and he hastily interrupted. Enough. Let me be frank with you. My teacher is a formidable powerhouse above level 90. As for her identity, she hasn't disclosed it, so I won't either. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiang and her companions were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with skepticism. Li Hongpeng spoke up. Luo, are you certain your teacher is an extraordinary powerhouse above level 7? He then waved his hand in clarification. It's not that we doubt you, but we're concerned you might have been deceived. Iron Elder joined in. There are countless soul masters across the continent. Yet those who attain level 7 are exceedingly rare. Those at level 8 are typically the lords of their domains, while a level 9 extraordinary being stands at the pinnacle of the soul martial continent, representing the ultimate force among various factions. It is exceedingly improbable for such a being to roam among the populace and take you as a disciple. Yi Xiang, attempting to dissuade him, said, Fancheng, you've likely been misled. Look, it's so late, and no one has come looking for you. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Take my advice. I'm not trying to alarm you for no reason. I suspect my teacher is indeed nearby, but prefers to remain hidden. If you keep talking, you might provoke her, and I want to be able to shield you. Huh, don't try to scare me. This princess fears nothing. Yi Xiang retorted, hands on her hips, puffing her chest defiantly. She glanced at the others and asked, Are you afraid? Hey, with the princess backing us, what is there to fear? Yang Wei and the others chimed in, shaking their heads and offering nervous smiles. However, one individual hesitated and remained silent. Li Hongpeng, why are you so quiet? Yi Ying prodded. Perhaps we should heed Luo's advice this time? Li Hongpeng, having been humiliated by Luo Fancheng too many times, was genuinely afraid. Yi Ying poted. How boring. No one has dared to take me on since I was born. Oh, is that so? A cold, authoritative voice echoed through the jungle, resonating and lingering. creating an unsettling atmosphere. At the sound, everyone trembled. How could someone be concealed nearby? I had meticulously searched the area. Iron Elder's expression shifted dramatically, and Yi Xiang's haughty demeanor froze. Li Hongpeng shivered. Oh no, is it really happening? He felt on the verge of tears, wishing he had never doubted Luo Fancheng. Luo Fancheng's eyes brightened. She was indeed present. Initially feeling a tinge of disappointment that his teacher and sister were not around, he now felt warmth in his heart, reassured that she was watching over him. However, he sighed, knowing that the unruly princess was destined for misfortune today. Who lurks in the shadows? Yi Xiang anxiously scanned her surroundings, realizing that if Iron Elder could not detect the presence, their power must be formidable. Iron Elder forced a bitter smile and bowed deeply. We were foolish in our words, and we sincerely apologize. Please forgive us, esteemed one. No forgiveness. The chilling voice echoed once more, and the air erupted with a cacophony of tearing sounds from all directions. The void twisted, opening immense dark rifts like ancient, man-eating beasts, exuding an aura of peril and ferocity. As they beheld the spatial fissures sealing off their escape routes, Iron Elder's scalp prickled, his voice quaking. Shattered. The void. A level 9. Extraordinary? Thud. Yang Wei and others, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed to their knees in terror. Though they had encountered many powerful soul masters, they had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle before. The very fabric of space was torn apart. Liu Ben trembled. Despair etched on his face, lamenting that the princess had led them into this calamity. Yi Xiang's body instinctively quaked, her lips biting down hard, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound shock. She had never anticipated that such a terrifying powerhouse lurked behind Luo Fancheng. Iron Elder stammered, Princess. To shatter the space so utterly is no ordinary level 9 extraordinary. He subtly warned Yi Xiang, fearing her stubbornness might provoke the being to kill her without recourse. With a rip, a larger portal opened, revealing a tall woman enveloped in blinding, radiant golden light. She was dazzling and impossible to behold. Luo Fancheng was puzzled. He recognized her as the Pope, but since she wished to remain concealed. Why? That shouldn't be the case. With each step the radiant woman took, it felt as though she were treading upon their hearts, while only Luo Fancheng felt no pressure. The others were overwhelmed, gasping for breath, as if drowning. Faced with such a powerhouse, words failed them, leaving only instinctual trembling and fear. A cold chuckle reverberated through the forest, and the group felt paralyzed, unable to raise their heads. Not speaking anymore? Did you not wish to meet the true self? Iron Elder was nearly paralyzed with fear. He had never experienced such a terrifying oppressive force. Not even a level 9 martial king at the initial stage could compare. Who was this formidable figure? There were few peak female powerhouses on the continent. Was she the legendary young empress of the Phoenix Empire or the Pope of the Radiant Temple? Regardless of who she was, a single glance could end his existence. He was utterly numb with terror, mentally invoking Luo Fancheng as his ancestor, feeling completely subdued. Who would have thought that the ragged, commoner Luo Fancheng had such a terrifying figure backing him? True peak powerhouses are not merely attracted by talent, but require alignment with their preferences. Iron Elder realized how ludicrous they had been. They had assumed Luo Fancheng had no influence, yet his background was infinitely more terrifying than theirs. Ye Ding, Li Hongpeng, and Yang Wei felt indescribable emotions. It turned out the real fools were themselves. They had thought their lineage could provide solace after losing to talent, only to find their background was a complete disaster. Most importantly, the terrifying woman wrapped in golden light had appeared, implying she had been lurking in the shadows all along. They were fortunate they hadn't truly acted against Luo Fancheng. Otherwise, they might have vanished in an instant. The fear was palpable, as every word they had spoken would surely have been overheard. Throughout the journey, they had not held back in mentioning Luo Fancheng's humble origins and flaunting their superiority. They now felt utterly ridiculous. Flaunting their backgrounds in front of someone with such a powerful ally was akin to a beggar boasting about a handful of coins before an emperor. Not speaking? Then there is no need to continue. The Pope's cold huff snapped them back to reality, instilling profound dread within them. Compared to the absurdity of their previous notions, the reality they now faced was far more pressing. They might very well lose their lives. One by one, they cast pleading glances towards Luo Fancheng, resembling individuals on the brink of drowning, desperately seeking to grasp the last lifeline. Chapter 49. The High Priestess takes action. As the High Priestess unleashed her whip upon the princess, the atmosphere grew tense. When the onlookers, including Iron Elder and others, turned their pleading gazes towards Luo Fancheng, he merely shrugged his shoulders in a show of helplessness. Ignoring his elder brother's advice had led them to this predicament. At this moment, their glances were futile. He had warned them before, but they had dismissed it as mere jest. Seeing Luo Fancheng's indifference, Iron Elder and the others felt as though they had fallen into the depths of despair, their regret palpable. They lamented their refusal to heed counsel, foolishly courting disaster in front of a formidable figure. Li Hongpeng, innocent and caught in the chaos, wept silently, exclaiming, "I did not say anything against you." The High Priestess, radiant in golden light, responded coldly, "Indeed, you did not." Li Hongpeng felt a flicker of hope, but it was swiftly extinguished as the High Priestess continued. "However, you did mention my disciple." His face drained of color, his heart racing as he realized the gravity of the situation. The High Priestess had been observing everything. Yang Wei, overwhelmed with fear, fainted and collapsed to the ground. What do you intend to do to us?" Questioned Yi Ying, her delicate figure trembling under the weight of the oppressive pressure, her long, graceful legs and rounded form quaking. Yet, her exquisite features retained a semblance of defiance. The High Priestess paid her no heed. With a mere gesture, torrents of soul energy surged forth, coalescing into golden threads that ensnared the limbs of the 7 individuals, lifting them into the air. Yi Xiang, in particular, was treated with special attention, her body tightly bound, the golden threads pressing against her. Luo Fancheng's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Something felt amiss. Was this the legendary turtle shell bind? It was reminiscent of a scene out of fantasy, but he had never encountered such a spectacle before. He decided to observe further. "Release me. What do you intend to do to me?" Yi Xiang struggled against her bindings, but the more she fought, the tighter they became. Luo Fancheng watched with keen interest, marveling at the princess's tenacity. Any ordinary girl would have long since begged for mercy. "Alas, how devoid of sympathy am I?" He mused for a moment before returning his focus to the unfolding drama. He believed that the High Priestess possessed the grace and wisdom not to harm them. "What are you doing?" The High Priestess's lips curved into a chilling smile, but the dazzling golden light obscured the beauty of the moment. With a swift motion, golden whips materialized in the air, lashing out towards Yi Xiang, who was suspended helplessly. The sound of the strikes sent shivers through Iron Elder, who knew well that the princess had never endured such punishment. "Please, spare the princess. If you harbor any grievances, direct them towards me instead," he pleaded, willing to take her place. "Silence," the High Priestess commanded. Luo Fancheng couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, as more whips emerged, striking not only the princess but also Iron Elder. He had warned them countless times. If they chose to provoke her, there would be consequences. If you were wise, you would realize the High Priestess is not targeting vital areas, he thought. Accepting a beating would alleviate her anger, but defiantly cursing her would only lead to their demise. Suddenly, he noted that while others cried out in agony, Yi Xiang appeared oddly composed. Her fair skin flushed crimson, her lips pressed together, her spirited eyes wide open. Not in anger, but seemingly on the verge of tears. Is she finding joy in this suffering? He pondered. Yet, her fleeting amusement was short-lived as 3 more golden whips descended upon her. Is there no sense of fairness? Why am I the only one being punished? She cried out, unable to contain her pain, prompting a wave of sympathy from Iron Elder and the others who nearly wept for her plight. "How could you?" The High Priestess scoffed, offering no explanation, only intensifying her strikes. "Do not speak, princess. The more you talk, the worse the beating." "Liung Bem Lamanta. You think you can teach me?" Yi Xiang retorted defiantly, only to be met with another strike. Luo Fancheng face-bombed in disbelief. "Sister, have you forgotten that it was you who insisted on being punished? You sought this lesson, and now you are receiving precisely what you asked for. As the reality of her situation sank in, tears streamed down her cheeks, her dignity intact as she refrained from begging for mercy. Luo Fancheng acknowledged her courage, thinking, "You possess spirit. I commend you." As the moment approached an end, he stepped forward. "Teacher, perhaps we could take a brief respite?" The high priestess shot him a piercing glance. "Do I appear old to you?" Realizing his misstep, Luo Fancheng took a step back, whispering to himself, "May the heavens protect me. I must tread carefully." He glanced up to find Yi Xieying's watery eyes fixed upon him, as though she could pierce through him with her gaze. "What is this?" he thought, bewildered. "You sought punishment, yet you glare at me? Should I strike you too?" The high priestess regarded the 7 suspended individuals and asked, "Am I not a competent teacher now?" "Most certainly. None could surpass your expertise." They replied in unison, nodding fervently, their expressions a mixture of fear and reverence. The once arrogant princess now appeared meek, trembling before the enigmatic woman. "I shall say no more. I shall remain silent. Come, Luo Fancheng, follow your teacher," the high priestess commanded, tearing through the fabric of space, revealing a portal as dark as a void. Indeed, he acquiesced, stepping through the portal just as it closed. "Do not forget our agreement," Yi Xieying called after him. "If you do not return." Luo Fancheng sighed. "You've endured enough punishment. How could you still remember such trivial matters?" He waved goodbye, inciting her frustration. In an instant, the scene shifted, and the resplendent high priestess stood beside him, while on a nearby treetop, Bai Ingwe, adorned in black boots and white leggings, gazed intently at him. "Senior brother, you have so readily chosen to accompany the teacher. I thought you would show pity for that beautiful princess and intercede on their behalf. Junior sister, your words are laden with jealousy. Do you harbor any envy?" Luo Fancheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I have faith in the teachers. Surely, they will be unharmed." "Tch." Bai Ingwe curled her lips in disdain, rolling her eyes dramatically as if to say, "At least you can articulate your thoughts." Di Weiyang's lips curved slightly upward, seemingly appreciative of the sentiment. "A night of vigilance. A small punishment for a greater lesson. Fear not. With the presence of the esteemed teacher, no soul beast would dare to cause trouble. The teachers are indeed thorough in their considerations." Luo Fancheng smiled and voiced a lingering curiosity that had been troubling him since earlier. It appeared that the Pope teacher had intentionally concealed her identity just now. Under normal circumstances, their status should not warrant your concern. Di Weiyang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "Indeed, your intuition is quite sharp." Chapter 50. Self-taught? The shocked high priestess and the saintess, "Is this truly for my benefit?" Luo Fancheng inquired, astonished. Di Weiyang nodded, her crimson lips parting as she spoke gently. "If others were to discover that you are my disciple, it may bring you glory, but it also poses great danger." "Danger?" Luo Fancheng questioned, puzzled. "Isn't your power unparalleled in this world? Who would dare to harm your disciple?" A soft chuckle escaped Bai Ingwe's lips. "Brother, if you knew the astounding deeds our teacher has accomplished, you would not be so naive." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "With our teacher's strength and status, regardless of past actions, who would dare target her disciple?" "No." Bai Ingwe shook her head, her eyes twinkling. "Brother, you must be cautious. Being the disciple of the high priestess is a high-risk profession." Luo Fancheng shrugged nonchalantly, jesting that he was not easily frightened, yet curiosity began to stir within him. "What has our teacher done? Please enlighten me, junior sister." With a sweet smile, Bai Ingwe placed her delicate finger on her luscious lips. "Our teacher has merely acted on behalf of the common folk, initiating minor reforms, which resulted in discontent among the nobles of the temple, the empire, and the sections." Luo Fancheng was initially bewildered, but soon grasped the key words in her statement. Commoners, nobles, reforms? His heart raced as if struck by thunder. Could it truly be as he imagined? If so, the high priestess was indeed formidable. It was no trivial matter. Noticing Luo Fancheng's wide-eyed apprehension, Bai Ingwe expressed her surprise. "Brother, you can actually comprehend what I'm saying?" "Of course I can," he retorted. "I have traversed through an era rife with transformations. The so-called reforms you speak of have occurred countless times in my own time. As he noticed the high priestess's astonished gaze fixated upon him, he realized his oversight. In the realm of soul and martial arts, such concepts were exceedingly rare, akin to a feudal society ruled by the nobility. Reforms were indeed a high-level notion that commoners seldom encountered, and even when they did, they could not fathom its profound implications. Thus, his reaction to a simple mention of reform left the high priestess and the saintess astonished. Now, how to explain this? Luo Fancheng fell silent. However, the two beautiful women gazed at him expectantly, leaving him no choice but to engage in some verbal acrobatics. Of course I understand. What is there to misunderstand? Bai Yingwei, clearly unconvinced, voiced her skepticism. Brother, are you certain? You truly understand? I was only able to grasp these concepts after much guidance from our teacher. Luo Fancheng shot her a sidelong glance, smiling. Isn't it obvious? What you meant was that our teacher seeks to advocate for the commoners and confront the nobles. Not so simple, Bai Yingwei countered, shaking her head. Reforms are too far removed from your world. Without proper guidance and perspective, it is impossible to grasp their essence. The high priestess, intrigued by Luo Fancheng's confidence, encouraged him. Fancheng, please elaborate. Luo Fancheng nodded. Junior sister mentioned commoners and nobles, which represent opposing forces. Naturally, there exists conflict between them. Regardless of which side one stands on, this conflict cannot be overlooked. You stated that our teacher supports the commoners and has initiated minor reforms. Clearly, these reforms target this very conflict. What is the conflict between commoners and nobles? He pondered. It is the monopolization of resources by the nobles, the enslavement of commoners, and the control of crucial knowledge regarding soul cultivation by the aristocracy. Initially, Bai Yingwei listened indifferently, believing her brother's extraordinary talent in cultivation did not extend to profound knowledge. However, as he spoke, her astonishment grew, her mouth agape in disbelief. The high priestess, who had initially listened with a smile, gradually lost her levity, her expression becoming increasingly serious. Why have you stopped? Continue, she urged, a rare urgency in her tone. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. Could he be overstepping? Yet, seeing the high priestess's insatiable curiosity compelled him to press on. Now that I understand the nature of the conflict, I have a bold hypothesis. Our teacher's aim for reform is to. Bai Yingwei's eyes widened, and the high priestess's slender fingers clasped together. Luo Fancheng pronounced each word deliberately, to dismantle the noble class's resource monopoly, shatter the chains of information, and liberate the commoners from their fated servitude. Upon hearing his declaration, the high priestess's fingers trembled. Bai Yingwei gasped, unable to contain her astonishment. How is this possible? Brother, you truly understand. This cannot be. Of course, in an age of information explosion, such notions are hardly daunting, Luo Fancheng replied, rolling his eyes. I deduced this from what you said. You were present for the reasoning process. But, Bai Yingwei faltered, struggling to comprehend. Could such insights truly be deduced? A commoner would likely fail to grasp even a fraction of this understanding. Luo Fancheng then turned his gaze to the high priestess's majestic, icy eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Teacher, by advocating for the commoners and initiating reforms, you will undoubtedly challenge the interests of all nobles. This is a perilous path that pits you against the entire noble class. Seeing the high priestess's silence only confirmed his suspicions. He was astonished by her audacity. In truth, he found it miraculous that the high priestess had survived thus far, a testament to her formidable strength. It was clear that even with the enmity of all nobility, they dared not lay a finger on her. Luo Fancheng could only imagine the challenges of reforming such a world. It required more than mere rhetoric or sacrifice. The powerful martial souls awakened in the noble bloodlines afforded them an unassailable position, granting them overwhelming martial prowess. He could not fathom that the high priestess, despite wielding immense power and authority, would risk her life to pursue such endeavors. Luo Fancheng gazed intently at Di Weiyang, unable to suppress the question that lingered in his heart. Teacher, are you truly not afraid? Chapter 51. The Magnanimity of Di Weiyang. Let us cease to be master and disciple. Are you afraid? Afraid of losing status? Afraid of death? Under the moonlight, filtering through the forest, Di Weiyang spoke calmly. If I were afraid, I would never have become the high priestess. There are far more terrifying things in this world than death. She raised her gaze towards the luminous moon in the dark sky, its light casting an ethereal glow upon her unparalleled beauty, enhancing her regal and formidable presence. With her ruby lips parting, she declared, "As the high priestess, I govern the temple of light. Everything within my sight, across the vast world, belongs to my people. How can there be distinctions of class or nobility? When the evil spirit masters harm hundreds, thousands, do the nobles, who view millions of commoners as mere insects, not deserve scrutiny for their actions? I merely seek to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the people, but they refuse. If they are unwilling, then we must fight." Her voice, cold and authoritative, resonated like the song of a phoenix, devoid of proclamations or roars, yet imbued with an indescribable resolve and dominance. Luo Fancheng felt a profound shock, yet he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The high priestess's desire to reform and protect the common people would likely face immediate opposition from the temple, let alone from other empires and sections. Even he, upon introspection, recognized his own selfishness, unwilling to relinquish resources or sacrifice himself for others. What could be expected from those aristocrats who were already gluttonous and bloated? Luo Fancheng posed a pragmatic question. "Teacher, what if you wish to fight but cannot win?" Di Weiyang lowered her head, her ice-like phoenix eyes gazing at him, and suddenly she smiled, reminiscent of an ancient glacier thawing. "Even if one day I stand alone, surrounded by countless foes, what of it? My will is unstoppable. Even against millions, I shall proceed." Seemingly reluctant to dwell on such matters, she continued, "Fancheng, I did not anticipate that not only do you possess exceptional talent, but your understanding is also astonishingly high. This truly surprises me. However, I shall not lead you and Ingwe down my path." By Ingwe, perplexed, interjected, "Why, teacher? You have been unwilling to explain this matter to me. I am willing to assist you. Are you concerned that I might encounter danger?" Di Weiyang shook her head, offering no explanation. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice interjected from side. "What the teacher seeks is not subordinates or helpers, but genuine companions who sincerely wish to walk this path alongside her. Am I right?" Bai Ingwe remained bewildered. Di Weiyang trembled slightly, turning abruptly towards the source of the voice, her icy phoenix eyes filled with disbelief, as though a long-buried thought had been unearthed. Her throat quivered, tinged with caution. "Fancheng, what did you just say?" Witnessing the high priestess's unusual reaction, Luo Fancheng suddenly comprehended. He had previously known only the cold and aloof Di Weiyang, not the compassionate high priestess who embraced the world. Now he grasped the essence of the moment. Speaking the right words at the right time could touch a woman's heart. His gaze deepened as he looked tenderly at the high priestess, refraining from answering her question directly. Instead, he countered, "Teacher, you must feel quite lonely, do you not?" Bai Ingwe's heart skipped a beat. Her senior brother's sudden boldness was unlike the words of a disciple. "Brother, the teacher has me and countless others from the temple by her side. How could she possibly be lonely?" Luo Fancheng shook his head, maintaining his steady gaze on the high priestess. She regarded the young man, waiting for her response. And her heart, long tranquil, rippled like a pebble cast into still waters, sending waves of emotion outward. She had imparted many ideologies to Bai Ingwe and others, yet they grasped only fragments of her teachings. She was not happy. She had never felt true happiness. A profound sense of solitude enveloped her, as if she were a solitary girl lost in a boundless darkness, with no one who truly understood her aspirations. This young disciple, seemingly too young to comprehend, appeared to grasp her feelings. How could he understand? The high priestess was confounded, her thoughts in disarray. Yet, she felt compelled to ascertain whether he truly understood her. With a voice that retained its former cold authority, yet now bore an unrecognized hint of fear, she asked, "Fancheng, why do you think I am lonely?" Luo Fancheng smiled, providing his answer. "Because what you lack, teacher, is a true companion, a kindred spirit, to be precise." The high priestess's expression shifted, her fingertips trembling, her heart racing. Luo Fancheng's words were like a warm ray of sunlight breaking through the darkness, illuminating the lonely girl within. Companions? This was the first time Di Weiyang had heard such a term, yet it carried an inexplicable power, alleviating her feelings of emptiness and solitude. Indeed, what I have always lacked is a like-minded companion. She smiled at Luo Fancheng, a smile that was enchanting. In that fleeting moment, the ice melted away, and the beauty of the scene left Luo Fancheng momentarily spellbound, truly breathtaking. "Teacher, what is this?" Bai Yingwei, still confused, struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. It was not her lack of intelligence, but rather her youth, far from the depth of the high priestess's understanding and vision. Luo Fancheng, however, was different. "Yingwei, the teacher shall no longer be lonely." Di Weiyang's smile was like a breath of spring, revealing a landscape starkly different from her previous icy demeanor. "What?" Bai Yingwei was taken aback, astonished. Di Weiyang continued, "Because now, the teacher has you, my dear disciple." Bai Yingwei's mouth fell open in shock. "Wait, teacher, that statement is quite ambiguous and could lead to misunderstandings." Luo Fancheng felt as though he had inadvertently crossed a line. He had merely expressed a casual thought based on his past understandings. How had he stirred such emotional currents within the high priestess? It seemed he was on the verge of exclaiming, "I am not alone in this world, for you and I are comrades, and all else are mere cattle and steeds." Fancheng, the high priestess gazed at Luo Fancheng with intense scrutiny, as if appraising a rare gem. "From this day forth, we shall no longer be master and disciple." Bai Yingwei was left in a daze, her mind buzzing, feeling as though she were in a dream. The teacher, usually so reserved and frigid, appeared transformed by just a few words from her senior brother. Luo Fancheng was equally astonished. "Not master and disciple? So we can be sworn brothers? No way, it can't be that absurd chapter 52, the soulmate of beauty, the heroes of the world." Only you and I, Bai Yingwei, could no longer restrain herself, and timidly inquired, "Teacher, are you certain that you are serious right now?" "Yingwei, Fancheng is different from you. He is not suited to be the disciple of a teacher," Di Weiyang replied, yet her piercing, cold, and proud gaze remained fixed on Luo Fancheng. "Different from me?" Bai Yingwei was momentarily taken aback. Then she discerned the implication. It was as if it was explicitly stating that she was inferior to her senior brother. Di Weiyang continued, "Fancheng, if you were not teacher and disciple, what relationship would you desire with me?" "A sincere bond akin to that of Guan and Bao." Luo Fancheng felt a jolt inside. She dared to voice it, and he suspected that the female pope could directly teach him a lesson in humility. No, perhaps she would teach him the ways of a woman. He had a good understanding of what was on her mind. When the eel is hungry, it will eventually find the bait, not that it cannot. But the time is yet to arrive. He did not respond directly but countered. "What the disciple wishes is not as significant as what the teacher hopes our future relationship to be." Bai Yingwei was astonished. "My goodness. My senior brother is the first to dare to counter the female pope." Di Weiyang's demeanor turned serious, her expression solemn. "Before we determine our relationship, you must first answer me a question." "Certainly." Luo Fancheng nodded, maintaining his composure. He understood that she intended to test him. But as long as he could fathom a woman's heart and provide the remedy, he had nothing to fear from any inquiry. Di Weiyang asked softly, "If you were to summarize in one sentence, what do you think this pope has pursued throughout her life?" "What to pursue?" Bai Yingwei fell into contemplation, her delicate fingers unconsciously stroking her purple ponytail, her beautiful eyes suddenly lighting up. "Teacher, I know this answer. To overthrow all nobles, to uplift the commoners, and to carve out a new world for the people." A superficial understanding, Luo Fancheng subtly shook his head. If the problem were not addressed at its roots, merely toppling the old nobility would only give rise to new ones. This could not possibly be the outcome desired by a woman of such ambition and vision as the female pope. As expected, Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes narrowed, revealing her strict demeanor. "Yingwei, be silent. I am asking Fancheng." Bai Yingwei immediately pouted, feeling aggrieved and reluctant to provoke her. Indeed, with the arrival of senior brother, she felt like she had been forgotten, her long-held position diminished. Seeing that Di Weiyang awaited an answer, Luo Fancheng's handsome face radiated confidence, as he slowly spoke. There is no need for a single-sentence summary. In my view, for words will suffice. Di Weiyang's eyes flickered with surprise. For words? Indeed, observing Luo Fancheng's confidence, Di Weiyang felt a mix of anticipation and unease, likely fearing that greater hopes would lead to greater disappointments. What this pope seeks throughout her life is merely 4 words: equality for all. Luo Fancheng's words were powerful, each syllable resonating like a hammer against the long-closed doors of the female pope's heart. No, perhaps those doors had never been opened to another soul, never revealed to anyone. Now, they trembled, on the verge of being breached. Di Weiyang's expression shifted, her phoenix eyes glimmering with a unique light. Recognition? Emotion? Joy. For a woman of her stature. Her heart was like steel, unyielding. She had never revealed such complex emotions. Suppressing her inner feelings, she shook her head and refuted, from birth. Individuals are distinguished by their talents, lineage, and physical attributes. How can all beings be equal? Luo Fancheng smiled, speaking with eloquence. Because what you seek is not the superficial and absolute fairness perceived by the masses. People can differ in wealth and strength, but they must not lack freedom or the right to strive upward. No one should be exploited or bullied. One cannot wish to work hard while others feast and barricade the door, denying even the chance to try. Luo Fancheng seemed to unveil profound truths, and Di Weiyang's eyes grew increasingly bright, a radiant light, as if it might consume him. Bai Yingwei stood in awe, her mind racing. Senior brother is amazing. How could someone seemingly younger than herself possess such profound understanding? Truly remarkable. Bai Yingwei was taken aback. At this moment, she not only admired Luo Fancheng's talent for cultivation, but also his astonishing insight into life. To govern the world, mere martial prowess was insufficient. One must possess both literary and martial skills. This was a point her teacher had often criticized her for. Well said. Di Weiyang expressed her utmost satisfaction with his answer, her lips curving into a breathtaking smile, one so beautiful that even Bai Yingwei, another beauty, was left spellbound. Suddenly, Bai Yingwei was struck by a realization. The number of times the Pope had smiled since meeting senior brother seemed to surpass all the years prior combined, and by a considerable margin. Could it be that senior brother possesses such charm? She had only perceived senior brother's handsomeness and strength, while the teacher appeared to see far deeper. With graceful steps, Di Weiyang approached Luo Fancheng, exuding an ethereal elegance. Her devilish figure resembled a proud and cold plum blossom, her skirt swaying, revealing her long, slender legs wrapped in knee-high golden boots. She came to a halt, drawing near enough that Luo Fancheng could catch the faint, unique fragrance that belonged solely to the female pope. Her figure, beauty, and demeanor seemed to possess an intoxicating allure. While others would revere her and dare not entertain any thoughts of disrespect, Luo Fancheng, however, was audacious, his heart racing. Iron Lao, Yi Xiang, and even the holy maiden all considered him perfect, but he knew he had flaws, substantial flaws, the kind every normal man possesses. He had no desire to be a saint. He simply wished to be a capable and ordinary man. Fancheng, Di Weiyang called, her voice both cool and gentle, evoking a sensation akin to ice and fire. She continued, "Throughout the universe, there are countless strong individuals. Yet, in my eyes, they are merely a collection of commoners, fleeting as smoke. Among all, only you can enter my heart. From this day forth, let us no longer speak of our teacher-disciple relationship. Fancheng, do you wish to become my confidant?" Were any ordinary person to be invited so by the female pope, they would likely feel elated, overwhelmed with joy. However, Luo Fancheng remained unperturbed, as calm as ever. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or not. After all, this heartfelt connection differed from the kind of bond one might normally envision. Luo Fancheng questioned his own state of mind, feeling rather troubled. A normal person would likely hold the female pope's grand aspirations in the highest regard. He, however, yearned to embrace her tenderly, to cherish her properly. He wanted to hold her close, from the heart, but dared not. Observing the expectant gaze of the female pope, Luo Fancheng bore a serious expression tinged with a hint of a smile, extending his hand towards her. "Such is my wish. I do not dare to request it of you." The female pope smiled, while Bai Yingwei anxiously felt tears welling up. Chapter 53. Call me Wei Yang. Stirring emotions Fancheng, what is this? The high priestess inquired, perplexed as she observed the man's outstretched hand. It dawned on Luo Fancheng that the soul and martial continent lacked the customary handshake etiquette of his previous life. Yet, with his hand already extended, retreat was not an option. He replied earnestly, "In our village, this is known as a handshake, a gesture shared with those truly recognized in one's heart, performed each time we meet." "I see," the high priestess remarked, her brows arching in intrigue. "Your village is quite interesting." With no hint of youthful shyness, she gracefully extended her delicate hand. Luo Fancheng slightly retracted his arm, merely clasping her 5 slender fingers. The cool, velvety sensation sent a ripple through his senses. "Isn't this a handshake? Why only the fingers?" The high priestess noted the subtlety, her curiosity piqued. A fleeting glimmer of self-consciousness flickered in her beautiful eyes. This was her first willing physical contact with a man. Luo Fancheng chuckled. "In our village, men do not fully hold a woman's hand. A partial grip signifies respect." "How fascinating," Wei Yang smiled, finding the custom novel. The high priestess's hand felt delightful, yet Luo Fancheng did not linger. He quickly released his grasp. The mature Sea King appreciated beauty, but he remained refined. When a moment called for action, he would charge in regardless of the consequences. Yet he understood the importance of timing and leaving a favorable impression. Beside them, Bai Ingyu stood in stunned silence, her heart racing. Is the teacher willing to hold hands with the senior brother? But doesn't she usually reject men? "Ingyu, what's wrong?" Wei Yang noticed her disciple's unusual demeanor. Bai Ingyu gasped, "Teacher, is this too hasty? Shouldn't you reconsider?" Wei Yang responded, "Isn't it a joy for me to gain a confidant? You gain a confidant, but I lose a senior brother." The pain was overwhelming. Bai Ingyu felt suffocated, unable to articulate her rebuttal, forcing a smile as she feigned happiness. "I'm happy, truly happy." Perplexed, Wei Yang asked, "Then why are you crying?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ingyu struggled to maintain her composure, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. "It's nothing, teacher. I'm just so happy for you." Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. Both the high priestess and the saintess turned to see Luo Fancheng, stifling his laughter behind his hand. "Senior brother, your sympathy. Look at how my sister is crying. Can't you comfort her? Wasn't she crying out of happiness? What need is there for comfort?" Luo Fancheng continued to chuckle, further infuriating Bai Ingyu, who bit her lip in frustration. This insufferable man, this shameless senior brother, does not understand a woman's feelings at all. "Ingyu, you must not call him senior brother again. He is on equal footing with me. You should refer to him as uncle or Shu, Wei Yang stated with authority. "Uncle?" Bai Ingyu felt as if struck by lightning, her mind reeling. Was a high priestess truly adding insult to injury? "Ha, this is too much." Luo Fancheng could not fathom if the high priestess was intentionally being mischievous or simply oblivious to her words. He had long been attuned to Bai Ingyu's emotions and understood the reason behind her tears. "You're still laughing." Bai Ingyu huffed, her fists shaking in annoyance. "My apologies. I am a professional, unless I truly cannot contain myself." Under the luminous moonlight, Luo Fancheng approached, placing a hand on Bai Ingyu's delicate shoulder. "Sister, your little red lips are nearly stretching across this soul-beast oasis. Is this truly happiness? Stop deceiving yourself." Bai Ingyu's cheeks trembled, but she quickly masked her feelings, vehemently denying, "You're talking nonsense. What am I deceiving myself about?" Luo Fancheng smirked, teasing, "Enough with the stubbornness. You must be reluctant to lose me as your convenient senior brother. Shameless. Who cares about you?" Bai Ingyu huffed internally, thinking, "I don't care about my pride. Whoever admits it first is a dog." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Fancheng grinned. "If you truly don't mind, shouldn't you now address me as uncle?" "Dream on," Bai Ingyu retorted, trembling with indignation. "See," Luo Fancheng teased, "I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already flustered." Bai Ingyu glared at her charismatic senior brother, her teeth grinding in frustration, and swung her fist towards him. "Ah, attempting to murder your own senior brother?" Luo Fancheng dodged nimbly, continuing to provoke, "Sister, do not be sad. From now on, we shall each have our own titles. I'll call you sister, and you'll call me uncle. Ah, I'll fight you." Under the moonlit forest, the stunning saintess lunged at him. "Ingyu, Do not be disrespectful to your uncle, came the high priestess's cool voice, halting Bai-Ing mid-attack and deepening her heartache. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Let us cease this battle, sister. My bond with the teacher will not affect our relationship. We shall each have our ways. Oomph. Who are you? I don't know you. Bai-Ing crossed her arms, turning her head haughtily, yet her lips could not suppress their upward curve. The childish sense of loss, as if a treasured toy was being taken away, evaporated in an instant. Luo Fancheng merely smiled silently, mastering the art of evoking a woman's emotions. Creating fluctuations in her feelings and leading her into his rhythm is essential. This is the unique sensation often spoken of by women, the likes of Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, who merely seek to appease by lowering their standards, fail to instill this special feeling within a woman. Having just held the high priestess's hand, he now turned his attention to the saintess. He might just be the first man in the Seoul and martial continent to do so. Luo Fancheng looked at towards Di Wei Yang, contemplating two matters he wished to inquire about. But as he opened his mouth, he hesitated, unsure of what new title to adopt. Di Wei Yang, possessing keen insight, promptly stated, Fancheng, from now on, you may simply call me Wei Yang. Although we no longer bear the titles of teacher and student, we can still embody the relationship. Your exceptional talents warrant my full guidance. Chapter 54, Enlightenment, the Art of Secrets, and the Secluded Master, Wei Yang. One dares to call, and the other responds? Bai-Ing was taken aback, not expecting Luo Fancheng to change his tune so effortlessly. She felt an inexplicable anger rising within her, though she could not pinpoint its source. Indeed, had it been someone else, they might have quailed at the imposing presence of the high priestess, unable to utter a word. However, Luo Fancheng was unfazed by such concerns. He was thick-skinned and boldly posed his first question. Wei Yang, you appeared before the princess previously. Even though the golden light was blinding, your voice and strength were not concealed. Surely, upon returning, they could deduce your identity? Di Wei Yang raised her brows. And what if they do? The number of formidable women in the Seoul martial continent is scant, yet there are a few, such as the young empress of the divine Phoenix Empire. These powerful nobles are astute. Unless they possess absolute certainty about the influential figure backing you, they would never dare to offend an unknown powerhouse. Once you arrive at Qianlong City, you will undoubtedly be treated as an esteemed guest. Luo Fancheng realized, sensing another implication in her words. Do you wish for me to go to Qianlong City? Di Wei Yang was surprised. Did the man truly grasp her sentiments? Indeed, within Qianlong City lies your opportunity. Now, you may proceed with your second question. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Luo Fancheng suppressed his curiosity and quickly inquired. Earlier, I heard my junior mention secret techniques. Now that I have broken through and obtained a soul ring and soul skills, I wonder how these secret techniques differ from soul skills and how one cultivates them. His foremost priority remained enhancing his strength without power. Even the most sophisticated methods would be futile. Who would heed you? Most women possess a fundamental nature that admires strength, their affection stemming from admiration and respect. Of course, there are exceptions, those who are drawn to his looks and harbor ulterior motives. I mention it casually, and I can't believe my senior brother still remembers. Bai-Ing seized the opportunity to call out more eagerly. Ingwe, please explain it to him. Of course. Senior brother, soul skills arise from soul rings, primarily representing the innate abilities of soul beasts during their lifetimes. Conversely, secret techniques are developed and created by soul masters based on the characteristics of their own martial spirits, resulting in powerful combat skills. Fearing Luo Fancheng might find this difficult to comprehend, Bai-Ing added, for instance, the renowned gun martial spirit sect, Xinshao sect, possesses 7 gun techniques as swift as lightning. Meanwhile, the strongest sword martial spirit sect, Qishao sect, boasts 7 sword techniques said to cut through anything. Luo Fancheng inquired. Secret techniques must be rare, correct? Indeed, Bai-Ing nodded. For ordinary soul masters, not only is it challenging to learn them, but even witnessing someone wielding a secret technique is a rarity, as it remains a closely guarded secret among top-tier forces. Luo Fancheng pressed further, which is superior, secret techniques or soul skills? Bai-Ing replied, combat skills created by ordinary soul masters are feeble and riddled with flaws, hardly deserving of the title secret technique. Their power naturally pales in comparison to soul skills, akin to a useless trinket, better left unlearned. Only major forces with martial spirits that can be passed down through generations, refined by countless talented individuals, are entitled to call their combat skills secret techniques. These techniques can perfectly harmonize with their inherited martial spirits, unleashing astonishing power that far exceeds that of soul skills. However, soul skills that have existed for over 100,000 years are equally formidable, making it difficult for secret techniques to surpass them, but they are likewise hard to acquire. Luo Fancheng understood, realizing why the sects and noble forces remained unshakable. Beyond their inherently powerful martial spirits, they also possessed a plethora of secret techniques honed through generations of effort. It truly resonated with the saying, "The efforts of my ancestors spanning 3 generations. Why should they be surpassed by just one?" This also illuminated the vast influence of the High Priestess. With such strength, who would dare to challenge her? It was a formidable presence that sent chills down one's spine. He sensed that the High Priestess must possess some hidden trump card. Otherwise, she would not dare to engage in such a precarious situation. Bai Ingwe flicked her delicate tongue. "Senior brother, do you now understand? Among equals, soul masters with secret techniques inherently possess a significant advantage in strength. But where can someone like me, a grassroots individual, learn secret techniques?" Luo Fancheng found himself increasingly intrigued by these secret techniques. With his exceptional comprehension, after gaining insight into them, he might one day create a few techniques of his own. "Nowhere," Bai Ingwe shook her head, sighing. "Even in our teacher's place, there are no secret techniques available for you to learn." "How is that possible?" Luo Fancheng was astonished. "The essence of secret techniques is that they must be suitable for your martial spirit. Even if you were given the 7-gun techniques from a Xinshao sect, you cannot learn them without a gun, nor could you unleash their power." "Nonsense! Who says I have none?" he retorted, having concealed my prowess for years without tasting blood. "Believe it or not, I could unleash my weapon and startle you." Bai Ingwe explained, "The 2 combat techniques I possess, the ethereal moonlight dance, were painstakingly created by our teacher based on the characteristics of my martial spirit. As for the secret techniques of the radiant divine hall that my teacher mastered, they are only suitable for angelic martial spirits, which I covet but cannot learn. The reason that Saint Sun Huang Yin is so arrogant is that he possesses not only dual martial spirits, but also has mastered 7 top-tier secret techniques." Luo Fancheng queried, "From your description, do all top-tier combat techniques only consist of 7 forms?" "Yes. For only those who have reached the 3rd ring of Soul Master rank can begin practicing combat techniques. The first 2 rings are the foundational training period, and learning secret techniques requires a significantly high level of body refinement. Moreover, practicing combat techniques consumes time and cannot interfere with one's cultivation. Hence, one learns one form every 10 levels, lest one becomes overwhelmed." Bai Ingwe added, "Senior brother, your current strength is comparable to that of an ordinary 3rd-ring soul master, so you should be able to learn secret techniques by surpassing the usual limits. I believe our teacher is already considering creating a secret technique tailored for you." Wei Yang interjected, "No, there is not." "Not?" Bai Ingwe was stunned, feeling as if her face had been slapped. "Fine, let it be. Who am I to hold a grudge against my teacher?" Wei Yang continued, "Fancheng, your martial spirit belongs to the dragon category, and in the future, its evolution may rival that of the legendary Taiku Songlong, the foremost dragon martial spirit in the world. If you were to learn a hastily created secret technique from me, your talent would likely be squandered. Ingwe had no choice, but you have better options. Though I have no secret techniques suitable for you, I am aware of a place where you can find one." "Where?" Luo Fancheng instinctively inquired, suddenly struck by a flash of insight. "Could it be Qianlong City? Have you guessed it?" Wei Yang's eyes glimmered with surprise. Several times, she noted the man's quick reflexes and exceptional insight. "Why I previously mentioned about your great opportunity lies within that city. It is a secret technique, a true top-tier dragon martial spirit secret technique. You must go there to find someone." Luo Fancheng exclaimed, "It can't be the princess's father, can it? After all, Only the royal bloodline of the Songlong Empire possesses dragon secret techniques. This time, he was mistaken. Di Weiyang slowly showed up hairhead, a hint of amusement dancing on her lips. No, the person you seek is a beggar. Chapter 55, Secrets. Surely you wouldn't want others to discover the affair between your daughter and me, would you? A beggar? By Ingwe couldn't help but exclaim, how could a beggar possibly possess the true dragon soul secret techniques? Indeed, is the street beggar you envision. Di Weiyang nodded in acknowledgement, yet she was somewhat taken aback by Luo Fancheng's calm demeanor. Senior brother, why are you not reacting? By Ingwe questioned, puzzled. Aren't you the least bit surprised? Luo Fancheng chuckled. Surprised? As a traveler from another realm, is this trope truly astonishing? A beggar on the street observes your extraordinary physique and bestows upon you a tome of divine martial arts. Or perhaps imparts a set of legendary techniques along with the 36 methods of dog beating, inviting you to inherit the position of the beggar sect leader. The elder of the beggar sect, a captivating beauty from a secluded chamber, covets your unparalleled good looks, welcoming you with open arms, seeking to engage you in philosophical discourse late at night, only to be resolutely rejected by your striking presence. Enraged, the beautiful woman colludes with her followers to accuse you of attempting to force yourself upon her, leading you to confront numerous foes, unleashing the legendary techniques that shock the world. Look at this script, how familiar it is. By Ingwe stared blankly at Luo Fancheng, who was smiling devilishly, his expression rather disconcerting. Luo Fancheng continued, it is said that extraordinary individuals often indulge in the whims of life. Surely the beggar you mentioned, Weiyang, must be a hidden master with unparalleled skills. Unparalleled skills? Di Weiyang's gaze turned peculiar. When you reach Qianlong City, should you encounter an old beggar with all 4 limbs severed, living like a worm, that will be your target. Severed limbs? Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed. Surely such a hidden master wouldn't go to the extent of mutilating themselves. If that were the case, his legendary techniques, the dog-beating staff, and the captivating beauty would all be for naught. Was that person once formidable? Luo Fancheng, aware of the aloof nature of the female pope, realized she wouldn't jest with him, leaving only one possibility. Yes, very formidable. Di Weiyang nodded, a once-in-a-generation prodigy who dazzled an era, reducing his peers to mere shadows. Those who boasted of their defeats at his hands could only gaze at his back, forever unable to surpass him. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. The heavens may bring rain, and the proud may face calamity. My friend, you must have deserved this fate, losing your limbs, leaving others to seek your downfall only by targeting a 5th limb. Aren't you also no match for him? In response to Luo Fancheng's inquiry, Di Weiyang lamented, I am a rising star. Unfortunately, I have had no opportunity to spar with him. Teacher, why have I never heard you mention this person? Bai Ingwe asked, puzzled. Di Weiyang snorted coldly. He belongs to an earlier generation, and the information regarding him pertains to a significant scandal within the Songlong Empire, which some have deliberately sought to suppress, erasing this chapter of history. Had it not been for serendipity, I would not have learned of his existence hidden in Qianlong City. Time like a knife cleaves the proud. But surely it's not that severe. Luo Fancheng mused with curiosity. Weiyang, what scandal could reduce a prodigy of such caliber to this state? I had no intention of prying into the past, but it seems to involve a woman. Di Weiyang sighed, seemingly lamenting the fall of a genius. Luo Fancheng fell silent. Could you not indulge in some gossip, perhaps uncovering a bit more? It's torturous for me to hear only half the story, unable to release my curiosity. Di Weiyang replied earnestly. His downfall was indeed tied to a woman. Yet I suspect the main cause was his overwhelming talent and strength, which incited jealousy from many. Not only did he possess the 7 secret techniques that the imperial family of the Songlong Empire never disclosed, but he also reportedly experienced a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to create 2 ultimate secret techniques that transcended 10,000 years of soul techniques, ultimately leading to his tragic fate. Luo Fancheng's expression turned peculiar. Gaining fortune, creating battle techniques, provoking the proud, facing opposition, besieged, incapacitated by love. This fellow seems to fit the protagonist mold, just short of a rebirth, yet with severed limbs. That appears impossible. What's his name? Yi Outyin. Luo Fancheng. Good heavens, confess honestly, what is your relationship with Long Outyin? What's wrong? Fancheng? Di Weiyang noticed the man's unusual reaction. It's nothing. Luo Fancheng raised his thumb. Majestic and powerful, a splendid name. Indeed, Di Weiyang nodded, and Luo Fancheng realized she did not grasp his point. You may venture to Qianlong City to attempt to connect with this individual. Should he be willing to impart his ultimate techniques, it would be a tremendous opportunity. If the situation proves untenable, do not hesitate to seek me directly at the temple. Di Weiyang sighed. However, do not harbor excessive hope. This person has suffered greatly, and his character may have warped over time. Moreover, many powerful figures from the Songlong Empire failed to pry open his lips to learn the two ultimate techniques he developed after mastering the seven. It may be exceedingly difficult for you as well. Luo Fancheng nodded. Indeed, who would willingly impart the culmination of their life's insights to a stranger? Just because you are handsome or possess an extraordinary physique. Enough of this. No one is inclined to engage in matters that bear no benefit to them. And individuals with the breadth of Di Weiyang are rare. Much like those despicable four offerings, they wouldn't just help you. They would poison you behind your back. However, Luo Fancheng pondered. If Yi Outyin truly became incapacitated due to a woman suffering from emotional wounds and harboring unresolved issues, then perhaps he stands a chance. With his expertise in romantic matters, it is time to showcase his true skills. No, expert has become a derogatory term. Perhaps a master, wait. That doesn't quite fit either. Alas, all the good words have been squandered. Di Weiyang opened her lips once more and said, your primary objective in going to Qianlong City is indeed to learn secret techniques, but as that headstrong girl mentioned, you may also participate in the 3 great royal city combat tournaments. Is there any particular significance? Luo Fancheng inquired. Di Weiyang furrowed her brow. This combat tournament appears to be about contending for the distribution rights of mineral resources and serves as a preemptive training exercise for the entire continent. It conceals deeper mysteries. Oh, Luo Fancheng recalled Yi Xiang's previous cryptic words. Di Weiyang continued. My elite scouts have uncovered that the Qianwu King of Qianlong City and the other 2 royal city princes have been guarding a secret. This tournament is related to that secret. The victors of the combat tournaments often vanish for a time, only to emerge with various extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, astonished. Yes, Di Weiyang nodded. Do you remember that Iron Elder who accompanied that girl? His iron-black hands were not the result of training. Luo Fancheng immediately recalled those hands, as unyielding as iron. If he could freely choose which parts to enhance, he had a bold idea. Unfortunately, my elite scouts failed to gather sufficient information without alerting the Tianwu King, leading to their retreat. Di Weiyang cautioned, once you arrive, be wary of the Tianwu King. Though he appears brutal and coarse, his mind is profound and inscrutable to outsiders. No, you should be wary of me, unable to grasp him. Why not take hold of his daughter instead? Luo Fancheng mused to himself. Tianwu King, you surely wouldn't want others to discover your daughter's infatuation with me, would you? Chapter 56. Grasping the Holy Maiden, Little Junior Sister. If it were me, would I feel remorse? Oh, I almost forgot. Di Weiyang's lips curled into a smile. That girl from the Wu family has shown you particular favor. There is little danger in venturing over there. Luo Fancheng caught a fleeting glimmer of mockery in her eyes. Indeed, this female pope appeared aloof and imposing. Yet underneath lay a cunning heart with a hint of hidden desire. Uncertain, he decided to observe further. Master, is that what you call favor? That little vixen is clearly lusting after my senior brother's body. She is utterly despicable. Bai Ingyu exclaimed, her expression filled with indignation. Di Weiyang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't she interested in Fancheng? Why are you so agitated? I. Bai Ingyu's confidence waned. Her pearly teeth biting down on her cherry lips. Her gaze evasive, unsure how to respond. Luo Fancheng chuckled inwardly. It was intentional. This female pope was undoubtedly saying this on purpose. Bai Ingyu anxiously stomped her delicate legs. She fears my senior brother may suffer losses. I simply cannot tolerate her wolfish ambition. Her greedy gaze seems almost ready to pierce through my senior brother's body, clearly not a person of good character. Ingyu, therein lies your fault, the Pope's frosty voice resounded. As a holy maiden, one must not view others through tinted lenses. Bai Ingyu was left speechless, nearly in tears. Moreover, what losses could Fancheng possibly face? The Pope shook her head. He has given nothing. Yet she waved her hand and gifted him 9 crimson fruits. Surely, those spirit fruits could be exchanged for countless men at a brothel. Bai Ingyu was momentarily rendered speechless. Master, on which side do you truly stand? Luo Fancheng shook his head. How could the princess harbor ill intentions? She was merely infatuated and a bit possessive. Wait, a brothel? This sole martial continent has such places? I don't recall Jor S. in mentioning it. Well, if it exists, it exists. It has nothing to do with him. A man of integrity like him would never stoop to such a sordid place. He must inquire about locations in Qianlong City to avoid such establishments. Diwei Yang spoke. You both wait here. I shall venture deep into the Soul Beast oasis. Bai Ingyu first felt joy, then asked, Master, what do you intend to do at this hour? Diwei Yang's cold gaze fixed upon her. Hearing that I am leaving, why do you seem a bit pleased? No, I am genuinely worried about you, Bai Ingyu replied earnestly. You're leaving now? Please be careful. Deeska Diwei Yang chuklet coldly. I'm going to the depths of the oasis to draw some blood for Fancheng. You both wait here. With a swish, the golden boots clad in lotus feet stepped forward, her devilishly alluring figure disappearing into the shadows of the forest. What is Wei Yang up to? Luo Fancheng turned to inquire, confused about what kind of blood she intended to borrow. Bai Ingyu, pouting her luscious pink lips, remarked, Wei Yang oh, senior brother. How affectionate you sound. Hiss, Luo Fancheng leaned closer to Bai Ingyu, inhaling deeply. The holy maiden's fair cheeks flushed, and she shyly retorted, Senior brother, why are you suddenly so close? Luo Fancheng lifted his gaze, locking eyes with her deep, charming starry eyes. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced uncontrollably. I am detecting. What is the source of this overwhelming sourness? Bai Ingyu feigned annoyance. Who is sour about your relationship with the master? Don't speak nonsense. Luo Fancheng pointed to the black boots she wore, saying nothing more. I heard that black boots tend to make one sweat. Bai Ingyu blushed and scolded. That is utterly disgusting. How could the feet of a little fairy possibly smell sour? Luo Fancheng shook his head, asserting, I refuse to believe it, unless you take them off and dare to smell them yourself. The purple-haired holy maiden was momentarily taken aback, her face reddening. As she moved her lovely legs, swinging her delicate fists, relentlessly pursuing Luo Fancheng. Luo Fancheng spotted a large rock ahead, sidestepping Bai Ingyu's punch, while his left foot intentionally tripped his right, causing him to fall forward, his head heading straight for the hard stone. Senior brother, the holy maiden cried out in alarm, her purple silhouette darting forward, catching Luo Fancheng by the shoulders and pulling him into her embrace, steadying him. In the fragrant softness of the holy maiden's embrace, Luo Fancheng's eyes widened. Junior sister, how can you take advantage of your senior brother? Bai Ingyu was stunned. I was saving you. Otherwise, you would have hit your head on the stone, painful even if you weren't injured. Luo Fancheng's gaze sharpened. Can a soul master like me truly be tripped? Honestly, are you harboring ulterior motives towards your senior brother? Bai Ingyu, you still dare to say you have no thoughts about me? Look at how you are holding me. How is this different from what that princess Xiying does? The man declared with righteous indignation. Bai Ingyu immediately tried to retract her arm, only for Luo Fancheng to grasp it tightly, preventing her escape. Senior brother, what are you doing? Bai Ingyu's face was crimson. I want to preserve evidence of you bullying me until Wei Yang returns. Luo Fancheng mused, amused at the little girl, contemplating whether she would dare to feel jealous again. When feelings between a boy and a girl reach a certain intensity, it is essential to advance the relationship from mere verbal exchanges to simple physical contact. If Bai Ingyu truly harbored no feelings for him, she would have already unleashed her four-ringed strength to cast him aside. Did he really believe it was his arm binding the holy maiden? No, it was the affection she held for him in her heart. Senior brother, please let go. Master may return at any moment. Bai Ingyu's complexion was flushed, her delicate body softening. The pure and pristine holy maiden had never encountered such a rogue situation. Even when the holy son, Huang Yin, coveted her, he would not dare act so brazenly. For one, the holy maiden would refuse, and for another, he feared the Pope's wrath. Luo Fancheng turned, leaning closer to the holy maiden's exquisite countenance, murmuring, "Junior sister, you surely wouldn't want Wei Yang to return and witness you bullying me like this, would you?" Senior brother. Bai Yingyu trembled slightly, feeling her limbs weaken, akin to a soft shrimp, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Please, let me go. I admit my fault. I was only worried about you, not trying to take advantage." To be honest, observing Bai Yingyu in such a state left Luo Fancheng somewhat astonished, as he suddenly realized a truth. Girls in the Seoul martial continent generally possess a more innocent mindset compared to women in his past life. Despite the abundance of scoundrels, there were just as many cunning women driven by material desires. It can only be said that in an era rife with materialism and information overload, the tricks were abundant. "Senior brother, Master could return at any moment. Please let me go. I was wrong." Bai Yingyu pleaded, attempting to pull away. This tone of pleading, combined with the gentle rubbing against his back, surrounded by a fragrant aura, would easily soften the heart of any honest man. Yet, to release her now would mean tightening his belt, undoing all his efforts. Luo Fancheng tightened his grip. "No, now you're using excuses to hold me. How could that be allowed in the future? Wei Yang must witness this. I truly did not mean to." Luo Fancheng's gaze was piercing as he met her eyes. "If you are truly innocent, harboring no feelings for me, then swear an oath here. Once sworn, I shall release you. I swear." Bai Yingyu's gaze flickered, unable to meet Luo Fancheng's eyes. The word of an oath stuck in her throat, for she felt remorse in her heart. Chapter 57. The Saintess's Plea. A game of desire and restraint. In the midst of a peculiar illumination, Bai Yingyu implored, "Brother, what must I do for you to release me?" Her delicate lips quivered as she addressed him. "If our master returns and sees us entangled in such a strange manner, he will be displeased." Luo Fancheng replied, "Then you must first utter a sweet name for me." Bai Yingyu, shy and hesitant, responded softly, "Good brother, will you let me go?" "That is not melodious enough." Luo Fancheng shook his head. Bai Yingyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she, with a voice akin to a timid fawn, pleaded, "All right, dear brother, please release your sister." A shiver ran through Luo Fancheng's broad frame. In the depths of the night, within the embrace of the forest, the allure of the beauty behind him, coupled with her soft, pleading voice, was indeed difficult to resist. Yet, to relinquish his hold at this moment would signify defeat. A spark was needed to ignite their burgeoning feelings. "You rogue." Bai Yingyu's body trembled in indignation, her cheeks flushed with fury as she, in a moment of impulse, bit down on Luo Fancheng's neck. "Do so with force, leave a mark, another piece of evidence for Wei Yang," he urged playfully. The sight of the esteemed saintess biting him was far from dignified. Embarrassed by her own actions, Bai Yingyu released her grip. Her expression flustered as she gazed at the imprint left on his skin. "Brother, I acted impulsively. Please do not inform our teacher." "Releasing you is not entirely out of the question," Luo Fancheng said with a candid smile. "But since you have taken advantage of me, I must reciprocate to balance the scales." "Fine." Bai Yingyu nodded, a bit muddled, then quickly shook her head, retorting, "No, I did not intend to take advantage of you." Silence enveloped them as they maintained their intimate position, the air thick with tension. After a long pause, Bai Yingyu finally relented, murmuring, "Or I do as you wish. But only this once." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "Is that a promise?" "Absolutely," Bai Yingyu affirmed. With that, he released her delicate arm. As he turned away, Bai Yingyu exhaled in relief, though the intensity of his gaze made her anxious once more. "Here I come, my dear sister," Luo Fancheng said with a mischievous smile, extending his hand towards the gentle saintess. Just once, Bai Yingyu pressed her lips together, closing her eyes, her long lashes trembling with trepidation. She internally chastised her brother for being so mischievous, uncertain of where his hand might wander. The darkness enveloped her, and after a moment of stillness, she grew restless. "Brother, are you going to do something or not? Hurry." No response came. Curious, she lifted her eyelids slightly, peeking to see where he had gone. To her surprise, he sat cross-legged in the grass, calm and composed, eyes closed in meditation. "What are you doing?" Bai Ingwe approached, incredulous. Luo Fancheng opened his eyes slowly, his expression tranquil. "Meditating? Your noise could easily lead me astray." Bai Ingwe stood agape, astonished at the stark contrast between the mischievous brother and the serene figure before her. You were just saying you wanted to." Luo Fancheng shook his head, sighing, "Sister, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. You taking advantage of me is understandable. After all, I do have my charms. However, if I were to exploit you, that would be inexcusable. What I said earlier was merely jest. Do not take it to heart." Bai Ingwe stared at him, her heart in turmoil, struggling to reconcile the two facets of his character. Had she misjudged him all along? As her hand grazed his chest, an unsettling feeling stirred within her. Luo Fancheng, shrouded in darkness yet illuminated in thought, pondered that perhaps the final spark had ignited within Bai Ingwe's heart. Women appreciate a man who is assertive yet not lewd. The balance of their interactions is crucial. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, he found it oddly seamless. Could it be that Bai Ingwe truly did not perceive his intentions? The thought lingered. Who was truly the hunter, and who the prey? Meanwhile, Bai Ingwe observed Luo Fancheng's unwavering focus on his meditation, her frustration mounting. Was she truly so unappealing to him? At that moment, Luo Fancheng, whether intentionally or not, opened his pack and retrieved a crimson fruit, contemplating its potential to enhance his training. "Listen, sister, do you hear that grinding sound nearby? It resembles the sound of mouse spirits," he remarked, eyes alert. Bai Ingwe smiled warmly. "There is nothing there, brother. You must have misheard." Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed in the distance, startling the pair as they turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. "What is that?" They beheld 5 radiant beams of light ascending into the night sky, each a vivid hue of gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, illuminating the dark expanse. Chapter 58. The Kirin Sovereign, the overbearing female pope, and the bear Luo Fancheng rose, gazing into the distance. Even from afar, he could sense the terrifying fluctuations emanating from 5 luminous pillars. It felt as though even a mere ripple could reduce a feeble soul master to ashes. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted as dazzling, searing golden light surged forth, illuminating the dark forest as if it were daylight. Luo Fancheng felt an indescribable sacred aura radiating from the golden glow, one that felt oddly familiar. Was it Wei Ying? With whom was she engaged in battle? Bai Ingwe seemed to sense something, her expression grave. How could the teacher be fighting the Kirin Sovereign? The 5 pillars in the sky embodied the powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was the Kirin Sovereign's innate soul skill, the 5 elements' mysterious light pillars. Luo Fancheng inquired, "Is the opponent a soul beast or a human?" "A soul beast," Bai Ingwe replied. Luo Fancheng was astonished. "A soul beast named the Kirin Sovereign?" Bai Ingwe nodded. "Indeed, its true form is that of an 800,000-year old 5 elements jade Kirin, the true sovereign of this oasis. Its strength surpasses that of the other 7 soul beast emperors. The soul masters of the continent originally referred to it as the Kirin Emperor, but this creature has flown over major empires several times to assert its presence. Without harming a soul or destroying a city, it has one purpose: to correct its title. It roars each time, claiming that Kirin Emperor is too mundane and demands to be called the Kirin Sovereign. Goodness, how absurd, Luo Fancheng remarked, his lips twitching. This creature sounded like quite the formidable figure, yet its actions were so peculiar. Where was the dignity of a powerful being? Luo Fancheng sighed. It dares to venture into human territory over such a trivial matter? Does it not fear being besieged by stronger foes seeking to claim its rings and bones? Not all. It is determined to escape, and none can stop it. Bai Ingwe shook her head. This Kirin Sovereign possesses an exceptionally powerful innate soul skill, the 5 elements escape technique. Moreover, Luo Fancheng pressed, "Moreover what?" Bai Ingwe hesitated. "I have heard my teacher mention that there may be a soul beast lurking in the soul beast forest that is far more terrifying than the Kirin Sovereign. The powerful factions fear that hunting the Kirin Sovereign might awaken this unknown terror, so they dare not act too recklessly. As for soul masters hunting ordinary soul beasts, it is of little consequence, for the law of the jungle prevails among soul beasts. As long as there are no powerful beings rampantly slaughtering soul beasts, the soul beast emperors will not intervene. I see, Luo Fancheng mused, surprised to learn such secrets. He voiced his concern. What if Wei Yang encounters the Kirin sovereign and is besieged by other soul beast emperors? What if she awakens that unknown presence? The unknown soul beast has never revealed itself. I even suspect it may be a fabrication, a mere myth, Bai Ingwei replied. My teacher is not reckless. If she has gone, she must be confident in her ability to return. Luo Fancheng suddenly recalled the female pope mentioning before her departure that she needed to borrow some blood. Could it be that she was seeking the Kirin sovereign's blood? Given the commotion, was she truly borrowing, or had he misheard and she was intending to seize some blood? Could it be that the matter of the female pope involved seizing? In the core area of the soul beast oasis, chaotic energy surged. The female pope's phoenix eyes held an air of authority, and behind her loomed a massive 12-winged, wholly angelic apparition, radiating brilliant holy light. Opposite stood a jade-colored Kirin towering 100 meters high, its scales shimmering with the divine light of the 5 elements, both wondrous and formidable. The jade Kirin roared, "Female pope, do you wish to wage war against my soul beast oasis?" Empress Wei Yang, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at the 6 colossal bee shadows stirring in the surrounding darkness and coldly declared, "Kirin sovereign, I require a drop of your essence blood, and I shall depart immediately. Should you dare to shamelessly join forces to attack, I will take my leave and summon powerful allies from the divine hall to retaliate." The jade Kirin trembled with rage. Who is truly being shameless here? You burst in at night, demanding essence blood without reason. I am not being shameless, replied Empress Wei Yang, shaking her head coldly. Ah, the jade Kirin roared in fury. You are playing with fire, woman. Are you mocking me for not being human? Empress Wei Yang ignored it, knowing that the Kirin Emperor had long enjoyed mimicking human behavior, having even named itself after a character from a human novel. Why hadn't it aspired to be human sooner? After 100,000 years of potential transformation, only now did it wish to become one. It was too late. Silence? Do you think this soul beast oasis is a place you can enter and exit as you please? Empress Wei Yang furrowed her brow, her aura rising. I have no time to listen to your prattle. My time is limited, and others await my return. Impudent, the jade Kirin bellowed, seeing the female pope raise her hand. The tone of her furious words softened into a light-hearted laugh. Is blood such a trivial matter? Let us negotiate, let us negotiate. The world is not only about fighting. I have but one request. Good. Empress Wei Yang nodded. State your terms. The jade Kirin responded seriously. Assist us in gathering information about a person, or perhaps even a treasure. Oh. Empress Wei Yang raised an eyebrow. Recently, I sensed a pure dragon aura of high rank that has appeared in the soul martial continent. It is said that the female pope is one to keep her word, so I wish to ask for your help in tracing the source of this dragon aura. If you succeed, not only will I offer you this essence blood, but the soul beast oasis shall also recognize you as a friend. Empress Wei Yang felt a stir within her heart, maintaining an impassive facade. What connection does this dragon aura, whether it be treasure or person, have to you? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Agree to my request, and the essence blood is yours to take. Refuse, and we shall fight. Huh, I am not one to be trifled with, the female pope replied, feigning contemplation as if weighing her options. Very well, I shall investigate, but I cannot guarantee when I will have information for you. Delightful. The jade Kirin failed to notice the flaw in her words. A claw extended, releasing a drop of 5-colored essence blood that shimmered like a vibrant amber. The female pope caught it in her palm. With a tear, the space shattered, revealing a crack. Farewell. Before stepping into the dark rift, the female pope paused for a moment and said, Kirin sovereign, I advise you not to imitate the speech of human novel characters. With a swish, her graceful figure vanished, leaving the jade Kirin perplexed as it gazed at the 6 massive beast shadows in the shadows. What did she mean by that last remark? I do not know. The 5 ferocious beasts shook their heads in confusion, while one enormous brown bear with a tuft of golden fur atop its head spoke. Boss, she meant that you speak too dramatically. She's mocking you. The jade Kirin's gaze sharpened. Is it really so dramatic? Indeed, it is utterly dramatic. I wanted to comment on this for ages. It's quite ridiculous, you know. The giant bear laughed heartily, toppling backward and crashing into a sturdy ancient tree, its rotund rear propped against the roots, paws thumping its belly. I've endured your antics for far too long. Today, I shall clear the way for my master. The jade Kirin transformed into a beam of earthy yellow light, burrowing underground, and in the blink of an eye appeared above the giant bear, delivering a resounding slap. Boom! The giant bear was sent flying, crashing through countless trees, its paws protecting its head as it muttered in confusion, "Boss, why are you so irate? A gentleman uses words, not fists." The jade Kirin swung its massive claws, delivering another barrage of slaps. "I'm no gentleman. I'm a beast." On the other side, at the periphery of the soul beast oasis, the space tore open as the female Pope stepped through the portal, cradling the Kirin's essence blood in her palm. A girl's voice suddenly reached her ears, causing her to freeze in place. "Brother, just take off your clothes. Please remove it quickly." Chapter 59, Secret Technique, Divine Body Refinement. Under the moonlit jungle, shadows of a man and a woman intertwined as Bai Ingwe incessantly reached out to tug at Luo Fancheng's clothing. "Junior sister, this is inappropriate," she urged. "What is inappropriate about it? You are my brother, and I am your sister. Isn't it only right to lend a helping hand?" Luo Fancheng clutched his collar, insisting, "There's no need for that. I can handle this myself. Come on, just take it off. Trust me, my skills are quite proficient," Bai Ingwe pressed on, showing no signs of relenting. Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. The saintly demeanor of his junior sister was evidently a facade, as she quickly found a pretext to take her revenge on him. "What are you two doing?" A stern voice suddenly pierced through the air. Both the handsome man and the beautiful woman shuddered. Bai Ingwe hastily leaped back and began to explain to the imposing figure emerging from a spatial rift, "Teacher, please don't misunderstand. I merely noticed that senior brother-'s clothes are stained with blood and too filthy, and I wanted to help him clean them." The female Pope retorted coldly, "Can he not clean them himself? I noticed there are too many tears in his clothes, and I thought I could help him mend them." Bai Ingwe replied, her defense flawless. The Pope remained silent, turning her gaze to the man. "Fancheng, is that so?" Under the piercing gaze of her enchanting eyes, Luo Fancheng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, despite having done nothing wrong. While the Pope was engaged in a fierce battle, here he was entangled with his junior sister. It felt reminiscent of a husband frantically trying to earn a living while his wife was found in a compromising situation with a stranger. He felt akin to that wife. Junior sister indeed means to help. "If I refuse, she simply pulls at my clothing, as you have just witnessed," he explained. "Very well," the Pope nodded. And just as Luo Fancheng and Bai Ingwe exhaled in relief, her subsequent words left them both dumbfounded. "Ingwe, go ahead and remove your senior brother's clothes." "What?" Bai Ingwe exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. "What did you say?" "Forget it," the Pope sighed, turning away. "Fancheng, you should just take off your clothes." Luo Fancheng was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Bai Ingwe's antics were one thing, but surely the Pope wouldn't engage in such frivolity as well. On the other side of the jungle, Li Hongpeng, suspended upside down, vented his frustration. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang and another girl were also dangling, their skirts modestly shielding them, though their black stockings were torn, revealing large patches of delicate, pale skin. "Shut your mouth. Why didn't you complain when that powerful figure was here? Now you have the audacity?" Yi Xiang retorted, her piercing gaze fixated on the direction from which the multicolored light had erupted. Surely, the commotion was not caused by Fancheng and his teacher. Yang Wei's complexion turned pale, unsure whether it was due to the blood rushing to his head or fear. "Princess, could we be in danger? Are they planning to hang us here until we die? Are you foolish?" Yi Xiang scoffed. "The other party could eliminate us with a mere flick of their fingers. Their restraint indicates they are only administering a light punishment." Old Tai chimed in. "The princess is correct. There have been no soul beasts approaching, suggesting they have left means to protect us. The golden soul threads binding us are weakening. We should soon regain our freedom." Yi Xiang raised her chin arrogantly. "Yang Gui, with your intellect, you're only fit for planting rice. Comparing you to my brother Fancheng is a disgrace to him." Yang Wei felt a sting at her words, but recognized the truth in them. With only 1,000-year soul ring, He could not hold a candle to those competitors who had added soul rings of over 1,400 years, possessing the strength to defeat soul beasts of 2,500 years. Yi Xiang continued, addressing old Tai. Naturally, my brother Fancheng is not a match for those seasoned geniuses. However, there are still 3 months left for improvement. Do you think I kept the 9 Zhu fruits, which accelerate cultivation, for no reason? Even if he doesn't win the championship, that's not the point. What matters is that he comes, granting me the opportunity. Old Tai was startled, realizing the seemingly reckless princess had thoroughly considered her plan. He voiced his concerns. However, Fancheng has a mysterious female powerhouse behind him. If she is the empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire, it would be fine, but if she is the pope, our Songlong Empire and her have never gotten along. Will Lord Tianwu permit someone with such a background to participate in the Tri-City battle? After all, certain secrets about the competition cannot be disclosed to those who cannot be controlled. Yi Xiang dismissed his concerns. As long as you don't inform my father, it will be fine. What? The others were taken aback. Yi Xiang's eyes glinted sharply. No one is to mention my brother Fancheng's connection to a mysterious powerhouse to my father. I loathe those who report behind my back. If anyone spoils my and Fancheng's affairs, they are courting death. Besides, it won't benefit you either. Do you think my father would tolerate those who betray me? Old Tai nodded in understanding. Whatever the princess deems appropriate, I shall comply. Li Hongpeng felt dwarfed by the likes of the princess and Luo Fancheng. And you? Yi Xiang's cold glare swept over the others. They shivered in fear, stammering, me too. Me too. Old Tai couldn't help but ask, Princess, what if Luo little brother doesn't come? Yi Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what if he didn't show up? What could she do? Cry to her father? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. The Pope furrowed her brow. How can I assist you in enhancing your strength if you don't undress? Huh? Luo Fancheng was perplexed. How could removing his clothing relate to enhancing his strength? The Pope continued coldly. You have only recently awakened, and your current 12th level cultivation is insufficient for the Tri-City battle. Moreover, to learn the secret techniques there, one must possess a certain physical foundation. I intend to utilize the sacred methods of the Temple of Light, combined with the essence of the 5 elements, jade, Qilin's blood, to bolster your physical strength. Luo Fancheng felt a sense of urgency wash over him and reluctantly stripped off his outer garment. The Pope frowned, all of it. Soon, Luo Fancheng removed his inner garment, standing before the high priestess and the saintess with his muscular torso exposed. Bai Ingwei exclaimed, her hands covering her cheeks in surprise. The high priestess, unwavering in her gaze, scrutinized him from head to toe. Even someone as thick-skinned and unyielding as Luo Fancheng found it somewhat difficult to endure such intense scrutiny. Yet, there was not a hint of lasciviousness in her eyes. Her gaze was purely evaluative. Quite impressive. Chapter 60. The Emergence of the Qilin Pattern. The elevation of the internal organs. Astonishing the papal maiden, the little ears of Bai Ingwei twitched slightly as she muttered to herself, knowing that she could not allow her teacher, the Pope, to monopolize the experience. With her hands covering her cheeks, she discreetly parted her fingers to steal a glimpse. A gasp escaped her lips as she was taken aback by the man's unexpectedly robust physique. Swallowing hard, she felt a strange flutter in her throat. Just as Luo Fancheng was becoming uncomfortable under her gaze, the Pope nodded approvingly, declaring, Indeed, your physique appears to be quite extraordinary, entirely unlike that of an ordinary person. It seems my decision to procure this Qilin blood for you was indeed wise. Luo Fancheng, puzzled, could not help but inquire, what method are you planning to employ? Wei Young, the angelic martial soul's secret techniques passed down through the generations in the temple are unsuitable for you, but the body-tempering secret method is within your reach. The Pope explained, producing several peculiar spiritual herbs from her storage space, all of which floated in the air. With a breath, she parted her lips to exhale a golden flame imbued with a sacred essence, refining the spiritual herbs. Impurities transformed into black smoke and dissipated, leaving behind a transparent spiritual juice. The Qilin blood, which had been cradled in her palm, was mixed with the spiritual juice, turning the liquid a fiery red hue, radiating a multicolored aura imbued with the quintessence of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, provoking an irresistible urge to consume it. Bai Yingwei, bewildered, asked, "Teacher, I have never seen you ask me to undress or perform any body-tempering secret method before." The Pope cast her a sidelong glance and shook her head, replying, "This body-tempering technique is exceedingly young and robust, while your Tian spirit is an extremely cold martial soul. The two are incompatible." "Very well," Bai Yingwei said with a hint of disappointment, but her cheerful disposition quickly dismissed her worries as she eagerly observed her senior brother. "Luo Fancheng, sit cross-legged and steady your mind. This body-tempering process will inevitably be painful, akin to a dull knife cutting flesh, but you must endure. The benefits will be immense once you persevere. This is a secret method of our temple, divine ink body tempering. This technique ranks among the top 3 body-tempering secret arts in the world. With the infusion of this Qilin blood, the enhancement should rival the thunderous body-tempering technique of the White Tiger Empire. Divine ink body tempering? The name intrigued Luo Fancheng, a smile creeping onto his lips as he bared his upper body and seated himself in preparation. "Come on, is it just a bit of pain? Bring it on. Wei Yang, I can handle it." With a fierce glare, the Pope summoned a gust of wind that lifted Luo Fancheng's seated form into the air. The fiery spiritual juice coalesced at her fingertips. "Bear with the pain," she cautioned, as her fingertips ignited with a divine, searing flame, swiftly tracing across Luo Fancheng's broad back. Her fingertips danced like serpents, swiftly drawing fire-red lines. Bai Yingwei gasped in astonishment, realizing that the chaotic lines were subtly converging to form the likeness of a formidable beast. She murmured, using the back as canvas, drawing blood as ink, transforming fingers into brushes, and painting the beast to temper the body. "This is divine ink body tempering? What a unique technique. Wait, didn't the teacher say body tempering would be painful? Why isn't my senior brother crying out? Indeed, why am I not crying out?" Luo Fancheng wondered, utterly bewildered. The Pope had claimed it would be painful, yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever. He gasped in surprise. It felt rather pleasurable. His back tingling with the sensation of the warm, slick fingertips gliding across his skin, akin to a soothing massage. A peculiar itch emanated from his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, leaving him with a euphoric sensation, as if he were floating. If the Pope had not previously assured him that this was a legitimate body-tempering process, he might have suspected he was receiving a massage instead. The Pope was astounded. The Qilin blood mixed with the spiritual juice was being imprinted onto his skin by the divine flames, breaking through all blockages in his meridians and penetrating into his internal organs, cleansing them. Ordinarily, this should have inflicted excruciating pain upon Luo Fancheng. Yet there was no sign of discomfort whatsoever. How could he endure this so effortlessly? Remarkable. The Pope found herself filled with admiration. "Fancheng, if you can't stand it, just shout out. It's perfectly fine. Is that really okay?" Luo Fancheng struggled to maintain his composure. "Don't worry." Bai Yingwei stumbled, nearly falling over. The sounds were far too enticing. Who could endure such agony and still sound so blissful? The Pope's delicate lashes fluttered, her focus wavering as her movements almost faltered. What on earth? This fellow seems to feel no pain at all, but rather find it enjoyable? In an instant, a formidable beast materialized behind Luo Fancheng, and the Pope applied the last drop of the precious blood and spiritual juice to the creature's eye sockets. It's complete, like a dragon brought to life. The majestic beast radiated a brilliant crimson glow. The Pope withdrew, and the exhilarating sensations accumulated within Luo Fancheng reached a peak, culminating in an explosive release. His entire body turned a blazing red, and his internal organs emitted a dazzling display of multicolored brilliance. The heart blazed with fire, the kidneys shimmered with water, the lungs glimmered with gold, the liver radiated green, and the spleen glowed with yellow. Luo Fancheng stood upright, feeling an overwhelming heat radiating from his back. Waves of pleasurable sensations surging through his organs as they seemingly joined forces to undergo a transformation. "Wei Yang, what is happening to me?" "Fear not. The body-tempering effect is exceptional," the Pope replied, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She had not anticipated such extraordinary results from using the Qilin blood to perform divine ink body tempering. She was certain that a regular person would never experience such miraculous effects, even with the Qilin's precious blood. Luo Fancheng's constitution was undeniably special, as he felt no pain whatsoever. This indicated that his 8 meridians were naturally open and unobstructed. Every drop of the precious blood and spiritual juice was fully absorbed by his internal organs, sparking a profound metamorphosis. There could be no more perfect innate physique than this. Such formidable physical talent. If it were not for her self-awareness and her pride, the Pope might have been tempted to eliminate him on the spot. Luo Fancheng, still reveling in the sensation, wished to inquire whether the Pope could perform another round. The experience had been intoxicating and exhilarating. Forget the title of Pope. With skills like that, you could run a massage parlor and thrive. No matter the cost, he would visit daily. Bai Yingwei, filled with curiosity, asked, "Teacher, what is the significance of the 5 radiant lights emanating from my senior brother's body?" The Pope explained, "The divine ink body tempering utilizes special techniques to infuse the blood of fierce beasts into the human body, primarily refining the internal organs and secondarily the bones. The Qilin blood, aged 80,000 years, is the most perfect material for this body-tempering secret art." Unable to restrain himself, Luo Fancheng inquired, "Why is that?" The Pope elaborated. "Each of the 5 internal organs has attributes. The heart is fire, the kidneys are water, the lungs are metal, the liver is wood, and the spleen is earth. The Qilin's elemental powers correspond with these attributes, perfectly awakening the latent potential within the organs. The brighter the light emitted from an organ, the greater its potential." Bai Yingwei quickly focused her gaze, and Luo Fancheng lowered his head to examine. Indeed, they all seemed quite radiant. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted, overshadowing the other 4 colors. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened, filled with ecstatic delight, for it represented the potential of his kidneys, the blue hue symbolizing masculine dignity. "Senior brother," Bai Yingwei gasped, covering her rosy lips, pointing at Luo Fancheng in shock and confusion. "What on earth are you hiding in your pocket?" Chapter 61. The High Priestess. "I am here to assist you." The awkward saintess Luo Fancheng was taken aback, startled by the indescribable presence that he could not ignore. Even without Bai Yingwei's reminder, the Kuanpeng had transformed into an enraged dragon, its head raised, howling at the heavens. This epic enhancement left Luo Fancheng dumbfounded. Where had the promised tempering of his organs gone? It was certainly not his fault. He was a man of integrity. It must be the outrageous secret arts of the Temple of Light. "Senior brother, let me see the precious treasure you've been hiding. You haven't shown it for days," Bai Yingwei said eagerly. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Was this something he could display? Bai Yingwei's bright, sparkling eyes radiated intense curiosity as she reached out with her small hand. He quickly dodged, avoiding giving her any leverage. "Don't be stingy," Bai Yingwei pouted in frustration, her long, beautiful legs visible as she stomped her foot. "I have long heard that some soul masters conceal hidden weapons in their sleeves or shoes. I never expected you would hide yours in your pant leg." Luo Fancheng's face twitched. He was at a loss for words. How on earth was he supposed to explain this? Coughing awkwardly, he managed a laugh. "Junior sister, you truly are clever to have noticed." Bai Yingwei's red lips curled up. "Of course, I am the holy maiden of the temple, exceptionally astute. Please, just show it to me," she urged. "Absolutely not," he firmly replied, shaking his head. "You said it yourself. It's a hidden weapon. There's no reason to display it. Once unleashed, such lethal tools would surely bring bloodshed to the enemy." "Oh, fine." As Bai Yingwei finally abandoned her quest to uncover the truth, Luo Fancheng breathed a sigh of relief. However, his gaze was drawn to the cold, elegant figure standing silently beside him, and his heart leaped into his throat. How could he have forgotten her? Di Wei Yang's expression was impassive, yet her lips curled slightly in amusement, her phoenix eyes glinting with a hint of mockery as she observed him attempting to deceive the unsuspecting maiden. Luo Fancheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could the holy maiden be oblivious when the high priestess surely understood? Just as he was grappling with his humiliation, Bai Yingwei approached, poking him forcefully in the shoulder, her voice a mix of anger and playful reproach. Senior brother, you're lying. I suspect you're deceiving an innocent maiden. Luo Fancheng's heart sank. Had she caught on? Yingwe huffed. Shouldn't hidden weapons be discreet like steel needles? Look at yours. It's so conspicuous. It's clearly a deception. Luo Fancheng's mind whirled, unable to conjure a response, especially as the light from his organs continued to flicker. The azure glow representing his kidneys was bubbling with intensity. He felt overwhelmed, his muscles and blood surging as if they could burst. What terrified him more than the embarrassment was the potential for his rage to erupt uncontrollably. Clenching his teeth, he endured the discomfort, attempting to regulate his energy and blood. But his limited training made it impossible to quell the surging power in him. Senior brother, Yingwe exclaimed, noticing his distress. She hurriedly turned to Diwei, asking urgently, Teacher, what is wrong with him? How can we help? Fancheng, I shall assist you. Diwei, having perceived his agony, spoke with a cool authority. In a flash, she approached Luo Fancheng, taking hold of his hand, her voice calm, yet commanding. Do not worry. You are simply overwhelmed by the surge of energy from your organs. Your body cannot handle this sudden influx of vitality. Allow me to help you release it. With that, Diwei began to draw the turbulent energy from his body through their clasped hands, soothingly returning it in a controlled manner. Luo Fancheng felt the coolness of her touch coursing through him, calming the frantic energy within. His bones cracked as his blood surged, his form becoming more robust and dignified. As Diwei released her grip, all discomfort vanished, replaced by an electrifying sense of clarity and relief. Once the tumultuous energy had been expelled, Luo Fancheng experienced an exhilarating sense of liberation. Just then, Yingwe's voice pulled him back to reality. Hey, where did senior brother's hidden weapon go? She queried. Glancing down, Luo Fancheng exhaled in relief. Finally, it's calm. He shot a glance at Yingwe. You foolish little girl, I was on the brink of exploding, and here you are prattling away. It's fortunate the high priestess was dependable, swiftly alleviating my pain. No teaching Diwei composite de mi honor. Luo Fancheng felt reassured. She was clearly unfazed by the incident. After all, it was merely an accident. He had nothing to fear. How do you feel now? Diwei inquired coolly. Luo Fancheng attempted to clench his fist, a light laugh escaping him. I feel as if I could shatter a third-ring opponent with a single punch, without even employing my martial spirit. Diwei leaps kuirked upward. Indeed, the ultimate effect of divine tempering varies from person to person. The enhancement of strength is secondary. The primary advantage is the awakening of the elemental powers within your organs. Once you activate the Kirin tattoo on your back, these elemental forces will nurture your body, significantly enhancing your recovery and providing resistance to elemental attacks. Luo Fancheng reveled in the notion of becoming the Kirin master. Ah, how delightful! He longed to find a mirror to admire himself, reveling in the novelty of the Kirin tattoo, a transformation from an ordinary young man into something extraordinary. While others might pursue various goals through their transmigration, he sought only the simple joys of life: happiness, freedom, love, and kindness. He was a blend of seriousness and youthful exuberance, and it was this essence that defined him, if not for the rational part of him insisting that freedom required strength. He would not have pursued cultivation with such fervor. Thus, for the sake of freedom, he chose to become invincible, bringing his thoughts back to the present. He gazed at the purple-haired, wide-eyed girl squatting before him. Junior sister, what are you doing? Yingwe looked up at him, her curled lashes fluttering as she said earnestly, I was investigating where you hid it. However, senior brother, your hiding place isn't very discreet. There's still a bulge. Neither teacher nor I have that. With remarkable speed, she pointed her slender finger at him, causing Luo Fancheng to flinch and leap into the air. Chapter 62. Essential reading for all saints. The mysterious golden-masked woman, what to do when a situation spirals beyond your control. Luo Fancheng snatched up a bloodied garment from the ground and fled, not daring to look back as he dashed towards the outskirts of the jungle. It's too filthy. I must find a pond to cleanse myself. A teacher imparts wisdom and resolves doubts. If my junior sister has questions, she should consult her instructor. Yingwe was perplexed by Luo Fancheng's hasty departure. and even more mystified as she glanced at her fingers. Shouldn't hidden weapons be rigid? Why do they feel so pliable? Master, do you know what is going on? Bai Yinghua looked at the female pope with childlike curiosity. Di Weiyang's lips twitched slightly, and the veins at her temples throbbed. The cunning woman had been watching the unfolding drama with great interest, only for the boy to suddenly run off and leave her with a mess. What a rascal. This man must be deliberately toying with my emotions, she thought. In a cold tone, she commanded, "Go practice. It's not appropriate for children to pry into adult matters." Bai Yinghua, both timid and brave, puffed out her chest, declaring, "I'm no child. In just 2.5 months, I will be 18. Di Weiyang shook her head. "The reason I want to tell you is to spare you embarrassment. You child are quite ungrateful." Bai Yinghua playfully tugged at the female pope's arm, gently swaying it, and in a sweet voice, she pleaded, "Please tell me, my heart can handle it. There is nothing in this world that can embarrass me." With a sigh, Di Weiyang summoned a small, yellowed book from her storage space, its cover void of any words or pictures, and tossed it into Bai Yinghua's hands. "What is this?" Di Weiyang replied nonchalantly. "It is the essential reading for all saints upon reaching adulthood, a tome that should eventually be passed to you. Open it, but do not regret it." "I will certainly not regret it," Bai Yinghua exclaimed, her curiosity overwhelming her. With a racing heart and trembling hands, she eagerly opened the small yellow book, as if stepping into a mysterious realm. Upon flipping to the first page and seeing 2 illustrations of a man and woman, accompanied by a series of small annotations, she couldn't help but let out a delicate gasp, her lips quivering as she pointed at the book. "Master, how can they be so shameless? They are not wearing anything. This is appalling." Di Weiyang coldly retorted, "If you do not wish to see it, return it to me." Bai Yinghua bit her lip and lowered her head, continuing to scrutinize the scandalous images, which seemed to possess a strange allure, deeply captivating her. As she turned the pages, her body began to tremble, her cheeks flushed deeper with each revelation. By the time she closed the final page, her face was burning with embarrassment, and she dared not meet the female pope's gaze, timidly returning the book. "Master, here it is. Keep it. Pass it on to the next generation of saints. I need not emphasize its significance," Di Weiyang instructed. Bai Yinghua covered her blushing face, finally unable to contain a shriek, tears of shyness streaming down her cheeks. "Master, what foolish things have I just done? I regret it. I should not have looked at this. How will I face my senior brother now?" The female pope maintained an impassive expression. "Do you now know where your senior brother hides his concealed weapons?" Bai Yinghua's mind instantly conjured the earlier exchange with Luo Fancheng, and she began to cry even louder. I even boasted about my cleverness to him. What a fool I am. Master, I truly cannot face anyone now. What shall I do?" The female pope queried coolly. "Was it enjoyable?" "Enjoyable?" Bai Yinghua paused, recalling that she had indeed touched the hidden weapon. I cannot live with this shame. Allow me to dash my head against a tree and return to my next life to repay your kindness in raising and teaching me." "Perhaps," Di Weiyang replied. "Your senior brother is unaware of the differences between men and women, just as you were before. Indeed, that would alleviate the awkwardness." Bai Yinghua's sobs subsided, her mood considerably brightened. Di Weiyang countered, "If he is unaware, why did he run away so quickly?" Bai Yinghua's cries intensified once again. "Are you comforting me or provoking me?" Di Weiyang pointed her finger, and Bai Yinghua's wails ceased abruptly. Nervously, she looked in the direction indicated, wondering if her senior brother had returned so soon. "No," Di Weiyang shook her head. "What I meant was, that tree is quite thick. When a smile vanishes from one person's face, it often appears on another's." Please smile graced Di Weiyang's lips. The unparalleled elegance of the female pope sighed softly within her heart. It seemed she had not felt this relaxed in ages. When did the pressure begin? Was it upon becoming a saint? When inheriting the papacy? Or when initiating reforms in the face of hostility from the nobility? No, it began during her trials on the continent, witnessing countless acts of bullying and injustice, and the profound suffering of humanity. The tides of the world contain elements she cannot alter. Some she can, and others she believes should be ardently pursued, even if they seem unattainable. Splash! Splash. A refreshing bath to uplift the spirits. A man remains youthful until death. In the dim jungle, gentle moonlight cascaded over a crystal-clear stream as Luo Fancheng hummed a tune while bathing, feeling utterly at ease. Initially, he intended to evade trouble, but was pleasantly surprised to discover the sound of water, leading him to a tranquil brook. Upon inspection, he noted the absence of the Chilan markings on his back, nearly convinced he had washed them away. He attempted to channel his soul force through his organs, and a vibrant array of colors erupted, illuminating his back with fiery patterns that formed the visage of a magnificent beast. It turned out activation was required for manifestation. Indeed, it was exquisite. The Chilan markings exuded a fierce aura, causing the water spirits within the stream to scatter in fear, none daring to approach. Luo Fancheng quickly understood why the female pope trusted him to venture out alone. This tattoo bore the essence of the oasis beast, the Chilan sovereign, rendering him impervious to threats from spirit beasts. It not only enhanced his combat prowess, but also served as a protective talisman. The temple's profound heritage was indeed remarkable. Harboring such secret arts, he mused, wondering how Wei Yang would impart knowledge about such matters to her junior sister. Unbeknownst to him, a miniature silver shadow, akin to a toothpick, was swiftly closing in beneath the water. Suddenly, as Luo Fancheng washed his clothes, a sharp pain shot through his leg. He instinctively leaped up, the Chilan markings glowing. With a powerful punch, the stream erupted, sending water splashing everywhere and revealing a vacuum of smooth pebbles, only to be quickly submerged again. Nothing was there. Luo Fancheng, now on the bank, scanned the area with heightened vigilance. The brook remained clear, devoid of any spirit beasts. Looking down, he noticed a tiny wound on his thigh. He circulated his soul force, detecting no abnormalities or foreign entities, and silently deemed the situation strange, promptly deciding to leave. As he hurried away, adjusting his trousers, the surroundings returned to their serene state, the gentle sound of flowing water mingling with the moonlight-dappled brook. Suddenly a tall, graceful figure emerged from thin air, without a spatial rift or any fluctuation of soul force. She wore a golden mask that dripped with tears of blood, her expression oscillating between laughter and sorrow, heavy and eerie. Such a strange woman. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, encased in a flowing black gown that enveloped a body of perfect proportions, every inch of her skin radiating a lustrous, snowy glow. Her long legs, bare and delicate, floated above the ground. Extending her pale wrist, a tiny silver shadow shot forth from the stream, revealing a shimmering silhouette of a small dragon. The dragon's form dissipated in the woman's palm, leaving behind a single drop of crimson blood. Chapter 63. The Woman in the Golden Mask, Father? The mysterious woman gazed down at the droplet of blood. Beneath the eerie golden mask lay a pair of exquisitely beautiful silver pupils. Yet, those stunning eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, exuding an aura of melancholy, heaviness, and lifelessness, as if she had long lost her direction in life and felt utterly despondent. Indifferent to everything in the world, she found it difficult to muster any interest. The droplet of blood, obtained from Luo Fancheng, seemed to be the only thing capable of stirring a fraction of her curiosity. Could it be that the pure dragon aura she had sensed earlier belonged to this person? The woman extended her consciousness towards the blood droplet. Moments later, the frigid, abyss-like silver eyes quivered, creating ripples that resonated with intense, emotional turmoil. Father? How could a human possess the essence of my father? Instantly, the woman parted her rose-petal-like moist red lips, and the vital blood surged into her mouth. She pressed her lips together, her tongue against the blood, seeking further confirmation. Her delicate body soon trembled as if electrified, her voice filled with disbelief. No, this cannot be my father's essence. While the dragon aura within him is faint, it is of a higher rank than my father's lineage. This is impossible. Unable to accept this reality, she swiftly turned her head, staring incredulously in the direction where Luo Fancheng had fled. How could there exist a bloodline that transcends her father? Her father was the king of dragons, the sovereign of divine beasts, the dragon god. The bloodline of the dragon god from the upper realm was simply beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, let alone one that surpassed the dragon god himself. Where on earth did this person come from? The silver-haired woman marveled at his extraordinary nature, yet lamented with a sigh. It is a pity that this supreme dragon bloodline is too diluted. It is still far from sufficient. If only it could be enhanced by a fraction more. But how could a mortal achieve such a feat? The silver-haired woman shook her head. This kind of unparalleled bloodline, if a mortal could possess it, would already be an unimaginable miracle, leaving even her in shock. The desire to further amplify it was sheer folly. It was utterly impossible. Even she did not know how to enhance such a bloodline. After a brief moment of astonishment, her silver eyes returned to their despondent state. Her delicate, fair feet, concealed beneath a black, gauzy skirt, stepped forward into the void ahead, which was precisely the direction Luo Fancheng had departed. Fancheng, there was no one around. I have examined both your exterior and interior, and there are no anomalies. In the forest, the high priestess withdrew her fingers from the spot on Luo Fancheng's wrist. Hearing her words, Luo Fancheng finally relaxed, touching the scabbed, healing wound on his leg. Could it be that he had been overly suspicious? Yet, how could an inexplicable wound suddenly appear? To suggest it was caused by a sharp stone seemed far-fetched. He found it unbearable to remain ignorant of the cause. However, since the high priestess had affirmed there was no issue, he decided it was better to focus on enhancing his strength. Vayang, what is wrong with my junior sister? Luo Fancheng glanced at the graceful holy maiden, who was engrossed in roasting meat by the campfire. Normally, upon his return, she would eagerly bounce over, chattering away. Yet this time, she sat there like a reclusive child, silently tending to the fire. Could it be because? The high priestess cast a sidelong glance and remarked, I just imparted some new knowledge to her. She is likely busy digesting it. Luo Fancheng wore a peculiar expression. Surely the high priestess did not give her a comprehensive lesson on physiology so swiftly? How was that even possible? He had assumed the high priestess would merely offer vague reassurances to the holy maiden, not delve into the differences between the rage dragon and the celestial nest. By the campfire, Bai Yingyue, her back turned to the two, bit her cherry lips, her face flushed with embarrassment, her toes encased in white silk stockings curling restlessly within her black boots. She had been pretending to be calm, eavesdropping on their conversation, fervently wishing for the topic to shift. This was utterly mortifying. Junior sister, are you busy? Suddenly, a hand landed on Bai Yingyue's fragrant shoulder. Ah, senior brother, you're back. The lovely girl's small hands were nervously at a loss, her words tumbling out incoherently. Luo Fancheng's lips curled into a smile as he looked at his adorable junior sister. It was hard for anyone not to feel a sudden urge to smother her with affection. Are you still upset because I didn't let you see the hidden weapon? Oh my goodness, why bring that up now? Bai Yingyue nearly burst into tears, her restless toes already having torn holes in her stockings. No, Luo Fancheng chuckled. Do not be upset. If you ask, I will gladly show it to you. No, senior brother, just keep it to yourself. Bai Yingyue's skin was burning. Her face flushed as she frantically waved her hands. Seeing her intense reaction, Luo Fancheng was convinced that the high priestess had indeed given Bai Yingyue a thorough education, and a rather detailed one at that. Junior sister, why have you changed your mind? You were so interested before. No, such divine weapons cannot be shown so easily. Bai Yingyue exclaimed internally. Is senior brother out of his mind? Is that something you can just pull out for anyone to see? Who told you I spoil you? Luo Fancheng reached into his pocket and pulled out a slender shadow. Bai Yingyue let out a piercing scream, not daring to look, covering her eyes as she turned to dash towards the high priestess. Teacher, help. Senior brother is being lewd. He actually pulled it out. Calm down. Take a look for yourself. The high priestess pressed her hand against Bai Yingyue's shoulder, sighing in exasperation. Silly child, you've been fooled again. Normally a shrewd girl. How could she be so easily taken advantage of by Luo Fancheng? It was also her fault as a mentor for not providing enough education on such matters, especially since no one in the temple dared to tease the holy maiden. No one was as audacious as Luo Fancheng. Bai Yingyue was stunned. turning back to take a closer look, only to discover that what Luo Fancheng had pulled out was merely a sharpened piece of brown wood. Is this it? This was completely different from what she had imagined. Luo Fancheng waved the piece of wood in his hand. Junior sister, what were you shouting about earlier? Or was I being lewd? Bai Yingyue fell silent, her face a deep crimson, her feet shuffling on the ground, unsure of what to do. Luo Fancheng tossed the wood aside and approached Bai Yingyue with a teasing tone. Junior sister, your senior brother is an honest man. How could I be lewd? Surely, you're not thinking of anything inappropriate? Bai Yingyue's restless body suddenly stilled as she spoke. I understand now. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Bai Yingyue looked up, her sparkling eyes narrowing. You are not being lewd. You think this girl is simple and easy to bully. Sister. Luo Fancheng suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Boom! Bai Yingyue's aura erupted, a resplendent purple moon martial spirit rising behind her, surrounded by yellow and purple soul rings pulsating rhythmically. The campfire extinguished, and the surrounding plants were instantly enveloped in frost. Gulme, if you do not show it to me this time, I shall take it out myself. What? Luo Fancheng retreated behind the high priestess, feeling slightly reassured. Still pretending to be ignorant? Bai Yingyue charged forward, and the high priestess smiled, stepping aside to allow the bewildered Luo Fancheng to retreat behind her. Oh no, this time I've really messed up. Chapter 64. The Bold Saintess, Breaking Through 11 Realms. How many years for the second soul ring? Senior brother, don't run. Don't fool me with fakes. If you have the ability, show me the real thing. Under the moonlight, a pair of striking young men and women raced through the forest. He fled, she pursued, and he seemed unable to escape. The female pope sauntered leisurely behind them, relishing the playful chase between her confidant and disciple. Luo Fancheng had no intention of fleeing. Moments earlier, after activating his martial soul and employing the Qilin pattern alongside the burning flame armor against Bai Yingyue, he had come to a stark realization. How could he, having only trained for a few days, dare to challenge a saintess meticulously nurtured by the female pope? Bai Yingyue had trained for 2 years, wielding secret techniques and possessing 4 top-tier soul rings. No amount of Li Hongpeng combined could rival her. Most crucially, her Taiyin Yueying martial soul significantly amplified her combat prowess under the moonlight. The distance between them dwindled as Luo Fancheng shouted sideways. Wei Yang, are you just going to stand by and watch your female disciple act violently? Di Wei Yang shook her head. An angry Yingyue is someone even I must regard with caution. Moreover, debts must ultimately be repaid. Calculating woman. What do you have to fear? Luo Fancheng grumbled, realizing she was clearly enjoying the spectacle, akin to someone munching on sunflower seeds. He was now 100% certain that not only was this female pope cunning, but the saintess was far from being innocent. In truth, he had a method to subdue Bai Yingyue. Yet, with the female pope present, certain unscrupulous tactics simply could not be employed. Secret technique, Yueying moonlight dance. Whoosh. As Bai Yingyue closed in on Luo Fancheng, 9 phantoms of herself appeared simultaneously around him. Her graceful movements were mesmerizing, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusion. Bang! Despite Luo Fancheng's evasive maneuvers, he was ultimately caught by one of the phantoms and fell, landing awkwardly. Bai Yingyue skillfully clamped her legs around his chest, gliding through the soft grass due to the momentum of her charge. Looking down at him with a triumphant smile, she proudly declared, Senior brother, I've caught you. Clearly, she had held back, and with the soft grass below, Luo Fancheng felt no pain. Yet, his expression was somewhat unnatural. The posture was too intimate. Did she think that not sitting on his lap made it acceptable? The seafood was nearly at his lips, but alas. Senior brother was not fond of seafood. Bai Yingyue teased, will you continue to bully me in the future? I'm not someone to be trifled with. Victory belongs to the conqueror. Do as you wish, but beware of future retribution from your senior brother. Luo Fancheng would not yield in spirit. Already scheming how to deal with her once he caught up in cultivation, a light swat with a twig would be far too lenient. Bai Yingyue huffed. I'm not some simpleton like Li Hongpeng. I too will improve. You'll have to wait years to catch up. Though she spoke defiantly, she felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, Her senior brother's talent was simply extraordinary. In this moment, the scene and their position stirred images from a certain manual in her mind, particularly a technique called the lotus sitting pose. Her cheeks flushed, and a shy sound escaped her throat. "Junior sister, are you intentionally causing trouble?" Luo Fancheng retorted, bewildered. "Why are you making such a fuss while sitting on me? No one is bullying you this time. If you don't apologize to me, I will resort to using hidden weapons." Faced with Bai Yue's threat, Luo Fancheng merely smiled, unconvinced that his shy junior sister would dare to act. "Go ahead. Let us see what you can do." "You said it." Bai Yue shifted her position, sitting back and reaching for his waistband. "Will you apologize or not?" Luo Fancheng was certain that Bai Yue would not dare to hit him, nor would she strip him. All his focus was on blocking the soft sensations emanating from his chest. Bai Yue's hands trembled as she grasped the waistband, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination. With a firm resolve, she bit her lip. "You're forcing me. What the heck? Are you really going to strip me?" Luo Fancheng sprang up instantly. The female pope, who had been watching with a faint smile, suddenly froze, unable to maintain her amusement. Bai Yue, momentarily dazed, knelt on the grass, her fair and supple legs in an M shape, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. That year, before the second day of the second month, the Dragon King raised his head. A fleeting glimpse left an indelible impression in Bai Yue's mind. In the following month and a half, the female pope, the saintess, and Luo Fancheng exchanged not a single word, an awkward tension hanging heavily among them. The female pope would occasionally leave the oasis, maintaining her cold demeanor, while the saintess avoided eye contact with Luo Fancheng, flinching at the slightest interaction. She would leave food out, waiting for him to take it himself. To be honest, Luo Fancheng felt somewhat dazed. If it had been a seductive woman behaving this way, he would have been unfazed. Yet, it was his innocent little junior sister. The fact that the female pope likely noticed the situation added to the psychological burden. There was no way she could remain silent for 10 days without reason. Indeed, women in this world seemed far more conservative than those back home. However, during this month and a half, he had not been idle. After consuming 3 scarlet fruits and leveraging his meager innate talent alongside hard work, he successfully liquefied the 11 soul power spirals within his dantian. With all 13 spirals now liquefied, he had reached the pinnacle of being a soul master, attaining level 20. Luo Fancheng felt he should be considered level 23, for he had exceeded others by achieving 3 liquefied spirals past the limit. Yet, given that he was unique in the world, no one would create a separate tier for him. He would have to conform to local customs. Most of the medicinal power from the scarlet fruits had already been absorbed into his meridians, though not completely. Luo Fancheng sensed that his breakthrough speed had slowed considerably. Yet each time he made progress, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the pope and the saintess. With a rip, the space tore open as the female pope returned from wherever she had been. For the first time in a month and a half, Luo Fancheng spoke. "Wei Yong, I am going to seek my second soul ring. How many years do you think would be suitable?" The tall female pope stood silently for a long while before offering no answer. The limit for a top-tier genius's second soul ring was 900 years. And for the third, it was 1,700 years. Luo Fancheng had already reached the common limit with little effort. His first soul ring had reached a terrifying 1,100 years, an unprecedented feat in the soul martial continent, leaving others unable to estimate the age of his second soul ring. Moreover, this man now possessed the Qilin pattern activated by the secret technique of divine body tempering, significantly increasing his capacity to endure the age of a soul ring. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled, unable to resist speculating. 2,000 years? No, 2,500 years? That seems too low. I'm underestimating him. Could it reach 3,000 years? That would be shocking, comparable to the fourth soul ring age of elite soul masters. As for 4,000 years, Bai Yue deemed it impossible. That was already the upper limit for a fourth soul ring. Neither she, as the temple's saintess, nor any other top talents on the continent could surpass that. After a long pause, Wei Yong finally spoke in a cool tone. "Your situation is unique. It's hard to estimate. You need to seek your limits through battle." "Understood." Luo Fancheng nodded. But before obtaining the soul ring, I will first let my little loach hunt freely to complete its evolution. His 2-meter-long little loach was already ravenous. Meanwhile, a silver-haired woman wearing a strange golden mask, who had been secretly following, felt bored and disappointed after not obtaining anything. Just as she was about to leave, she paused upon hearing Luo Fancheng's words. Martial Soul, Evolution? Chapter 65. Devouring the Evolution of Martial Souls, Astonishing the Mysterious Woman. The mysterious woman, her silvery eyes concealed beneath her mask, flickered with a momentary glimmer before sinking back into silence. The subject broached by her counterpart was the evolution of martial souls, rather than the bloodline transformation she so desired. While martial soul evolution is a rarity among the common folk of the soul martial continent, it is considerably more prevalent within the ranks of the elite forces. When the angelic martial souls of the divine temple initially awaken, they manifest with a pair of wings. Upon reaching the 4th-tier soul master rank, they evolve to 4 wings, gaining an additional pair with each subsequent rank advancement. Ultimately, upon attaining the 9th-tier transcendent level, the martial soul culminates into its ultimate form, the 12-winged angel. Throughout this evolution process, the bloodline remains unchanged. The potential consistently embodies the 12-winged angel, as the mortal vessel cannot initially endure the martial soul's ultimate manifestation. Hence, only the 2 wings are displayed. Conversely, bloodline evolution is an entirely different matter. There exists no method for bloodline evolution on the soul martial continent. Such evolution would shatter the constraints of the martial soul's ultimate form, elevating its potential from the 12-winged angel to 14 wings, or even 16 wings. The enduring prosperity of various empires and sects stems from their formidable bloodline potential, while the common populace is often burdened with weaker bloodlines. Lacking any means to evolve their bloodlines, the impoverished can only rely on mutation. Should a powerful bloodline emerge through mutation and subsequent generations inherit it, they may attain the status of nobility. The mysterious golden-masked woman's gaze was filled with desolation. It is one thing for mortals to be devoid of methods for bloodline evolution. Even among the divine, few possess the capability to achieve such feats. Deities themselves have limits. It is inconceivable for even a god to forge a bloodline surpassing that of the dragon god, much less facilitate its evolution. Thus, when she first encountered this youthful human, she was initially taken aback, but it was merely surprise. Though the bloodline was astonishingly noble, exceeding that of the dragon god, it was too tenuous. The inherent potential, while formidable to an ordinary person, seemed insufficient in her eyes. Indeed, it fell short. Even a slight deficiency would render the pursuit of evolution as arduous as scaling the heavens. Reflecting on the earlier mention of martial soul evolution by the youth, she felt her composure shatter, her thoughts in turmoil. The mysterious woman shook her head in lament, realizing she had indulged in fanciful thinking. What gods cannot achieve, how could mere mortals? Her exquisite silver eyes, hidden beneath the golden mask, dimmed further, shrouded in an indescribable sense of loneliness and disappointment. She raised her gaze, only to find Luo Fancheng and his companions had vanished into the shadows of the forest, embarking on their hunt for soul beasts. Was there any need to follow them? Perhaps not. The enigmatic golden-masked woman's black veil swayed as her flawless figure faded into the void. In a lush green shade, Luo Fancheng stared in bewilderment at the large, over-meter-long black rat sprawled at his feet, its belly up, limbs and long tail twitching uncontrollably, unconscious. Despite being a bloodthirsty rat of 1,600 years, it had succumbed before he even made a move? Luo Fancheng was at a loss. Moments earlier, a black rat had leaped from the ground, baring its sharp teeth, startling him profoundly. Instinctively, he summoned the Qilin pattern to retaliate. Yet, just as a crimson glow began to emanate from his back, the bloodthirsty rat collapsed, beginning to convulse violently. "Hey, teacher, look! It's frothing at the mouth." Bai Ingwe, standing beside the high priestess, exclaimed with curiosity. "Little brother rat, being timid is a disease. I must help you." Luo Fancheng sighed, then lifted a hefty stone, bringing it down upon the bloodthirsty rat's head. Bang! The ground trembled as the rat's legs flailed momentarily before its body went rigid. Luo Fancheng shook his head. See? No medicine, no soup. Physical therapy proves effective. It won't convulse any longer, will it? The high priestess's lips twitched slightly. Bai Yingwei could hardly contain her laughter at Luo Fancheng's antics. However, she quickly recalled an incident from over a month ago, forcing her amusement to subside. Luo Fancheng, not glancing at the two women, sighed, "Little brother rat, I've cured your ailment. It's rather ungrateful not to stand and thank me. You crushed its skull while treating it, and you expect gratitude?" Bai Yingwei's lips quirked, struggling to maintain her composure. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty rat emitted no sound, and a circle of pale, purple soul rings began to rise around it. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened, his expression exaggerated. "Little brother rat, what is happening? Why are soul rings appearing all of a sudden? Curing you is merely a trifling effort. There's no need to offer your rings in thanks. I feel quite embarrassed to accept." With a swift motion, he pushed his hand away. A 2-meter-long azure-scaled serpent shot forth from behind him, radiating a tricolored brilliance, akin to a bandit who hadn't seen a woman in 30 years. It opened its mouth wide, generating immense suction that drew in the bloodthirsty rat's soul rings and vitality. Puff! How shameless! While he verbally declined, his actions spoke otherwise. Bai Yingwei could no longer contain herself, her fair hand covering her luscious lips as she erupted into sweet, ethereal laughter. "This bloodthirsty rat will likely curse you for eternity before it reincarnates." Recently, the high priestess had been displeased due to mundane affairs at the Radiant Temple. But Luo Fancheng's jest had melted the frost from her demeanor. "It's all consumed by the little mudfish. What does it have to do with me?" Luo Fancheng mused, pleased with his success in breaking the ice. With that, they no longer needed to engage in a cold war. In his previous life, he lacked confidence in many respects, but when it came to charming women, he managed to flourish, albeit barely. Swish! The azure-scaled serpent's aura intensified, its third glimmer deepening, its 2-meter-long body extending further, now measuring 2 meters and 1. Bai Yingwei could not help but exclaim, "Senior brother, it looks both handsome and fierce now. It would be impolite to call it little mudfish." Luo Fancheng teased, "How about calling it the Great Python?" The girl rolled her eyes, deeply skeptical of Luo Fancheng's naming abilities. "You'd be better off sticking with little mudfish." "Wait, let me think again." The girl pouted, "Enough already. I have no expectations left for your naming prowess." Luo Fancheng laughed. "What do you think of calling it the primordial dragon?" "Hiss!" Bai Yingwei inhaled sharply. Feeling the grandeur of the name had escalated dramatically, transcending both heaven and earth, from crude to intimidating. The term primordial dragon was a title even the Azure Dragon Emperor would hesitate to bestow upon their martial soul. "Senior brother, you're quite audacious. If other dragon-type soul masters hear you call it that, they collectively come to slay you?" The high priestess remained aloof, silent. Yet her phoenix eyes sparkled with a keen light. She believed Luo Fancheng was not jesting. He genuinely intended to name it the primordial dragon. Was it arrogance or genuine confidence? Luo Fancheng shrugged. "Thus, little mudfish remains cute and low-key." Bai Yingwei pointed at the imposing azure-scaled serpent, puffing out her cheeks. "Does it look cute with such length and firmness?" Luo Fancheng sighed. "Let us seek the next ailing soul beast." Devouring a 1,500-year-old bloodthirsty rat has yielded minimal evolution. Little mudfish has become rather picky. As the trio prepared to depart, the high priestess's phoenix eyes suddenly sharpened, sweeping toward a certain direction. "Who goes there?" Chapter 66, Illusion? Soothing the high priestess. A new technique. If it were an ordinary person, the immediate reaction would undoubtedly be to inquire about the high priestess's condition. However, Bai Yingwei and Luo Fancheng displayed an extraordinary level of composure, instinctively rushing to position themselves behind the high priestess. If there were hidden adversaries, this would be the safest spot, preventing the possibility of being captured as hostages. Neither Luo Fancheng nor Bai Yingwei spoke, allowing the high priestess to maintain her focus. A terrifying wave of psychic energy surged from within the high priestess, enveloping the surroundings with overwhelming force. No one. The high priestess raised an elegant brow, her voice laced with surprise. Was it merely an illusion? The vast psychic energy receded like a tide, and the high priestess glanced back at her concealed disciples, chuckling softly in astonishment. You two are quite the clever ones. It was only then that Luo Fancheng ventured to inquire, Wei Yang, was there someone lurking just now? The high priestess shook her head, delicately massaging her temples. I sensed a disturbance in that space for a brief moment, but upon investigation, there was no one present. I must have been overly cautious. If there were anyone here, I would have sensed them. Perhaps it's the recent chaos caused by the blood demon sect's malevolent spirits throughout the continent, coupled with the unrest among the 9 revered guardians of the temple. Managing these trivial matters has consumed considerable mental energy, leading to my momentary misperception. Luo Fancheng refrained from probing further. The troubles faced by someone of the high priestess's caliber were beyond his aid, so he chose to focus on his own training. He failed to notice the astonishment etched on by Ying Yue's delicate features. The high priestess, known for her formidable and icy demeanor, had rarely exhibited such signs of fatigue in public, indicating that Luo Fancheng held a truly unique significance in her heart. What keen insight, a cold, astonished voice emerged from the shadows, belonging to a mysterious woman adorned with an eerie golden mask. She had just witnessed the peculiar evolution of Luo Fancheng's martial soul, which elicited a minor emotional response from her, immediately drawing her attention. Although this was merely a fragment of her being, the high priestess's awareness of her presence was indeed impressive. It appeared that the high priestess was more formidable than the rumor suggested, far surpassing the capabilities of the small Qilin, and this woman was likely nearing a transcended state. Remarkable. After expressing her admiration, the enigmatic woman redirected her focus back to Luo Fancheng, who was diligently seeking a soul beast. She had initially intended to depart, but found herself inexplicably drawn back. Ultimately discovering a delightful surprise. A mere glance confirmed that this was no ordinary evolution. It was distinct from the crude devouring methods employed by malevolent spirit masters. This was a genuine and perfect assimilation, absorbing the external soul, energy, and blood essence without the slightest waste. Even after Luo Fancheng retracted his martial soul, his own bloodline underwent subtle transformation and elevation. What kind of individual is this? Is such a martial soul attainable by a mere mortal? The golden-masked woman struggled to suppress her astonishment, striving to maintain her composure. Uncertain, she resolved to observe further, wary of the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Brother Eagle, Brother Pig, why are you brawling in the middle of the day instead of napping? Let me join in. The gigantic wild boar, sporting 2 crimson tusks, and the owl with a ghastly visage were engaged in a fierce battle when they simultaneously turned to regard the unfamiliar youth who had intruded upon their skirmish. Today, Luo Fancheng was not his usual serious self. He exuded an air of playful nonchalance. He attempted to alleviate the spirits of his fair companion with his humor, as she had always been there to support him. Be cautious, senior brother. That's a blood-toothed boar and a ghost-face owl, judging by their size. They possess the strength of 2,300 years, by Ingwe warned while chuckling. Though the high priestess and the maiden held high status, no one dared to behave so casually before them, rendering the atmosphere refreshingly novel. Roar! Howl! The blood-toothed boar and ghost-face owl glared with hostility upon the appearance of a human. The owl screeched, unleashing waves of black sound waves, while the boar charged forward with its gleaming red tusks. Luo Fancheng's soul power coursed through his organs in a unique manner, instantly activating the Qilin pattern on his back, which radiated a fiery crimson glow visible even through his garments. Brother Owl, what a warm welcome! But your melody is rather lacking, Luo Fancheng quipped, shaking his head as he braved the black sound wave assault, his will unyielding. He fixed his gaze on the charging blood-toothed boar, standing firm and unyielding. With a sudden surge of power, he grasped the boar's tusks, the earth trembling beneath his feet as he held his ground. Boom! The ground erupted as Luo Fancheng did not retreat an inch, forcefully seizing the 2 sharp tusks and neutralizing the boar's ferocity, pinning it firmly in place. Luo Fancheng flashed a charming smile and said, "Brother Pig, you seem unwell. Those tusks are quite misaligned. It must be painful. Let me help you fix that." With a tight grip on the tusks, he leaped into the air, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the boar's head while pulling with all his might. Squee! Roar! With a wail, the blood-toothed boar's tusks, which had pierced countless soul beasts, were forcibly extracted by Luo Fancheng. "Now that the bad tusks are gone, you must feel much better." Luo Fancheng tossed the tusks like spears towards the still-singing ghost-face owl, which flapped its wings to evade the attack. "Quite entertaining. Singing is good, but how about a little dance to accompany me?" Bai Ingwe stood dumbfounded, utterly astounded. How shameless! That wasn't merely a tooth extraction. You took away its lethal weapons. Moreover, what was happening? Was he able to dominate a 2,000-year soul beast using only the enhanced strength of the Qilin pattern without activating his martial soul? Teacher, the owl's eerie howl directly affects the soul. Even a 30-level soul master would be dazed for several seconds. How is it that senior brother shows no reaction at all? The high priestess smirked, her gaze fixed on Luo Fancheng. This indicates that Fancheng's strength lies not only in his physical prowess, but also in his soul. Bai Ingwe was perplexed. But isn't soul power only cultivable after reaching the 7th ring? Prior to that, weren't all at the same level equal? What do you think? The high priestess countered, her attention still on Luo Fancheng, sensing the subtle emotions within her heart. Could it be that senior brother's soul strength is inherently superior to others? Bai Ingwe gasped in astonishment. Does this guy truly possess no weaknesses in his cultivation? Don't run, brother owl. The blood-toothed boar lay defeated in a pool of blood, and the ghost-face owl, sensing the shift in circumstances, flapped its wings to flee. Senior brother, stop chasing. None of us can fly before reaching the 6th ring. We can't contend with flying soul beasts. Bai Ingwe urged. Luo Fancheng flashed her a smile. Sister, let me show you a new technique I've been developing. He leaped into the air, his martial soul manifesting, his entire being resembling a dragon, covered in azure crystalline scales, closing in on the ghost-face owl. However, he was still a distance away, descending as the owl emitted a mocking screech, its pupils glinting with derision. Now's the time. Luo Fancheng raised his palm, which shimmered as if a blue dragon was coiling within, a miniature version of the little loach now manifesting. A swirling blue vortex appeared, unleashing a terrifying pull toward the ghost-face owl. Chapter 67. The perverse skill, soul-devouring hand, the excited silver-haired beauty. As the phantom cat eagle sensed the pull from below, it flapped its wings, attempting to ascend into the heights. Eagle, don't fly away. Come play a little longer. Luo Fancheng exerted strength from his palm, causing the azure vortex of the swirling dragon phantom to intensify its gravitational pull. He returned to the ground, and the airborne phantom cat eagle was drawn towards him. Screech! The phantom cat eagle emitted a sharp, frantic cry, its eyes transforming from arrogance to an indescribable terror. It had never anticipated that this human, unable to fly, could pose such a formidable threat. Desperately, it flapped its wings in an attempt to escape, but a terrifying force tugged at its back, relentlessly dragging it downward. Its blood and soul energy began to churn violently, threatening to burst forth. Come here, Luo Fancheng commanded, seizing the cat eagle with a firm grip, clutching its throat. The creature could not utter a cry, its eyes filled with sheer dread as it flailed in panic. Fear not, dear brother. This is for your own good. I sense you are not in the best of health, so let me draw a little blood for an examination. The phantom cat eagle struggled even more fiercely, as if to say, am I not aware of my own health? With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng intensified the suction of the azure vortex, drawing forth the creature's blood essence and soul energy, which flowed from its body into the swirling vortex. This azure vortex absorbed the newfound power, gradually transforming into a crimson whirlpool, its momentum surging. The eyes of the phantom cat eagle flashed with despair and resentment. How stingy! If you won't allow me to give a little blood, then I shall return it. Luo Fancheng sighed, and then released all the accumulated energy from the vortex in a powerful burst. Boom! The blood essence erupted, radiating an astonishing brilliance. The phantom cat eagle had no time to scream before it was blasted away, crashing into the grass and falling silent. Eagle brother, how can you not withstand your own blood? Luo Fancheng shook his head, and the vortex in his palm reverted to its azure form, its speed slowing until it dissipated entirely. Senior brother, you, Bai Ingwe stared in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She had never expected that Luo Fancheng, after merely a month and a half of cultivation, could effortlessly vanquish a soul beast that had existed for over 2,000 years. After all, he had only just reached the 20th level, excluding talents like Li Hongpeng. Even those who had just entered the 30th level could not possibly be so abnormal. Especially that move to capture the eagle from a distance. It was simply ferocious. The female pope, with her phoenix-like gaze, was still reminiscing about the technique Luo Fancheng had just executed, a unique maneuver that left her awestruck. Luo Fancheng brushed off the black feathers stuck to his hand and turned with a smile. Junior sister, what do you think of my newly developed technique? Bai Ingwe swallowed hard. Senior brother, are you certain that extraordinary move just now was your own creation? Why else would it be? Luo Fancheng shrugged. I haven't been alone with Wei Yang these days, so it couldn't possibly be that she secretly taught me some skills behind her back. How could that be? Bai Ingwe found it hard to believe and turned to the female pope for confirmation. Teacher, if my judgment is correct, that move from senior brother can already rival secret techniques, right? The female pope regarded Luo Fancheng intently and spoke. This move of his condenses soul energy within the palm to form a vortex, generating a suction force that could devour the enemy's soul energy and vitality. Meanwhile, the rotational potential of the soul energy and the absorbed blood essence accumulates in his palm, ready to erupt at any moment. This seemingly simple and blunt technique, though not as intricate as secret arts, possesses both control and explosive power, far surpassing most secret techniques in its might. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, as Luo Fancheng's martial soul evolves, this suction force is likely to become even more formidable. Control and output? It can also be continuously enhanced? That truly is perverse. Bai Ingwe gasped, Senior brother, if your martial soul undergoes further evolution, wouldn't that move be considered a divine technique? The female pope nodded gently, not denying the assertion. Luo Fancheng released his martial soul, the mighty azure-scaled serpent soaring through the air, voraciously consuming the bodies of the blood-toothed boar and the phantom cat eagle, along with their soul rings. Turning back, he found it amusing. Junior sister, what are you doing? Bai Ingwe, with her head lowered, was tirelessly attempting to draw forth soul energy to form a vortex, but not only was there no suction, it dissipated within seconds. Frustration made her white rabbit-like body tremble, her beautiful legs swaying in agitation as she stomped her black boots, ultimately resigning to her failed endeavor. It's no use, it just won't work. The female pope shook her head. Give it up, Ingwe. Bai Ingwe bit her lip. Teacher, I followed your analysis step by step. Why doesn't it work? Have you not realized? Your senior brother not only possesses a unique martial soul, but also has soul energy with an absorbing attribute. This ability to absorb is the key to mastering that move. In that year, Bai Ingwe was proclaimed a saintess, effortlessly overshadowing countless prodigies of the divine halls, unaware of what it meant to have a true rival. However, after encountering Luo Fancheng, she experienced the suffocating sensation once felt by those she had easily surpassed. With a sigh, Bai Ingwe lamented, it's exhausting to be around such a perverse individual day in and day out. Raising her beautiful eyes, she caught a glimpse of a young man's tall figure and his striking profile, her heartbeat momentarily faltering, lost in thought. It seems I am not so tired after all. Bai Ingwe bit her lip, concluding that there was no point in competing with such a prodigy. She would rather integrate than struggle against it. Boom! The azure-scaled serpent's aura surged, its 2-meter body expanding to 2.5 meters, its appearance becoming increasingly formidable. The azure crystals gleaming with a tricolored radiance. Subtle yet perceptible changes began to manifest in its abdomen, head, and tail. Luo Fancheng felt a surge of joy, a sense of accomplishment flooding him. How difficult it had been. After all, He had nurtured this creature from its infancy. Wait, that doesn't quite sound right. Regardless, what matters is that he was the one who nurtured it. Bai Yingyue sighed in amazement. Who could have imagined that little black mud loach, barely the size of a palm, could grow to this extent in less than 2 months? It's simply miraculous. I wonder how the four offerings and Huang Yin will react upon witnessing this. The female pope spoke softly. They will likely want to eliminate him even more. Bai Yingyue's smile faltered, realizing that with the ruthless disposition of the four offerings, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to eradicate any potential threat. In contrast, Huang Yin would likely boast, "A larger ant is still but an ant. If you dare, come and challenge me. Even with one hand behind my back, I can still suppress you with ease." The female pope's cold gaze remained silent. "It matters not. If necessary, I will intervene. Let us proceed." Luo Fancheng beckoned the two exquisite beauties deeper into the forest, as his little loach still had room for evolution and growth, not yet reaching its limit. "I feel like your second soul ring will not be less than 3,500 years, Bai Yingyue remarked, astonished by her own statement. A second soul ring of 3,500 years was indeed outrageous. Many elite soul masters do not even possess fourth soul rings that reach 3,000 years. Luo Fancheng blinked and patted her shoulder. "Sister, be more audacious, for 1,000 years is not out of the question." Bai Yingyue's cheeks flushed at being called sister. "By the way, senior brother, does that move have a name?" Luo Fancheng replied, "Dragon water absorption." "That sounds so dull and lacks grandeur." Bai Yingyue remarked disdainfully, rolling her eyes. "I finally understand why you call a little loach every day. You simply lack creativity in naming." "Then you name it for me," Luo Fancheng laughed. "Let me think." Bai Yingyue's luscious lips pursed in contemplation, murmuring, "Palm concealing wandering dragon, blood energy absorption, soul power devouring." Since wandering dragon absorbing blood sounds too sinister, let us call it wandering dragon soul devouring hand. The female pope nodded in approval. "Excellent." Luo Fancheng chuckled, expressing his lingering belief that his dragon's water absorption was indeed superior. "Oh, you mischievous spirit." Bai Yingyue shot him a fierce glance. "Even your martial soul, which is so grandly named Azure Dragon, deserves better than being referred to as a little mudfish." A smirk graced Luo Fancheng's lips, for he was intentionally teasing the girl. The ability to manifest the wandering dragon devouring soul was primarily a result of his cultivation of the unique ancestor dragon swallowing heaven technique. It was precisely due to this extraordinary method that the little mudfish and his soul power possessed a remarkable capacity for absorption, facilitating his rapid progression. He had an inkling that as his soul power increased and the little mudfish continued to evolve, they would unlock an array of even more extraordinary techniques. Among the trio traversing the forest, none noticed the enigmatic silver-haired woman, adorned with a peculiar golden mask and bare lotus feet, whose exquisite form was on the verge of revealing itself. She raised her delicate wrist and unleashed a slender silver dragon. Chapter 68. The Terrifying Acceleration of Power. This man must not be let go. Wow, how utterly perverse. My senior brother can effortlessly subdue a soul beast of this caliber? Bai Yingyue gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, while the gaze of the high priestess shimmered with surprise. The setting sun cast its golden rays, illuminating the dense jungle. A massive scorpion, several meters long, crashed to the ground, its blue-gray patterned exoskeleton shattered, dark purple blood oozing forth. The venomous stinger at the end of its tail had seemingly been wrenched off by brute force, discarded in the distance, corroding the surrounding green shrubs. The battle had concluded. Luo Fancheng's Kirin pattern on his back faded, the crystalline scales on his body dissipating, while the azure vortex in his palm transformed into countless particles of light that vanished into the air. The azure-scaled serpent's soul emerged. After hunting down the blood-fang pig and the ghost-faced cat eagle, Luo Fancheng spent half a day aiding it in absorbing several soul beasts. The strongest being a six-armed mountain-moving ape aged 3,400 years. Its size had now grown to over 3 meters. Calling it a snake seemed inadequate. Azure python would be more fitting. Having absorbed the 4,000-year-old blue poison scorpion, The little eel would now need time to digest. The divine azure python opened its mouth to absorb the scorpion's blood essence and soul rings as Baingwe hopped over, her purple ponytail swaying with youthful exuberance. Big pervert. I'm here. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Junior sister, if you can't speak properly, it would be best to say less. Oomph. Baingwe pouted. You're the pervert. A big one at that. Blowing up a 4,000-year-old beast at level 20. What about others? Luo Fancheng corrected her. Strictly speaking, I should be considered level 23. What's the difference? Baingwe retorted. You see that Li Hongpong at level 30 struggling against a 1,000-year-old beast? Why compare me to that sycophant? Oomph. Baingwe placed her hands on her hips. The soul ring I absorbed 2.5 months ago was also 4,000 years old. And I'm a saintess. Do I not have any pride? I did not compete with women. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Baingwe puffed her cheeks. You look down on women, huh? Be careful of my female fists. I'll smash your head. Luo Fancheng's gaze casually wandered to the alluring curves of the beautiful girl in a golden dress. Junior sister, times have changed. You'll never have the chance to ride on my back again. Keep misbehaving, and your brother will spank you. Hey, you rogue. Baingwe's face flushed red, attempting to maintain her composure, but her heart fluttered nonetheless. This guy was progressing far too rapidly, truly terrifyingly so. By the time this man completed his second soul ring, his strength might surpass that of her, the saintess. It was worth noting that she had been cultivating for nearly 2 years, while Luo Fancheng, barely 2 months at most. How frightening. The 3-meter-long azure python swelled and pulsated, its breath agitated, the light on its scales flickering, indicating clear indigestion. Luo Fancheng remained composed, quietly observing. As this situation unfolded as he had anticipated, boom! The azure python's martial soul finally completed its absorption, expanding to 3 meters and 3 centimeters. The scales on its body became distinctly visible, the patterns more exquisite and unique, radiating a resplendent tricolored glow at its peak strength. Luo Fancheng nodded in satisfaction. He would also need to research and seek source stones to evolve the Qinglian martial soul. He couldn't favor one over the other. He felt that if the Qinglian martial soul evolved to 12 petals, the surprise it would yield would be no less than that of the little eel. Luo Fancheng approached the enchanting beauty in the golden dress and spoke. Wei Yang, could you assist me in locating a 5,000-year fire attribute soul beast? I wish to give it a try. 5,000 years? Brother, are you trying to scare someone to death? Baingwe exclaimed, her brow furrowing with confusion. The high priestess remained composed, saying little, merely fixing her cold phoenix eyes upon him. Have you made up your mind? Luo Fancheng nodded. Indeed. Good. The high priestess closed her eyes, unleashing a vast wave of spiritual energy radiating outward. Luo Fancheng chuckled. Indeed, behind every successful man stands a powerful woman. The previous random encounters with soul beasts were due to the little eel's indiscriminate palate. Now, with the high priestess assisting in the search, it was both time-efficient and labor-saving. Were it anyone else, even a princess, they would not possess such luxurious conditions. A powerful figure like the high priestess would not easily serve as a radar for others. The high priestess opened her eyes, her phoenix gaze sparkling. Fancheng, your luck is quite favorable. A prime bloodline, 5,000-year-old beast has been discovered. It is well suited for you. But this creature will undoubtedly possess strength far surpassing that of a typical soul master. It will depend on whether you can defeat it. Luo Fancheng's interest was piqued. Just as the three of them took a few steps into the forest, Luo Fancheng felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if bitten by something. Raising his hand to touch it, blood seeped from a tiny wound. Luo Fancheng struggled to maintain his composure, exasperated. Damn, not again. The high priestess immediately scanned the surroundings, her dark eyebrows knitting together as she shook her head. I sense no one nearby. Brother, did you accidentally scratch yourself somewhere? Baingwe asked, puzzled. If there were a powerful presence that even the teacher couldn't detect, it wouldn't be biting you like a mosquito, would it? There's simply no motive. Luo Fancheng was certain it was not an accident. Something was undoubtedly biting him, yet he had no proof. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but he felt as if a pair of lecherous eyes were lurking in the shadows, watching him. The high priestess, unfazed, stated, "Let us proceed to pursue that rare soul beast suitable for you. If it escapes, finding a second one will be challenging." In the spot where the trio had vanished, a pair of immaculate lotus-like feet stepped forth from the void, followed by an enchanting silhouette in a black dress. The golden-masked woman with chilling silver eyes fixated on the direction Luo Fancheng had taken, her ethereal, icy voice resonating. "Hell, lecherous eyes?" She looked down, observing a small silver dragon dissipating in her palm, with a droplet of Luo Fancheng's blood resting there. Eagerly, she opened her moist red lips, allowing the blood droplet to enter her mouth. The woman's alluring figure trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. A peculiar, chilling sound escaped her throat. The once lifeless silver eyes ignited with vibrant brilliance. Thin bloodlines, rich and viscous. I did not mistake it. His bloodline is truly evolving. How is this possible? How can an ordinary man reach such heights? The light in the woman's silver eyes shifted. Desolation faded, despair diminished, replaced by a glimmer of hope. This man, absolutely, must not be let go. Chapter 69. The Extraordinary Soul Beast, a drama of infidelity. The pure love warrior will prevail. As the sun sank in the west and the moonlight flowed like water, it cascaded down upon the soul beast oasis beneath the darkened sky. The stillness of the night was punctuated by the rustling of leaves as a solitary man and two women traversed the lush greenery of the oasis. Leading the way was the high priestess, her delicate figure swathed in elegant robes, moving with an ethereal grace that allowed her to glide effortlessly through the underbrush. Beside her, Ingwe, with her long, supple legs, danced through the forest like a shadowy sprite, deftly using branches to propel herself forward. Luo Fancheng found himself trailing behind, unable to match the speed of the two women. His heart was not captivated by their beauty. He was solely focused on seeking the elusive soul beast. Yet, the sight of the high priestess, with her alluring waist and graceful limbs, was a distraction he could scarcely ignore. He sighed, lamenting his predicament, resigned to endure the spectacle for a while longer. Suddenly, the high priestess turned, her piercing gaze cutting through the night, her voice resonating with an icy authority. Just as he mused over her commanding presence, a strange roar echoed from ahead. "What's happening up there? Are they fighting?" he inquired, but the high priestess remained silent, her demeanor unsettling. As they approached the source of the commotion, the trio concealed themselves among the treetops. Luo Fancheng parted the foliage to reveal a shocking scene. A creature of myth, a dragon-headed lion, with a golden mane, was overpowering a massive, snow-white wolf. The wolf struggled and whimpered, but the dragon lion seemed invigorated by its plight. Luo Fancheng's understanding of the animal kingdom was shattered. Each creature had its own domain. Yet here was a lion brazenly encroaching upon the realm of a wolf. Just then, another white wolf burst into view, clutching a bloodied rabbit in its jaws. Upon witnessing the scene, the rabbit dropped from its mouth as fury ignited in its emerald eyes. How despicable, Luo Fancheng thought, envisioning the noble wolf at home, unaware of the calamity befalling its mate, while the dragon lion took advantage of its absence. The white wolf roared in defiance, charging at the dragon lion with ferocity. Yet, the beast remained unfazed, continuing its torment. A gasp escaped Luo Fancheng's lips as he witnessed the unexpected turn of events. The tormented female wolf retaliated against the male, striking it with a sudden ferocity. The male wolf, stunned by its mate's betrayal, looked down at its singed belly, confusion and heartbreak etched across its face. The female wolf, now fierce and unyielding, ignored its plight as the dragon lion turned to reveal a wicked grin. Luo Fancheng was taken aback, grappling with the revelation that the female wolf had been feigning submission all along. The male wolf, undeterred, charged time and again, sustaining countless injuries. Its once pristine coat, now stained with blood. As the battle raged on, the male wolf, battered yet resolute, uttered a mournful howl, a final plea for its companion to return to safety. But its cries were met with the indifference of the dragon lion and the female wolf, who reveled in their union. Despair washed over the white wolf, prompting it to flee. Yet, it turned back with newfound determination, launching itself into a desperate charge. The dragon lion, growing impatient, unleashed a torrent of dark flames upon a male wolf. In the face of searing agony, the male wolf stood resolute, refusing to yield or cry out. Its eyes locked onto the two tormentors. Luo Fancheng, hidden among the treetops, felt a chill run through him. When would the pure love warrior rise to the occasion? Then, at that very moment, a radiant light descended from the heavens, striking the ground like a meteor. The dragon lion recoiled, only to be struck by the celestial force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the beast was thrown to the ground, blood pouring from its wounds as it howled in agony. It cast a venomous glare at the intruder, a human cloaked in shimmering azure scales, filled with a wrathful fury. Luo Fancheng, undeterred by the looming threat, shifted his focus to the battered white wolf. "Today, you shall not perish," he declared, channeling a powerful vortex that absorbed the dark flames engulfing the wolf. Despite its injuries, the wolf remained steadfast, confusion flickering in its eyes as it beheld the human's actions. Luo Fancheng turned his attention back to the formidable soul beasts. "You shall face your demise," he asserted resolutely. "Be cautious. These are the infernal flame dragon lions of 5,000 years and the Arctic ice wolves of 2,000 years. By Ingwe cautioned from the treetop. "No matter," he replied, unyielding in his resolve. He may not have known if he was a pure love warrior, but he understood one truth: the dragon lion must die. With a powerful step, a violet ring shimmered around him as he invoked his soul technique, burning flame armor. In an instant, his form transformed, adorned in resplendent crimson scales that radiated with the heat of flowing magma. As the dragon lion and the ice wolf descended upon him, Luo Fancheng surged forward, embodying the essence of a fierce beast, ready to confront his foes. Chapter 70. The distorted combat style, the ice wolf in submission, the Pope's astonishment. Get lost. With a fierce blow, Luo Fancheng unleashed unparalleled violence. The forelimbs of the ice wolf shattered into a mist of blood, flesh and bone splinters scattering in all directions, accompanied by a wretched scream as it was sent flying. At that moment, the infernal lion arrived. Its forehooves ignited with a dark crimson flame, trampling down. Luo Fancheng transformed his clenched fist into an open palm, pushing upwards. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the two forces clashed. Compared to the giant claws of the infernal lion, Luo Fancheng's palm appeared diminutive, a stark contrast in scale. The lion's vertical pupils gleamed with disdain. A mere human dared to be so audacious, directly confronting its hellfire. It would soon be thoroughly charred to nothingness. Dragon of the serpent, devour the soul. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng's fiery palm, enveloped in flames, spiraled like a dragon, continuously absorbing the hellfire. The lion's pupils shook, its arrogance evaporating, replaced by astonishment. Was it possible for a human to siphon its hellfire? Simultaneously, it sensed disarray in its own blood vitality and soul power. Boom! The infernal lion's formidable aura surged, and Luo Fancheng was instantly propelled backward, gazing in astonishment at what lay before him. The lion's limbs had entirely transformed into burning dark crimson flames, roaring towards the heavens like a lion's roar, akin to a dragon's chant. The enmity of slaying kin was one that could not be overlooked. It surged forth once more, and upon engaging in battle, Luo Fancheng discovered that its limbs had completely ignited, rendering physical damage ineffective. His attacks passed right through, while the temperature of the flames could scorch him. Elemental transformation? Immunity to physical harm. This ability was utterly monstrous. Luo Fancheng licked his lips, his eyes igniting with a fervent greed. He finally understood why the Pope regarded this soul beast's bloodline as superior. Master, this is its innate soul skill, flame transformation, which can last for a quarter of an hour, by Ingwe interjected timely. Understood. Luo Fancheng summoned all his strength to engage in fierce combat with the infernal lion, invoking his azure lotus martial spirit, which emanated waves of healing green light. The most tyrannical aspect of the dragon's devour soul technique was its effect on flesh and soul power. The lion's flesh, having transformed into flames, became exceptionally dense, greatly increasing its resistance to suction, yet could still be gradually stripped of its flames by Luo Fancheng. Simultaneously, the blood vitality from other parts of its body was continuously drawn towards him, with his palms absorbing blood and the azure lotus replenishing vitality. Despite the damage to his fiery armor and numerous injuries, Luo Fancheng's blood reservoir swelled increasingly full, his spirit invigorated. The infernal lion's eyes widened in fear, its spine tingling with dread. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This human was utterly different from the others it had torn apart, even though it had initially held the advantage. Its breath now grew fainter, its golden mane dull and lifeless, its fiery limbs seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. Roar! It let out a terrified howl, summoning a female wolf with a shattered forelimb to assist. The female wolf charged in recklessly, while it seized the opportunity to flee into the distance. Unwilling to face this bizarre human any longer, even at the cost of losing a good hand. Get lost. Luo Fancheng kicked the female wolf aside. A soul beast of 2,000 years was no match for him. He raised his hand, aiming at the fleeing direction of the lion. At this moment, the whirlpool in his palm had transformed into a deep crimson, filled with the explosive and terrifying waves of flame energy he had absorbed during the battle. Boom! A pillar of fire pierced through space, penetrating the infernal lion's chest. It erupted with a resounding explosion, illuminating the dark forest as brightly as day. Swish! Luo Fancheng stood before the colossal, incapacitated lion, which was on the brink of death. He shook his head, saying, "If it is not your path, do not interfere. Of course, slaying you has nothing to do with upholding justice. It is merely my desire for your body, my depravity." The lion departed peacefully, having succumbed to rage, as a deep purple soul ring floated out. Wu! By Ingwe leaped from the treetops, exclaiming in a series of excited cries, "Master, you are too fierce. Even the 5,000-year-old infernal lion has been subdued by you. I was ready to assist you just now." Luo Fancheng smiled. "I suddenly realized that any enemy that cannot be annihilated in one blow will ultimately be worn down by me." By Ingwe pouted. Though she did not wish to see the man so smug, it seemed to indeed hold some truth. To absorb blood while replenishing it. Your fighting style is outrageous. Who could withstand that? It would be no exaggeration to say that those evil soul masters who rely on blood absorption would weep uncontrollably upon encountering your dragon's devour soul. I feel you are even more sinister and tyrannical than they are. Ingwe, do not speak so recklessly, the Pope interjected coldly. Fancheng's technique is grand and magnificent. It bears no resemblance to the sinister and malevolent aura of evil soul masters. They cannot be compared. Ingwe stuck out her soft tongue playfully. "I was just joking. You are being too protective of this scoundrel." The Pope cast a sidelong glance, causing Ingwe to immediately press her lips together, adopting a demure demeanor. Master, what are you going to do?" Luo Fancheng did not absorb the soul ring immediately, perplexing the two beauties as he dragged the female wolf's hind leg across the ground, bringing it to the front of the male wolf before tossing it aside. "This wretched beast, I will not touch. It is up to you to kill." The male wolf raised its gaze, its weak green eyes filled with disbelief, as it had not expected Luo Fancheng to care about the feelings of a mere beast. Staggering, it approached the female wolf, extending its sharp claws towards her throat. In the final moment, it hesitated, its gaze filled with struggle. Turning around, the once proud ice wolf of the snow domain knelt before Luo Fancheng, its limbs splayed in surrender. "You cannot be begging me to spare her." The white wolf nodded, lowering its body even further, utterly submissive. "Wow, what to do if the female wolf strays?" The male wolf replied, "Of course, forgive her." Luo Fancheng was utterly stunned. Was this truly something that could be forgiven? "Brother, I respect you as a man, but to be honest, you have every reason to feel wronged. It served you right for being so cowardly." "Fine." Luo Fancheng nodded, and the male wolf bowed its head, emitting a mournful whine as its final breath gradually faded away. Meanwhile, the female wolf, as if granted amnesty, struggled with her remaining 3 legs, desperately fleeing into the distance. escaping the clutches of this demon. Ha! Luo Fancheng sneered, vanishing into a phantom and appearing above the female wolf, delivering a decisive kick that shattered her spine. Crack! The female wolf let out a wretched scream, succumbing to death. The male wolf stared wide-eyed, and Luo Fancheng shook his head. I apologize. While you may forgive her, my temper cannot be excused. Swish! He raised his hand, summoning the azure lotus martial spirit, and streams of green healing light burst forth, suspending the male wolf's last breath. Its vitality gradually returned. The scorched flesh began to heal, and its white fur regrew. The male wolf's green eyes brimmed with disbelief. Luo Fancheng said, had she not abandoned you to flee alone, I might have spared her life. If you are foolish enough to seek revenge for such a wretched being, I assure you, should I spare you today, I will undoubtedly end your life tomorrow. How? The ice wolf repeatedly shook its head, its limbs crawling on the ground, fervently kneeling before Luo Fancheng, refusing to rise. Bai Yingyue was left utterly dumbfounded. She had never witnessed such a scene in her life, unable to even fathom it. It was absurd. The Pope was equally astonished, not expecting Luo Fancheng's charisma to extend to beasts. In the shadows, the beautiful woman with the golden mask gazed coldly, her silver eyes reflecting the scene of the ice wolf in submission, the flickering light growing ever more extraordinary. Get lost. Watching a sycophant, no? A licking wolf is quite bothersome. Luo Fancheng waved his hand, moving towards the deep purple soul ring, settling down to begin absorption. He felt a growing anticipation for the soul skill he was about to acquire. The Pope suddenly gasped in surprise, swiftly appearing before the infernal lion, her phoenix eyes revealing an expression of astonishment. Chapter 71. The unique luck of the Emperor, Di Wei Yang. Marry him, and you shall no longer feel envious. Bai Yingyue fixed her gaze on Luo Fancheng, her large, luminous eyes brimming with concern. Throughout history, the maximum limit of the second spirit ring has been 900 years. Even those exceptional individuals could not surpass 5 times that limit, let alone attempt to attach a 5,000-year spirit ring. The very thought was terrifying, almost surreal. However, compared to the notion of absorbing spirit rings, was it not even more shocking that her senior brother had slain a 5,000-year hellfire lion with merely his 20th level strength? At that moment, she noticed a shift in the demeanor of the female Pope and softly inquired, "What is it, teacher?" The Pope cast a cold glance at the lion's carcass. "Yingyue, come look." Bai Yingyue's heart stirred, and she asked in surprise, "Could it be a spirit bone?" As she approached and looked down, she saw a dim crimson glow emanating from the lion's lower abdomen, as if it concealed something. No way. Could it truly be a spirit bone? Astonishment flooded Bai Yingyue's eyes as her delicate face displayed sheer disbelief. How could a 5,000-year spirit beast possibly yield a spirit bone? The Pope slowly shook her head. It is possible, but the probability is exceedingly low. Bai Yingyue struggled to conceal her astonishment. A chance in 1,000. And we encounter it just like that? No, the Pope replied. It is not merely our fortune. It is entirely your senior brother's luck. Bai Yingyue shivered. Indeed, what did it have to do with her? Before meeting Luo Fancheng, her fortune had been dismal. When hunting spirit beasts, she could barely hope for a bone fragment, let alone a spirit bone. Teacher, what spirit bones have you obtained from hunting spirit beasts in the past? The Pope scoffed lightly, almost self-deprecatingly. Aside from spirit beasts over 100,000 years, I have never once obtained a spirit bone from any 10,000-year beast I have slain. Bai Yingyue's expression shifted dramatically. Was it truly that she and the Pope were simply unlucky? It cannot be. They were both ordinary individuals, and in terms of talent, they were undoubtedly favored by fate. Clearly, it was Luo Fancheng who was exceptionally unique. In that instant, Bai Yingyue recalled that the last time, after Luo Fancheng had slain a 700-year mighty ape, it too had yielded a left-arm spirit bone. Compared to that improbable occurrence, the current one seemed almost regular. Bai Yingyue cradled her head in her hands, overwhelmed by a shock that words could scarcely convey. Goodness, this is utterly insane. What kind of extraordinary luck does my senior brother possess? The Pope had already discerned the underlying issue earlier. Once could be a coincidence. But could two instances truly be mere happenstance? When two nearly impossible events converge, it is no longer a coincidence, but rather a revelation. The Pope calmly asserted, Ingwe, your senior brother likely harbors unimaginable fortune. Teacher, you know me. I have never envied anyone in my life, truly. Bai Ingwe responded, her heart filled with a sour tinge akin to having consumed a plethora of lemons, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Since her childhood, she had endured great tribulations. Her parents had perished at the hands of a malevolent soul master, and she had joined the Pope's palace due to her unique martial spirit, often targeted by the favored son of the palace, Huang Yan. Fortunately, with the Pope's backing, she did not fear him. When comparing her misfortunes and luck to Luo Fancheng's, the disparity felt insurmountable. What was most frustrating was that the man had been training for barely 2 months. Yet his attached spirit ring already surpassed her 4th spirit ring's strength, were it not for her secret techniques and the advantage of her spirit power level, as well as the significant boost she received under the moonlight. Luo Fancheng could likely have overwhelmed her by now. But how long could these advantages last? Given the man's terrifying rate of spirit power enhancement and martial spirit evolution, it would not be long before she found herself utterly at his mercy. The confidence of the saintess was severely shaken, and the flames of jealousy burned fiercely within her. She felt both joy and bitterness. With tear-filled eyes, Bai Ingwe exclaimed, Teacher, he is simply too perfect. Does he not have any flaws? The Pope replied, I have not discovered any. Do let me know if you find one. Luo Fancheng, who was currently absorbing the spirit ring, could hear their conversation from the outside. Flaws? Certainly, he had them. Every individual does. He had a penchant for the fair sex, particularly those with ample bosoms, curvaceous forms, and elegant legs. He sighed inwardly. Was it his fault? He merely shared the same interests as most men, but they often concealed their desires for various reasons, whereas he was brave enough to face his true self. To like is to pursue. Hesitation is the path of defeat. In his past life, he had lived by this creed, and now, with additional advantages, there was even less reason to hold back. Luo Fancheng sighed deeply. The fortunate are healed by their childhood. The unfortunate spend their lives healing from it. He was merely an unfortunate soul seeking to mend the scars of an unloved childhood, striving to provide shelter for every lonely woman in the world. Yet, due to limited energy, he could only prioritize rescuing some beautiful sisters. This was not mere lust. He felt a deep compassion for beautiful women who were more vulnerable to deceit and harm. As for the remaining men and women, he could only rely on other kind-hearted individuals like himself to assist them. Bai Ingwe let out a cute, plaintive whine, so sour, it's unbearable. Rest assured, you are not the first to feel this way, nor will you be the last, the Pope said expressionlessly. Marry him, and you shall no longer feel envious. Huh? Bai Ingwe froze momentarily before stamping her foot in protest. What are you saying? I refuse to marry that insufferable man. Even rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. The Pope merely watched her in silence. Bai Ingwe, under the weight of the Pope's gaze, averted her eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced down at her ample bosom, her toes lightly tapping the ground in a nervous rhythm, her voice barely a whisper. Not to mention other things, his was simply terrifying. According to the descriptions in the manual, it was utterly asymmetrical. Something was bound to happen. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng coughed up blood, purple soul light swirling chaotically around him, his aura extremely unstable. Senior brother, Bai Ingwe exclaimed in alarm. Teacher, what is happening to him? The Pope replied, your senior brother possesses an innate strength of spirit. He likely overheard our conversation while absorbing the spirit ring. What? Bai Ingwe's skin tightened in horror. Remembering her earlier words, she felt utterly mortified, her delicate toes digging into the ground. However, her white stockings had already been torn, leaving her to scrape the soles of her shoes instead. Do not worry, you will be fine. Before the Pope could finish her reassurance, her blue lotus martial spirit soared forth, emitting a healing light as Luo Fancheng completed the absorption process. Bai Ingwe bit her lip, now more concerned about the embarrassment of having been overheard than any danger to him. How utterly shameful. Teacher, let me see which part of the spirit bone this is from. Bai Ingwe quickly shifted the topic. squatting down to investigate the dark crimson glow emanating from the Hellfire Lion's abdomen. How can it look like this? Bai Ingwe jumped back in shock, pointing at the oddly shaped spirit bone, her red lips moving, but no words emerged. The Pope, upon seeing it, also gasped, her pupils contracting, hesitating to reach out. Chapter 72. The Peculiar External Soul Bone, Miss Flower, grasping the divine skill of faith. Boom! Luo Fancheng's aura erupted as he opened his eyes and rose. He had officially broken through to level 21, becoming a second-tier Great Soul Master. 2 circles of purple soul rings shimmered beneath him, one light and one dark. His expression somewhat hesitant, lost in thought. Bai Ingwe fidgeted, unable to meet the man's gaze, when the High Priestess inquired, "Fancheng, what occupies your mind?" Luo Fancheng replied, "In that fleeting moment, I experienced a peculiar sensation. It seems the little loach can devour and digest the soul rings I have attached. Absorbing soul beast rings is one thing, but it can consume its masters?" Bai Ingwe, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned in with a flushed face. "How intriguing," she remarked, as it was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Luo Fancheng shook his head, dismissing the thought. The soul rings he had painstakingly attached were not something he would allow the little loach to consume, especially since it could not even ingest them at present. Bai Ingwe gazed at the 2 circles of purple soul rings beneath Luo Fancheng's feet, muttering, "What an anomaly! Another record broken." The second soul ring is 5,000 years old, unprecedented and likely unmatched in the future. How many will be astonished when this spreads? What is this? Luo Fancheng noticed a peculiar red light flickering from the abdomen of the infernal flame dragon lion. "Thanks to your blessings, another soul bone has emerged," Bai Ingwe responded. Luo Fancheng, puzzled, asked, "Then why haven't you extracted it?" It's better if you do it, senior brother," Bai Ingwe's face twitched, and the High Priestess's expression also appeared somewhat unnatural, prompting Luo Fancheng to sense the unusual atmosphere. He channeled his soul power and reached into the dragon lion's abdomen. With a soft pop, a small, translucent, dark red bone was extracted, untouched by blood, though its shape caused Luo Fancheng to tremble. "What is this peculiar shape?" Bai Ingwe stammered. "It does not belong to the usual limb bones, trunk bones, or cranial bones. It should be the legendary external soul bone." "External soul bones look like this?" Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed, as the shape of the soul bone resembled a massively enlarged golden needle mushroom. Bai Ingwe hesitated to continue, but the High Priestess clarified, "External soul bones are astonishingly diverse, taking on all manner of shapes. Normal soul bones integrate into the limbs, trunk, and skull, while external soul bones manifest externally each time they are activated. Once in the White Tiger Empire, there was a renowned, extraordinary power, the Lord of Wind and Thunder, who possessed a pair of wing-like external soul bones. These bones allowed him to manipulate the powers of wind and thunder, significantly enhancing his flight speed. More remarkably, those external soul bones could absorb wind and thunder energy, continuously evolving, something ordinary soul bones could never rival. Luo Fancheng grasped the extraordinary nature of external soul bones. Glancing at the one he held, he felt an urge to discard it, embarrassed. The others had wind and thunderwing bones, while he had this ridiculous item. Bone sculpture? Golden needle bone? Big mushroom bone? He finally understood why the 2 beautiful ladies were hesitant to pick up this peculiar artifact. "Senior brother, this external soul bone is a top treasure on the continent. Why not try to attach it and see what powers it possesses?" Bai Ingwe's face lit up with mischief as she realized that as long as she remained unembarrassed, it would be Luo Fancheng who felt awkward. Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. "Attaching this anywhere feels utterly wrong. If it could integrate into my skeletal structure, I might consider it, but manifesting externally each time? What use is that? My second brother is invincible. I do not need another brother." As Luo Fancheng's expression fluctuated between annoyance and reluctance, Bai Ingwe could not help but chuckle. "Senior brother, I cannot tell if your luck is good or bad. You have uncovered a legendary external soul bone, yet it is rather unconventional." Luo Fancheng offered the soul bone, saying, "Junior sister, you have yet to attach a soul bone. Why not let me attach this one for you? By Ingwe's expression shifted dramatically as she envisioned a large, grotesque figure of a girl. A chill ran down her spine, causing her smooth skin to tense slightly. She hastily retreated, waving her hands. No, please don't. Don't be so modest with your senior brother. Luo Fancheng teased, amused. Enough. This is a precious treasure, and your senior brother cannot bear to give it to you. Bai Yingwei exclaimed in shock. Senior brother, please do not act impulsively. Do not let a moment's desire lead you to merge with it. The thought of her senior brother turning into a monstrous creature terrified her. She could not bear the loss of her idol. Luo Fancheng rapped his knuckles against her head, exasperated. What nonsense are you imagining? This item has its own marvelous uses. Bai Yingwei pouted. What good can this wretched soul bone possibly provide? Only a depraved dragon lion would yield such a base soul bone. Luo Fancheng chuckled silently. To a normal man, this would indeed be trash, but for one who felt incomplete, its value was unparalleled. In a world where empires existed, surely there were eunuchs aplenty. He mused. Luo Fancheng remarked, this soul bone may not be impressive, but I am quite satisfied with the soul skill it grants. Bai Yingwe's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What skill? Du demonstrate. Luo Fancheng could hardly suppress a grin, for he had acquired the divine skill of faith he had long coveted in his youth. He remembered standing on a park bench at night, fervently shouting and gesturing with excitement. Later, he discovered an elderly gentleman sitting in the shadows, observing everything, which left him mortified. Standing stiffly on the bench, unsure of what to do, he nearly dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment. Yet, the elderly man did not mock him. Instead, he sighed deeply. Youth is wonderful. I too was once young and passionate. However, the figure of his faith was not the same as yours. What is that? Little Fancheng could not help but inquire. The old man abruptly tossed aside his cane, stood tall, and solemnly asked, Young man, do you believe in light? Just as Luo Fancheng was about to suppress his rising smile and demonstrate his newfound skill for Bai Yingwei, distant rustling in the thicket heralded the eager, excited voices of men. Miss Flower, 2 exquisite flower maidens, no less. My brothers, we are blessed today. The men will be drained of their vitality, and these 2 beauties shall be ours. Chapter 73. Peculiar Soul Master, brother, I am terrified. A resounding thud echoed as the ground trembled, and Luo Fancheng and his companions beheld a burly man emerging from the thicket, his torso bare and muscles grotesquely defined, displaying an eerie pallor. His face was alight with uncontrollable excitement, blood trickling from his bared teeth. 2 lovely ladies and a young lad. What a stroke of bad luck for you today. Encounter me out here hunting for a meal. Bad luck for us? Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Did this muscle-bound giant truly comprehend whom he was taunting? The hulking man licked his lips, grinning maliciously. It seems you haven't grasped the gravity of your situation in the presence of someone like me. Black chicken, old corpse. Why are you still hiding? Are you waiting to feast on my leftovers? With a swish, a gaunt man with a sharp face and a ravenous demeanor sprang forth, his body cloaked in a dense layer of black hair. Who dares to confront me head-on like you? I prefer lurking in the shadows, striking from the dark. The burly man glared. Shut that beak of yours. How dare you? The gaunt man retorted. My martial soul is the dark raven, not a chicken. If you want to fight, bring it on. The muscular man nodded. All right, little chicken. What the hell? Muscular bully, little chicken? What a bizarre pairing. Luo Fancheng thought, bemused. You can rob for wealth or beauty, but must you turn on one another first? Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting laughter echoed. Oh, black chicken, calm down. You know his bulk has come at the cost of intelligence. The gaunt man shot back, old corpse. Do you believe I wouldn't twist those 2 lumps of flesh you call breasts off and kick them like a ball? At that moment, a voluptuous woman in a tight-fitting black dress stepped forward, her youthful face and slender waist accentuating her curves, her bosom threatening to burst forth. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened in shock as he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from her, suggesting she was at least an F-grade powerhouse. Wait, a woman like that is referred to as old corpse? What madness is this? The gaunt man cursed. Do you think I wouldn't put you down right here? The enchanting woman shook her head, her crimson lips curling as she replied, I believe I misspoke. You two should have traded your heads for brawn. You're all bark and no bite. You'd only embarrass yourselves here. With a crash, the grass beneath the gaunt man exploded as he activated his martial spirit. Soul rings swirling around him, yellow and purple. Say that again and see what happens. Let the fight commence. Luo Fancheng heard a playful voice. Catching a glimpse of Bai Ingwe waving her delicate fists, seemingly reveling in the chaos. The gaunt man attempted to mediate. Enough, you were reckless this time, confronting them without understanding their strength. It's dangerous. Bah, you two are truly the disgrace of evil soul masters. If you're timid, go home and play in the mud. If you have any sense, how can you still call yourselves evil soul masters? Luo Fancheng was astonished. This peculiar character made a fair point. The gaunt man pointed a finger. A couple of kids and two women scare you? What's there to fear? You think there's someone to be feared? I'm not afraid. Charge in if you dare. I truly am afraid. The youthful woman in a red dress shrugged. I have no time for your nonsense. This pretty boy is for you, and that delicate girl is for the little chicken. As for the mature beauty, the gaunt man grinned menacingly. You all stay out of it. I relish the challenge of conquering this cold beauty. Calm down. Something feels off, the gaunt man warned, stepping back cautiously. Look at them. They seem unperturbed by our presence. If they weren't confident, would they stand their ground? Shut up. They're merely paralyzed by my overwhelming aura, trembling in fear, waiting to meet their demise. The gaunt man silently cursed, realizing he should ask someone more reliable. Old corpse, what do you think? Silence. Odd. Why is there no response? The gaunt man turned to see the red-dressed beauty utterly engrossed, her captivating gaze fixated on a particular direction, Luo Fancheng's position. A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped him. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Handsome. So very handsome. The woman's throat moved, and he could almost hear the sound of her swallowing. The gaunt man's face darkened, his temples throbbing. I'm asking you what you think, not how handsome he is. Man, a handsome man. This is the end. We're doomed. The gaunt man seethed. Can you show some dignity? Haven't you seen a man before? The woman's eyes ignited with fervor. I've seen men, but never one this handsome. He is the man of my dreams. I must have him. I will have him, to toy with him mercilessly. Oh no. The woman tossed her head back, her hair flowing. I can't bear to drain such a gem. I must use him repeatedly. The gaunt man was taken aback. It was normal for the muscle-bound man to be absent-minded, but this woman was usually quite rational. What happened to her? They were all going mad. Let us be cautious, shall we? One life to live. The gaunt man growled, stop whining. If they were powerful, they would have attacked us by now. The enchanting woman's eyes glinted dangerously. If you dare hinder me from reaching that handsome boy, I will be the first to eliminate you. But the gaunt man cast a wary glance at the two women and the man who remained motionless. Noticing their gaze, Bai Ingwe's eyes filled with tears, dampening her delicate lashes as she cried out in panic, Brother, you must run. Luo Fancheng was dumbfounded. What is happening, little sister? Bai Ingwe, weak and trembling, pushed him. Brother, run. The enemy is a terrifying evil soul master. Don't mind me. My legs are numb. I cannot move. Are you acting? Is this a performance? Luo Fancheng thought, unsure if they were acting or if it was a ruse. He looked at the usually reliable priestess, who urged, Hurry if you don't leave now. We will all perish here. Luo Fancheng realized the priestess was speaking the truth if they did not escape. They would indeed meet their demise at the hands of these peculiar evil soul masters. However, he could sense that the enemy did not grasp the situation as he did. Chapter 74. The Celestial Descends, Defeating the Demoness. Ha ha ha. Gue Ji laughed wildly, casting a scornful glance at Wu Ji brother. Look at that. Didn't I predict this? Before I even made a move, they crumbled right there. However, Wu Ji felt something was amiss. The auras emanating from the two women were feeble, hovering around the third ring. The two young individuals were decent at the third ring level, but wasn't the frosty lady a bit too weak at her age? Something felt off. There was a hidden agenda. The demoness urged, What nonsense? Can't you see they are terrified? Wu Ji, don't forget that the blood saint at the 7th level is right behind us. With his support, we have nothing to fear. If we don't seize this opportunity to capture this tender morsel, he might be devoured by the blood saint. Vuies composure shattered. What kind of teammates were these? One was after women, the other men, both utterly consumed by desire and losing their senses. The demoness said, Guiji, ignore this cowardly Wuji. Let us take action and deal with this handsome brother first. Why should I bother? A mere second-ring soul master doesn't warrant my intervention. The demoness fixated on Luo Fancheng's face, her red lips brushing against each other. Capturing him is easy, but to do so without inflicting a single scratch is quite the challenge. If you don't assist me, I'll have to eliminate those two lovely ladies over there. You're ruthless. Fine, let's make it quick. Luo Fancheng was speechless. Indeed, being handsome could be a curse. He was the target of their aggression. However, did they not notice the 5,000-year-old hellfire dragon and the she-wolf he had just defeated? Turning around, he found nothing. Not a trace of the soul beasts, nor a drop of blood. It must be the scheming female Pope's doing. He looked over suspiciously, and the Pope urged, hurry, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. So it was all an act? Although Luo Fancheng was eager to test his newly acquired divine technique, he absolutely could not allow the two women to have their way. A man must be the emotional leader, and at the right moment, his actions should leave women repeatedly astonished. Only then would their feelings sway toward him. Now was that moment. Luo Fancheng stepped back in fear, exclaiming, heroes, spare my brother. If there's any trouble, direct it toward them. Gui Ji roared with laughter, patting Wu Ji's shoulder. Ha, did you see that? He is scared now. The demoness scoffed, shaking her head. I have no interest in timid men. But given his celestial appearance, I'll overlook it. The Pope and Bai Ingwa trembled slightly, staring at Luo Fancheng in shock. They had anticipated him to charge forward boldly. But instead, he pulled this unexpected stunt, selling out his teammates. Brother, how can you do this? Bai Ingwa's eyes brimmed with tears as she attempted to strike, only for her leg to be ensnared by the white python's embrace. She stumbled, collapsing onto the grass. Sister, the Oscars owe you a gold statuette, Luo Fancheng declared. I am ill. The demoness, with her youthful allure, became even more excited. No worries, I adore sickly young men. I am ill with a romantic ailment. I must not be touched. The Pope's cold facade finally cracked, her red lips trembling, as Bai Ingwa's beautiful eyes sparkled with a series of question marks. Was she truly putting on such performance? Had she completely lost her dignity? Luo Fancheng then exhibited an even more shameless maneuver, abandoning the two lovely ladies and fleeing. Reverse psychology? You think you can escape? The demoness summoned forth a spectral figure of an old woman, her blood corpse martial spirit, adorned with rings of yellow and purple. She swiftly blocked Luo Fancheng's path. Under the menacing gaze of the woman, the muscular man had no choice but to assist. You insist on opposing me? Luo Fancheng sighed. Having toyed with the emotions of the two women long enough, it was time for some real combat practice, as these three would make fine sparring partners. Gui Ji, impatient, exclaimed, surrender quickly. Is it not time for you to receive some gifts? Luo Fancheng's voice resonated, a fierce aura erupting, leaving a crater where he stood. Gui Ji's pupils reflected the sudden punch that was upon him, but it was too late to react. Bang! His rugged face was deformed by the force of the blow, blood gushing from his nose as he was sent crashing into a tree. The three evil soul masters were left dumbfounded. The fiery demoness was bewildered. Just a moment ago, she had been so meek, and now she had struck with such ferocity. You're a master of disguise. Young man, you lack martial ethics. Gui Ji, empowered by his martial spirit, expanded to a towering 3 meters, resembling a pale beast. A true muscular titan, his muscles radiating a formidable vitality as he charged forward, flanked by the demoness controlling her old woman spirit for a combined assault. Boom! The clash intensified, with Gui Ji and the demoness becoming increasingly alarmed. How could this young man engage them at the 4th ring level without even releasing his martial spirit? Is this guy truly a second ring? Gui shouted. What else with the strange red glow emanating from him? Calm down. No matter how strange, we are still more formidable as evil soul masters. The demoness replied confidently. Good stamina means I am fortunate. Indeed, as long as we can't be eliminated by this young man, We can either escape or drain him of his essence. With a powerful display, Gui's back muscles rippled, resembling a demonic mouth, unleashing a force that sought to siphon Luo Fancheng's energy. The seductive demoness, too, directed her martial spirit toward him, her fingers shimmering with light, conjuring a blood-red vortex. Third soul skill, bloodthirst. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Was this the sensation of having one's essence drained? Was that all? The force of absorption was insufficient. It was far weaker than a little loach. As the young man found himself at a disadvantage, Wu Ji's face fluctuated between emotions, restless and indecisive. Should he stay or flee? He glanced at Bai Yingyue, undeniably enchanting. Far too captivating. When a man is infatuated with a woman, he will craft justifications for himself, regardless of her intentions. Wu Ji was tempted. If she truly was a formidable figure, it would be too late to retreat now. Perhaps they were not as powerful as they seemed. Having lived cautiously for so long, why not indulge in a moment of impulse? It should be fine. Boom! He summoned his fourth ring shadow, raven martial spirit, transforming his arms into dark feathered wings, his lips elongating into a black beak. I've made up my mind. You shall not feast alone. Ha ha, here I come. With an electrifying heart and trembling hands, Wu Ji transformed into a stunning shadow, dashing toward Luo Fancheng. As he plunged into the dark battlefield, his black eyes reflected a brilliant, colossal fiery fist erupting from the center of the combat zone, a torrent of flames rushing toward him. He desperately attempted to halt, crossing his arms in defense. He was still struck squarely by the golden-red fire fist. Don't! Boom! Wu Ji was sent flying like a meteor, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Bang! The seductive demoness and Guiji were also hurled aside, their garments scorched in multiple places. The demoness, particularly, was left with a revealing half-exposure, her ferocity intensified. Bai Yingyue gasped. Did my senior brother just defeat 3 fourth-ring evil soul masters with one strike? Although their soul power was disordered and their foundations weak, that was still brutal. A new soul skill. The Pope's cold gaze fixed on the battlefield. The young man had already summoned his martial spirit, exuding an aura of authority, akin to a war god descending from the heavens. With his burning flame armor activated, he appeared clad in crimson armor, a Qilin emblem glowing on his back, and beneath him, 2 circles of purple soul rings. Most astonishingly, his right arm had completely ignited in flames. A radiant red exterior with a dark golden core. He averted his gaze from the blazing flames and slowly raised his head, fixing his eyes upon the 3 malevolent soul masters who clutched their chests in agony. Though his inner fire blazed fiercely, his expression remained eerily calm as he spoke. Second soul skill, Flame Fist. Chapter 75. A series of shocks, more sinister than the evil soul master. The enchantress is terrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The alluring enchantress exclaimed in disbelief. How could a second-ring soul master possibly contend against the 3 of us, all fourth-ring soul masters? Look at the soul rings beneath his feet. The frantic voice of the crow echoed, filled with incredulity. As the ghost muscle and the enchantress beheld the soul rings beneath Luo Fancheng, their pupils constricted in sheer horror. Purple, 1,000-year soul ring? And the first 2 soul rings are also 1,000 years old? This cannot be true. The enchantress doubted her own senses, questioning whether she was trapped in a dream. Yet the pain in her chest reminded her of reality. The ghost muscle gasped, this kid is too bizarre. Is this even possible for a human? The enchantress licked her crimson lips and chuckled. I never imagined this man not only possesses striking looks, but also unparalleled talent. I desire him even more now. The crow retorted, You shameless woman, are you so weak in the presence of a man that you can't even move? I'm out of here. I refuse to be your backup. The ghost muscle spat blood, his tiger-like eyes filled with a murderous intent. Little crow, what are you afraid of? He has already exhausted his second soul skill and has no trump cards left. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity to take him down? You think they won't escape while they can, yet they remain so calm? Clearly, something is amiss. The crow turned and fled, uninterested in explaining to his 2 foolish companions. Driven mad by lust. In times of danger, One only needs to run faster than their teammates. Thinking of escaping? Luo Fancheng scoffed, dashing forward to block the crow's path. The crow's expression darkened, his sense of impending doom heightened. His dark shadow raven martial spirit endowed him with a sixth sense for foreseeing death. With a mournful face, he pleaded, "I'm innocent. If you must exact vengeance, let it be upon them." Seeing the fourth ring evil soul master yielding, Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing. It is not the strength of the villain that one fears, but their cunning. You're so clever, then you certainly cannot be spared. He swung his fiery fist forward. A chill enveloped the crow, and he sensed the danger, yet the fiery fist approached relentlessly. Fourth soul skill, Dark Raven Assault. He transformed his arms into black feathered wings and soared into the air, evading the flaming punch, his claws glimmering with a ghostly light as they lunged at Luo Fancheng. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Is this what they call the raven taking flight? He shouted, "I'll not let you escape." He bent his arm and struck, his fist morphing into a colossal ball of searing flames, crashing upward diagonally, the fiery shadow soaring. Boom! The crow cursed, "Damn it! How can you still utilize your second soul skill?" The raven's claws shattered with a scream, propelled once more by the explosive punch. Luo Fancheng sneered. His second soul skill was not a one-time attack, but could last for about 15 minutes once activated. Swish! The sound of slicing air reached his ears as the enchantress and ghost muscle seized the chance to ambush, simultaneously unleashing their fourth soul skills. Corpse Demon Dance. Bloodfiend Fist. The enchantress moved like a specter, creating multiple illusions in the air, while the ghost muscle's massive fist exuded a pungent, bloody aura. Boom! Luo Fancheng's fiery fist erupted, the intense flames engulfing the space before him, consuming all the enchantress's illusions, which emitted wails of despair. Simultaneously, he extended his left hand toward the ghost muscle's fist. "You dare to take my bloodfiend fist head-on? You seek death." The ghost muscle sneered. But upon the collision of their fists, the anticipated explosion of his opponent's left arm did not occur. Instead, a swirling azure dragon appeared in the palm of Luo Fancheng, and the rapidly rotating vortex effortlessly dissipated all of the ghost muscle's power. The ghost muscle was taken aback. How is this possible? Not only had the opponent casually absorbed his strongest soul skill, but he also siphoned away the blood fiend energy from his fist. Impossible? Luo Fancheng smirked, employing the same tactic against him, releasing the energy and blood fiend aura he had absorbed. Boom! The ghost muscle's sturdy arm could not withstand this terrifying force, shattering instantly. Flesh